She's clearly the dream girl of countless men, a top-tier beauty and star. Anyone who sees her would have to take a second look. But then a man dressed in tattered clothes stood in front of her and clapped his hands lightly. The next second, the beautiful actress actually moved closer to him and rubbed her face against his. Before anyone could react, with a whoosh, she instantly transformed into a mecha, sending the man into the cockpit in her chest. This is not an ordinary world, but an era where all women can transform into mechs. Some can transform into flying girls, some into car girls, some into aircraft carrier girls, and some even into missile girls. Men, on the other hand, will awaken to become pilots, specifically to form contracts with these mecha girls and pilot them in battle. This man's name is Muchun. He was originally just an ordinary anime enthusiast on Earth, whose greatest hobby was fantasizing about fighting alongside various beautiful mecha girls. After a dream, he actually traveled to this absurd and fantastical world. Even more outrageous, he also awakened a heaven-defying system, gaining exclusive talent, supreme authority, and heart of Cybertron, right from the start. From this moment on, he can not only interact with any mecha girl, but also provide them with almost unlimited energy, allowing them to continuously upgrade and evolve. The most outrageous thing is that as soon as he comes into contact with a contracted mecha girl, he can instantly see through her special weaknesses. At this moment, the Justice Rider system suddenly issued a mission, requiring Muchun to choose a contracted mecha girl on the spot. If successful, he would not only increase his pulse level, but also receive generous rewards. The system provided 4 options: C rank Wuchuan Jiao, D rank Zhou Yuxia, B rank Zhou Li, and SS rank Aloof Teacher Raina. Without the slightest hesitation, Muchun directly stated, "I could choose number 4, Raina." His target was this SS rank mecha girl teacher. Raina was still standing on the stage, making it virtually impossible to approach her using conventional methods. Muchun simply decided to test his abilities, activating the highest level of access on her. The system prompted that Raina was in a completely closed state. Did she want to force a connection? Muchun decisively replied, "Connect." The next second, a blazing connection directly penetrated his body. The feeling was similar to a linked simulator, but far more domineering and intense. At the same time, Raina on stage shuddered violently, almost losing her composure. The forced linkage was tantamount to a direct intrusion, and coupled with Muchun's unfamiliarity with the operation and the excessive force, Raina nearly lost her balance. Below the stage were countless students and representatives from various factions. She could only suppress her unease, gritting her teeth to maintain her composure. But inwardly, she was utterly shocked. "Impossible! I don't have a pilot at all." She quickly stepped off the stage and went to the unnoticed rest area. Meanwhile, Muchun had already seen her detailed information. Raina, 25 years old, LV-79, SS-class Earth Chariot in mechanical form, SS-class Rock Phoenix Mech in mech form, possesses 3 major talents: Super Drive, Earth Shield, and Earth Unrivaled. However, a crucial problem has also been exposed. Her third engine is severely damaged and needs to be repaired as soon as possible, which is clearly a hidden danger. As Muchun carefully examined the data, Raina's face grew increasingly hot, but she couldn't break the connection. She could only force herself to remain calm and walk to a corner. Muchun followed, and the two entered the blind spot under the parasol. No one noticed the anomaly in this area. He decided to try out his new ability, Heart of Cybertron, thinking that level 1 was the lowest power, but it turned out to be the maximum output. Instantly, Raina felt the energy within her surge, as if it were about to explode. Her consciousness was swept away, and she briefly lost consciousness. Hearing the commotion, Muchun immediately deactivated his ability. Raina, after recovering, suddenly opened her eyes, her anger blazing. "Who forcibly interviewed me? I'll tear him apart." She looked around, but only saw Muchun's back as he walked back to the group and subconsciously denied it. "It can't be him. He's just an F rank." Muchun's heart raced. He was certain that even a powerful figure like Raina would be suppressed by him in the linked state. He could also clearly sense Raina's emotions: anger, shame, and a helpless frustration. Now that he had chosen her, he had to control her completely. A system notification popped up quietly. Contract value increased to 2%. The awakening ceremony continued, but the focus of everyone's attention had already been on the S-rank mecha girls Qin Shui and Murong Fei Fei, and no one paid attention to Muchun, the F rank. The statistics were quickly released. 17 A-rank mecha girls, 52 B-rank girls, 221 C-rank girls, and 623 D-rank girls, a rather astonishing ratio. Unfortunately, no S-class pilots appeared this year. Only 4 A-class pilots, including Zhao Junkai, instantly became the focus of attention. Many mecha girls began actively approaching them. We must bind with them before graduation, otherwise we'll miss our chance. Principal Gu Yulan took the stage to summarize, encouraging everyone, regardless of their level, to find their own path, which was met with thunderous applause. Afterwards, Raina reappeared, regained her composure, and announced the continuation of the training course, guiding the students in transformation and coordination exercises. As the audience gradually dispersed, the various factions returned to report. Only teachers and students remained on the playground for practical exercises. Zhao Junkai invited Murong Fei. Could we practice transformation together? But was politely declined. He turned to Qin Shui, but before he could speak, he was once again turned away, and his face immediately turned ugly. However, soon, a large number of mecha girls surrounded him and took the initiative to curry favor. Brother Zhao, let's team up. Choose me, I have high durability. Pilots became highly sought after, and almost everyone quickly formed teams. Only Muchun stood there alone, ignored by everyone. There were 1,529 mecha girls and 375 pilots in the entire school this year, but no one was willing to practice collaboration with Muchun. He stood there awkwardly, surrounded by onlookers. Class monitor O Yangqing wanted to help, but was pulled away by her 2 best friends. You're an A-level mecha girl. People will gossip if you go to practice with him. O Yangqing frowned and said it was just ordinary practice, but was eventually pulled away anyway. Seeing this, Muchun could only stand there helplessly. He knew in his heart that he possessed the heart of Cybertron and the highest authority talent, and if they were truly linked, the mecha girls would benefit greatly, but no one understood it. The 4 female mecha teachers ignored this, and at this moment, the dean of students, Chao Yunkai, deliberately spoke up and asked Raina to teach Muchun a practice, obviously wanting to embarrass her. The students below the stage were in an uproar. To everyone's surprise, Raina readily agreed. Great, that's exactly what I was thinking too. The crowd erupted in excitement, many envying Muchun's incredible luck, some even seething with resentment. Muchun knew Chao Yun was targeting Raina, but he wouldn't forget it. He always protected his own, and he already considered Raina one of his own. Raina looked at him. Muchun, come practice with me. She added, I just mean what I say. Your talent is SS level, which meets the requirements. The two came to a corner of the playground, where the mecha girls around them transformed one after another, and various fighter jets, fire trucks, and motorcycles appeared one after another, creating a lively scene. However, a space was deliberately left for them. Raina coldly warned, don't touch anything later, or I'll launch you out. As soon as she finished speaking, she leaped and transformed, and a 10-meter-long earth chariot crashed to the ground. The dark red armor gleamed, and the main and secondary guns exuded an imposing aura. Muchun couldn't resist reaching out to touch it, only to discover that the armor was covered in unrepaired battle marks, and the engine was also damaged. Didn't I say no touching? Raina scolded. Muchun smiled and apologized. It's too cool, I got mesmerized. Raina snorted and opened the hatch to let him in to familiarize himself with the structure. The cockpit was equipped with sophisticated technology, featuring a linked seat in the center. Raina casually said she was just showing him, but Muchun immediately suggested, since I've awakened my SS talent, why not try the linkage? Raina scoffed. You're an F-rank pilot. Your fluctuations are too low. What kind of linkage can you use? It's like trying to pry open a mountain with a toothpick. Muchun, however, wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he proposed a bet. He whispered, You weren't feeling well earlier, I might know why. Raina was taken aback, but finally nodded. Okay, let you try. Muchun climbed onto the linkage device, which instantly enveloped all of Raina's connection points. She scoffed. I don't feel anything. Muchun smiled. I haven't even started yet. He activated his talent, shut down external sounds, and whispered, Link Mecha Girl Raina. Silver light instantly poured in, and the heart of Cybertron began to operate. Even at the lowest power level, Raina was jolted and almost cried out in surprise. Completely inexperienced, she was caught off guard by this shock. A system notification sounded. Linkage successful, linkage coefficient 5%. Raina exclaimed in shock, "How is this possible?" Muchun said calmly, "We succeeded." She immediately shouted for a stop, but Muchun said, "I haven't exerted my full power yet." Then his power increased, and the system prompted again. Linkage coefficient 15%. Raina panicked completely. "How can it be so high?" "Stop." Muchun whispered a deal. "Agree to officially transform with me, and I'll stop." In her anger, she attempted to forcefully eject, but failed, leaving her stunned. Muchun chuckled. "Teacher Raina, now it's my turn." The scene now resembled Muchun forcibly controlling Raina's body. The proud Raina struggled incessantly, only to discover with astonishment that she had lost ultimate control over her body. "What did you do to my body? Stop it, or I'll tear you to pieces." Raina threatened angrily, but from the outside, nothing seemed amiss. The earth chariot only trembled slightly. Muchun lowered his voice and sneered. "Teacher Raina, weren't you going to launch me away just now? Now it's my turn to retaliate." After saying that, he directly activated the energy of the Cybertronian heart. Whoa! Raina's mech instantly emitted an overload alarm. Muchun leaned closer and whispered, "How are you feeling?" Raina gritted her teeth and cursed. "You bastard." Muchun replied calmly, "You started it." He continued in a low voice, reminding her, "Keep your voice down. You don't want to be discovered, do you?" Raina's eyes turned cold. "Are you one of Chow Yun-kai's men?" She thought of the guy who had been harassing her, and became even more wary. Muchun immediately denied it. "I don't care about that kind of trash. We'll deal with him together later. I just want to become your driver." Raina coldly refused. "You? Give me back my privileges." Muchun didn't let go. "Unless you agree to try transforming with me." He knew that dealing with a powerhouse like Raina would be impossible without some tricks, and at this moment, the contract value is slowly increasing. With the collaboration activated, Muchun even saw Raina's special information, a contract value of 7%, and her weakness. He realized that as long as he completed one transformation, he would have taken a crucial step towards success. Raina remained defiant. "Impossible." Muchun's tone turned serious. "Then I can only make you agree." After saying that, he continued to increase his energy output, forcibly charging continuously. Raina was shocked. How is this possible? Even an A-level pilot should have run out of energy by now. She originally planned to wait for Muchun to be exhausted before counterattacking, but he was still full of energy. She was clearly an SS-class Earth tank, with extremely high energy consumption, which shouldn't be something an F-class unit could support. Yet her stats continued to rise, completely exceeding any comprehension. Just as she was about to speak again, the radar suddenly sounded an alarm. This time it wasn't an overload warning, but a danger alert. "Warning! 7 high-energy mechanical units are approaching at high speed." Raina looked up at the sky, and her expression changed. "Up there? Where's the Academy's defense system?" The next second, a whooshing sound rang out, and 7 huge black cubes fell from the sky. With a deafening crash, the playground was instantly blasted into a massive crater, and many mecha girls were caught in the blast, their screams echoing throughout the area. To make matters worse, the Academy's defensive barrier only activated at this moment, trapping all the students inside. "Don't activate the barrier!" someone shouted desperately, but it was too late. The 7 black cubes rapidly transformed into 15-meter-tall assassin mechs, wielding plasma longswords, their aura terrifying. "They're assassin mechs. Get out of the way!" Someone recognized them. These B-grade mechanical mechs had clearly come with premeditation, their target being the students who had awakened today. The 2 teachers immediately transformed. A Class B Gale mech rushed forward for close-quarters combat to block their attacks, while in class a heavy cannon mech attempted to suppress them. However, without pilots, their offensive capabilities were severely limited. The powerful mech was quickly forced to its knees, and the heavy artillery mech could only passively defend, unable to fire. The scene was completely out of control. Students scattered and fled for their lives, their cries echoing. External rescue was on its way, but the barrier was too strong to be broken immediately. Meanwhile, 5 killer mechs remained unchallenged, and someone fell every second. Many students were too terrified to move, some even stuck in their transformed state and unable to revert. Amid the chaos, some watched coldly, some even with sinister smiles. Some tried to escape towards Raina, only to be mocked. She can't transform right now. It's no use going over there. Raina's mecha was severely damaged and indeed unable to fight independently. She raised the cannon, but Muchun stopped her. Your shot will accidentally injure others. Raina, we must transform. Raina was about to retort, but suddenly froze. On her dashboard, the linkage coefficient had reached 15%. This meant that, with Muchun's assistance, she was ready to transform. Muchun said in a deep voice, "Don't hesitate any longer. If we drag this out any longer, at least several hundred people will die." The two were in sync, and Raina could clearly feel his determination. She gritted her teeth. There was no turning back now. Further hesitation would have unimaginable consequences, and the enemy's actions were clearly a provocation against her. Okay. Raina finally nodded. Muchun took a deep breath and shouted, "Link transformation." Raina responded, "Accept." System notifications sounded one after another. Neural link successful. Cognitive synchronization completed. Energy conversion enhanced. All indicators quickly stabilized. The final notification fell. Mecha girl Raina and her pilot Muchun have successfully linked up and transformed. At that moment, Muchun felt as if he were falling naked from the sky, landing straight into a calm lake. In the lake, Raina's figure came towards him. The two simultaneously transformed into spiritual entities, gazing at each other in the water. Their eyes met, and their auras instantly merged. At the same time, the armor on both sides of the Earth chariot exploded open with a roar, and giant arms extended to support the machine. The plasma cannon flipped to its back. The chest armor moved forward and particles reorganized, and the legs extended to stand upright. The main armor was brown, with crimson gold energy flowing throughout its body. The head took shape, a V-shaped crown unfolded, and the eyes shone with silver light. A swirling, storm-like aura spread out, surrounded by platinum ribbons, faintly exuding divine pressure. Mech girl, Raina, pilot, Muchun, collaboration transformation successful. Blessed by the heart of Cybertron. Collaboration coefficient plus 15%. Contract mech girl bonus plus 5%. Collaboration 25%. Output power 40%. The SS-class Rock Phoenix mech has officially arrived. Main engine 100%, number 2 15%, number 3 core damaged, movement restricted. As soon as it landed, the thrusters fired, and Rock Phoenix instantly flashed in front of the two killer mechs, sweeping out a 10-meter golden giant sword. Rock Phoenix slash. With a deafening roar, the two killer mechs were sliced in half at the waist, their upper bodies flying off. Teacher Raina, the rescued student, shouted excitedly, while the teachers who rushed to the scene from outside the barrier were also shocked. She was clearly seriously injured and shouldn't have been able to transform. This scene was almost like a miracle. Raina herself was incredulous. Not only had she successfully transformed, but her coordination and output had also reached their maximum. The mecha showed no resistance, and she even seemed to be getting more in sync with Muchun. Raina, Teacher Zhang can't hold on any longer. An urgent message came from the direction of the strong wind mecha in the distance. Raina swung her greatsword and hurled it. The golden sword pierced the assassin's head, sending him flying 100 meters before pinning him to the barrier. "All students, retreat behind me," she commanded, and everyone immediately felt safe. 3 assassin mechs locked onto Yin Huang and charged simultaneously. At that moment, a massive metallic roar echoed as Murong Feifei transformed into an 80-meter-long Titan cannon, smashing into one of them and overturning it. "Oops, I tripped you up." The cannon barrel then slammed down, pinning the opponent down. Standing on the cannon, O Yangqing waved and shouted, "Watch our combo attack." She leaped into the air, transforming into an A-class heavy prism tank, and slammed it into the enemy's face, shattering its head armor. In the sky, fighter jets carrying mecha girls descended, transforming to suppress the enemy. The 2 assassin mechs charging towards Yin Huang were utterly no match for an SS-class enemy. Yin Huang slammed her head against the ground with one hand, causing the training ground to crack and the enemy mech to explode instantly. Another mech swung its blade, but only managed to strike an afterimage. Yin Huang countered with a sidestep, severing her opponent's right arm and snatching the plasma sword in the process. "This sword is too light." Before she finished speaking, she swept the sword horizontally, decapitating her opponent. In less than a minute, All 5 assassin mechs were eliminated. Yin Huang approached the last suppressed mech. Leave the rest to me. You did a great job. She precisely destroyed the energy system, paralyzing it for further investigation. Meanwhile, the 2 teachers worked together to eliminate the final target, and the crisis was completely averted. The barrier was broken, and the rescue team quickly entered, transferring the wounded and inspecting the wreckage of the mechs. Raina deactivated her transformation, and Muchun, covered in sweat, sat on the actuator. You get out first. I'll settle accounts with you after this is over. Before he could finish speaking, he was launched into the air. Muchun fell to the ground, rubbing his buttocks. It hurts so much, I'll definitely pay back 3 times next time. Despite his complaints, he was secretly excited. His contract value had increased to 21%, and he had successfully resolved the crisis. However, he also knew that his operation and combat skills still needed improvement. Just as he was about to head to the simulator for training, someone called out to him, Muchun, over here. He turned around and saw Zhou Xiaochun supporting O Yangqing, whose right foot was stuck in mechanical mode and couldn't be restored. Don't move. Let me take a look. Muchun immediately squatted down to check. The structure is damaged. It must have been caused by the impact just now, he said, frowning. O Yangqing gritted her teeth. There are too many injured people right now. I can't take up resources with this little problem. Before she could finish speaking, she gasped in pain. Muchun said directly, I'll carry you to the treatment room. I have an SS-level repair talent, so I can take care of it first. O Yangqing glanced at him, nodded, and climbed onto him. The next second, Muchun's back suddenly felt heavy, and his expression changed. It turns out the class monitor had been hiding her true strength. If Raina was a 36E level, then O Yangqing was close to a 34C level. Muchun had always had a good impression of her. She had a sunny and cheerful personality, was very popular, always led the group forward, and was a very energetic girl. She had short, pomegranate-colored hair, matching eyes, and was tall and spirited. Muchun then realized that she seemed to be deliberately restraining her physical strength. At that moment, he carried the injured O Yangqing to the medical room, only to find it already overflowing with people. 200 to 300 mecha girls were injured at the scene, and the death toll was not low either. Muchun made a quick decision. There's no room here. I'll go apply for equipment, and we'll go to the infirmary. Zhou Xiaochun couldn't help but praise his quick thinking, and the 2 immediately moved to another location. Upon arriving at the infirmary, O Yangqing was already sweating profusely from the pain. Her condition was clearly serious. Muchun had Zhou Xiaochun unfold the 3rd-generation Yelty portable repair device and had O Yangqing sit on it, preparing to begin the examination. As soon as O Yangqing nodded, Muchun immediately started to pull down her pants. Zhou Xiaochun blushed and exclaimed, What are you doing? Muchun replied seriously, Your legs need a full checkup. I'm a doctor. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Zhou Xiaochun could only stand aside and keep an eye on the instruments, while Muchun focused on checking the injuries. He activated his talent, his eyes glowing with a green aiming light, and quickly identified the problem. The drive coupler is damaged, and there are broken parts embedded in the muscle. Zhou Xiaochun whispered from outside the curtain if he needed the repair fluid, but Muchun shook his head. No need, my talent can repair directly and remove debris. As he spoke, he began to carefully treat the wound. O Yangqing could clearly feel the changes in her legs and couldn't help but remind her, repairing is very energy-consuming. Stop when you're tired. Muchun pretended to wipe his sweat. It's okay, I can still manage. In reality, he had hardly used up any energy. As the green light flashed, Muchun discovered an unusual liquid, one of the reasons hindering her recovery. He whispered a reminder for O Yangqing to relax, then directly invoked higher-level privileges to handle the situation. After gaining access, he successfully extracted the liquid and placed it in a glass bottle. This is probably residue that splashed in when you destroyed the enemy mech. O Yangqing nodded, and the pain in her leg quickly subsided. With the last repair completed, her left leg was fully restored. Even the old injury disappeared. O Yangqing exclaimed in surprise, Muchun, your ability is amazing. I feel even better than before. Muchun himself was somewhat surprised. The effect of this talent far exceeded his expectations. He casually joked that he could make a living from it, but in reality, he already knew that this ability was definitely not simple. Just as he continued his inspection, a system voice suddenly sounded, triggering the Justice Judgment mission. He needed to complete at least one task within 3 days, or the enhancement would be revoked. Rewards and risks go hand in hand. Muchun accepted without hesitation. Instantly, his physique, perception, and strength were comprehensively enhanced, as if his body had been reshaped and a powerful force flowed within him. Just then, Zhou Xiaochun suddenly poked her head out. "Are you checking or touching her feet? You've been holding them for 3 minutes." Muchun then came to his senses and realized that he had been looking at the mission while holding O Yangqing's feet. O Yangqing's face flushed slightly, but Muchun explained earnestly, even picking out the remaining metal fragments to prove his success. O Yangqing nodded repeatedly, indicating that things were indeed much easier now. Finally, Muchun stood up. "You rest first. I'll go take a look elsewhere." He turned to leave, but as he opened the door, there was a snap, and he broke the doorknob. He was stunned for a moment and could only laugh awkwardly. This door is too old. The two of them were left in the room, staring at each other in silence. This doorknob had clearly been replaced just last month. "My body has become stronger." Muchun lifted his shirt and saw that his body was well-defined, his muscles were firm, and his whole appearance was completely renewed. He tried running, his steps were light, and he jumped from the 3rd floor without feeling any pain when he landed. The increase in strength is also extremely exaggerated. An average adult's grip strength is about 35 kilograms, while his is now close to 180 kilograms, even surpassing top athletes. But in the world of mecha girls, this level is not considered terrifying. In this world, everything revolves around levels. Combat experience, physical enhancement, and knowledge all contribute to level progression. LV1 is the standard for an average adult, while Muchun was originally only at LV2. After the system boosted his level 5-fold, it skyrocketed to LV25, far exceeding the upper limit for F-rank pilots and defying all conventional rules. Logically, F-rank should have a maximum level of 20, E-rank 30, and D-rank 40, but system rewards are clearly unlimited. Even so, he was still far behind Raina at LV79. Muchun opened his bracelet and saw the latest news, finally understanding that the reason for the slow rescue was that all 5 major academies in Wu Yun's main city had been attacked. 7 mechs were attacked at Star Moon Academy, while the other academies had a total of 12. These killer mechs were clearly not a surprise intruder, but rather pre-planned. The incident quickly became a global trending topic, with a massacre specifically targeting newcomers sparking nationwide outrage, tantamount to shaking the very foundations of the nation. As the world's leading superpower, Longxia's future forces are being targeted, with various factions suspected. The United States, the Ice Bear Nation, the Sakura community, and 7 other major camps are all under suspicion. Soon, the official livestream revealed the test results. These mechs originated from the Ice Bear Nation, SB Class Ice Wolf GF model, batch numbered 9572 to 2003. The Ice Bear Kingdom immediately responded, claiming that 30 mechs had been stolen 3 months prior and releasing records from that time in an attempt to distance themselves from the incident. However, the Dragon Xia Kingdom remained furious. The incident had already resulted in the deaths of 257 students and 2 teachers, and the Wuyuan main city had even declared that once the true culprit was identified, a 100,000-strong mechanical army would be deployed at any time. After reading the news, Muchun had a vague feeling that things weren't so simple. He turned and went to the cafeteria, ordering a bowl of chicken noodle soup to replenish his energy. The system only gave him 3 days, and he currently had nothing. But his thoughts were gradually becoming clearer, and a plan was taking shape. Back in the dorm, Muchun found his roommate, He Xin eating. He was eccentric, but a good companion, especially with his incredibly keen sense of smell. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Muchun pulled out a glass bottle containing liquid and metal residue, asking He Xin to help him identify it. He Xin initially refused, but under the lure of treating me to barbecue and chrysanthemum viewing, he immediately agreed, took the bottle, opened it, and took a sniff. The next second, his expression changed drastically, and he almost gagged on the spot. This smell, like the underground stinking sewers of the East District, and the very deep kind. He added that the metal residue also had the same smell, even faintly carrying the class monitor's scent. This detail instantly alerted Muchun. Confirming the clue, Muchun didn't hesitate and rushed out of the dormitory. By the time He Xin turned around, he had already disappeared. As night fell, Muchun's speed increased dramatically, covering 5 or 6 meters with each stride, quickly heading towards the Eastern Industrial Area to conduct an overnight investigation. He quickly purchased a D-grade plasma knife as a weapon, then entered a secluded street and infiltrated underground through a sewer entrance. The underground structure of Wu Yun's main city is complex, with multiple layers stacked on top of each other. He descended and soon arrived at the second level. Not long after entering, he heard a faint noise and immediately hid in the shadows, holding his breath. A figure walked past, not far away, automatically identified by the system as Kai Jia, the logistics director of Star Moon Academy and a B-level driver. What's he doing here? Muchun instantly became alert, secretly activating his bracelet's recording function and beginning to follow him. They followed for a full 20 minutes before the other person led them into the third underground level. If they hadn't been followed, Muchun wouldn't have been able to find the entrance at all. Kai Jia knocked a few times on the hidden door, activating the mechanism, and entered. A moment later, he and another person left, heading in another direction. The opportunity has arrived. Muchun acted decisively, mimicking the knocking motion to open the first hidden door and quickly sneaking inside. It turned out to be a huge warehouse, piled high with ammunition. He lifted a tarpaulin and was shocked to see the Ice Wolf GF mechanical mech. The system notified him that the mission conditions had been met. Muchun immediately prepared to send the video to Raina, but found that there was no signal underground. Just then, he heard footsteps outside. Kai Jia had returned. The situation was critical. Muchun looked around for a hiding place and finally spotted a wardrobe in the corner. He quickly rushed over and hid inside. But the moment he opened the wardrobe door, he froze. There was a woman hiding inside. Because of his limited field of vision, Muchun's first glance upon opening the wardrobe was at the most prominent part of the bodysuit. He paused for a moment before realizing it was the tight-fitting version of the school uniform. Then, upon seeing the person, he froze. Qin Shui? He hadn't expected it to be the icy school beauty. Qin Shui also recognized him. She remembered him well as the only F-rank pilot in the entire school. Just as the two were looking at each other, someone suddenly tried to come in. Muchun didn't have time to think and immediately crawled into the wardrobe. Quick, close the door. The two quickly closed the wardrobe door and squeezed together. Kai Jia and several others walked in, cursing and swearing, clearly discussing something. The two were about to speak when they realized the group was approaching and immediately shut up. In a moment of panic, they both reached out to cover each other's mouths. Qin Shui covered the right spot, but Muchun covered the wrong one, instantly creating an extremely awkward atmosphere. Muchun quickly withdrew his hand and covered her mouth again, apologizing with his eyes. Qin Shui was so angry that her eyes were almost spitting fire, but she could only hold back and remain silent, communicating only with her eyes. They soon discovered that they could communicate without any problems with their eyes, so they could only continue to quietly eavesdrop on the conversation outside, the atmosphere tense and eerie. The people outside were discussing the sabotage of Star Moon Academy's defense system and arguing about how Raina could transform, clearly indicating that the matter was more complex than it seemed, even involving casualties and monetary transactions. Suddenly, someone threatened Kai Jia with a particle cannon, forcing him to continue cooperating. The atmosphere became dangerous, and the group then checked their belongings and left the warehouse. Just as the two were about to come out, the coded signal to open the door came from outside again, a surprise return. They immediately scrambled back into the closet, slamming the door shut, too afraid to move. This time, a red-haired woman entered, dressed in night clothes, with a stunning figure. She was clearly not the same group as before. She seemed to be there to investigate as well. She had only finished her inspection when Kai Jia's voice came from outside again. The woman also sensed danger and immediately looked for a hiding place, her eyes locking onto the wardrobe. The next second, she leaped to the wardrobe and flung open the door. The three of them stared at each other, completely stunned. The air seemed to freeze. The woman hesitated for a moment, then decisively said, "Squeeze in." She then squeezed in, and the three of them were forced into a small space. Muchun was sandwiched in the middle, with Qin Shui in front of him and the fiery woman behind him. There was almost no room to spare, and the atmosphere became extremely tense. The woman teased in a low voice, "Handsome young man, you two lovers squeeze in a bit." Muchun explained helplessly, but she just smiled, completely unconcerned. The three continued to observe through the small hole and discovered that several more armed personnel had appeared, inspecting the mechs and cargo. The situation was clearly more dangerous. Muchun lowered his voice and said, "Those seem to be Class A bombs." The woman immediately responded that the sheer number was enough to destroy a large area of the main city. The situation was serious. As they nervously analyzed the situation, the three of them inevitably came into contact while huddled together, and the atmosphere gradually became awkward. Qin Shui's face was already flushed red. Before they could even catch their breath, the people outside suddenly started sniffing the air, seemingly sensing something was wrong. Muchun whispered a warning. "Something's not right, they're sniffing." Sure enough, they immediately became alert. "Someone's been here." Everyone instantly drew their weapons and began searching every corner. Danger was closing in. The three people in the wardrobe paled. Qin Shui whispered, "We'll make our move when they get close." The atmosphere instantly shifted from awkward to life or death. However, just as she was about to draw her weapon, she grabbed the wrong one, plunging the scene into extreme embarrassment once again. Muchun lowered his voice and gave a wry smile. "Now we're even, aren't we?" Qin Shui was so angry she almost exploded, but dared not utter a sound, only glaring at him fiercely. "You're dead when we get out." Several people, weapons in hand, carefully lifted the tarpaulin, checking one by one to see if anyone was hiding. Xiao and Kai Jia guarded the exit, making sure no one escaped. This secret base could not be exposed. A mercenary with a small mustache, holding a pulse gun, slowly approached. Just as he got close to the wardrobe, with a loud bang, the wardrobe door suddenly shattered and flew directly towards him. The opponent reacted quickly, immediately firing, the pulse bullet shattering the iron gate. But the next second, three figures rushed out. Muchun charged forward head-on, his plasma dagger slashing upwards, instantly severing the pulse gun. At the same time, Qin Shui leaped down from above and kicked the other person hard in the head. The woman on the other side swung her red ion whip, accurately striking both legs and crippling them instantly. The three worked in perfect coordination, attacking simultaneously from three different angles, striking and retreating in an instant. Bullets swept in, and Muchun and Qin Shui rolled to dodge, using their mechs as cover to avoid the firepower. The woman also quickly retreated to the wall. "Boss, there are three infiltrators. They're quite skilled, and they might be judges," the other party immediately reported. In reality, Muchun was only a newly awakened F rank, but his aura was indeed intimidating. The judge was a special operations operative of the Martial Cloud Hub, possessing extremely high authority and formidable combat capabilities. The enemy had clearly misjudged the situation, intensifying their firepower, but fortunately, the Ice Wolf mechs blocked most of the attacks. Xiao coldly ordered, "Don't let a single one escape. Numbers 7, 8, and 9 come and provide support." Reinforcements arrived quickly, increasing the enemy force to 7, who began their relentless advance. "What do we do now?" Muchun asked in a low voice. Qin Shui frowned. "The bracelet was taken. All the equipment is in the dormitory, and I only have one smoke grenade left." She was the true judge. The woman by the wall shouted, "Young couple, hold them off. I'm going to the first floor for help." With that, she used her mechanical arm to blast open the wall and jump out, leaving the two of them stranded. "We're not a couple," they both exclaimed in unison, but it was too late. Xiao roared, "Chase them. We must silence them." The three gave chase, leaving 4 enemies behind. Qin Shui threw a smoke grenade, attempting to retreat, but the enemy transformed instantly. 2 groups of mecha girls and their pilots linked up, transforming into 2 mechs in a flash, the shockwave dispersing the smoke. A B-class Red Warrior light armored assault vehicle and an A-class Cannon heavy armored output vehicle created an extremely oppressive atmosphere. Muchun's face darkened. This is troublesome. They're going straight for the mechs. Qin Shui's forehead was sweating. As a flying maiden, her transformation advantage was limited in this environment. She whispered, "I'll hold them off. You go quickly." Muchun refused outright. "No way." Qin Shui panicked. "You'll die if you stay. Hurry up and leave." Muchun grabbed her. "Didn't we just say we were a couple? How can we run away separately? You still want to take advantage of a time like this?" Qin Shui gritted her teeth in anger. Muchun said seriously, "There's only one way. Transform and fight them. Qin Shui said helplessly. How can you transform as an F rank? I'm an S rank mecha girl. Muchun laughed. How will you know if you don't try? You have a hidden identity, but I don't have any trump cards. The mechs drew closer, their oppressive presence growing stronger. Looking into Muchun's resolute eyes, Qin Shui finally wavered. Are you sure? It's too late. Trust me, Muchun said firmly. Being captured now meant certain death. Qin Shui gritted her teeth. Fine. She instantly transformed into an S-class Flash 11 fighter jet. Muchun leaped into the cockpit, the linkage mechanism enveloping his limbs and nerves, officially establishing a connection. I have no experience. Qin Shui panicked slightly. Muchun replied, I'll guide you, trust me. Qin Shui retorted, we're not even familiar with each other. How can I trust you? Then let's pretend we were engaged since childhood, or that I'm someone you like, Muchun said, spouting nonsense. Qin Shui interrupted him directly. Stop talking. Let me calm down. No time, they're here. Muchun forcibly activated the linkage permission, directly intervening in her core system. Ugh. Qin Shui's body trembled, clearly sensing the abnormality. That's my power. Unleash your power. Muchun roared. Qin Shui gritted her teeth and cursed. You freak, you're going to ruin my engine. The next moment, their consciousnesses were completely connected. Linkage successful, coefficient 19%. Qin Shui was shocked. It really worked? And so high. Muchun said in a deep voice, Qin Shui, transform. She no longer hesitated, except. In the consciousness space, the two stood back to back, then turned around at the same time, completing the resonance. The mecha quickly unfolded, its legs stretched out. Particle armor covered its entire body, its wings reorganized into feathers, the thrusters lit up, and the overall form transformed into a high-speed melee mecha. The head took shape, for wings unfurled, and threads of spiritual light spread to perceive the surrounding space. System notifications rang out in succession. Transformation complete. Mecha girl, Qin Shui, pilot. Muchun, linkage successful. Linkage coefficient 21%, output power 30%. The S-class speed type melee mecha. White meteor, officially debuts. Really transformed successfully? Qin Shui was still a little dazed. She had never even completed a solo transformation before, but she directly completed a collaboration. It was like she hadn't even learned to crawl before she started running. Muchun said confidently, of course, with me here, success is guaranteed. His talent made the collaboration seamless, and the two of them merged their powers, making every cell in their bodies seem to be pulsating, their state more vibrant than ever before. Coming. Watch out. Muchun warned via the mental communication. The right side Gundam mech spotted the target and unleashed a barrage of pulse gunfire. The white meteor leaped into the air, its massive body surprisingly agile, easily dodging the fire with a series of flips and maneuvers. Using the momentum, the mech flipped onto the Ice Wolf GF mech, dodging attacks continuously. Hurry up and take them down. Kaijia urged impatiently from afar. Mr. Xiao raised his particle cannon and fired a barrage, but it was easily blocked by the particle barrier released by Qin Shui. The red-clad warrior leaped into the air and slashed down with his plasma blade. Qin Shui calmly responded, Where are our weapons? Her shoulder armor unfolded, revealing two white light blades. She crossed her blades to parry, and then kicked her opponent in the chest, sending him flying. Muchun simultaneously sensed the attack from the side and pulled his vehicle back to dodge. Although there was some hesitation in their coordination, it was still relatively smooth overall. After all, it was their first time working together, and trust and understanding had not yet been fully established. However, their advantages are equally obvious. Qin Shui is a judge with solid combat experience and reached LV-19 on the first day of awakening. Coupled with the performance of an S-class mecha, she almost completely suppresses the B-class Red Warrior. A white meteor streaked through the air at high speed, weaving among more than 10 Ice Wolf mechs. The barrage of fire missed its mark entirely. The Red Warrior attempted a flanking attack, but it was anticipated. Qin Shui swiftly slashed with her sword, severing the opponent's left arm. Damn it, the Red Warrior roared, unleashing a powerful chest cannon. The white meteor leaped to dodge, but the cannonball struck an Ice Wolf mech, blasting a huge hole in the wall. That's his killing move, Muchun had just warned when he sensed another disturbance. Shui to the left. The white meteor dodged again, but this time the attack came from another direction. Mr. Owl had joined the battle in his mech. The situation instantly became 1 against 3, or even more. Enemy detected. Execute annihilation. 12 Ice Wolf mechs activated simultaneously, all locking onto the two. The situation is bad. The two decisively struck first, swiftly severing the arms of nearby mechs. However, the enemy numbers were too great, and Qin Shui's mech was almost entirely unarmed. A direct confrontation would put her at a clear disadvantage. Single-point breakthrough. The two were of one mind, their thrusters at full power as they charged straight at the cannon blade mech. A hail of bullets pursued them from behind, their damage steadily increasing, but they stubbornly made their way to their target. You're asking for it. Cannon Blade tried to retaliate, but was a fraction too slow. A white meteor instantly circled behind, stabbing Cannon Blade in the back. Though not piercing through, it was enough to restrain him. Muchun sneered. With armor this thick, it's perfect as a shield. No sooner had he spoken than fire erupted from all sides. White meteor hid behind the cannons, letting them take all the hits. Explosions ripped through the warehouse. The gunblade mech struggled, only to have its power core pierced once more. Don't fire! Its pilot cried for help, but Mr. Owl coldly ordered, continue the attack. The cannon blade mech was completely destroyed, and the mech girl and her pilot crashed to the ground, their fates unknown. Meanwhile, the remaining 10 Ice Wolf mechs continued their assault, their firepower sealing off the entire area. Qin Shui had nowhere to retreat and could only dismantle her back wings to create a shield for defense. 41% damage, 43%, 47%. Alarms kept popping up. The situation was extremely precarious. At that moment, a deafening roar erupted. The ceiling was blown open, and a large number of mechs fell from above. Leading the charge was the S-Class Assault Mech Striker, followed by more than 20 A-Class and B-Class mechs. Watch out for the Ice Wolf mechs. The support troops quickly engaged, and weapons clashed fiercely. The assault rider raised his particle cannon and shouted, "We are the Wuyun Security Hub Assault Team. Surrender immediately." Mr. Owl gritted his teeth. They came so fast. He took advantage of the chaos to control his mech and escape through a secret passage, successfully getting away in the confusion. On the other side, the attackers pointed their cannons at the white meteor. "Who are you? Surrender." The atmosphere became tense. Qin Shui immediately responded, "Captain Wang Qingju, I am Judge 07247, codename Snowcat." After verifying the ciphertext, the other party immediately put away their weapons and saluted. The support was timely. Wang Qingju nodded and explained the situation. Muchun breathed a sigh of relief, but reminded him at the same time the person behind it might try to escape. Wang Qingju remained calm. "Don't worry, the exit on the second floor has been blocked by a team. He can't escape." Muchun had no authority to command the assault team and could only watch helplessly. At this time, Qin Shui's mech had been damaged by more than 55%, and her condition was extremely serious. On the other side, Wang Qingju led 40 mechs to form an encirclement, but the cunning Mr. Owl still managed to escape through a secret passage. Damn it, he got away. Wang Qingju's face was grim. Her previous confidence had now been proven wrong. Fortunately, all the Ice Wolf GF mechs on site were brought under control, and the batch of high-explosive bombs, enough to destroy a quarter of Wu Yun's main city, were successfully transferred. These bombs were not fully assembled. They were dangerous components smuggled in batches. Soon, someone reported, 5 people captured for killed, and this guy too. Kai Jia was dragged up, completely broken. When questioned, Kai Jia tearfully claimed that he had only taken money to do a job and was initially unaware of the situation, but later found himself in a difficult position. Wang Qingju kicked him to the ground and coldly ordered him to be taken away for further interrogation. The battle ended. The white mecha disintegrated, and Qin Shui and Muchun appeared. Everyone was stunned, not expecting the judge codenamed Snow Cat to be so young. Kai Jia was even more shocked. "Qin Shui? And you, Muchun, how could you transform?" Muchun responded calmly, pointing out that Kai Jia was suspected of involvement in the breach of the Academy's defenses. Wang Qingju nodded, allowing them to explain what had happened, and handed them the healing bracelet. Qin Shui then recounted the remaining details. Muchun tactfully stepped aside and rested to the side. He was still somewhat surprised. Qin Shui, who was usually aloof and isolated, was actually a judge. And the two of them had not only successfully combined their transformations, but also completed a high-intensity battle. The two consecutive transformations had severely depleted his mental energy, and he had fallen asleep without realizing it. When Qin Shui arrived, she was slightly taken aback to see him asleep against the wall. Wang Qingju explained that the pilot had suffered mental exhaustion and desperately needed rest. A second transformation? Qin Shui was clearly surprised. Wang Qingju also looked puzzled. After all, the two of them had only awakened that day, yet they had already reached this level. Qin Shui didn't explain further, but simply decided to take Muchun back first. The next morning, Muchun woke up in his dormitory. Xian was already guarding the door, looking nervous. "You're famous." Someone almost blocked the door. It turned out that Qin Shui had taken him back to his dormitory last night, and someone had taken a picture of it and spread it all over the school. The forum was in an uproar, with countless boys wailing and some even threatening to block the entrance. Muchun, watching the constantly refreshing posts, had become public enemy number one and couldn't help but sigh helplessly. Meanwhile, the news was reporting on the progress of the attack. Apart from the leader, Xiao, the rest of the members had been captured, and even Kai Jia had been exposed. Xiao was wanted with 5 million credit points, and a citywide manhunt was being launched. Just then, an announcement came over the loudspeaker, ordering all graduating students to assemble at the main sports field. As soon as Muchun stepped outside, he felt hostile gazes from all around, but fortunately, Xian was beside him, and no one dared to make a move. Halfway there, O Yangqing and Zhou Xiaochun caught up, asking him gossipy questions about his relationship with Qin Shui. Muchun could only deny it helplessly, eliciting laughter from the two of them. The playground was packed with people. All the classes had already assembled. Qin Shui, Murong Fei, Raina, and others were already there. Just as everyone was discussing, Principal Gu walked onto the stage. The announcement came over the loudspeaker. "Please welcome Qin Shui, Muchun, and Xian to the stage." The three walked out from the group, and as soon as they stood side by side, Muchun and Qin Shui exchanged a frantic glance. Muchun looked puzzled. "What's going on? I can do without the credit, but you were really careless last night." Qin Shui retorted calmly. "I don't even care about the title of school beauty. What are you panicking about?" She continued, gesturing, "This won't do you any harm. I'm just covering for you. Just watch my eyes when you go on stage." Muchun was speechless. "You're exchanging glances on stage? Aren't you afraid of being misunderstood?" As the two were talking, Xian's voice suddenly came from behind. "Hey, what does this have to do with me? They're out having an affair. No, doing business. It has nothing to do with me." Although the voice was not loud, the word affair was still heard by many people, instantly causing a gasp and the atmosphere to explode. The three walked onto the stage. Xian was clearly the most nervous, glancing furtively at Muchun. "What's going on?" Muchun replied with 2 words, "Good news." Xian was taken aback. "Really?" Principal Gu took the microphone and began to recount yesterday's attack and the successful clearing of the enemy base by the security hub this morning, as well as the discovery of a large number of modified mechs and 64 tsunami-class bombs. At this point, Principal Gu pointed and said, "And the 3 students who helped accomplish all of this are them." All eyes immediately turned to the 3. A murmur rippled through the audience. Really? They found them. Even many teachers looked shocked. Xian was completely dumbfounded, his face clearly showing his confusion. Qin Shui calmly met Muchun's gaze. This was exactly the explanation she had prepared beforehand. Principal Gu gestured for the teacher to bring out the reward box, which contained 3 courage medals, 100,000 credits, and the right to choose a B-grade equipment. The audience erupted in cheers. The equipment was the most valuable thing. Someone whispered an estimate that a good selection could be worth over 300,000. None of the 3 had particularly privileged backgrounds, so this reward was undoubtedly a godsend. Xian secretly gave Muchun a wink. "Good bro. Carry me this time." But the next second, Principal Gu handed the microphone directly to Xian. "Come on, tell me what happened." Xian froze on the spot. He stammered and could only bite the bullet and make up a story. "At the time, Muchun and I were eating out when we noticed someone acting suspiciously." "Right, Muchun?" Muchun immediately chimed in, adding details about their pursuit of Director Kai. Qin Shui naturally joined in, saying that the three of them decided to take action after meeting up, with the XIN providing backup outside. The entire account was told in perfect harmony, with the three of them speaking in perfect unison, without uttering a single truth, yet recounting it with remarkable fluency. The XIN was shocked and thought to himself, the school beauty is actually making this up with us? Muchun is definitely up to something. In the end, the story was pieced together. They infiltrated, eavesdropped, were exposed, escaped injured, and then the XIN contacted the hub to complete the report. The students in the audience nodded in agreement. So that's how it is. It really was quite dangerous. The tide had completely turned. Principal Gu personally pinned medals on the three of them, and the rewards were credited to their accounts. The entire audience erupted in applause, and the three of them instantly became celebrities. Back in the team, Muchun asked Qin Shui in a low voice, "Why did you bring the XIN in too?" Qin Shui explained that she had seen some of his memories during the collaboration. She judged that he XIN was quick-witted, intelligent, and had a good relationship with Muchun, making him adaptable. More importantly, the three of them made more sense. She added casually, "Otherwise, if the two of us go out alone, wouldn't it be like a date?" Muchun was speechless for a moment, as if it did make sense. Just then, Principal Gu spoke again. "Next, there is something even more important to announce." The large screen lit up, displaying information. The Dragon Xia Kingdom and the Blue Europe Alliance will be hosting an exchange event for mecha girls and pilots, organized by the Wuyin main city. All students of Star Moon Academy can participate, while the other 4 schools are limited to 100 participants each. The opposing side will send 2 academies, totaling 500 teachers and students. The audience erupted in cheers. This international exchange was not only an honor, but also meant substantial rewards and resources. Principal Gu continued to emphasize that training would begin in 5 days, and he hoped everyone would seize the opportunity to train hard and perform well. He then changed the subject. In addition, the list of 10 people who were specifically requested to attend has been finalized. The screen then switched. The top few on the list were undisputed. Top teachers like Raina, as well as several A-level powerhouses, were all core combatants. But when they saw the last name, the entire room fell silent for a second, then erupted in laughter. "Holy crap! Muchun!" They called out an F rank. No one could believe it. Muchun himself was stunned, and couldn't help but mutter, "Wait, why am I on this list?" Ha ha! They actually called out Muchun's name. The audience burst into laughter. In their view, this kind of exchange meeting was always a stage for C-level and above, and an F-level person going up there would most likely embarrass themselves. Some people also retorted, "Don't underestimate him. He has SS-level repair talent. Maybe he really will be chosen." The discussions rose and fell, and the atmosphere became more and more lively. Zhao Junkai turned around and said with a smile, "Muchun, you'd better perform well. You represent Xingyue Academy, and even Longxia." His words were polite, but they carried a clear hint of sarcasm. Muchun looked at him and bluntly stated, "You submitted the list, didn't you?" Zhao Junkai was taken aback and stammered in denial, but Zhou Xiaochun revealed the truth. "I heard it was Director Chao and Deputy Director Zhao who decided on it together." Deputy Director Zhao was Zhao Junkai's father, and the atmosphere immediately became awkward upon hearing this. Having been exposed, Zhao Junkai simply ignored him. Muchun narrowed his eyes. He knew perfectly well that the other party was merely resentful and was using this opportunity to trip them up. The real key person was the Dean of Students, Chao Yunkai. Last time, he tried to humiliate them using Raina, but ended up getting slapped in the face. This time, he had clearly set his sights on them again. Muchun suppressed his emotions. "Let's improve our strength first, and deal with these people later." He knew very well that now was not the time to turn against them. At this moment, Principal Gu continued to announce, "This exchange meeting has also invited 3 Earth Star Mecha girls and 1 Celestial Star Mecha girl." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire venue erupted in cheers. Tianxing and Dixing were the top-ranked figures among the Mecha girls, each shining like a star. Even the teachers couldn't help but get excited. Principal Gu added, "Those who perform exceptionally well will have the opportunity to work with them after graduation." This sentence ignited the entire room, and the Mecha girls even screamed. Zhao Junkai clenched his fist and whispered excitedly, "There are 2 that haven't been bound to pilots yet. Maybe we'll have a chance." Muchun glanced at him, finding it laughable. Those mecha girls on the list were at least S rank. Without real strength, they wouldn't even catch their eye. Just as everyone was discussing, Muchun heard a system notification. Mission settled ahead of schedule. Completion rate 66.66%. He was slightly taken aback, then understood. Captain Xiao has escaped. It seems he has already left the main city. The system continued to notify him that he could draw 1 silver and 1 gold reward. Muchun quietly retreated to the back of the group, opened the system interface, and first drew the silver reward. After a flash of light, the result appeared. S-rank resonance driver ×2. His eyes lit up after reading the description. This thing could upgrade the Mecha Girl's drive level and increase her contract value. It was definitely a good item. Immediately after drawing the golden reward, the description froze amidst the flying arrows. Assess level talent. Impregnable fortress. Iron block. Muchun was taken aback at first, then carefully examined the description. This ability can be used by both humanoid and mecha forms, and can even block 20 times the damage in critical moments, making it extremely practical. After accepting the reward, he casually asked the system how to trigger more tasks. The system responded quickly, while also providing information about the contract-related mechanisms. The current contracted mecha girl, Raina, has had her contract value drop to 20%. Muchun was taken aback. The rate of decline was rather rapid. The system also suggested targeting the mecha girl's weaknesses to enhance the contract's effectiveness. Muchun couldn't help but retort, "This system is more like a villain." The system coldly replied, "Everything for justice." Then a new contract selection popped up, asking him to choose another mecha girl. Qin Shui was among the options. Muchun paused for a moment, then looked at her not far away, their eyes meeting. Qin Shui snorted coldly, crossed her arms, and looked away. Muchun smiled. "Looking at me? Then I'll choose you." He made his choice directly. The system indicated that the contract was complete, with the current contract value at 1%. Muchun was quite satisfied. This school beauty was not only strong, but also had excellent teamwork skills. He casually sent a friend request, and Qin Shui accepted it despite her reluctance. The school assembly ended quickly, and Principal Gu told everyone to go back and prepare. Those whose names were called upon were required to attend, and many people looked at Muchun, waiting to see him make a fool of himself. Just then, the crowd suddenly fell silent. Raina walked up to Muchun and said directly, "Muchun, come to the classroom with me." Huh, another reward for him. The crowd erupted in commotion, and he even got special treatment. When Raina called out Muchun's name, all eyes were instantly drawn to him, and whispers of discussion arose one after another. Raina crossed her arms and said in a cold tone, "Since you've been singled out, you must undergo special training to avoid bringing shame to the academy. Come with me." Her reasoning was impeccable, but most of the others felt envy and jealousy. Many people turned green with rage, especially Chao Yunkai, whose face was particularly grim. Muchun, however, followed without hesitation. He had been worried about not having a chance to get close to Raina, but now she had delivered herself right to his doorstep. He knew very well that this world was fraught with danger, and only by becoming stronger as soon as possible and improving his contract with the mecha girls could he gain a foothold in the future. Raina was the key to that. The two arrived at the teaching building, where the training rooms were already full. Raina walked ahead, exuding a sharp aura. Her cloak and blonde hair swayed with her steps, carrying an unapproachable air of authority. She pushed open the door to an empty classroom and said coldly, "Come in." After Muchun closed the door, Raina activated the concealment device. The curtains closed, and the door lock fell, completely isolating her from the outside world. Raina turned and looked directly at him. "Tell me, who exactly are you?" Muchun feigned ignorance. "Teacher, I am Muchun." Raina, however, drew her lightning whip, her tone dangerous. "Stop pretending. I didn't expose you because of your performance last time." Her gaze was sharp. "You awakened without pulse waves, yet you could perfectly coordinate with me. You are no ordinary person." Raina's aura exploded. "I've seen demons lurking in the city. State your purpose, or I won't be polite. I'm level 79. You have no right to resist." Despite the oppressive aura, Muchun remained calm. He was indeed not a normal person in this world, but this only led Raina to misjudge him. Instead, he stepped forward, his tone firm. "Raina, my goal is simple, to make you my mecha girl partner. Raina sneered. Aren't you going to tell the truth? As soon as she finished speaking, the lightning whip suddenly lashed out, binding Muchun firmly in place, making him completely unable to move. Muchun took a deep breath. I am not a demon. I came for you. Raina remained unmoved and prepared to continue pressing him for answers. Just as she raised her hand, Muchun spoke in a low voice, highest authority, Raina. As soon as he finished speaking, Raina's body suddenly stiffened. Her pupils shrank. What's going on? The more she struggled, the more out of control she became, and she even managed to free herself from Muchun's restraints, instantly reversing the situation. Muchun slowly stood up. I said I am your king. He used the heart of Cybertron to continuously intervene, making it difficult for Raina to regain control. Raina struggled to resist. You despicable person. What did you do to me? Muchun replied calmly. Just to prove that we can work together perfectly. He stared at Raina. You've been stuck at level 79 for a long time, haven't you? Your mech is severely damaged. I can help you recover, and even advance further. Raina remained unconvinced and tried to regain control. Muchun's gaze turned cold. Since you don't believe me, then I'll just have to let you experience it for yourself. As his contract value increased, he further suppressed Raina's authority, and the lightning whip, in turn, bound her. The situation completely shifted in Muchun's favor. Just then, a voice suddenly came from outside the door. Is anyone in this equipment room? Several students tried to open the door, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Raina's expression changed, clearly unwilling to let anyone see her current state. Muchun lowered his voice. Beg me, and I'll let you go. She gritted her teeth and whispered, let me go. The contract value continued to rise. Seeing that the time was right, Muchun took out a glowing resonance device. What is this? Raina asked warily. Muchun said calmly, something that makes you stronger. The device automatically engaged, and the connection instantly intensified. The next moment, Raina's body reacted violently, her emotions spiraled out of control, and her contract value increased rapidly, directly breaking through 30%. To be honest, Muchun was just an ordinary college student before he transmigrated, and he had never seen such a scene before. The woman in front of him, Raina, who was usually aloof and domineering, was now struggling with shame and anger, and dared not make a sound to alert the people outside. Muchun, however, relentlessly exploited her weaknesses, continuing his attack. This thrilling situation made it difficult to remain calm. He could only force himself to take a deep breath, but his contract value continued to rise. You despicable bastard! Raina paused when she saw Muchun wiping his nosebleed, but the driver continued to load. Muchun looked at her calmly. The people outside haven't left yet. Beg me and agree to be my mecha girl, and I'll let you go. Despicable. Don't even think about it. Raina gritted her teeth and refused. Muchun, however, was in no hurry. Instead, he took out his bracelet and activated the recording mode. What are you doing? Raina panicked instantly. Just making a record. You're one of my people. I'll take a look myself. Muchun said as he took pictures, and deliberately added, I just installed a controller. If you don't obey, I can make you do anything. This sentence caused the contract value to jump to 33%. Raina's expression changed drastically, but even though she had already scanned her body, she found nothing. Muchun then leisurely sat down. Let's see how long you can last. Just then, a voice came from outside. Is anyone inside? Someone even asked for the password. Raina's face turned pale instantly. If anyone saw her like this, her image would be completely ruined. The password input beeped, and she nearly collapsed. At the crucial moment, the door opened on its own. Muchun spoke first, dismissing the people outside, then locked the door. Raina finally breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Muchun walked back. If anyone else comes, things might get complicated. Agree to be my mecha girl, and I won't torture you anymore. I'll even give you some benefits. Raina was silent for a moment, then suddenly spoke. Answer me a question. Why did you do this? She stared at Muchun. Muchun replied without hesitation. Because I like you. The air went silent instantly. This direct question stunned Raina, and her face flushed slightly. A system notification sounded. Contract value 37%. Clearly, this tactic was extremely effective against her. Immediately afterward, a new collaboration quest triggered, with a 1-hour time limit. Only one quest could be completed. Without hesitation, Muchun stepped forward embraced her, and kissed her deeply. Raina struggled, her eyes wide, but was held down and unable to escape. When they separated, she was completely dazed. This series of shocks completely threw her off balance. She was only 25 years old, still considered young in this world, and had never had a tamer before. This barrier was forcibly broken by Muchun. From today onwards, you are my mecha girl, Muchun said firmly. Raina retorted in a low voice, I didn't agree. Her voice had lost its previous force. Muchun activated his power again, and Raina trembled, only able to lower her head and say, please. But he deliberately provoked her. Louder, I didn't hear you. Raina trembled with anger, but still repeated in a low voice. Beg me, and I'll help you repair Engine 2. These words stunned Raina. Her Engine 2 was severely damaged. Even top experts said it would take at least 5 years to repair. You can do it? She asked incredulously. Muchun smiled faintly. Of course, because you're the mecha girl I chose. These words silenced Raina, who finally conceded in a low voice. Seeing her like this, Muchun became more restrained. He did have feelings for Raina, not just for her appearance, but also because she treated all students equally and often helped the weak. I'll let you off the hook for now, Muchun said, then started operating the interface. He checked Raina's status, directly replaced the second engine drive, and selected the SS-class War God driver. A light shone, and system notifications kept refreshing. Raina clearly felt the changes within her body. A new driving force was loading, and her power was noticeably increasing. Immediately afterwards, Muchun activated his repair ability and removed the damaged drive fragment directly. This operation should have been extremely dangerous, but he handled it with remarkable ease. Engine 2 complete, output increased by 27%. Raina stood up in shock, her previous pain noticeably reduced. How did you do that? Muchun chuckled, call me husband, and I'll consider helping you fix engine number 3. Raina, who had just regained some of her composure, was immediately angered again. Don't even think about it. Muchun grinned mischievously, and Raina trembled, her momentum instantly weakening. I already begged. Just now, only today, Muchun said calmly. Raina gritted her teeth in anger, but she was helpless against Muchun. Delete the photos. Muchun refused seriously and even joked about their use, directly hitting her bottom line and causing her emotions to explode. The contract value quietly increased to 42%, indicating that Raina was gradually accepting him. Muchun, seeing the opportunity, withdrew his highest authority, left with the words, we'll talk about it again if you perform well, and turned to leave the classroom. Reaching the rooftop, a gust of cold wind helped Muchun calm himself down. He had almost lost control of himself in that situation, but thankfully he managed to stay composed at the crucial moment. The system notified him that the task was complete, and he had been granted 2 silver lottery draws. Muchun immediately began drawing. The first ability was Truthful Words, which could make the other party say 10 truthful things, but it could only be used twice a day. The second draw was even more powerful. He directly obtained the essence of the control techniques of the historical powerhouse Li Fengchun, and a large amount of combat experience was instantly integrated into his body, making him feel as if he had experienced countless real battles. As his strength increased, his level soared to LV-27, unlocking a new talent. Muchun checked and learned that Li Fengchun was a top expert from 30 years ago who died defending the city. Feeling his strength surge, Muchun immediately wanted to test it out. He went to the Academy Simulator Center, where it was bustling with activity, and some people had even set up arenas for battles. As soon as they entered, they heard Zhao Juankai's arrogant voice. He and Wu Chuanjiao had won 7 consecutive matches and were riding high. Zhou Xiaochun explained from the side that the two had excellent teamwork and had even easily defeated a double B-level duo. The surrounding classmates were talking about it. Many people thought that Zhao Junkai was just relying on the equipment his family had to practice more, but his strength was undeniable, and for a while no one dared to challenge him. Zhao Junkai quickly noticed Muchun and publicly mocked him. Muchun didn't back down and directly responded that he could try, which suited Zhao Junkai's intentions perfectly, and he immediately issued a challenge. The problem is that this is a 2-person device, requiring a female robot partner. Wu Chunjiao directly called out Zhou Xiaochun's name, which startled her so much that she backed away repeatedly. After all, she had the nickname Mechanical Destroyer. Muchun had no choice but to extend an invitation to everyone present, but 200 or 300 people all retreated in unison, creating an extremely awkward situation as no one was willing to team up with him. Just then, a clear, cold voice rang out. "I'll do it." Everyone turned around and saw Qin Shui stepping out from the crowd, and the scene instantly erupted in cheers. Her tone was calm, yet domineering. "You're A rank plus C rank, and I'm S rank plus F rank. That shouldn't be considered bullying you." With just one sentence, she sealed the deal. Zhao Junkai's expression changed drastically. He even tried to invite Qin Shui to team up with him, but was ruthlessly rejected on the spot, leaving him completely humiliated. Qin Shui coldly added, "Who are you?" Her words silenced the entire room, and Wu Chunjiao didn't dare to say a word. Zhao Junkai suppressed his anger and had no choice but to accept the challenge. Qin Shui responded calmly, "I hope you can perform exceptionally well." Chapter 017, I was careless. I didn't dodge. Go check out court number 3. It's a popular match. What's wrong? Zhao Junkai and Wu Chunjiao face off against Muchun and Qin Xiaohua. What kind of combination is this? Muchun and School Beauty Qin? An extreme combination. Zhao Junkai won 7 games there, and he was so arrogant and domineering that he mocked Muchun. Qin Xiaohua couldn't stand it anymore and prepared to take action. Now that you mention it, I can picture it. Muchun. Then let's go take a look. Wait for me. Let's go together. More and more people gathered to watch. Zhao Junkai led Wu Chunjiao into the simulator on the right. Muchun saw Qin Shui walking over and asked, "Why are you here?" Qin Shui put one hand on her hip. "I'm not here to help you, I just don't like that guy." "Thank you." "Huh? I told you I didn't come here to help you." Qin Shui's contract value 5%. Muchun smiled and said, "I've grasped a few moves, and I'm itching to practice them." "Did you realize this in a dream after only 1 day?" "That wasn't because it suddenly awakened after collaborating with you." You can't mention that." Muchun glanced at her 34D breasts, which were stretched taut by her school uniform. "It's definitely not something to mention." Qin Shui punched him. "What are you looking at?" Her pretty face flushed red as she thought of the scene in the closet. "You're beautiful. What else is there to be beautiful about you?" The two spoke in hushed tones, but Qin Shui even smacked Muchun on the head. The two's intimate actions stunned many people. What's going on between School Beauty Qin and Muchun? They're not in the same class, are they? Enter the simulator on the left and close the hatch. It's designed as a 2-seater motorcycle. The mecha girl lies prone below, while the pilot reaches his hands into the connector from above. Although there was no physical contact, however, Muchun discovered that Qin Shui was truly stunning, with a perfectly proportioned figure. Lena is the kind of person who can be crushed, while Qin Shui is the perfect golden ratio. She suddenly turned to look at Muchun, blushing, and asked, "What are you looking at?" "Hey, I'm starting up normally," Muchun complained. Qin Shui didn't know why, but ever since she came back, her gaze would always involuntarily drift towards Muchun. It was as if I could sense some of his thoughts. It's absurd that the two of them could communicate with each other through eye contact. "Qin Shui, can a judge have a charioteer?" "Why can't we have it?" Qin Shui reflexively replied. "What do you mean by asking that?" "I just want to ask. I've recently taken a fancy to a female judge, and I'm thinking of taking her as my concubine." Qin Shui squinted, her mind racing. Most of the judges were mecha girls. It felt like they were talking about her. "No, why the second room?" Suddenly, an idea popped into Qin Shui's head. Muchun said he had experience in controlling them, and he did indeed have a robot girl partner. He had even tried transforming into one after awakening just yesterday. With your looks, the judge machine girl wouldn't even look at you." Qin Shui snorted coldly, then said, "They're ready. Let's begin." Originally, there were only 200 people in venue number 3, but now 500 or 600 people have gathered there. On the big screen, you can see that in the virtual arena, the moving fire-based war machine was bathed in golden light, a sign that the pilot's ripple level was high and the machine had undergone a transformation and upgrade. The ground fire vehicle stood up, its entire body covered in jet black armor, with reinforced chain propulsion on its legs and a composite armored head protruding from it. Standing 18 meters tall, with flame markings etched on its armor. This is the Hellfire, a heavy armored A-class mech. The students watching were having a heated discussion. Hellfire, the heavy armored warrior. No wonder you can't beat him. This is considered to have very strong stats, even among A-class mechs, plus the strong piloting ability, making it highly controllable. No wonder Zhao Junkai is so proud. They're here. Qin Shui and the others are here. The image shows a B-11 fighter jet flying overhead. Muchun activated his highest level of talent and coordinated with Qin Shui. Qin Shui jiggled her pert buttocks, blushing as she said, "You bastard pervert. This machine has a linkage and bridging function, so use your power." Fortunately, the two could communicate inside without being heard outside. Otherwise, as Qin Shui said, people outside would have endless wild speculations. This is my first time using this machine, but that's okay. I've already activated all my powers, so I'll teach them a lesson. Transform. Qin Shui blushed. She actually wanted to ask Muchun what kind of strange power this was. But let's practice first. The two people's spirits intertwined. Collaboration. Transformation. The SH-11 fighter jet suddenly flipped in the sky, creating a swirling storm of metallic particles, like a white meteor falling to the ground. Mech appears, S-class white meteor. What kind of mecha is this? Of course it's S-rank. School Beauty Qin is S-rank. Is that the white meteor a light melee mech? Yes, because it's a simulator, you can choose your own equipment. Muchun directly chose the A-grade Tacoma plasma lightsaber. People at the scene exclaimed that the S-class mecha was really cool, much better than the Hellfire. However, some people said sourly, it's all thanks to School Beauty Qin. That's right, without the machine, it's impossible to successfully transform in conjunction with the machine. This match looks exciting, and many people are looking forward to it. Qin Shui asked, "How do you plan to practice?" "Let me take the lead first." Before Muchun could finish speaking, Zhao Junkai, disregarding all martial ethics, rushed forward without even calling start. "Take this." Hellfire swung his giant axe and slashed down 3 times in succession. Several pairs were defeated by his powerful 3-pronged attack. However, their current opponents are Muchun and Qin Shui. Qin Shui released the permissions, and Muchun controlled the machine, dodging sideways, sliding, and jumping vertically. The enormous mechs looked as if they were skating on the ground. The Hellfire attacked relentlessly, slashing at the white meteor repeatedly, while simultaneously firing its C-grade rotary machine gun from its shoulder. But the white meteor is like a figure skating champion, elegant and agile. This is Lingfeng movement. Teacher Zhou Yining recognized it. "Take this axe." Zhao Junkai activated his thrusters at full power, suddenly unleashing a burst of speed and executing a powerful dragon charge slash. Vertical cloud formation. A white meteor has appeared in the sky, its upside-down body breaking through the air, its thrusters accelerating downwards in a spiral. Like a powerful whirlwind landing, followed by a swift strike. The entire room fell silent. More than 500 people, including the 3 female mecha teachers Zhou Yining, were stunned by this series of attacks. The Hellfire mech's head was severed by a single sword strike. The Hellfire mech is badly damaged, with over 45% of its strength lost. The duel ends, and White Meteor emerges victorious. No one expected that Hellfire would be instantly killed. Holy crap. So handsome. What kind of combo was that? Both elegant and handsome. Behind the crowd, Li Zongfeng said, it was Senior Li Fengchuan's vertical cloud and landing whirlwind cleave. On the second floor, Teacher Yining, who had been a member of the Windbreak Forest team, was even more familiar with the place, and she also showed an incredulous expression. Qin, the school beauty, is amazing. Qin, the school beauty, is really hiding her true colors. That's real strength. Qin Shui was also surprised, as Chun Mukin had just been operating the system. Muchun wiped his nose and said to Qin Shui from behind, "How is it?" Just SOSO, the opponent is too weak." At this moment, Zhao Junkai's voice rang out. "I was careless just now and didn't dodge. It's best 2 out of 3. Chapter 018, I'm just a game developer." Zhao Junkai cheated. "I didn't say he was attacking from the start." Haha, can't accept defeat. That's a speed he couldn't possibly dodge. Those watching laughed at Zhao Junkai for being a sore loser, but the people in the simulator couldn't hear it. Muchin's voice, "All right then, best 2 out of 3. After both parties clicked agree in the control room, the data was re-simulated. Hellfire and white meteors reappeared. This time, Zhao Junkai caught his breath and saw the Hellfire mech wielding two A-class mecca-class high-speed pulse cannons. Zhao Junkai isn't stupid. He's changed his weapon. Idiot, the opponent is a high-speed mech. Qin Shui looked at the other person's weapon and said, "This time it's my turn to operate it. I'm leaving it to you, partner." Muchun was responsible for maintaining the coordination of the machine, while Qin Shui was in charge of operating the main control. Facing the incoming pulse cannon, a white meteor streaked across the sky. She was a flying mecha. Zhao Junkai sneered, "I knew you would fly over." The Hellfire's dorsal auxiliary wings unfold, and its waist-mounted missile launchers simultaneously deploy, filled with Class A Eagle 13 surface-to-air tracking missiles. Zhao Junkai can't accept defeat. He just added so many surface-to-air missiles. A normal mech couldn't possibly carry that many. Is this also within the permitted range? A battle fought with intelligence is also acceptable. Launch all missiles. More than 20 tracking missiles were launched into the sky in an instant, and Hellfire's pulse cannons restricted movement. But white meteors danced and twirled in the sky. Wielding his lightsaber, he used his superb flying skills to dodge missiles while simultaneously slicing them apart with his sword. Is school beauty Qin really that strong? They all dodged it. Teacher Zhang Xian, who was next to Zhou Yinyin, said, "This is definitely not just Qin Shui's ability. The pilot is equally important. If the pilot's ability is a hindrance, even if the mecha girl is strong, she will not be able to perform effectively." Zhao Junkai cleverly exploited the simulated installation feature of the linkage. But in the face of absolute power, Qin Shui sensed that Muchun had become stronger. It had only been a day, so why did her body feel so free? The skills of both sides began to merge and complement each other, resulting in greater strength. Qin Shui even used these missiles for practice, and the moment they were all cut off in midair, she took out the weapon on her back, the A-level automatic extended pulse sniper cannon. Zhao Junkai wanted to launch a second round. Even from a distance of thousands of meters, he scoped in and fired a single shot in an instant. It pierced through the weakest point of the Hellfire's neck and exploded directly. The Hellfire mech is severely damaged, with over 49% of its health remaining. The duel ends, and White Meteor emerges victorious. So accurate. That shot was incredibly accurate. Zhao Junkai retorted, "Let's go again, best of 5. In the third round, the White Meteor directly cut the Hellfire mech in half in less than 30 seconds. Let's go again, best of 7. The fourth round lasted 45 seconds. Again, best of 9. Wu Chuanjiao was about to cry. This time, they even resorted to cheating tactics. After landing, the Hellfire mech changed. Its armor became more refined, and the mech developed female characteristics. Zhao Junkai cheated. Emulator overclocking? He modified the simulation, directly enabling 70% of the state. When the pilot and the mecha girl's synergy exceeds 70% and the output power reaches 100%, the mecha will enter its second form, the Battle Maiden form. At this moment, she is Hellfire Battle Maiden, and her overall stats have increased 2 or 3 times. Foolish. Li Zongfeng said 2 words. The sparring match was set at a fixed 30% synergy. Even if he won by turning on the overclocking mode, it would be embarrassing. Oh dear, someone's been pushed to their limit. Morong Feifei also came over. Teacher Zhou, can this machine be overclocked? Zhou Yinyin had forgotten. Overclocking is dangerous. Go and call the technical department quickly. Take this. At this moment, Zhao Junkai didn't care about anything else. The Hellfire warriors charged towards them in a frenzy. Muchun and Qin Shui remained silent. The data for the Battle Maiden form had doubled. But the two did not back down and reached an understanding almost simultaneously. The White Meteor clashed head-on with the Hellfire Battle Maiden, both colliding at high speed, even when the Battle Maidens were in their Battle Maiden forms. The two sides were evenly matched. Collisions and slashes ensued as the White Meteor mech retaliated with its rich experience and skill. Swallows returning to their nests, moving with the wind sensing, snow reflecting light, and shifting position. Muchun and Qin Shui worked together very well. This is definitely at the teacher level. Muchun became increasingly familiar with the abilities he had acquired, gradually transforming the mastery techniques of senior Li Fengchun into his own. Qin Shui is truly remarkable. As a judge, she received training from a young age and is a genius in herself. But at this moment, her heart was racing, and the feeling of being controlled by Muchun was exhilarating. He seemed to have inexhaustible strength, and his teamwork with him was excellent. Even without much experience, Qin Shui had seen all sorts of combinations and data at the hub. Their current data absolutely represents a top-tier hub and matchmaker. If this data were reported, it would be disastrous. A breathtaking sword strike. The two exerted their strength simultaneously, severing Hellfire Warrior's right arm. The Hellfire Warrior's giant axe also severed their left arms. Despite a difference of more than double in the linkage value, the white meteor still holds the advantage. The mech's arms have higher power output. Stop right there. A stern voice reached inside the machine, and a red pause alarm lit up. The emulator was forcibly stopped. Vice Principal and Lucia's angry voice. Who gave you permission to overclock? Zhao Junkai, Wu Chuanjiao. The hatch opened, and Muchun and Qin Shui stepped out. Although they were sweating, they did not feel tired. More than anything, I'm excited. In contrast, Zhao Junkai and Wu Chuanjiao's school uniforms were completely soaked, and the maintenance personnel helped them up and brought them out of the hatch. They were so tired they could barely stand. The difference in visual quality is very obvious, and due to forced interruption, the assessment is as follows. Hellfire Valkyrie has suffered 41% damage, and White Meteor has suffered 30% damage. White Meteor wins this round of combat. Finally, the machine also killed the person psychologically. Even when Zhao Junkai and his team used overclocking to activate their war maiden forms, they were still no match for their opponents. 5-0. Qin Shui is too strong. I used to think she was only one of the top two in the school and academic subjects, but I never expected her to be so cunning. I already told you, she's very mysterious and incredibly powerful. Is it just Qin Shui who's strong? Oh my, I've discovered something interesting. Murong Feifei's eyes were fixed on Muchun, and her face was slightly flushed. Li Zongfeng and several others turned and left, muttering to themselves. Qin Shui and Muchun are not to be underestimated. The vice principal angrily led Zhao Junkai and the other student away, and ordered all the students to leave the third training room. Overclocking a machine can cause an explosion. Muchun, Qin Shui, you guys are amazing. Zhou Xiaochun walked over. Ha, Muchun, you beat that arrogant guy, 5-0. Several classmates gathered around. Muchun waved his hand. It's all thanks to the machine and Qin Shui. I'm just the one running the game. Chapter 019 going on a blind date with Raina. Qin Shui gave Muchun a cold snort. It was fine if he didn't want to talk. Qin Shui's contract value is 18%. The contract growth rate is quite good, and looking at the data, Muchun also learned about Qin Shui's weakness. The weakness that left Muchun speechless. Mecha girl Qin Shui, special weakness, special mining, pilot control, mental cleanliness obsession. A combination of a control freak and a fastidious perfectionist. She just wants to be controlled by her man all the time. She really enjoyed the collaboration. No wonder she reacted so strongly just now. What astonished Muchun was the special mining method. That's too exciting. Cough cough, I can't mention it now. Or Qin Shui will crawl into a hole and never dare to look him in the eye again. This system's ability is too evil. Everything for justice. Qin Shui originally wanted to ask Muchun some questions, but when she found several classmates there, she realized she didn't like crowded places and wouldn't be able to get any information about Muchun's mysterious ability to communicate. So she simply went back to her own place. She has her own villa near the college. With various fitness equipment at home, I take off my school uniform, revealing a black posture corrector and underwear, and start exercising. After exercising, my body temperature is high and I feel a bit hot. The engine triggered a special energy reaction, and she felt restless and wanted to vent. Qin Shui, the ice queen of the school, is dignified and elegant, but years of physical training have caused some side effects on her body. She leaned against the wall, her fingers beginning to move. Suddenly her face flushed red. What's wrong with me? Why am I thinking about that pervert right now? She jumped on her bed and rolled around. It was so embarrassing, so embarrassing. Due to long-term, clandestine work and high-intensity training, many female judges actually have some unique ways of venting their emotions. Drinking, singing, fighting. Qin Shui was unaware of this because of her contract with Muchun. Having already had too much contact with Muchun these past 2 days, coupled with the system's influence, I naturally started thinking even more. The bracelet is flashing. A message has arrived. Muchun, good night, partner. Qin Shui. Who's your partner, you perverted bastard? Muchun, let's practice together again when we have time. Qin Shui, get lost. Go to sleep by yourself. If Qin Shui really disliked him, she would have simply deleted him as a friend. Instead of Qin Shui's contract value is 17%. The next morning, Muchun went out for a run and practiced on the individual machines in the training room by himself. Star Moon Academy is very powerful, with 2,000 single-player simulators, so there's no need to queue and everyone can practice. The single-person practice cabin is like piloting an airplane, which is incomparable to the coordinated state. A message popped up on the wristband. Raina, come to my office. It wasn't lunchtime yet when Muchun came to Raina's office from the training room. She is a specially appointed teacher and has her own private office. Muchun opened the door and came in without knocking, displaying extreme arrogance. Even the principal and vice principal treated Raina with great courtesy. Don't you know how to knock? Raina's voice was stern. Muchun pressed the curtain button, and with that one action, Raina immediately had a bad feeling. Do we need to be so polite with each other? Who's talking to you, you bastard? Raina tensed up. What are you doing? Muchun immediately activated the highest level of access. My dear teacher Raina, you've forgotten about yesterday again. Shall we try one more time? No. Raina's voice immediately softened. You called me here because you missed me, didn't you? Muchun acted like a bad boy, pulling up a chair and sitting down next to Raina. I wanted to ask you for a favor. Raina needed to trouble him. This surprised Muchun somewhat. Beg me. Since you're already here, I'd like to take care of you regardless of whether there's anything wrong. Muchun meant that you couldn't refuse. She had already called out twice, and Raina didn't dare look at Muchun. She turned her head to the side and whispered, Please, you. Some things, once you get used to them, become extraordinary. Muchun withdrew his highest level of authority. Speak, whatever you ask of me. I will do my best to help you. This is a case of threatening first, then offering a reward. Clearly, Raina was very receptive to this. She immediately looked at Muchun and inexplicably sensed that what Muchun said was true. Raina bit her red lips. She couldn't do anything about Muchun, that scoundrel. Today, my family arranged a driver for me. You're coming with me. On the street, many people turned their heads to look. Raina was wearing a black and blue teacher's uniform, black stockings, and high-top boots, with her long hair flowing in the wind. She already possessed the looks of a queen, coupled with a devilish figure, and the uniform was stretched taut over the most important parts. Walking down the street, you'll naturally attract a lot of attention. Of course, quite a few people know her. In Wuyun's main city, Raina is considered a star. She became famous 2 years ago after the monster tide in Wuyun's main city. I've already encountered 3 waves of mecha girls who idolize Raina and ask for her autograph. Fortunately, it wasn't far from where I got off the bus to the coffee shop. Standing next to Raina was a young man, Muchun. Fortunately, Muchun is nearly 1.8 meters tall, and now that he's changed into casual clothes, he looks handsome and sunny, which is why some female fans are still looking at him. Welcome. The two entered the coffee shop, and Raina pointed to a private room, which the staff immediately understood. Raina walked to room number 6 and knocked on the door before going in. A man and a woman were sitting inside. The man, dressed in a suit, with a small mustache and bright silver glasses, looked to be about 30 years old and sat facing east in the private room. The woman sitting by the window facing north had short blonde hair, and her features were somewhat similar to Raina's, but their figures were vastly different. Raina's here. The two immediately stood up. Sis, there's a bit of traffic. The woman immediately introduced him. Come. This handsome guy is Kong Linkage, whom I've mentioned to you a few times. He's a technical mentor at Black Crystal Group, and also a level 57A class driver. Kong Linkage adjusted his glasses and then extended his hand. Hello, Miss Raina. I have long admired your name. It is an honor to meet you so closely. There's no need for a handshake. Raina sat down directly in the west-facing seat. Sis, didn't I tell you? I have a driver. Don't introduce me to anyone else. You even told Mom. Raina wouldn't have come if it weren't for pressure from her mother. The second sister laughed and said, Don't we know you? Normal riders are either drooling over you or scared in a mush by now. I know you don't have a rider at all. She pointed at Kong Linkage. Don't underestimate Linkage just because he's only an A-level driver. You know that 57 levels at 30 is not low. And he has 3 A-level talents. all of which are very suitable for you. Raina leaned back in her chair, her legs crossed in her black boots, and her left wrist already bore the man's information. He is indeed a talented individual, and the Kong group is considered to be of second-tier strength. She was a technical mentor at the Black Crystal Consortium with a good income and status, but Raina sneered and said, "Not to mention that I have a pilot, Kong Linkage. You already have 2 mecha girls, right? And that's something that can be found out." Kong Linkage sat down with a smile and said, "It's not surprising that a few excellent pilots have 3 or 5 mecha girl followers now. Is it? As long as Miss Raina is willing to associate with me, I guarantee you will be the biggest." The second sister said with a smile, "Raina, don't be so conservative. That's how it is now. You can exchange your interests and hobbies, like operating mechs, or you can try collaborations. There are collaboration venues nearby. I'll pay for it." Second sister, "You can tell him to get lost. I have no interest in him. I'll emphasize again, I have someone to control me." The second sister has a good temper, but she has never been able to control her younger sister, and she doesn't like any of the many outstanding people in the family. He even got into an argument with his older sister, slapping her in the face. Second sister puffed out her cheeks. "Raina, watch your mouth a little. I've known you since we were little. Don't I know you? If you had a driver, I'd eat this window right here." Raina covered her head. Second sister, "I'll take what you just said as a joke." The second sister had a strange premonition. There was a knock on the door, then the door to the private room opened, and Muchun walked in, carrying 2 cups of coffee. "I heard something outside saying, what do you want to eat? What would you like for lunch?" "It's on me." This must be Raina's second sister. "Who are you?" the second sister asked, puzzled. "I am Muchun, the pilot of Raina." Chapter 020 Master Kong, right? Muchun, Raina's pilot. The second sister, Layli, turned to look at her younger sister. Raina nodded. "He is my driver." Muchun handed the coffee to Raina. There was no one on the south side of the table, so he put his own cup there. "Sister Raina, did you order coffee? We've been traveling a lot, and we're a bit thirsty, so I want to get 2 cups first." Layli wasn't concerned with that question right now. She asked, "Little brother Muchun, right? You look very young. Please sit down. What do you do for a living?" "Just graduated," Muchun replied, sitting down. Kong Linkage chuckled twice. "Who is this uncle?" Muchun asked Kong Linkage. Muchun recently tested it and found that the highest level of access can also be used on the driver, but only to view the other party's information. Name, Kong Linkage, age, 35, Class A driver, level 57. Talent 1, a level energy expansion, talent 2, a level powerful drive, talent 3, a level firepower coverage. Technical advisor of Black Crystal Group, affiliated with Kong Group, currently has in-depth collaborations with 7 mecha girls. I thought it was a competitor, but it turns out it's just a student about to graduate. Kong Linkage adjusted his glasses. "Who's competing with you? Are you out of your mind, old man? If it weren't for second sister's sake, Raina would have kicked you out just now," Muchun said while drinking his coffee. Kong Linkage held back, trying to appear very polite. Layli said, "Lena, you didn't want to go on a blind date, so you just found some random student from the academy to take your place, did you? It's not that I'm casual. I just like young girls, is that wrong?" Raina's words almost made Muchun drink his coffee. Layli believed that Muchun was brought in by Raina to fill in. "Raina, if you're going to find someone, you should at least find someone outstanding." Look, Kong Linkage is indeed very outstanding in the introduction. Raina does have a very good relationship with her second sister. If it were anyone else, she would have already unleashed her queenly aura. Muchun said, "Second sister's right. A mecha girl is outstanding as Raina naturally needs to find an even more outstanding pilot, such as someone with great potential." "Did you mean?" Muchun said, "Second sister. Although I only recently awakened, I'm already level 27. Layli's eyes widened. The bracelet showed that Muchun was 18 years old and level 27. Muchun deliberately didn't show the pulse level, which was F. Why is it so tall? Not only Layli, but Raina also couldn't believe it. How could this kid be at such a high level? You have to climb up this level step by step. Even if you transform in conjunction with her and learn a lot, you'll only reach level 2 or 3. This proves that I have high piloting talent, and second sister, Raina, is an SS level mecha girl. Introducing her as an A level would be too beneath me. I only have 2 SS level talents right now, Muchun said calmly. What do you mean by only 2 SS class? Muchun only showed it to this angle, not to Kong Linkage. SS level super repair SS-level impregnable fortress, iron block. They really are 2 SS class. Layli looked at Raina in disbelief. Where did you find such a fierce little wolf? No, a handsome young man. But Lena, what's with that expression? Raina's eyes widened as well, as if she had just found out as well. So, second sister, Raina values my potential more, and we've already transformed into mecha form. So the collaboration was a success. Really? Layli asked doubtfully. Raina said, you know about the news about the killer mech at the academy the other day? It was one of us. But Raina, you could do it alone. Layli stopped speaking. Yes, her sister's body was severely damaged, making it almost impossible for her to transform alone. Is it really true? How could it be fake? Raina said irritably. I told you I have a driver. At this moment, Kong Linqing said, this young man Muchun has only transformed with Miss Raina, but I don't care about that. As long as Miss Raina can give me a chance, I am sincere towards Miss Raina. Really? Then Uncle Kong Linqing, tell me how many mecha girl partners you have. Muchun looked at him. There are only 2 of them, and they're both my followers. Really just the 2 of you? Of course. Do you even need to question that? Raina asked Muchun. Do you know how many of them there are? You know me. He has 7. Hearing Muchun say that, Raina's face darkened, and she fiddled with the cup in her hand. If it weren't for her second sister's sake, Raina would have smashed it directly. They're lying to your face. Layli knew this about her sister's personality. What nonsense are you spouting, kid? Kong Linqing's face darkened. Layli, don't listen to his nonsense. Muchun patted him on the shoulder. Master Kong, Professor Kong, right? I'll ask you a few questions on behalf of Raina. You can answer them. Okay. Raina gave Muchun permission first, wanted to see what he would do. She had personally experienced how wicked Muchun was. Seeing how others feel actually brings me a sense of enjoyment. Kong Linqing was very unhappy with Muchun, but Raina had already said, please speak. Muchun immediately activated his ability, True Words, since he had already made contact with the other party's body. Now I'm asking you, how many mecha girls do you have deep interactions with? And how do you treat them? Kong Linqing sneered, of course 7 of them. I like to torture them. These women will do anything as long as you give them some money. After saying that, Kong Linqing's eyes widened, and she covered her mouth, wondering how she could have blurted out her true thoughts. Raina wore an amused expression. Kong Linqing, what are you saying? Abuse? 7 people. Layli's expression turned sour. Muchun immediately stopped his second sister from speaking. One more question should be enough. Uncle Kong, why do you want to pursue Raina? Kong Linqing paused for 3 seconds, carefully crafting his thoughts, but the moment he opened his mouth, it all came out as his true feelings. Of course, I'd make her my dog. I want to play with Raina's body for a long time. Such a beautiful and noble woman, toying with her, abusing her. Once I get her, I can... Snap! 2 coffee cups smashed into Kong Linqing's face at the same time. Muchun wasn't surprised when Raina made a move, but his second sister did too. It just goes to show they're sisters after all. Kong Linqing's face was covered in blood and shards of glass. He was thrown away and rolled on the ground in pain. Kong Linqing, you beast. I can't believe you. Get out of here. Don't ever show your face in my or my family's sight again, or I guarantee that both the Kong family and the Black Crystal Group will kick you out of the house, the second sister said, her face flushed. She felt incredibly ashamed for introducing such a beast to her sister. Let's go. Raina, on the contrary, did not unleash the queen's rage. Perhaps from the very beginning, she judged that Kong Linqing was no good. Her figure was so good that she attracted too many admirers and droolers, and they had heard even more obscene language. This Kong Linqing is no good. I'll tell the CEO of Black Crystal Group that those 7 mecha girls were probably obtained through his money and position. As we left the coffee shop, my second sister's off-road vehicle was right there. Raina and handsome Muchun, get in the car. I'm so angry. Chapter 21, this handsome young man named Muchun has something. While sitting in the car, the second sister, Layli, angrily slammed her head against the steering wheel, and the horn blared, startling passersby. Second sister, Raina and Muchun were both sitting in the back row. Of course, the second sister, Layli, is also level 40, and only the steering wheel was damaged. Layli turned to Raina and apologized. I'm sorry, Raina. I didn't know that Beast was thinking that way. I didn't investigate in detail. Raina patted her second sister's head. Compared to her lively and energetic second sister with short hair, The dignified and authoritative Raina seemed more like the older sister. It's okay, I won't blame you. I know you meant well. At the same time, Raina looked at Muchun and asked, Did you do that just now? Layli also looked over. Muchun nodded. I just got him to speak his true thoughts, which is also part of my ability. I didn't mean to trick him. This is what he really thought. He has this ability? Second sister Layli said, Lena, your student is really capable. Her acting skills are quite good, and her performance is very natural. Even now, Layli still doesn't believe that Muchun is the one who controls Raina. Second sister, is it possible that I really am Raina's tamer? Really? Layli looked at Raina. Does Raina dare to say no? She could only feign a cold snort. We've only just begun to get to know each other. Layli's eyes lit up instantly. Great. Second sister, I think it's good. Let's go. Where are we headed? Muchun and Lena both thought that their second sister was going to treat them to a meal. Come home. A family dinner awaits you. The second sister floored the gas pedal. Rena's contract value is 49%, and it's stuck here and can't go any higher. Lena was unaware that her family was having a lunch gathering today. Muchun actually got into the car, originally because Lena had pulled him to block her blind date. In Raina's heart, Muchun was not her true master, but a threat, someone who made her feel ashamed and unable to resist, so she simply used him to block those things. Raina has always disliked her rider. Her body is extremely sensitive, which makes her very uncomfortable. Previously, the ability to transform into a single entity could also shut up family members. But now that the third engine is badly damaged, to put it bluntly, Raina is now considered disabled among mecha girls. If any part of the mecha girl is severely damaged, she cannot maintain her transformation on her own and must be piloted. Raina's parents had wanted to find her a husband for a long time, and now they had a legitimate reason to do so. The car entered the luxury villa area, which is considered an upscale area of Wuyun's main city. Not only do you need to be rich, but you also need to have a certain status to enter. Raina's information is all available for verification. Lena's father, Lei Tingyun, is the deputy commander of the number 3 operations department of the Wuyun hub, which is equivalent to a position in the hub command. Key positions: Commander-in-Chief, Supervisor, Captain, Brigade Commander, Captain. The deputy rank is half a level lower. Of the 4 main cities in Longxia, only the capital city of Longxia has a commander-in-chief and a deputy commander-in-chief. His mother was his adjutant's assistant. The eldest sister, Lei Ying, is one of the 4 managers of the top-tier force, the Lamp Bearers. Although she is only a C-class mecha girl, her power and influence are considerable. The second sister, Lei Li, is also the owner of the Ji-Kai Chamber of Commerce, a third-tier trading company. Raina is the youngest of the 3 sisters. In addition, Lena's cousin, Lei Mingping, has lived in their house since childhood. Lei Mingping, an S-class driver, is one of the captains of the assault team of the Wuyun main city hub security department. He has 2 mecha girls. His wife, Lu Jinjin, is the 3rd-ranked SS-class nuclear power destroyer, Baka, on the list of the 36 planets of Longxia. Including other relatives in secondary capital cities, the vast majority of people have a very good reputation. Apart from, my cousin Lei Ying is a Formula B racing mecha girl. There's some information about her online, which isn't a bad thing. He was arrested 4 times for causing a disturbance in the streets, knocked someone off the track during a race on Mount Akina, and cheated in some mecha girl event. That's quite unique. Are you nervous? Raina asked, a little smugly watching Muchun frantically study their family's information. Meeting the parents, of course I'm nervous. You're my favorite mecha girl. Muchun has recently taken to playing straightforwardly. Layli, who was in front, laughed. Haha, I saw it. Our Raina is blushing? Wow. Little sister, you really like young people. You should have said so earlier. Second sister, it's because your car is in poor condition and the ventilation is bad. Raina still tried to argue, but seeing that Muchun was afraid he would do something bad, she could only tentatively say, Humph, he's only just started getting into that kind of thing. It's a long way off. In truth, Raina breathed a sigh of relief. If Muchun wanted to do something bad, there was nothing she could do. Muchun did not behave in a way that he would do in a private space. On the contrary, he was very considerate of her. After a security scan, it stopped in front of a huge villa. Behind the villa are 2 rows of attached houses, a separate swimming pool, and even a mecha simulator. There may also be a huge underground arena. The fact that Raina's house has its own mecha arena shows how extravagant her family is. Although Wuyun's main city is large, every inch of land is extremely valuable. This is something that money can't buy. They're back, Andy. There are 3 of them. Muchun looked up and saw Lei Yingying with her twin ponytails. It must be her. Following Raina inside, the decor wasn't luxurious, but many places were exquisite and featured a lot of dragon summer elements. As soon as you enter the house, you can smell the delicious aroma of food. A large table of delicious food has been prepared. Raina, Layli, dinner is almost ready. There are still guests, so please don't be shy, Raina's mother said, while also noticing Muchun's clean-cut and handsome appearance, which made a good first impression. Auntie, I'm sorry, I didn't know I was coming, so I didn't have a chance to prepare anything. Muchun was actually a little embarrassed. It's all right, as long as the person comes. Yangqing glanced at Muchun again, finding him quite agreeable. 3 voices. The first is Lei Mingping, the second is Raina's father, and the third is Lu Jinjin, the Earth Star Mecha girl. They weren't familiar with Kong Linqing. They had only seen photos of him and realized he was a completely different person. What, wait? How come it looks completely different from the photo? Yangqing finally realized. Layli immediately said, Mom, you don't know, it's my fault. That Kong Linqing is a damn beast, a guy with bad intentions. As she spoke, Layli revealed that Kong Linqing had 7 mecha girls, enjoyed torturing people, and shared her thoughts. How dare he? Lei Tingyun slammed his hand on the table, cracking it by a third. Fortunately, the quality is excellent. I just found out too. It's so embarrassing. Luckily, there were no other outsiders around. Lei Yingying pointed at Muchun. Then, who is this guy? Is he a deliverer man? Layli stepped forward and immediately introduced. Ahem, this handsome young man is the one Raina brought today. She secretly pulled him along as her driver, brother Muchun. Muchun immediately introduced himself. A student? Raina's. Upon hearing Muchun say he was from Star Moon Academy, everyone's first reaction was actually the same as Layli's. This is clearly something Raina is using as a shield. This Kong Linqing's actions were shameful enough, but this. Yangqing immediately said, Guests are guests. Xiaomu, don't be shy. Come and sit down. Thank you, Auntie. Muchun sat down, and then Raina sat down next to him. Because there were many people, my cousin brought both of his female mecha companions. A large table naturally needs to be squeezed a little. When Raina sat down, she naturally made physical contact with Muchun. Lena didn't lose her temper, even though they were leaning against each other. Lei Yingying and her older sister both noticed something was wrong. Many mecha girls have a kind of mental fastidiousness, and the third sister is particularly severe. If the pilot touches her, she will smash him away. But unexpectedly, the two are still leaning on each other's arms. This handsome young man named Muchun is something else. Chapter 022, Meeting the Parents, so soon? Cough, cough. Lei Yingying coughed, wanted to let her Aunt Yangqing hear her cough. But Yangqing didn't notice while getting her food. Lei Yingying coughed again. Raina seemed to understand her meaning. Yingying, do you want to get beaten up? No. Lei Yingying hates and fears Lena the most. In her mind, Raina was a ruthless queen, and that's what she said to others as well. The key point is that her mother listened to her very much. Raina has taken her allowance more than 10 times, and every time something goes wrong, Raina almost beats her buttocks raw. Lei Yingying really wanted to play a trick on Lena and embarrass her. Muchun, move over a bit. Raina noticed that the two were sitting too close together. It's the eldest sister, Lei Ying, who's standing closer. Lei Ying is also a top-notch businesswoman. Let her stay a little closer to me, she just has more space. Raina looked over and said, My eldest sister takes just as much as I do. You two, shut up when there are guests, Lei Tingyun said, stopping the two sisters who were about to argue. The 3 sisters are close in age, but in terms of appearance, Raina looks more like the eldest daughter, as she has a more mature figure. Come on, Xiaomu, have some food. Yangqing still knew how to take charge. Let's see how good Auntie's cooking is. Muchun ate his food. Nowadays, machines can help with chopping and cooking vegetables. Today, Yangqing mostly cooked for her family members who came over. Auntie, this sweet and sour pork ribs is amazing. This is also very delicious, much better than that 3-star black mushroom chef at Xingyue. Muchun praised repeatedly. No, you're too kind, Xiaomu. Please eat more. My aunt's sweet and sour pork ribs are super delicious, right? I love them too. Lei Yingying took the initiative to strike up a conversation with Muchun. Lei Yingying's pigtails aren't long. Her hair was originally blonde, but she dyed the left side pink and the right side light blue. She was wearing a short-sleeved shirt with a Megatron sticker on it, over which she wore a denim jacket and jeans, showing off her long legs. She has a slightly rebellious, fashionable look, and is the same age as Muchun, both being 18. The eldest sister, Lei Ying, was 28 years old. Muchun found her very familiar the moment he saw her. It wasn't that I'd seen her before, but rather that she looked about 5/10 like Android 18 from Dragon Ball. She had the same short, blonde hair and light blue eyes. However, Lei Ying was more mature and sophisticated. She was a centimeter taller than Raina, who was 1.75 meters tall, and her long legs were accentuated by her black stockings and shorts, and her chest was quite ample. She wore gold-rimmed glasses, which made her look more mature. Without them, she would truly be an upgraded version of number 18. The three sisters asked Muchun to comment on their figures and looks. With her E-cup bust, European-style hips, and slender waist, Rina O's figure is definitely a 99 out of 100, and her queen-like aura and looks are absolutely a 90 out of 100. The second sister, Lei Li, is far inferior. She's like the middle one, the one who looks the shortest among the three sisters. Her bust is only an A grade, but her figure is decent, a 75 out of 100. With her wavy blonde short hair, fair skin, and lively personality, her looks would be a 70 out of 100. He lacks the demeanor of a boss. The eldest sister, Lei Ying, is even more impressive. While Lina exudes a queenly, leader-like aura, Lei Ying possesses a cool and aloof demeanor. Wearing gold-rimmed glasses adds a touch of elegance. Her bust size is between C and D. Her figure is a 95, and her looks are definitely a 90, though that depends on personal preference. As for my cousin Lei Yingying, she gets a perfect score of 60. Earthstar Mecha girl Lu Jinjin is 45 years old and has a figure of about 80, but her appearance is quite different. She has a lot of freckles on her face, and her friendship score is 55. You asked Lena's mother, Yangqing, how many points she scored. Young man, rat-tail juice. Lei Ying immediately said to Muchun, Lena, why don't you tell your parents about your driver? You mentioned it yourself when you went on your blind date. Lei Li is still the best at creating a lively atmosphere. Otherwise, the two sisters, Lena and Lei Ying, would just have a contest to see who could make the loudest and most muffled bomb. Raina said, Muchun is a graduating student this year. I have a good impression of him. I was instructing him when the killer mech appeared in the academy. The situation was critical at the time, so I tried to transform and succeeded. He's just barely entered my aptitude range. Isn't it the news that Sister Raina transformed on her own? Lei Yingying's eyes widened. Yingying, you don't understand. This is called protection. Lei Li said, Lena, you never say anything more. Muchun is a double SS level talent pilot, and he's already level 27. Mom, this talent is really not a good match. What? 2 SS rank. This is even 2 levels better than Raina. The talent of the pilot is already at its peak. On the contrary, the eldest sister Lei Ying was somewhat disdainful, and Muchun was right next to her. Why does it seem like the older sister's rating of him has dropped so much? Raina added, however, Muchun is an F-class driver. What? Rank F. Double SS talent. F-level pulse wave? The family felt this was too extreme. Muchun also displayed the information they already knew. Yangqing leaned over to look. She actually had a very good impression of Muchun. In this era, it was normal for men and women to be more than 10 years apart in age because people lived longer. Furthermore, many mecha girls and their pilots will perish very early due to the battles against the monster tide. Therefore, in this world of mecha girls, there is more freedom regarding love and marriage. Some pilots pursue a single mecha girl, while some excellent pilots have multiple mecha girl followers. It's really an F rank. SS level super repair? What's the use of that? We have repair fluid now, so this talent is useless, right? I've never heard of that iron block thing. Lei Yingying said dismissively. On the other hand, Lei Ying's aversion to Muchun disappeared. That's such a pity, only F rank. But Muchun, how did you transform with Raina when you're only F rank? And the level cap for F rank pilots is 20, right? How come you're only 27? Lei Li noticed something was wrong. Indeed, Muchun's actions are illogical. Muchun was too embarrassed to say that he had transmigrated from another world, and that some of the rules of this world didn't apply to him. He could only explain, that's a theoretical value. It's probably because my talent level has increased a bit, and my level has improved a lot recently. The night before last, I found a bomb and the enemy spy on the 3rd basement level of the East District with another classmate. I was wondering why you looked so familiar, Lei Mingping said. It's you and Snowcat, right? I've read Captain Wong and Snowcat's report. What? What did you say, Mingping? Lei Yingqing asked curiously. You don't need to know, Lei Mingping said seriously. Lei Yingqing baote do not pity. Her family would never tell her anything that was even remotely secret. What is a snowcat? Lei was still thinking about it, but Lei understood instantly. Zhang Qin and Lei Tingyun naturally knew it was Qin Shui, but they never expected that Muchun was the one who resolved the crisis in Wuyun main city. Their internal and publicly announced statements differ. Old Lei, pulse waves can be upgraded, right? Lei Tingyun nodded. It's possible, but the probability is extremely low. Even if F is upgraded to E, it doesn't seem to make much difference, right? However, Lei Tingyun said, Xiaomu, SS-level super repair is not as ordinary as they say. Many repair fluids cannot completely repair mecha girls. In the eyes of many high-level officials, this talent is still SS level. If you're interested, you can come to me after graduation, and I will introduce you to the Hub Medical Department to give it a try. Thank you, Uncle. I'm researching it now. By the way, I tried to fix Reina's 2nd engine. Zhang Qin had just taken a bite of food when she spat it out. What did you say? Chapter 023, what the heck is Reina's mother in your options? Raina tapped her bracelet to show off her equipment details. Everyone here was family. As for Muchun, he wanted to see if he could still resist. Details of the mecha girl Raina. Body condition is good, 97% intact. Recent changes include a benign condition of staying up late and excessive hormone secretion. Generally, mecha girls with a human form above 70% can live in human form and can carry out daily activities and even nighttime activities without being affected. Pregnancy or other situations require a health value above 85%. Particle core. SS grade brilliant core, 100% intact. Engine 1. S-class nuclear-powered engine, intact. Driving S-class Thunder Driver, intact. Engine 2. S-class auxiliary power engine, 99.7% intact. Driving the SS-class Ares Driver, intact. Engine 3. S-class tail power causes major damage. Thruster. S-class Scorching Sun propulsion, intact. Transmission system. S-Phoenix Golden Transmitter, in good condition. Coated armor. S-grade Scorching Sun coated armor, durability 87%. Main weapon. S-rank Earth Phoenix Sword. Secondary weapons. Grade A Blazing Crimson Lotus Light Shield. Grade A Emits Glass Quantum Main Cannon. Support weapons. Tier A Surface-to-Air Multi-Module Shoulder Missile. Tier B Dual-Arm Rotary Pulse Cannon. Tier C Multi-Functional Tactical Short Knife. Reina's equipment is similar to mine. Liu Zhenjin was also seeing Reina's complete data for the first time. Earth-based mecha girls are all equipped with S-rank equipment, while those from poorer families might have a few A-rank items. But as long as you respond to the national call, the hub will definitely sponsor your equipment. This is high-end warrior equipment. Even a C-class mecha girl like Lei wouldn't have the chance to equip it. The secondary engine is great. It was only 35% a while ago. Didn't Professor House suggest taking at least 3 years off? Lei Yingqing, with her sharp eyes, pointed out, Sister Lena, isn't your secondary engine Thunder Drive? Why is it War God Drive? This thing must cost at least 20 times more, right? This is not in the same league. SS-level equipment is in short supply in many countries. There weren't many Tianqing machine girls deployed, were there? Ahem. Raina coughed. It was installed when Muchun humiliated her that day. Muchun said this was a reward for her good performance. Raina had been so humiliated that she didn't dare ask the kid how he got such top-notch equipment. It's all set up now, and it's quite comfortable to use. This was a gift from Principal Gu. Raina put the hat on the principal's head. Principal Gu is really something, Zhang Qin said. Next time I run into her, I'll thank her properly. Lei Tingya nodded. I guess this is why you helped the Academy resolve the crisis last time. Muchun hadn't expected Raina to be so clever. All that could be heard was Reina's cold snort. I only agreed to let him be included in my driver candidate list because he was lucky enough to help me repair the second engine. Don't do this alone next time. The risk is still very high. There aren't many people in the world with this talent, and none of them have achieved much. Lei Tingyun was still worried about his daughter, and was giving Muchun a heads up. Uncle, I understand. Come on, let's continue eating, Zhang Qin urged. Aside from Zhang Qin, who seemed quite fond of Muchun, she didn't think the others were a good match. Lei Tingyun naturally wanted his daughter to find an S-class driver, or someone who excelled in all aspects. Muchun has no family wealth. Although he has 2 SS-level talents that are incredibly powerful, it's still not enough. Pulse Wave is the core, whether it's the pilot or the mecha girl. Pulse level is life. It's innate. It's destiny. A high pulse level means a high future. Take Muchun as an example. He is a top-tier SS-level martial arts master, but his body is only F-level. What use is it if it breaks at the slightest touch? A single C-class armored vehicle mecha girl could drain his tiny F-class car dry. Not to mention SS-class mecha girls like Raina. Of course, they didn't know Muchun's greatness. Raina definitely wouldn't speak up for Muchun here. He made me roll my eyes twice and almost got charged to death. Raina was going to tell her father. Thundercloud might be able to get through this hurdle. He has a good eye for people. Muchun has a good character, and the Lei family has risen step by step. He doesn't dislike commoners. That's why he was willing to introduce Muchun to jobs in the future. Lei Mingping, Lu Jinjin, and Zhang Qian, the female mechanic in the second room, all shared the same idea. Muchun has always been an F-class pilot. Even if he successfully transformed last time, it was just a coincidence. Raina was thanking him for helping her repair the number 2 engine. Or perhaps Muchun is Raina's student, and is just using her as a shield for blind dates. In their eyes, Muchun and Raina were far inferior. Cousin Lei Yinging grinned mischievously. In her eyes, Muchun was nothing more than a roadside guy. But wouldn't it be interesting if this roadside guy humiliated the queen? As she spoke, Lei Yingying secretly chuckled, knowing she would use her treasured possessions whenever she had the chance. Let's see what happens between Sister Raina and that young wolf. Sister Raina has such a strong sense of purity. Let's see how she can hold her head up in the end. My mom won't listen to her anymore, and she won't cut off my allowance. She was munching on her food while plotting her scheme. Lei Li's thoughts were similar to Lei Mingping's. She thought Muchun was good, but for Lei Na, he was probably just a passerby. However, the eldest sister, Lei Ying, seemed to have a better impression of Muchun. Because she hated fate, she despised fate. She possesses the talent of a warrior. Through hard work since childhood, she harbors the dream of becoming a battle maiden. But fate played a cruel joke on her. She only awakened the C-class supercar Lamborghini, making her the most despised sports car girl in the world, even worse than Lei Yingying. So when she heard about Muchun's situation, she actually felt some goodwill towards him. He was also someone whose fate had played tricks on him. There are rumors that mecha girls can be upgraded, but that's a 1 in 10,000 chance. Everyone is still eating. Muchun's system voice sounded. Contract Mecha Girl Part 3. Please choose a mecha girl to contract. 1. Lamborghini Lei, a Class C supercar. 2. Tier B Tiger Tank Rayleigh. 3. Lei Yingying, a Formula B racing car. 4. Zhang Qin, Class A Atlas transport aircraft. No, this can be triggered. Muchun inwardly complained to the system. It's only been a few days, and I've already triggered the 3 contracted mecha girl options. Because the host has not yet exceeded 60% of the contracted mecha girls, the trigger frequency has increased. Choosing a contracted mecha girl doesn't necessarily mean you have to form a contract. The host can choose for themselves. Muchun retorted, no, forget about the first 3 options, but who is Aunt Zhangqin? There is always one particularly strange option among the choices. Muchun didn't have this unusual taste. Can I not choose right away? Even if he chose the mecha girl, but didn't sign a contract and just left her there, Muchun still wanted to think about it. Please make a selection today, otherwise the system will randomly select one. Because once you make a choice, you can't change it, and the other person will develop a certain positive impression of you. To be honest, if you choose Aunt Zhangqin, without forming a contract, you'll increase her favorability. This is also a roundabout way to win over Raina. It seems like it's not impossible. Let's forget about it. Muchun glanced at Lei Yingying, who was secretly laughing for some reason. This girl isn't his type. Even if Muchun had to choose, he would choose from his eldest and second eldest sisters. Chapter 24. A justice mission triggered in the bathroom. Just as we were finishing our family dinner, a heavy rain started pouring down outside. Raina stood up and asked Muchun, Muchun, do you have anything else to do this afternoon? Muchun thought for a moment. I've been practicing these past few days. Raina said, then let's have dinner before going back. My home also has various simulators and training grounds, and the facilities are no less than those at the academy. Yangqing smiled and said, yes, yes, and he ordered a big meal at a 4-star hotel tonight. Practice is practice, no matter where you are. Lena and Laying left their seats, and Layli smiled and said, I'll show you around later. Our house is more complete than many fitness centers. It seems that the selenium-rich hot spring has been renovated today, right? You can soak in a hot spring. Muchun treated Raina like his own mecha girl, so it would be good for him to know more about her family situation. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Annie, let me help you tidy up. That won't do. Muchun worked quickly and efficiently, helping Yangqing put the bowls and chopsticks on the robot. On the other side of the living room, you can see Lei Yingying talking to her older sister, Laying. Then Laying found Raina and seemed to be saying, Raina, Muchun is actually your student, right? He was just brought in to help you avoid the blind date. That's about it. No need to keep him hanging, just be direct. Muchun was helping out here, and he could barely hear a little bit. The relationship between the mecha girl and her pilot isn't something that can be resolved in a day or two. It takes time, just like falling in love. They suddenly got better, unless some special means were used. Of course, Muchun used special methods on Raina. But I told my family to take it slow. That practice makes perfect. Raina said unhappily, it's none of your business. Whether he's my driver or not is my decision. I think Muchun is not bad. If we are direct, he will feel better. You have no experience in this area. Muchun didn't expect his older sister to speak up for him. But Raina said, so you're very experienced? Turns out you're in Nantong. Upon hearing the last 2 words, Laying flew into a rage, grabbed a water glass, and splashed it fiercely at Lena. Water splashed onto Raina's face, and some also splashed onto Muchun's back. Lei Mingping and Lu Jinjin were both stunned. What was going on? Lei Tingyun just went upstairs. The scene fell silent instantly. Lei Yingying kept her distance. Water dripped from Raina's face, wetting the chest of her uniform. Her eyes only met those of her eldest sister, Laying. Yangqing was stunned. Layli rushed over and stood between the two of them. Stop, stop, stop arguing. You two. We have guests. We have guests. Laying turned and left. Seeing Laying go downstairs, Layli breathed a sigh of relief. Third sister, why did you bring up that scar? Raina turned her head away. She had acted impulsively just now, knowing that it was a shadow her older sister hadn't yet overcome. She didn't know why she felt irritable after drinking the beverage. She would never normally mention that matter. I'm going to soak in the hot springs, Raina said and left. Only Lei Yingying, who was secretly laughing, remained at the scene. Seeing the young delinquent's expression, Muchun thought, it must be related to her. At least Laying spoke up for him after hearing what Lei Yingying said. Muchun guessed that Lei Yingying was deliberately saying that Lena was to whet his appetite, or to take advantage of him without directly letting go. As for Raina, Muchun's scan of her body just now showed a relatively high temperature. Could it be that the driver hasn't fully adapted yet? The second sister apologized to Muchun. I'm sorry, Muchun, I made you laugh at me. Muchun shook his head. I know Raina well. She may have been a little irritable lately and said some hurtful things, but she didn't mean any harm. Oh dear, you talk as if you know my sister better than I do. She nudged Muchun. If you really become the pilot of Raina, I'll support you with all 4 hands. Your clothes are wet too, aren't they? Go soak in our family's selenium-rich hot spring. It's so relaxing. Didn't Lena go to pick up a guy? My second sister smiled and said, there are men's and women's baths, right? I'll prepare some clothes for you and leave them by the door. Your clothes will be dry by tonight. Ah, the happiness of the rich. Thank you, second sister. In the blink of an eye, Muchun, led by Layli, arrived at the second basement level, where there was indeed a large public bathhouse. The men's bathroom is about 50 square meters, and the women's bathroom is estimated to be 200 square meters. I'll leave your clothes by the door later. You can go now. Lei Mingping and Lu Jinjin went for their afternoon nap. Dad only takes baths at night, so you'll be the only one in the men's bath. After saying that, Layli left. The man is on the left, the woman is on the right, and there are many woven baskets for clothes by the door. You can hear splashing sounds in the women's bath. It must be Raina taking a bath. Muchun glanced at it and saw that Raina had put all the bracelets in a basket, and that purple bulletproof protective layer was too big. If you turn it upside down, you could probably hide a whole coconut inside. Muchun took off his clothes and removed his bracelet before going into the bath. I have to say, it's really comfortable. With his body completely relaxed, Muchun leaned against the wall and pondered. Increasing my pulse wave level is also crucial. Once my contract value with Raina reaches 60%, I can advance to the next level and get the first big prize. However, his contract value with Raina is stuck at 49%. Currently, the ratio with Qin Shui remains at 17%. Should I have chosen something easier? I'm starting with hell difficulty. Because there was no roof above, Raina had just heard Muchun say that it felt good. He snorted and continued soaking in the water. The water his older sister had splashed earlier had also soaked his back. Wait, I think my underwear is right by the door. She blushed immediately. Anyone else would have been overcome by her germophobia. But Muchun, well, let him look. What styles does the lingerie store have? What can I do about what he wants to do? Self-comfort. Mecha girl Reina's contract value 50%. Triggered the limited time contract quest from Mecha girl Raina. 1. He scaled the wall to spy on Raina and was discovered. 2. He took Reina's underwear and was discovered. 3. Rush into Reina's bath and embrace her. 4. Dunk by rushing into Reina's bathtub. The more you complete before Raina leaves the bath, the greater your reward. Everything for justice. No way. You evil system. Tell me, what kind of justice do you have? And you still want to be discovered. Reina's explosive power can smash a building with one punch, and you still want me to be discovered. Why would I want this reward? If I just charge in, Raina will definitely go ballistic. This is too evil. The more tasks you complete, the better. Muchun, who considers himself a good person, finds these tasks increasingly insane. How am I supposed to complete this? How about becoming an underwear thief? But we'll get caught. I went to the bathroom door, grabbed my underwear, and loudly told Raina, I took my clothes. Muchun really wanted the mission rewards, and the lottery was a quick way to level up. Only by becoming strong, possessing more charm and greater abilities, can one attract mecha girls. Cough cough, I misspoke, and thus protect one's home and country. Is that the logic? Lena is a reasonable person, so Muchun decided to make a deal. Raina was right next door, didn't she hear? I didn't hear anything. So I'm asking you. Highest level of access. Raina tensed instantly, and Muchun appeared. What are you doing? I called you, but you didn't respond. I need to discuss something. You say, just stay in the bath and don't move. Oomph. Raina snorted coldly. If you call me and I don't move, there must be something fishy going on. After saying that, Muchun jumped up and climbed over the wall. Although the wall was 3 meters high, it was not topped out, so he could easily climb over it. But the moment she flipped it up to look, Raina stood up, refusing to believe it. Tattered Muchun. You bastard. Raina looked up and saw Muchun leaning against the wall. This is still a picture of Raina covering her chest with her arm. Goddess emerging from the water. Muchun, what are you doing? Raina kicked the bathtub away, hitting Muchun squarely on the head, and it bounced off and got stuck in the ceiling. Anyone else would have had their head kicked in and blown off. But Muchun was stubborn and didn't seem to be seriously injured. But he was kicked away and crashed into his own bathtub. Muchun, you bastard pervert, scoundrel, what are you doing? Raina's face was flushed red, and she felt G's body burning hot. This sentence sounds so familiar. Ouch, that hurts so much. Raina, didn't I tell you not to stand up? The sound of splashing water filled the tub. Raina sat there, her body burning hot. You bastard my house. Raina felt the heat rising in her body, and involuntarily let out a soft moan. What's going on? Host, please note that your contracted mecha girl, Raina, is exhibiting abnormalities. Please address the issue immediately. Muchun rubbed his head. At least one task was completed. Did you get so angry that I spied on you that you twisted your throat? Raina? Raina felt something was wrong with her body, and her body went limp. What's going on? Raina wanted to ring the bracelet to call her second sister, but found that the bracelet was in the basket by the door. Upon hearing Muchun's voice, Raina wanted to speak, but her voice was rather soft. How can we accept that our own mecha girl is malfunctioning? Muchun grabbed an extra bath towel, climbed over, and saw Raina huddled in the bathtub, looking unwell and pale. Raina. Muchun turned over. Seeing Muchun approach, Raina said uncomfortably in a low voice, I'm fine, you bastard, get over here. You say you're fine? My system shows there's a problem with your body. Let me check it for you. Here you go. Raina placed the bath towel in front of her. A green scope appeared in Muchun's eyes, and he began scanning Rina's body. Rina's body was indeed showing signs of overload, and there were problems in 3 areas. There are 3 problems. The problematic liquid has spread from your human form into your body. What did you drink? I didn't drink anything else. Raina noticed that Muchun was scanning and checking carefully. The front was too big and distracted him, so Muchun simply moved to the back. Bear with it. I'll use my innate ability to pull the venom out. Raina didn't speak, but instead used the towel Muchun had brought to cover her body. You can't see anything from the lower half of your body when you're in the bathtub. Because Raina remained rational, she could tell that Muchun's concern for her health was genuine. Extracting abnormal fluid directly from the body consumes a huge amount of energy. Even if the academy teachers have A-level repair talent, they simply can't do it. Removing a small fragment from a distance would exhaust the teacher's energy and make him faint. Relax your body. Venom was already appearing in Muchun's hands, and more of it was appearing. Fortunately, it has been diluted. A large amount of catalytic prohibited substances have been mixed into it. Muchun's forehead was covered in sweat, partly from the steam of the hot spring, and partly from the fact that he had consumed a lot of energy. Raina saw the energy within him continuously gathering in her hands. This is the kind of energy that only SS-class pilots possess, right? After about 3 minutes, all the venom was extracted and thrown into the sewer. How are you feeling now? Raina's body temperature dropped, the princess body alarm disappeared, and her body. Raina saw Muchun's weapon. Her face instantly turned bright red. You, go back right now. Muchun sat down as well. Since we've come all this way, how about I give you a hug? I'll upgrade your driver next time. Tell me, did you do it? Muchun was speechless. I know you're thinking about the coffee I served you because the thing you were supposed to drink was laced with contraband. But Raina, think about it. If I really wanted to do something to you, why would I use such underhanded tricks? I could just control your body directly in your office and do whatever I wanted to you, and you wouldn't be able to resist at all. Raina thought for a moment. You're right. Then she suddenly realized something was wrong. You almost tricked me, you jerk. Her face flushed. She glared at Muchun. You wicked bastard. Muchun noticed where Raina was looking. Now that we've both seen it, neither of us has lost out. Besides, Raina, you're so beautiful and have such a great figure. Do you know how much effort I put in to temporarily stop it? Do you know that? Raina fell for it. Muchun was praising him. Wait, you almost tricked me again. Get out of here. There were footsteps outside. Raina immediately covered Muchun's mouth. Lena, are you inside? It was the voice of her second sister, Layli. Raina, if you dare say a word, you're dead. Raina said, I'm here. Then I'll come in. Layli said, Raina pressed Muchun's head down with both hands and pushed him directly into the bathtub. Seeing that Lena had her back to her, Layli said, Lena, don't be angry with your older sister. Family members should get along well. Raina is now afraid that Layli will also come to take a bath. And what if she finds Muchun here? That's it. If I know. Layli, hands on hips, said, that's better. Has Muchun finished soaking over there? I don't think so. I just heard him say that it felt good. Layli nodded. Our family's hot spring is even better than a 5-star hotel. Of course it's comfortable. You soak first, I'll soak later. Muchun couldn't hold it in any longer. Layli had only taken 2 steps when she suddenly turned around, startling Raina into using all her strength to push Muchun into the water. By the way, I think Muchun is actually not bad. It's just a pity that his pulse wave is too poor. It would be great if he had a B-level pulse wave. Raina said, he's still a long way off. Layli smiled and said, you're willing to take him on. Actually, his score is already pretty good for you. I understand you. Okay, I'm leaving now. Layli has finally left. Muchun popped out. I almost suffocated. Muchun wanted to reach out again, but he was going all out. For the reward, what couldn't he grab from his mecha girl? He grabbed that spot with both hands. You die. Before Muchun could catch her, he was grabbed by the enraged Raina and violently thrown to the other side. Muchun spun around in the bathtub, just a little bit more. He wiped the blood from his nose and said, never mind, I've completed 2 tasks. The first and third items, the hugs, have both been completed. Muchun, you're dead if you dare tell anyone. Raina felt so ashamed. Beg me, and I won't tell anyone. You, Please, is this enough? Raina sat in the bathtub, completely exasperated. Muchun didn't bully her too much. He was satisfied with completing 2 tasks and would take it one step at a time. Hearing the sound of water splashing as she got up, Raina prepared to leave and went to the door to take a look. She clenched her fists, her face flushed crimson. Muchun, you bastard! Give me my underwear. Chapter 26, Core Upgrade, Crystal Oil. What? Muchun, wrapped in a bath towel, went to the door. Layli had already put the clothes he was given in the basket. He went around to the entrance on Raina's side, where he saw Raina wearing a coat, clutching her collar, her face flushed and her fists clenched. Muchun, take out my underwear, she gritted her teeth. I didn't take your underwear. Muchun put his hands on his hips, then realized what he had done and stared wide-eyed at Raina. She's in neutral right now. What? What are you looking at? If it's not you, then who is it? Raina was so embarrassed and angry that she was about to bleed. Wait a minute. Muchun realized what was happening and immediately went to check his bracelet. Sure enough, the purple bra was indeed inside her bracelet. It really is here with me. You. Raina was about to burst out in anger. Muchun stopped her with a gesture. I happen to be free of shackles on my bracelet. And besides, do you really need to go through all this trouble to get your underwear? Don't you think so, second sister? Impossible, my second sister wouldn't joke like that. Raina stamped her foot. Then I know who it is. Do you and Lei Yingying have a bad relationship? Muchun had already guessed a thing or two. Raina crossed her arms over her chest. You could say that. I used to handle all her affairs. Recently, she asked for pocket money to buy things a few times and my aunt asked me, but I didn't give it to her. Then that's it. Regarding your body's problem, the drink you had with lunch. I remember Lei Yingying poured the drinks for you. It's so easy for her to add something to your drink. Muchun pointed to the ground not far away. Look at the ground. She was here. These shoe prints should be hers. Raina turned on the scanner. The ground at the entrance was damp because of the steam rising from the hot spring. There were footprints from Lei Li's shoes, and the size definitely belonged to Lei Yingying. Muchun stroked his chin. Lei Yingying knew you might want to take a bath, and the medicine just now clearly needed to be heated up to activate. Then, she encouraged me to take a bath. I guess Lei Li came to talk to you about your older sister because she urged her. She just wanted to see you looking bad in the bathroom. And I also wanted to come and see if I heard you were uncomfortable. I didn't expect her to be so calculating. Maybe she and Lei Li will come again soon. Just wait until you make a fool of yourself in front of her. Then you won't be able to cut off her allowance anymore. It seems every family has its share of mischievous kids. Raina's anger subsided somewhat after listening to Muchun's analysis. That makes some sense. You don't need to worry about it. I'll handle her. Raina leaned against the curtain, waiting patiently for her prey to come to her. Then I'll be going now. Muchun changed into the clothes Lei Li had given him. Casual clothes can be shrunk to a suitable size simply by scanning them with the machine next to them. Muchun was about to leave. Wait a minute. Raina called out to Muchun. Give me the clothes. Muchun patted Raina on the shoulder. She's mine now. Huh? Raina was stunned. Muchun gave her a look. This is my reward for my hard work. If you do well, I'll give it back to you. It'll fit perfectly with the photos. You. Raina reached out her hand. But Muchun gave her a look that said he wouldn't return it if she didn't obey. Raina seemed to understand Muchun's meaning, feeling both ashamed and angry, wishing there was a sandbag in front of her to beat her mercilessly. Seeing Muchun smugly walk upstairs from the left, Raina could only stubbornly say, Muchun, you just wait. Don't let me catch you. You'll regret this. Raina stood there when suddenly she realized something. Muchun's analysis made some sense, but it was just a conjecture. Why should he believe that bastard? She actually subconsciously began to believe Muchun's words. Just then, Lei Yingying arrived with Lei Li's hen. As soon as the two lifted the curtain on the girl's side, they saw Raina leaning against the wall. Ah, Raina, what are you doing here? You scared your sister. Lei Li and Lei Yingying were both startled. Raina's expression was icy. Second sister, was it Yingying who brought you here? Yes, what's wrong? Lei Li answered reflexively. Raina nodded. Now that it's none of your business, second sister, you can leave. Yingying can't leave. What? Lei Yingying realized something was wrong. How come Sister Lei now is all right? Second sister, I said, you can leave now. A queenly aura, a domineering presence. When Lei Li looked at Raina now, it was as if the background was crimson, Raina was a black shadow, and only her two eyes were glowing red. Raina's hands gripped Lei Yingying's shoulders like a pair of pliers. Sister Layli, don't go, don't go. Ah, Lei Yingying cried. Raina tossed Lei Yingying out with one hand, and she landed directly in the bathroom. Lena, this. Raina turned around and said, Second sister, you can go now. I need to do something for my aunt. I understand. Just be careful not to go too far. Layli was trembling with fear and left immediately. I had only walked about 20 meters when I heard, bang! The loud slap made Layli shudder. Lei Yingying was slapped by Raina and spun 5 times in the air before landing. And then I heard wailing, Sister Lena, I was wrong. I'll never do it again. Snap! Snap! The sound of the slap was so loud that Layli could hear it from 100 meters away. Muchun was still in the highest privilege state, and now he seemed to be able to sense that Raina was educating Lei Yingying. She had to be made to feel pain. Raina would also take her to Yangqing's place and inform her aunt. Every family seems to have its own troubles. Muchun disconnected the root privileges and saw the system interface. First of all, contract girl Raina. Contract value 55%. Making Raina angry and embarrassed increases the contract value. So Muchun is currently acting like a roguish bad boy towards Raina, and he's only 5% away from increasing it. Raina is educating Lei Yingying. Layli went to find her mother, worried that Raina might go too far. In a secluded corner, Muchun was collecting his reward. With Lei Yingying's help, Option 2 has also been completed. The host will receive triple rewards and 3 silver card draws upon completing the 3 options. Silver is also good. At the very least, it's an S-class level. 99% of people never awaken an S rank in their lifetime. But if Muchun's talent is what he drew, he's guaranteed to be at least an S rank. Muchun grabbed 3 silver lights in succession and opened them one by one to examine them. You have gained the ability Advanced Physical Enhancement, which increases all bodily functions by 5 times. Your level has been increased to LV40. I'm now 10 times stronger than a normal person. Muchun's level was mainly improved through his powerful physique. They accumulate experience day by day, gradually raising their overall level. Muchun increased his level by significantly improving his skills. Becoming stronger is a good thing. In terms of physique, he's probably close to Raina now. When he exerts force, all his muscles appear, and his abdominal and pectoral muscles are so taut that he wants to touch them. Open the second reward you received. You have acquired 18 top-tier fighting techniques. Your level has been increased to LV42. This speed is like riding a rocket. You should know that the higher the level, the slower the progress. A wealth of combat experience entered Muchun's brain, as if countless figures appeared in his consciousness. I also really need fighting skills. Having a strong physique isn't enough. Skill is also very important. This can also be used on mechs. The final silver light was a prop. What is this? Gasoline. Core upgrade crystal oil. Apply to the back of the mecha girl. After absorption, it can upgrade the mecha girl's core by 2 levels, and the host can choose the type of mecha girl to upgrade. It also increases the host's contract value by 5%, only applicable to mecha girls below S rank, up to A rank. Chapter 27, Enjoying Boxing with My Eldest Sister. Invincible. Upgrade the core. In addition to a human heart, the mecha girl also has a mechanical particle core. Damage to either heart will result in death. The particle core is the pulse level of the mecha girl. Even with today's advanced technology, we only dare to encase and arm the core, not to move it, because the success rate of replacing the core is less than 1 in 1,000. Therefore, the probability of a mecha girl being promoted is even lower than that of a pilot. This upgraded essential oil is truly priceless. If it were put up for auction, it would be fiercely contested by top-tier organizations. But Muchun wouldn't sell it. Although Muchun didn't like being a kept man, Lena was very rich, and Qin Shui was also very rich. From now on, they'll be my own mecha girls, and we'll share the money. But Muchun's idea was clear. Keep the good stuff for his own people, and improving his strength was the key. After putting everything away, Muchun, now that he's stronger, might as well go to the training center on the basement floor to stretch his muscles. The facilities are really complete. The training center on the basement level has 7 or 8 rooms, each as big as the gym in front of the tunnel. All kinds of ordinary and technological instruments are available. There are also auxiliary robots available. The world of mecha girls has a very high level of technology, but at present, the level of artificial intelligence for machines is locked. Globally, the level of artificial intelligence cannot exceed level 5. Once you reach level 6, you will develop your own feelings. Legend has it that 300 years ago, the Sakura community experienced a large-scale attack on humanity by mechanical intelligence. It caused the deaths of millions of people there. Thump, 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 the sound of high-speed punching very fast. Muchun's ears are very sharp now. He thought he was at training ground number 7. When he went over, he saw that it was his eldest sister, Liang. Liang wore wristbands, a white, form-fitting, cropped tank top, and a white sports jacket over it. He's currently throwing punches at the sandbag at high speed, very fiercely. His short, golden hair was damp with sweat. Muchun blinked in disbelief. I wasn't really looking at her pulsating breasts or her abs that were starting to show signs of definition. Thud, the punch sent the sandbag flying 10 meters away. Luckily, it was hanging from the ceiling. Her cool gaze swept over them. Muchun, your expression seems somewhat surprised. Without her gold-rimmed glasses, Liang lost some of her dignified air, but appeared more vibrant. She did resemble number 18 somewhat, but she was taller and more curvaceous, her cold and refined, ascetic face fixed on them. I didn't expect Sister Liang to have this side to her. My impression of her was that she was a strong woman in the office, carrying a folder and briefcase. Lei Ying's words in the living room actually increased Muchun's positive feelings towards her. Although Lei Ying has such an austere expression, she is considerate of many people and has a very good reputation online. Lei Ying snorted coldly. That's what my secretary looks like. My interests are different from many mecha girls. I like to box. I can tell that Sister Lei Ying's straight punch and back and forth swing punches are very fast. When I came in, I saw that whip kick, which was amazing. Most people couldn't block it. This is the result of years of practice, and she has a lot of fighting talent. Lei Ying was surprised. I didn't expect you to know a little about this too. Muchun smiled and said, I also know a little about martial arts and have practiced. Lei Ying picked up the gloves from the side of the table and threw them over. Then come up and fight. Fighting with a sandbag is boring. Okay, I'll do as you say, eldest sister. The armor is over there. I'm level 40. I've been practicing boxing for 15 years. 木尘戴好手套，不用，不用，大姐你放心，就是我很耐揍的。雷娜把我当保龄球丢呢。Okay then. Muchun's starting stance in Sanda was just one move, and Liang felt that Muchun might have actually practiced it. She had just been touched on a sore spot by Raina, and she was venting her frustration by boxing. She had used boxing to release the grievances she suffered as a child and the despair she felt on awakening day. She had fallen in love with the sport. Are you ready? Muchun smiled. Let's launch an attack. Liang moved quickly forward and threw a series of punches, now using only 2/10 of her strength. But Muchun easily blocked it. Big sister, don't hold back. You only use 2/10 of your strength at most. To be honest, that's too slow. Liang paused for half a second. All right, it seems you really have some skill. I'm going to start putting my strength into it now. My punches are very fast. After saying that, Liang began to use 5 levels of power. Muchun didn't even retreat when faced with a series of punches. He dodged left and right and blocked them all with his arms at head level. Big sister, you're only using half your strength. Don't hold back. Just treat me like Raina. Then I won't be polite. Lei Ying suddenly unleashed her power, her fist striking like a whirlwind, incredibly fast and with almost 90% of her strength. However, Muchun simply retreated around the boxing ring. A few seconds ago, he was suppressed by Lei Ying, but after adapting, he began to handle the situation with some ease. Despite being hit in the abdomen and arms by Lei Ying, Muchun's movements and body were not affected at all, and his steps were very steady. The sparring style is all about defense. After a minute of Lei Ying's relentless and fierce attacks, Lei Ying pulled away and was surprised to find that Muchun's skill level was very high, no less than hers. Big sister is amazing. I was completely helpless. He thought Lei Ying would be happy, but instead she narrowed her eyes and said, what are you lying about? What's the point of you only focusing on defense? Are you looking down on me? Muchun waved his hands repeatedly. No. I'm actually in pretty good physical condition, but I haven't had any professional training, and I'm afraid of hurting my older sister. Interesting. You managed to hurt me? Lei Ying sneered. I'm giving you permission to attack completely now. Otherwise, what's the point? Oh well, Muchin's display of skill this time also allowed him to practice the techniques he had acquired. That's more like it. Don't be afraid of hurting me, come on. The two got into fighting stances and started fighting. Muchin's attack was also swift. The two exchanged punches, with Lei Ying protecting herself with one hand while launching a swinging punch. The two moved around and exchanged punches on the stage. Lei Ying felt that her body seemed to be somewhat happy. It has a faint feeling of 5 years ago. Suddenly, Muchun delivered a powerful punch to Lei Ying's chest, just below the ribs. Lei Ying's pupils widened, and she took 2 steps back. Are you alright, sister? I suddenly increased my strength and couldn't stop. Lei Ying was trembling, and Muchun was really afraid of hurting her. Immediately and discreetly activate the highest level of privileges to quietly check on Lei Ying's situation. Mecha girl Lei Ying, status. Extremely excited, no abnormalities found in her body. Huh? Extremely excited? Lei Ying didn't speak for 3 seconds because it felt so good. Her body felt like it had been electrocuted, as if a switch had been turned on by a punch. I haven't felt this way in a long time. It's alright, that was a good punch. Looks like you're pretty strong, kid. I haven't met an opponent like you in a long time. Come on, use even more force. You ate so much for lunch, and you're already out of energy? Lei Ying is still provoking him? Muchun increased his strength, dodging and blocking Lei Ying's storm of attacks, and punched the same spot again. This punch even made Lei Ying jump up a few feet. Mecha girl Lei Ying, status. Extremely excited, no abnormalities in her body. Roar. Lei Ying roared with a hint of wild beast-like energy, a blissful howl. She said, Interesting, very interesting, Muchun. It's the strong who make me happy. She grinned, even revealing a slight smile. Muchun, let's play a game. You have to participate. She spoke in a somewhat commanding tone. Muchun wasn't intimidated. Since Big Sister has spoken, you tell me the rules. You get 1 point for every punch you land on me, and I lose 1 point for every punch I land on you. Light punches don't count. We have a 5-minute time match with 2 halves. Whoever wins can make any request to the other. How about it? She looked at Muchun and said, I will go all out. If you hold back and make me feel bored or disappointed, the consequences will be severe. Chapter 28, we must satisfy Sister Lei Ying. The loser has to do one thing for the other. Muchun never expected Lei Ying to get so carried away. Or, as seen by those with the highest level of access, Lei Ying was in a state of extreme excitement. Is it the joy of not having met an opponent for so long? With that second punch, Lei Ying was certain that her body had reacted. It felt like an electric shock. She suppressed her excitement, having not felt this way in a long time. Over the years, she has found many masters to practice with her. She dislikes most pilots and harbors resentment towards them. But even if those mecha girls hit her, they don't feel the same way. Muchun punched her hard twice, which excited her. That feeling was incredibly pleasant. Lei Ying emphasized, don't be afraid of hurting me. You were holding back just now, even though you had a combination of punches that could have hit me. Think of me as your enemy, your opponent. That's what makes it interesting. Muchun nodded, then it settled. After speaking, Lei Ying pressed the button on the side of the stage, and the door clicked shut, preventing anyone from disturbing her. Lei Ying assumed a fighting stance, ready to unleash her full power this time. Muchun's actions appeared impolite, but in reality, he only used 7/10 of his strength and was about the same as Lei Ying. The two rushed forward. Muchun dodged the first punch and countered with several hook punches that landed on Lei Ying's face. Lei Ying countered with a hook punch, hitting Muchun. The two were really fighting, dodging, moving, knee kicking. This time was every punch landing hard. Lei Ying attacked swiftly, putting 70% of her strength into the attack, unafraid of the opponent's fists hitting her body. You punch me once, I punch you 3 times, every punch lands squarely. Muchun used a combination of left and right punches to make Lei Ying dodge. However, Muchun landed a super heavy uppercut on Lei Ying's chest. In that instant, Lei Ying felt an electric shock throughout her body, and her whole body trembled so much that she almost couldn't hold on. She feels so good. This feeling is even better than when I first met Tong Wei. Tong Wei is a boxing expert introduced by Lei Ying's friend, and he has won many awards in Wuyan. After they got to know each other, Lei Ying often asked him to box. Lei Ying was rather averse to physical contact with a rider, but this wasn't so obvious when she fought Tong Wei. Moreover, Tong Wei was quite skilled in boxing, a year younger than her, and usually very refined and polite. After getting to know each other for 6 months, Lei Ying felt that she might be in love. Although Tong Wei is only a Class B driver, his family background is also very ordinary. But the Lei family really didn't care about these things, so Lei Ying mustered up her courage to pursue him, and Tong Wei agreed at the time. The two usually boxed, and after the fight, Tong Wei left immediately, and Lei Ying gave him a lot of money. Within 2 or 3 months, not only Lei Ying, but even Lei Li and Raina noticed something was wrong. The eldest sister looks aloof, but she is definitely a top beauty with countless suitors. But Tong Wei only instructed Lei Ying in boxing, and didn't want to make any physical contact with her. This was discovered during Lei Li's investigation. Tong Wei is actually a non-Tong native. Not only that, he used the wallet Lei Ying gave him to support several pilots, some of whom were spies from other countries. His approach to Lei Ying, besides money, was naturally motivated by a desire to steal intelligence. Lei Ying felt as if she had been struck by lightning when she heard this. Tong Wei was arrested for leaking secret information, such as the lamplighter. Lei Ying was greatly affected at the time. She had been completely deceived. This is her biggest scar. Since then, Lei Ying has not had any close contact with any drivers. She even went so far as to buy them for a period of time. Pay some mecha girls to fight her. But she felt nothing at all. It wasn't until 2 years ago that she barely emerged from the shadows and, with her decisive methods and strength, returned to her high position. Now, Muchun didn't stop. He unleashed a storm of punches at Lei Ying. Her forehead, face, chest, abdomen, and shoulders were attacked with 20 punches in an instant, especially the area below her chest. Muchun then delivered a powerful hook punch. Lei Ying was even knocked into the air. In midair, she opened her mouth. She held back from crying out. Compared to Muchun, Tong Wei is less than 1/10 as good. Lei Ying was almost killed by Muchun's punch. She was almost killed by Muchun's punch. Big sister, I couldn't stop my combo just now. Muchun said, half worried and half scheming. Because of his highest level of authority, Muchun would be very excited when he discovered the location where Lei Ying had been attacked. So he deliberately kept hitting that spot. Lei Ying squatted on the ground, waited 3 seconds, and then extended her hand. Not bad combination punches. I like opponents like you. This is what makes it interesting. The first half is over. I'm going to use the restroom. We'll continue with the second half. She stood up and wiped the water from the corner of her mouth. In the second half, you have to work even harder. You're doing well right now. After saying that, Lei Ying went to the toilet in the training room. Mecha girl Lei Ying, status, body condition perfect. Compared to Muchun, Tong Wei is nothing but trash. Muchun just landed 20 punches on her in a row, almost knocking her unconscious. Luckily, she managed to hold back. Muchun was quite perceptive. He noticed Lei Ying's expression of enjoyment just now. Could it be? He made his choice. System, I choose Lei Ying as my contracted mecha girl. Feelings can be cultivated through frequent boxing matches. As for Lei Ying speaking up for him, Muchun actually had a good impression of his cold older sister. Confirmed selection of mecha girl Lei Ying. Current contract value, 25%. That high. Within 10 minutes, the mecha girl Lei Ying's affection level for you will increase dramatically. Can I see her weaknesses? Mecha girl Lei Ying, special weakness, fatal weakness, 2 places, fighting enthusiast, physically targeted by those close to her, loyal to one person. Exclusivity, once someone is recognized by her, they will be unique. Current recognition, Muchun, martial arts enthusiasts. They will develop a favorable impression of drivers with strong fighting abilities. Currently, they are appreciating Duan, Muchun. Fatal weakness. When a recognized rider attacks a weakness, the rider becomes extremely excited. Under the contract, the weakness trigger effect is increased 5-fold. No wonder Lei Ying almost collapsed. Intimate targeting constitution. When someone receives a special kind of recognition, they may be attacked by the powerful moves of the person they are recognizing, resulting in a painful defeat. Muchun looked at the weakness, although he had guessed it when he saw it. Lei Ying actually has this physique. Muchun stroked his chin. Raina is in charge of external affairs. Lei Ying is in charge of internal affairs. And Qin Shui is in middle. It seems pretty good. Sleeping at night. Raina is on the left, and Lei Ying is on the right. Cough cough, I just want to help more excellent mecha girls improve in order to fight against future enemies and monsters. Everything for justice. Everything for justice. Lei Ying came back to the convenience store and jumped 5 meters onto the stage. She was in a very good mood, and every cell in her body felt relaxed. Muchun, I didn't expect you to have this skill. I'm quite satisfied with your performance, Lei Ying said with one hand on her hip, still carrying that aloof air. Muchun punched his fist. Then I have to give it my all and make Sister Lei Ying very satisfied with me. Lei Ying suppressed her excitement. All right then, what's our score for the first half? Lei Ying remembered something. That final combination of punches almost knocked her down. But it was this combination of moves that made Lei Ying fully acknowledge Muchun. I won by a narrow margin of 3 punches. Muchun didn't keep track, but he won at least 10 or 20 punches. Lei Ying could actually guess what was going on. Seeing Muchun say, then in the second half, you'd better attack hard, understand? Understood, I will attack fiercely. I must satisfy Sister Lei Ying. Chapter 29 Lei Ying's Contract Value Soars. Lei Ying took off her coat, revealing that she was only wearing a white crop top that exposed her midriff. Because it was soaked with sweat, the innermost protective fabric was visible. Muchun also took off his shirt, revealing his body that had just been strengthened again. With a burst of strength, click, the abdominal and pectoral muscles tighten into defined lines. Since we've already chosen Lei Ying, we should let her have a good time fighting, so we can increase the contract value and improve her favorability. Seeing Muchun's physique, Lei Ying became even more excited. Keep going. This time, the two completely let loose, launching fierce attacks on each other. Lei Ying also punched Muchun in the face. Muchun then delivered a powerful punch, targeting Lei Ying's weak points. Each thrust sent a jolt of electricity through Lei Ying's body, making her want to scream with excitement. Lei Ying continued. That's it, not bad. Come on. The two exchanged blows. Muchun did not attack her second weakness, fearing that something might really happen to Lei Ying. But at this moment, Lei Ying felt as if she had been reborn. Her body was completely unleashed, and the previously closed drive began to come back to life. It seems the door she had closed has been opened again. Deflecting Lei Ying's attack, Muchun unleashed a powerful strike, dragon emerging from the sea, hitting Lei Ying's weak point in the abdomen. This punch was powerful and heavy. In that instant, Lei Ying rolled her eyes. Leaning against one side of the ring, it bounced back. Muchun unleashed another storm of punches, raining blows down on every part of Lei Ying's body. He threw 36 punches in a row, 10 of which landed on Lei Ying's abdomen. Lei Ying was knocked so hard that she leaned against the edge of the boxing ring, feeling as if she had been electrocuted all over her body. At that moment, Lei Ying even lost consciousness. She felt it was back. All that feeling was back. Muchun checked the system interface and found that Lei Ying's body was in good condition. That's fine. Lei Ying regained consciousness 5 seconds later and saw that Muchun was panting, so she was also panting heavily. Sister Lei Ying, it seems like time's up. I narrowly won. Muchun walked over and extended his hand. Lei Ying pulled him up with difficulty. She looked at the table, and thankfully it was covered in sweat. I didn't expect you to be so good. I haven't practiced with real people for too long, so I underperformed a bit. Lei Ying pointed to the left. You can shower there, and there are clothes available next to you. Use the fabric shrink-wrapping machine to make them the right size for you. Muchun nodded. Then I'll go first. Seeing Muchun go to the shower room, Lei Ying squinted and raised her head. She immediately went to another shower room. She needed to change her clothes, and pressed the button to have the robot clean the countertop immediately. Muchun quickly washed up and waited for about 10 minutes before Lei Ying also finished washing up and changed into a black outfit. She resumed her icy expression, but her voice softened considerably towards Muchun. You won. Now, tell me, what do you want me to do? Anything is fine? Muchun asked. Lei Ying put on her gold-rimmed glasses, her face slightly flushed. I mean what I say. As long as you don't go too far, I'll do whatever you say. She whispered the last 4 words as well. Seeing Muchun staring at her body, Lei Ying had a premonition that Muchun might ask her to do something a little excessive. Then I'll ask that Sister Lei Ying become my friend. Mecha girl Lei Ying, contract value 27%. Lei Ying's pupils contracted, taken aback. Is this all you need? I am Raina's pilot, and we'll be family from now on. It's just a friendly sparring match. I can't exactly say. I want Sister Lei Ying to be my mecha girl too, can I? Muchun said with a smile. Lei Ying chopped him on the head. Don't even think about it. You kid, although you're not bad at boxing, You still need to improve in all aspects, you know that. Sister Laying, we're already friends. I'm not even as good a friend as you. Laying extended her wristband. Scan yourself. After Laying clicked agree, she saw a message from Layli about Laying. I have to take care of something. You can practice or rest on your own. After saying that, she walked towards the door, then suddenly turned around and said in a somewhat commanding tone, come and box with me at least once a week, understand? Muchun smiled and said, I'm not always available. For the rest of the time, Muchun practiced some equipment by himself. Around 4 o'clock, Layli came to find Muchun. He was lying by the pool relaxing his muscles. Muchun, I finally found you. Hey, these aren't the clothes I prepared for you. Layli prepared white, but Muchun is wearing black. Sister Layli, you're here. A few hours ago, I sparred with Sister Laying for a while and worked up a good sweat. This is what I got from her. Big sister is willing to box with you? Really? Muchun flexes muscles. I do have some basic skills and Sister Laying said I did a good job. No wonder my older sister was in a good mood when we were chatting earlier. Looks like you've got some skills. Making her happy is a great achievement. Layli really likes Muchun, just like her own younger brother. Sister Layli, can you tell me about Sister Laying in private? Layli whispered, actually quite a few people know that it's that damn guy named Tong Wei. She told Muchun about Nantong and Tong Wei's story. Muchun analyzed. Laying probably didn't have many friends back then, right? Very few. After she awakened to only C rank, she was depressed for a while, and then she embarked on the path of management. Apart from her roommates from Xingyue Academy, she didn't have many friends as an ice queen, Layli said. And because of introducing Tong Wei, her only close friend at the time felt guilty and apologized to Laying many times. She even developed Mecha girl depression. Muchun said, at the time, Laying thought she liked Tong Wei more because they had made friends with similar interests. I actually thought so too at the time. And after they dated for 2 months, that guy would only do the boxing half-hearted thing and wouldn't even hold Lei Ying's hand. We felt there was something wrong with him. We never expected that he liked men. After Layli finished speaking, she said, you can play a little longer and come up for dinner at 5:30. Muchun nodded, intending to grab a drink, when he turned the corner and saw. Lei Ying saw 2 bloody handprints on her face. Her whole body was covered in bruises, and she was crying in a corner because of the pain. Are you all right? Lei Ying was trembling in pain in the corner and had been crying for a long time. After she was beaten up by Raina, Yangqing didn't hit him, but her parents came and beat her and her husband together for half an hour. Lei Ying didn't want to talk. She didn't care about being embarrassed. Her whole body was in excruciating pain. Mu Chen's hand approached. Suddenly, she felt the pain in her body disappear. Don't move. Mu Chen pressed down on her shoulder. I'm giving you rehabilitation treatment. It won't hurt so much in a little while. Indeed, Lei Ying truly felt the green light emanating from that palm, covering her body, and the pain noticeably disappeared. 3 minutes later, Mu Chen said softly, how are you feeling? Much better, isn't it? My super repair talent is still useful, isn't it? Lei Ying's eyes widened in surprise. Really, it really doesn't hurt anymore. Wah. Thank you, Mu Chen. Thank you, brother-in-law. Chapter 30. All three were very proactive. Don't shout like that. I'm still far from good enough. Mu Chen sighed after saying that. Lei Ying's eyes lit up. Brother-in-law. Mu Chen, you want to pursue Sister Lena, all right? Mu Chen nodded. I'll help you. Mu Chen knew perfectly well that Lei Ying was going through a rebellious phase. Instead of letting her think about how to take revenge on Raina, it's better to let her help him. This way, she could both get revenge for Lei Ying and help herself, and she could also keep Lei Ying in check. It was a win-win-win situation. How can you help me? I'll cover all your treatment from now on, little sister. Lei Ying felt like she had found a worthy partner, and her impression of Mu Chen skyrocketed. You don't know, do you? Sister Raina has a mental disorder related to cleanliness. I'll speak on your behalf to your aunt, and I'll even get some of Sister Raina's things for you, and tell you some of her secrets. Sure, little sister, from now on, when we cooperate, you can discuss anything with me, including things like Sister Lei Ying's situation. Lei Ying opened her mouth wide, then grinned mischievously. I didn't expect you to be so bored. You wouldn't have fallen for Sister Lei Ying too, would you? Lei Ying dislikes Lei Na the most, followed by Lei Ying. But she only dislikes Lei Ying in her heart. On the surface, she is very ingratiating. Raina has no chance. Sister Lei Ying is a C-class mecha girl. If you latch onto her, you'll have a chance too, right? I learned from Sister Lei Li that Sister Lei Ying likes boxing. You didn't know that, did you? I've been training since I was a kid. As he spoke, he pulled open his shirt, revealing his six-pack abs. Wow, is it the real thing? Let me poke you. If you like boxing, then you might actually have a chance. Lei Ying grinned mischievously, already imagining Muchun making Lei Ying and Lei Na run around in circles, fighting each other. You all bullied me. Mom even said I'm stupid. I'll outsmart you all. Ha ha. Lei Ying laughed to herself. Did this girl get brainwashed by Raina? Muchun scratched his head. Then, brother-in-law, it's a deal. Let's begin the cooperation plan. When Muchun came up for dinner, everyone was there. O Yangqing and Lei Li were worried that Lei Ying would run away. But to everyone's surprise, Lei Ying didn't make a fuss or run away. Instead, she was quite happy and said, Auntie, let me help you serve the dishes. This scene is unusual. Raina never expected this. But she followed Muchun up. Raina sat down next to Muchun. What did you do to her, didn't you? Muchun had Raina on his left and Lei Ying on his right, and Lei Ying was actually eavesdropping as well. We're all family. You went too far. I just used my talent to heal her and gave her some advice. Enlightened, she's going through a rebellious phase, and the more she tries to be difficult, the more stubborn she becomes. So I told her, let's team up to mess with you. She can tell me about any little thing she does, and I'll tell you about them. We'll wait until she's a bit older and more mature, and then it'll all be over. You're still cooperating with her? That brat. But this isn't a bad approach either. Raina snorted and crossed her arms in front of her chest. Muchun peeked over and saw that she had changed into underwear. The black trim was visible. When Raina noticed Muchun's action, she blushed and said, when are you going to get it back to me? I told you, it depends on how you perform. You, move over a bit. She pushed Muchun aside. The shepherd has now gotten close to Lei Ying. Lei Ying sipped her juice. Lena, with your temper, no one will want to control you in the future. Don't worry about me. I'll definitely get married before you. Oh, is that so? Their eyes met, sparks flying, but their conflict remained unresolved. However, Muchun was not worried at all. The two sisters are just bickering. In the future, I'll let them study together at night. Being honest twice solved everything. Lei Ying saw the message on her bracelet, sent by Muchun. Lei Ying also has some feelings for you, but I told her to tell me in the future. Lei Ying could easily see that Lei Ying was far too naive in comparison to her. Lei Ying replied, if anything happens in the future, just let me know. This statement is a double entendre. It seems to be about Lei Ying, but it is actually a message to Muchun, telling him to tell her if he encounters anything. When Lei Mingping and Lu Jinjin arrived, they were taken aback. Muchun sat leaning against Lei Ying. Looks like Raina's throwing a tantrum again. Lu Jinjin chuckled to herself. But Lei Ying didn't mind. Muchun's arm was resting on Lei Ying's this time. It's worth noting that Lei Ying also has a kind of mental fastidiousness, just like Lei Na. Dinner's ready, dinner's ready. We've heated up some dishes, and there's also a feast delivered from the hotel. O Yangqing urged, eat up, Xiao Mu, don't be shy. This is such a feast. I've never eaten so much good food before, Muchun said. Then eat more, O Yangqing said, putting food on Muchun's plate. But at that moment, Lei Ying and Lei Ying were also serving food to Muchun. All three pairs of chopsticks reached for Muchun's bowl. Muchun was stunned by the sight. Lei Tingyun, O Yangqing, and even Lu Jinjin did not expect this scene to occur. Wow, Muchun, you're popular. Lei Li said, I heard that you sparred with Muchun this afternoon, right? So that's how she served him food. Wait, is this lady willing to box with the driver? O Yangqing looked at her daughter. Lei Ying turned her head to the side and adjusted her glasses with her left hand. I gave him some pointers. Muchun has been practicing all along, and his punches are pretty good. Directly praising Muchun? Putting aside the fact that the eldest sister has completely refused to have close contact with drivers in recent years, her abilities are obvious to all. If Raina used the same strength and speed as her older sister, she would be utterly defeated by Lei Ying. She is definitely a master. However, Muchun is now at the top level, a level above the experts. The scene was slightly awkward. Raina knew why Lei Ying was serving food to Muchun, but she didn't say anything. Lu Jinjin changed the subject. Lena, the exchange competition is coming up soon, and you know I'm one of the special guest mecha girls. Raina nodded. I know. 3 Earth Star mecha girls and 1 Heaven Star mecha girl will be invited to the event. Lu Jinjin tapped her bracelet and said, "Do you know who the tutor from Obi Cole Academy is?" "I don't have a list here." Raina hadn't actually looked into it. But Lu Jinjin mentioned that it must be related to her. Li Moyu is a tutor in that college. She will attend this exchange meeting and participate in the teacher-student competition. "Huh? She went to Lan OU?" Muchun asked in a low voice. "Sister Laying." "Who is Li Moyu?" Li Moyu was Raina's roommate at Xingyue Academy and a genius mecha girl in Wuyan City. She always competed with Raina, and the two were rivals. However, Li Moyu lost more often and left after suffering a crushing defeat in her final challenge against Raina. Lu Jinjin said, "She'll definitely nominate you, Lena, for the teacher-student competition this time." "Lena, who are you taking with you to the teacher-student competition?" Raina ate her food and said, "Muchun." "Really like Muchun?" Lu Jinjin said seriously, "Lena, there are some bets involved in this exchange competition. You know that the Longxia Hub has notified us that we must win. Every match is very important. If you can't win, you can say that your injury is too serious. You can refuse to participate." This undoubtedly made Raina back down. Muchun looked at Raina with annoyance. "What do you mean by really not possible?" Lei Ying and Lei Li both stopped eating, which was impossible. Even if Ji was feeling unwell, Raina would not give up. Raina wasn't angry. She said calmly, "Did the people at the Nexus tell you to say that?" Lu Jinjin nodded. Raina put down her chopsticks and said, "How about this, cousin and Jinjin? You've been with me for a while. Go back and tell those old fogies to shut up." Raina clenched her fists. "That bastardly Mayu. Does she think I'll lose like this?" "Sorry." She brought up the steel plate again. Chapter 31 Rock Phoenix X Super Over-the-Shoulder Throw. Speaking of mecha battles, everyone had already lost interest in eating by the time we were halfway through the meal. "Rina, are you sure you want to bring Muchun?" Lu Jinjin asked. She knew that Rina could transform even when she was alone, even with an F-class pilot. Logically, that was possible, but the F-class pilot didn't provide any boost to her, and her energy would be depleted very quickly. Muchun didn't blame Lu Jinjin for not understanding his strength. After all, he was known to the outside world as an F-class pilot. However, Muchun's practical skills have surpassed those of top-tier A-level experts. With the heart of Cybertron and the highest level of authority, he is actually considered SSS level in terms of architecture and support. Once Muchun's pulse wave level increases, the amplification will be even stronger, several times that of the same level. Ignorance is no excuse. Going now, it's been a long time since I've witnessed your amazing skills. Rina hadn't transformed yet after the secondary engine was repaired. Actually, she was also itching to try it herself, especially with a top-tier combination like Lei Mingping and Lu Jinjin. Even including many unregistered experts, their strength is definitely among the top 100 in Longxia. Head straight to the mech training ground. Lei Ying turned on the lights. The area was the size of a football field, and a three-dimensional defensive barrier was activated. To be honest, Lei Ying has a sense of awe towards Raina. The mecha form is the true romance of a mecha girl. Lu Jinjin transforms into a destroyer, and her cousin Lei Mingping pilots it aboard. Transform. A storm of dark blue metal erupted as the destroyer rose to its feet, extending its arms and thick legs as metallic particles recombine. The ship's cannons are integrated into the shoulders and arms. The deck becomes the breastplate. The particles are rearranged to form armor, and 4 expanding sea wings appear on the back. Lu Jinjin, the third-star machine girl in Longxia, is known as the Daughter of the Sea. This is paired with an S-class driver, Lei Mingping, who is also one of the top 100 drivers in Longxia. All-around warrior-type SS-class Mecha, Sea Roar. Unfortunately, Lu Jinjin is of average appearance. She can only be the Little Mermaid, not the goddess of the sea. So Ansom, Lei Ying exclaimed enviously. Lei Ying also looked on with envy. She had never transformed before. Once a mecha girl has transformed, no one can resist the exhilarating and exciting feeling of transformation. It feels like that's when she's truly herself. The 20-meter-tall Hyaming mecha stood there, and her cousin Lei Mingping's voice said, "Rina, you can try it, but don't force the transformation too much. It will affect your body." Lu Jinjin also said, "Lena, you're just too competitive." Mother Yangqing was about to speak, worried, "Lena," but Raina stopped her with her hand. Her family was worried that she was normal. She glanced at Muchun, but her family had no idea how abnormal this bastard was. Transform. Raina leaped into the air and transformed into an earth-shattering vehicle, the hatch opening to face Muchun. Muchun walked up and sat on the actuator. Suddenly, Raina felt a tightness around her. "You brat, what are you doing?" Her body trembled slightly, and she lowered her voice, afraid that her family would hear her. "Hey, my dear teacher Raina, your attitude is not right. There were so many people watching just now. I was only being polite to you." "What do you mean by reluctantly?" Muchun exerted a little force, and the effect of the highest authority excited Raina G's body. "You brat, I was wrong, okay?" The usually strong Raina finally gave in. She was helpless against Muchun. She felt herself falling deeper and deeper into his trap, unable to extricate herself. Fortunately, Muchun only said it when they were alone. Looking at the waiting, hymning mechs, "I'll deal with my dear teacher next time. For now, let them know how powerful we are." Collaboration. Raina felt that she understood Muchun a little. Linkage coefficient, 41%. How can it be so tall? Raina was surprised. Many couples might not even be this tall. Because we're a perfect match. I knew from the start that you were my first mecha girl. Come on, Raina, transform. Raina didn't say much. I accept. Resonance activated. Neural mirror link established. Bidirectional synchronization of neural impulses, cognitive bridging. Mecha girl, Raina, pilot. Muchun, collaboration transformation successfully. The armor on both sides of the earth-shaking chariot burst open, and huge arms stretched out to support its body. The thoracic armor flips forward and the particles recombine and refine. The body expands, and the legs appear, allowing the person to stand up. The armor, predominantly earth-brown, is covered in crimson gold energy beams. With a flick of his wrists, his head appeared, a V-shaped crown unfolded, and his eyes gleamed with silver light. The aura of a swirling storm unfolded, and white gold ribbons appeared around her body. Cybertron heart amplification, highest authority amplification. Mecha girl, Raina, pilot. Muchun, collaboration transformation successfully. Linkage coefficient 41%, output power 65%, abundant energy. Raina felt something different about her body, and this difference was brought about by Muchun. Because of the interaction, she can see Muchun's level LV42, SSR level mecha, Rock Phoenix X, reporting for duty. It worked. Lady clapped excitedly. Raina can transform even when she's alone. Laying was being stubborn, but she was actually incredibly envious. Lena, Yangqing said, worried about her daughter. Sister Lena's transformation feels a bit different from before, Lei Yingying observed most carefully. In fact, Lei Mingping and Lu Jinjin also had feelings for each other. The mechs have a different aura. Rena's eyes widened. Variant X? When the pilot and the mecha girl are highly compatible, and the ripples and coefficients are well integrated, a semi-evolved form will appear after transformation. Combat Variant X, Defensive Variant F, and Pure Offensive Variant W. This means Raina is about to take my shape. Raina knew what Muchun was about to say, and her spiritual form stopped him in shame and anger. Then let's adapt to the change. Simple arm exercises. Lu Jinjin asked, Lena, how are you feeling? It must be tiring for you to maintain this all by yourself. Tell me immediately if you're not feeling well. Yanhuang X said with her hands on her hips, emphasizing the difference between a man and a woman. Can't you tell? I'm in great shape right now. Emphasis. Lei Mingping looked incredulous. What's your collaboration coefficient? In their view, it might only be the most basic 5%. Let's fight first, take this. Rock Phoenix X burst through the earth and charged forward. Lu Jinjin was also very competitive, and immediately Hyaming Mech rushed up as well, and the two of them locked hands and wrestled. Comparing strength with Hyaming? Raina, that's very irrational of you. Lu Jinjin's words had barely finished when an energy pulse, the power of the Rock Phoenix X, erupted, instantly forcing Hyaming to kneel down. How is this possible? What kind of power is this? Lu Jinjin and Lei Mingping couldn't believe it. They hadn't used their full strength, but didn't hold back much. The machine's output power is currently maintained at 50%. Hyaming is larger and is also a heavy-duty mecha. They were instantly suppressed. Lei shouted, Jinjin, you guys have gone way too far. That's interesting. Lu Jinjin exclaimed. The Hyaming mecha stood up, its full power mobilized to suppress the enemy, in an instant. Yin Huang X's eyes suddenly lit up, and he instantly unleashed his spinning power. In that instant, Lu Xinjin saw herself hanging upside down in the air, and then crashing to the ground at an extremely fast speed. Yin Huang X super over-the-shoulder throw. With a loud bang, the Hyaming mech crashed to the ground. Lu Xinjin and Lei Mingping were stunned. Chapter 32, The Stunning Third Mecha Girl of Earth. Lei Ying, Lei Yingying, Zhang Qin, and Zhang Qian, Lei Mingping's secondary room attendant, all stared wide-eyed. I can't believe what I'm seeing. What kind of explosive force was that just now? Lei Mingping and Lu Xinjin were both stunned. They didn't even have much of a reaction. Lei Ying could tell that she had just used a lightning over-the-shoulder throw, a fighting technique. Raina and she had fought since they were young, and Raina definitely didn't know this technique. It must be Muchun. He's not just a supporting character. He has the ability to control the mecha in battle. Yin Huang X pulled back 200 meters. How was that? Did you enjoy the fall? Muchun said, hand on his hips. When did you learn these skills, you brat? I'd say they're not bad, but you're still a long way from becoming my tamer. Rina's praise was only halfway through before she reverted to her arrogant tone. But if that had been a real battle, Lu Xinjin, who was a little careless, would already be dead. The moment they were thrown to the ground, various weapons were likely unleashed. Hyaming mech stood up. Is this Rina with both engines restored? It seems you've been practicing and learning all these years. Lu Xinjin and the others had no idea that it was Muchun who had just been operating the system. Again, this time, the Hyaming mech pulled with its right hand, and a C-grade training spear appeared. Rina, let me have a go at her. Raina also wanted to see Muchun's driving skills, so she simply gave him full control of her body. Yin Huang X summoned a practice sword. The Mo Dao is 15 meters long, with a blade 7 meters long, roughly the same length as a spear. The Mo Dao can unleash the full power of the Yin Huang X, and this is also an attempt. Muchun and Raina communicated mentally, and she agreed that Muchun should give it a try. The two sides charged forward and clashed. This time, Lu Xinjin and the others went all out. They were so embarrassed just now. The spear in his hand attacked like a tidal wave, because they wanted to get revenge quickly. With long spear parrying, long spear slashing, mechanical pullback parrying, and spinning back thrusting, the long spear, with its maximum output power, sweeps across thousands of troops. Lu Xinjin is a skilled gun user. But after exchanging only a few blows, she realized something was wrong. This was different from the Raina she knew. Because the Rock Phoenix X immediately used a move that is difficult for a mecha to make, kicking the blade to gain momentum. Using the knife to gain leverage, Lei Ying recognized it at a glance. This move was definitely Muchun's. Raina's wide, sweeping movements lacked these detailed actions. Rock Phoenix X mech, cleave manhwa. Hyaming used all his strength to block the attack. This strike was powerful and heavy. Even a light mech couldn't withstand it. The spear was used to counterattack. Yin Huang X dodged the opponent's spear strike and immediately swung his sword horizontally. The moment Lu Xinjin dodged, Muchun unleashed another powerful strike. This aura is very much like Raina's. Lu Xinjin is also a master. Her mechanical dodge speed is extremely fast, followed by mechanical pullback and flick. Rock Phoenix X whip kick follows on. Hyaming mech rotates and strikes backwards, but it was blocked horizontally by the Mo Dao modal. The clash of the mech forces caused both to retreat. Hyaming's long spear swept across the battlefield like 1,000 soldiers. The Rock Phoenix X leaped into the air, its thrusters flashing, dodging the attack, while simultaneously decapitating the target in midair. Lu Xinjin and Lei Mingping, being experienced, immediately charged forward, dodging the attack range and turning to sweep horizontally, saying smugly, "There's an opening." However, Yin Huang X actually used the sage's backblade. Parry with your back turned and a knife on your back. It blocked Lu Xinjin's attack. While moving forward, rotate and turn the body to return to the front. Lei Ying's eyes flashed repeatedly. It was definitely Muchun operating the system, not Lei Na. However, Lu Xinjin is truly strong. No wonder she ranks third among Earth's mecha girls. My turn. Raina regained her authority and went up to attack with her longsword. Instantly switched back to wide, sweeping movements. Rina's attacks are fierce, but a full-on offensive will inevitably leave some openings. Lu Xinjin seemed to be more at ease when facing the familiar Raina. The two sides fought for another 20 rounds. Yin Wang X landed 2 hits on the opponent, and Hyaming landed 4 hits, all with fists and feet. All weapon attacks were dodged or blocked. Stop, Lei Tingyun said. All right, if you keep fighting like this training ground can't withstand 2 SS-class mechs fighting like this. They didn't even use any firearms in the fight. Now all that can be seen is devastation. The incident alerted the community security guards, who, knowing they were sparring inside, didn't say anything, only reminding them not to exceed level 10 in endurance. We cannot use firearms. Thundercloud called a halt, and the two sides then separated. No way, it's been so long, Raina and you guys can still hold on? Lu Xinjin couldn't believe it. They had been clashing for at least 5 minutes. Now you know how powerful I am, and don't underestimate this kid. Raina actually knew that Muchun deserved most of the credit for what she had accomplished. She was still full of energy and even asked him to be gentle. This brat seems to have inexhaustible energy. Does he even want anyone to live? If word gets out, he'll definitely be arrested and investigated. Lu Xinjin also knew that Muchun might have played a part in this. I did underestimate Muchun, and I apologize for that. After disintegrating and reverting to human form, Lei Mingping was already covered in sweat. Even with his S-class energy charging talent, he couldn't withstand the draining power of the SS-class mecha girl for long. Muchun and Raina also disintegrated and fell. Raina sat directly on Muchun's lap, but fortunately Muchun reacted quickly and caught her. The two were not even very skilled at disassembling. That's how it was. Just now I was able to fight them on equal terms, and it seemed like I was in 2 states. Lu Xinjin couldn't believe it, but she had to. Lena, you're in perfect condition right now. I'll go back and tell the old man that you're 80% sure you'll win this one. It's perfect, Raina said confidently, wiping away her sweat. One of these old things is Lu Xinjin's grandfather. But were you controlling the Mo Dao when it started fighting me? That was amazing. After Lu Xinjin finished speaking, Lei Mingping also praised the combination of skill and strength. It's not easy for a mecha to do that. Raina hesitated for 2 seconds, then turned her head to the side. That time, I was the one who asked Muchun to operate it. Muchun, I underestimated you. You're an amazing young man. Lu Xinjin gave Muchun a thumbs up. You flatter me. It's the Raina mecha that's so powerful. The fact that you can control an SS-class mecha is already quite unscientific. There's no need to be modest. It's just that the energy. Just as she was about to say this, Lu Xinjin stopped. Muchun and Raina could fight for 5 minutes, so their energy was actually quite adequate. If it's a non-combat situation, maintaining this state for 15 to 20 minutes should be fine. Muchun looked at Raina. Raina, your movements, especially the finishing moves, have quite a few flaws. Also, although you are in mecha form, you can use the jetpack to follow up with your footwork. Don't use color energy. If you don't complete the movements, you'll give the opponent an opportunity. This was actually what Lu Xinjin wanted to say, but Muchun said it instead. Raina said, what do you know? This is. In an instant, 2 beams of light made Raina shiver. On the left is Lei Ying, and on the right is Lei Li, who directly pinches Raina's waist. Raina, you have to listen to what Muchun is saying. This is for your own good. If you encounter monsters or enemy mechs, you will lose your life. Lei Ying, adjusting her glasses, said, still the same old stubborn person who won't listen to advice. No wonder you only know how to use brute force in close combat. No wonder people say you're all brawn and no brains. Lei Ying, what did you say? Lena and Lei Ying exchanged flirtatious glances. I'm telling you to listen to Muchun. Are you more familiar with him? Or am I more familiar with her? The 2 women were about to start arguing again, but luckily, Lei Li stepped in between them and pulled them apart. Lei Ying said from the corner, let's fight. Let's fight. Oh dear, how come Sister Lei Li pulled us apart again? She liked Lei Li the most, and every time she was locked up here for education, she would pester Lei Li. You two, we have guests. Snort. Lei Ying looked at Raina and said deliberately, Raina, go take a shower and change your clothes. It's getting late. Muchun, I'll take you home. Chapter 33, Playing Hard to Get Lei Ying. I just finished playing and I want to rest for a bit. Could you take Muchun with you, big sister? By the way, big sister, do you know how to drive a mechanical car? Raina was kicked in the waist just now, and it still hurts a bit when she touches it. Lu Xinjin definitely used all her strength. The eldest sister has her own secretary, car girl. Don't let her status as a car girl fool you. She's not very good at driving Li's mechanical off-road vehicle. Raina wanted to provoke Liang. Liang didn't stand on ceremony. I don't know how to drive, but that's okay. I'll transform and deliver it myself. Lu Xinjin and Zhang Qian stared wide-eyed. Was this a sign that the driver was to sit in the seat? Was the eldest sister really angered by Raina? Something's not right, is it? Lei Yingying exclaimed. Muchun is mighty. Muchun is domineering. That's it. Okay, then I'll trouble you to take it to school, big sister. Raina thought Liang was just saying it casually. Liang simply snorted and told Muchun to follow. At the entrance, the Lamborghini, now purple, opened the door and said, "Get in." Muchun looked up at the second floor. Raina was peeking at him. I know the two sisters are bickering, and neither of them will give in to the other. Muchun waved to everyone. Thank you for the hospitality, Aunt Jean. See you the day after tomorrow, Raina. After saying that, he got into the passenger seat. Who told you to come this way? Get to the driver's seat. Lei Ying's voice rang out. Muchun said, Big sister, you don't need to push yourself so hard. Get on the bus when I tell you to. Muchun actually wanted to sit in the driver's seat. If it weren't for the Lei family watching over him, he would have climbed in long ago. Watching the car drive away, Lei Li, hands on her hips, said, You two have been fighting since you were little. You're supposed to be sisters, but you're like enemies. The eldest sister is acting strangely today, but it's probably because Muchun punched her, and she's happy. Raina received a message from Muchun. Was he jealous? Raina gritted her teeth. What are we going to eat? I need a rest. Perfect. Show me what you've got. Go and wreak havoc on her car. Break it. Moten. This is your eldest sister. Raina, go all out and make her fail miserably. Do it right, and I'll reward you handsomely. Muchun received. As the Lamborghini drove along the road, Muchun saw the ripples of the tassels as he gripped the steering wheel. But Lei Ying was not averse to it. Her fluctuations quickly stabilized, indicating that her body did not reject Muchun. Muchun, at the exchange meeting in 4 days. If Raina feels unwell, you must stop her, understand? Don't worry, Sister Lei Ying. Have you forgotten my talent? Lena is with me, so you can rest assured. The two sisters are mortal enemies when they meet, the kind who would fight each other. But they both care about each other behind the scenes. I'm relieved to hear you say that. Raina is quite fierce and impulsive. She's like a lion, like a wild horse that needs someone to hold her back. The fact that she's willing to help you transform proves that she at least trusts you. Like Sister Lei Ying was willing to drive you back. Lei Ying's expression shifted slightly. This is a reward for you practicing boxing with me. Muchun gripped the steering wheel, eased off the accelerator, and slowed the car down. It was still drizzling outside. From the overpass, you can see brightly lit buildings on both sides. Sister Lei Ying, do you want to transform? On the car's screen, the lightning bolts fluctuated considerably, but subsided after 2 seconds. Driving on the highway at night, Lei Ying sighed and said, Who wouldn't want to? When I was a child, I made a bet with Raina to see who would become the strongest mecha girl and transform to save this world from disaster. I admired and idolized the Tianxing mecha girl, but fate always likes to play tricks on people. C-class mecha girls with large bodies have a chance to transform if they collaborate with a good pilot. I'm a car girl, the type with the lowest probability. The worst off is the car girl, who is difficult to modify, has low practicality, and low transformation synergy rate. Didn't you have a driver test drive it? Lei Ying said calmly, I've simulated it with a linkage device before, and the highest it ever achieved was only 4%. I've given up hope. Turn the corner, and ahead lies the side gate of Star Moon Academy. We've arrived. Muchun did not open the car door immediately, but instead pulled Lei Ying's linkage. What are you doing? Lei Ying immediately put away the linkage device, but is shown in her core. Mecha girl, Lei Ying, pilot, Muchun, collaboration factor, 18%. Muchun smiled meaningfully. Sister Lei Ying brought me back, so I can show you a secret. Lei Ying couldn't believe it. How is this possible? Muchun had already opened the door and gotten out of the car. Next time you have time, Sister Lei Ying, remember to ask me to box. To lure someone in at the first sign of trouble, one must feign indifference. Lei Ying remained frozen in place, the Lamborghini's hazard lights still flashing. Muchun. Lei Ying called out to him. But Muchun didn't turn around, instead turning his back and waving his hand coolly. Let's meet up next time. She and Muchun, in that brief moment, successfully linked up, and the result was far beyond 5%. The higher the coefficient, the greater the chance of transformation. If the percentage exceeds 15%, it can be said that transformation is almost certain. Let me tell you a secret. Linkage understood. Muchun had deliberately let her know why she could transform into Raina. It wasn't a coincidence, nor was it because Raina was too strong. Muchun, this young man, has a secret. The engine roared merrily. Laying looked at the sky. Next time she would transform. Muchun returned to the academy. It was a little past 8 in the evening, which wasn't actually that late. With his body stronger and his energy more abundant, he said, "I'll go do some more training." In Muchun's dictionary, a strong person is 30% talent, 30% luck, and 40% hard work. We in Main City, Silver Moon Bar. The door to the private room opened, and a bald, burly man walked in. "Miss, there's someone you're interested in who wants to see you." "Bring it in." The man walked in, and the two burly men closed the door. "So it's you." The woman grinned. "What do you want to see me about?" The man took out a photo and placed it on the table, then picked up a fruit knife next to him and stuck in the photo. "I want you to get rid of this kid. You can break his arms and legs too." The person in the photo is none other than Muchun. This man was O Yangqing. The woman with long purple hair looked at the photo and said, "You know the rules of our Silver Moon Shadow, the other party situation, and the reasons. He's just a useless student from Xingyue Academy who ruined my plans." O Yangqing briefly recounted the blind date process, but changed some things. For example, he angered the Riley sisters by telling the truth. O Yangqing became angrier the more he thought about it. But if he targeted Muchun, he would definitely be targeted by the Lei family. Why not just spend money and hire professionals to do what they do best? Isn't he just the kid Raina used as a shield? Do we need to take action against him? Raina is very famous. O Yangqing said, "I can't take action because of my status. This kid ruined my plans. At least break his legs. I know your rules. How about I give him 2 million? 2 million? You must have been drinking fake alcohol." The purple-haired woman said. "He's just a student. Why does he want more?" O Yangqing asked, puzzled. "You think it's so easy to get into Star Moon Academy? Besides, we need to fabricate evidence that he offended someone, so his legs were dislocated. Even if it's a shield for Raina, it's still related. His 2 legs are worth 35 million. This is insane. It's so expensive. I can't afford that much money." Muchun had no idea he was so expensive. The purple-haired woman smiled and said, "How about this? We don't have high demands. We'll take the order if you give us 200 pieces of Black Crystal Group's 11th generation A-grade equipment at a 30% discount. There's no room for negotiation. The latest is Generation 12. O Yangqing thought about it and realized that this number was the maximum he had the authority to set. To be honest, his physical condition was definitely related to Muchun, and this kid had to be crippled. "All right, it's a deal." Chapter 34 Muchun. "I want to fight 10 of them." "Take off his blindfold." Muchun's blindfold was ripped off, and he was tied to a chair on the ground. Muchun looked around. This was an abandoned construction site, and there were at least 20 people around. A muscular, bald man in revealing clothing, a tall, thin man with a volcano-like physique, a cool-looking man in a suit, and an old man with a goatee and a tuxedo who looked like a butler. The others are all mecha girls, some dressed as energetic young women, some dressed as waitresses, and some carrying weapons such as whips and batons. Look towards the center. Beside the old man in the tuxedo, a beautiful woman sat on a pile of timber at the construction site. She had long, purple hair that reached her waist, purple eyes, and a beautiful face. She wore a dark blue school uniform with a high, full bust, a black skirt, and black stockings. She also had a tang sword at her waist. This uniform belongs to the neighboring Peak Academy. "This kid's pretty calm," the bald, burly man said with a smile. Muchun gently shook his body. The ropes were tightly bound. "Where is this? Who are you? Why have you captured me?" Rewinding to the morning, Muchun received a message on his bracelet after finishing his morning exercise. "The reward from the last hub has been issued, but because of a problem with my network transmission, I asked him to go to a nearby hub receiving point and send him 30 yuan for taxi fare." Seeing that it was sent from the hub, Muchun didn't suspect anything, ate breakfast, left the school gate, and took a taxi. Che-ji is a shy-looking girl who gives off a completely normal vibe. But soon after getting in the car, Muchun noticed something was wrong and smelled a snoring odor. However, Muchun had an extraordinary physique, so he pretended to be asleep to see what was going on. The girl in the car is now on the right, completely different from her cute and adorable appearance. She's now haughty and sticking out her chin. The girl up there, she should be the leader here. Huh? You don't seem flustered at all. That's surprising, Purple Lily said. Someone paid a high price for your 2 legs. That's the reason. Muchun wasn't flustered at all. If they really wanted to harm him, these people would have done it already. These people, or rather that girl, were clearly trying to test him, and Muchun was also going to test them in return. System quest triggered. Unyielding justice. 1. Fight against the Silver Moon Shadow members head-on, defeating 3 of them. 2. I want to fight 10 of them. 3. Reach a cooperation agreement with the other party. A tiered mission, and the core of mission completion is the host's survival. Who is it? Muchun thought about it carefully and realized that there really was someone. For example, Zhao Junkai. No, Sao Hunkai. Although the guy loves to show off, mock people, and offend people, he wouldn't use such methods. Zhao Junkai. Thank you. That means there are only 2 people. Muchun knew from the mission that they were the shadow of the Silver Moon, but he wouldn't say directly. Who are you? Are you forces from another country hiding bombs underground? How did you know we were hiding? The bald man was taken aback. Purple Lily smashed a piece of wood on the bald man's head. Idiot, he was talking about the attack, not us. Oh, miss, I misunderstood. The bald man immediately smiled apologetically. Purple Lily sat on it. You now have 3 legs. Here's a choice. Which 2 do you want to lose? 2 mecha girls walked over. They had semi-mechanical arms. They were both chainsaw girls. This scene is so real. Muchun remained calm. You didn't make a move directly, so there must be conditions we can discuss, right? Purple Lily twirled the key in her hand. The other party offered a high price. Of course you can offer even more, where you have greater value. I want to see what kind of person you are, a pilot that Raina can use as a shield. You're not really just an ordinary student, are you? How much do they offer? Muchun was already preparing to make his move. Our offer is 35 million. So many. Muchun squinted. Yes, it seems I overestimated it. Xiaomei, get ready to start sawing. Muchun squinted. I think you guys have set the price too low. Thud. Muchun shook his hands, and the nylon rope in the chair shattered completely. Xiaomei, watch out. Just as the sound reached Chainsaw Princess's ears, Muchun's fist was already coming. With one punch, Xiaomei flew more than 10 meters away, her nose bleeding profusely. Muchun immediately threw another punch, sending the other chainsaw girl, who was stunned on the left, flying. Purple Lily blinked. Whoa, it seems the intelligence was a bit off. Let's go. Take him down. Her voice, however, was filled with more surprise. 2 motorcycle girls rushed up from behind. Muchun dodged the attack, grabbed the front of the motorcycle, easily lifted it up, and slammed it into another motorcycle girl. Kid, you've got some strength, but you're nowhere near as strong as me. The bald, burly man with the mechanical arm swung his fist and smashed it down. Muchun met the attack with a punch, and it was an iron block. Activate the talent, Ironclad Fortress. Fist clash. There was a metallic clanging sound, followed by a shattering sound. The mechanical arm jacket worn by the bald, burly man shattered, smashed by Muchun's punch. How is this possible? The woman with the ponytail behind him moved very fast, slashing Muchun's back with her curved blade. With a crisp crack, the scimitar shattered. That's a bristleback. Muchun's entire body is made of iron, so even a B-grade shell might not be able to hurt him in this state. It can withstand 20 times the damage it receives. Muchun turned around and delivered a powerful punch with a series of cracking sounds. Bang! The woman with the ponytail was spitting as she was sent flying more than 10 meters, crashing to the ground with her eyes rolled back. 4 mecha girls rushed in from the left and right, and Muchun dodged their weapons with a series of backflips. Weapons such as whips, batons, and daggers. Muchun was very fast. He rushed up, grabbed one of the mecha girls, and slammed it to the ground without any mercy. Then he punched the second one in the abdomen. That punch was too heavy. They felt as if they had been struck in the abdomen with a hammer, a single punch that forced them to their knees, spitting as they stood up. 2 more punches. 8. Muchun saw an opponent and charged towards the arrogant car girl. So you're the one who drugged me, right? No, go fight them. I'm not good at this. Just this punch. Muchun leaped forward and delivered a powerful punch to her face. One punch sent the robot girl sliding 10 meters across the ground, her nose bleeding profusely, and she rolled on the ground in pain. A long whip wrapped around his hand from behind. Don't you know there's a huge difference in strength? Muchun pulled back. The crane operator was pulled over directly. Pikachu. Muchun, use headbutt. Bang. He slammed his forehead into the other side. The crane operator let out a loud scream of pain. In just 2 minutes, Muchun had already killed 10 people on the scene. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of applause. The one clapping is naturally Purple Lily. Muchun picked up a short knife from the ground and looked at it. Purple Lily watched with great interest. As expected of the shield chosen by Raina, and according to the investigation, the medals you obtained in the attack, according to our people in the hub, are not as simple as they seem. There was definitely something hidden. Muchun looked at her and said, I didn't use my full strength because you were just testing me. Miss Purple Lily, can we talk now? Yeah, you're not ready to talk to me yet. After saying that, he pointed 10 pulse rifles at Muchun. Muchun reached out to Zibaiha and activated the highest level of access. Instantly, Purple Lily's body tensed up. She felt something pierce directly into her body. What's going on? Did you do this? The others looked at the young lady in surprise. Muchun tilted his head and said, Can we talk now? I'll die if they pull the trigger, but if I move my hand, Miss Purple Lily, you'll die too. Your body should react, right? Muchun was just trying to scare the other party. His highest level of authority was to restrict the movement of the mecha girls. Currently, Muchun's highest level of connection was one person. The Cybertronian heart can be charged to stun the opponent, but it cannot actually kill the mecha girl. However, Muchun achieved his goal. Zibaiha truly felt that Muchun could remotely threaten her life. If it weren't for the two sides testing each other, she could have truly been in mortal danger. Chapter 35 Cooperation with Purple Lily. Under Muchun's supreme control, Zibaiha couldn't believe it. Her arm had been semi-mechanized into a particle gun and was slowly pointing at her head. You can remotely control my body? Purple Lily gave him an interesting look. With Muchun's sharp skills, his physique must be at least level 50 or 60. Can we talk now? Muchun smiled and said, Don't ruin a better cooperation for the sake of trash like Confronting. The scene was silent for 5 seconds. Purple Lily smiled, not bad. The person who placed the order did not provide a proper assessment. This order is void. The price of the goods is far higher than the estimated value. Everyone, lay down your weapons. At Purple Lily's voice, the remaining dozen or so people put down their weapons. Muchun also stopped and revoked the highest level of authority. Purple Lily smiled and said, Then let's settle the score for the 10 of us you injured. Huh? Hey. I was acting in self-defense. You tricked me into getting on the bus and kidnapped me here. I haven't even settled accounts with you yet. So why are you blaming me first? Muchun, speechless, put his hands on his hips and asked, So, what conditions did Confronting offer you? You want to know? Muchun looked at the bracelet, which contained some rumors and information about the Silver Moon Shadow. Hidden within the main city of Wuyun, this underground force boasts a large membership and undertakes missions involving both humans and mecha girls. As long as their demands are met, cooperation is possible. They are likely ranked among the top 2 underground forces in the main city of Wuyun. After all, I want to solve the problem at its root. It's not a good thing to always be someone's target. Then we have a new order. Come with us. It's obvious that Purple Lily has become interested in Muchun. The little girl transformed into a carriage girl and stopped in front of Muchun. Muchun had already been drugged once, so he sat down without any fear. Now he was considered a customer. Arriving at Silver Moon Bar, there were hardly any customers during the day. Hello, miss. Some employees are cleaning, while others are preparing goods. The bar is estimated to be the size of 2 basketball courts, and there are also passageways leading to higher-end consumption areas. The information on the bracelet indicates that Silver Moon Bar is the largest and most luxurious bar in Wuyun's main city. Walking through the corridor, you'll find yourself in a series of luxurious private rooms. You guys can go out now. Purple Lily waved her hand and went in with only 2 people. On the left is the old man in the tuxedo. Muchun could sense that the old man was a master because his movements were very easy. The other one was a woman with a neat ponytail. Please have a seat, Muchun. Muchun sat down. Then may I call Zibaiha? I didn't expect we were the same age. It's a good habit to like researching. Please address me that way when we're out in public. But on my turf, please call me Miss Z. Zibaiha sat down, deliberately crossing her legs and placing her hand on her stockings. This woman is poisonous. She's like a beautiful snake, and if you're not careful, she'll bite you and poison you. Muchun just checked her information. She is a student at Gaofeng Academy, one of the four little dragons of Wuyun, and is known as the school beauty, the purple lily of the high mountains. She was practically a queen in the academy. An S-rank gun girl, the only S-rank mecha girl to awaken in the past 3 years at Peak Academy, registered online as the daughter of the Zifeng Chamber of Commerce. Zifeng Chamber of Commerce? They're a sponsor of Gaofeng Academy, and they also sponsor Xingyue Academy to some extent. They hold a second-tier position based on their wealth. However, no registrations have been made related to the Silver Moon Shadow. Hello, Miss Z. I would like to know what conditions Linkage offered you. You quoted 35 million for my 2 legs. That proves that you're using resources under the guise of the hub to get me out because of my acquaintance with Raina, and you are using other means to make your judgment. Purple Lily added, based on your behavior on the 3rd basement level, I suspect you're not as simple as an ordinary student. Muchun continued, but from what I know now, Miss Baihe is someone who is not sure of money. I think 35 million is just a price that Linkage cannot afford. Your real goal is to get the resources behind him. The elderly man in the tuxedo adjusted his glasses, and the capable woman with the ponytail couldn't help but glance at Muchun again. You're very smart, but dealing with smart people could be a real headache. Muchun smiled. Those are opponents, but what if they're teammates? Did you mean? Muchun placed his hand on the glass tea set and took a sip of tea. The root cause I'm referring to isn't Linkage. He's just a doomed man. The root cause I'm talking about is our cooperation, which will solve the problem once and for all, whether it's Kong or Zhun. This source is even more ruthless. Purple Lily changed her posture. Then it depends on what you can offer. Muchun asked first, I'd like to know what conditions Linkage offered. Black Crystal Group sold us 200 pieces of their 11th generation equipment at 30% of cost. Purple Lily and her team had no shortage of manpower, but they lacked weapons and equipment. We know him very well, and this is the maximum amount of his gray income over 3 years. The woman with the ponytail added, and we're curious what you did to him that made him willing to spend so much money to fix it. He must have lied. Yes, I have a hidden ability that makes him only tell the truth in the last few sentences. Then, he started swearing in front of Raina and almost got hit by a cup. Muchun shrugged. Her beautiful purple eyes looked at Muchun. You have this ability? I'm more sincere in our cooperation, right? How valuable is that ability? Very valuable. Purple Lily needs to reassess and rethink. This interrogation technique is very useful, and organizations like theirs need it. However, my talent is limited, and I have a daily limit on the number of times I can make a phone call. Purple Lily gestured for them to proceed. She possesses a maturity far beyond that of an 18-year-old. In terms of appearance, Baihe should be rated around 85 points. Her figure is on par with Qin Shui's, both being slender and tall and possessing a 34-piece weapon. Qin Shui is like a snow lotus, while Zilihe is probably a poisonous rose. Muchun connected the call via his wristband. What is it? The voice of a cold and aloof woman answered the phone. Is Sister Laying busy? I'm busy, but go ahead and tell me. I need your help, sister. There's only one. Laying didn't ask what it was first, and directly asked Muchun to answer. I'm negotiating a business deal. I hope Sister Laying can help me provide 11th generation A-level equipment. The first batch will be 100 pieces at a 30% discount, and if needed, 15 pieces will be provided every month at a 40% discount. You, Linkage, are just a high-ranking servant, working for the near first-tier power, Black Crystal Group. Laying is one of the 4 managers of the leading force, the Lamplighters. Their identities are worlds apart. Don't underestimate the small quantity Muchun provides. What Baihe and her team need most is a sales channel. They are an underground force, and they mainly use CD-grade equipment. If they can have a long-term supply of these items, then things will be different. There was a 10-second silence on the other end of the call. How could Baihe and the others not know Laying, let alone understand her personality? He smiled and said in a low voice, You're asking for too much. Laying probably won't agree. The woman with the ponytail nodded. Laying was difficult to negotiate with. She was very meticulous in her work. Although the factory of the lampholder is small, all the products are of high quality. There were only 2 words on the other end of the phone. The woman with the ponytail and purple lilies stared wide-eyed, wondering if she had misheard. Chapter 36, Breaking Linkage's leg. The equipment provided is fine, but the types cannot be selected by the customer, Laying said. Muchun then looked at Zibaiha. No problem, there are plenty of us. We can all use them. Zibaiha and the other two never expected that Muchun was just a shield for Raina, a student who might be okay because of their teaching relationship. But why does he have such a high level of trust in Lei Ying, who is even more difficult to get along with? One more thing. Muchun, the people you ship to cannot be from other countries or unregistered organizations, Lei Ying emphasized again. Purple Lily said, Don't worry. Our Purple Peak Chamber of Commerce is a legitimate organization. Zifeng Chamber of Commerce? Purple Lily sat down on the sofa next to Muchun. Hello, Miss Lei Ying. You look familiar. The screen displayed. Zi Qianfeng is my father. I see. I remember your name is very nice, but your father is not an easy person to deal with. He's already gone. Now, the Zifeng Chamber of Commerce and other related matters are all under my control. Yam Zi Bai. Lei Ying nodded. I don't want to concern myself with anything else. I will only provide the goods to Muchun. As for who he trades with, I don't care. Lei Ying's efficiency is terrifying. The goods arrived in less than 20 minutes. Muchun looked at Zibaiha, who had sat back down, and said, So, Miss Z, now that I provided the goods and we're in a long-term partnership, we're allies, right? What kind of assistance can you offer me as allies? The woman with the ponytail quickly drafted the business contract, adding a clause that Zifeng Chamber of Commerce would fully protect the safety of its partners in all aspects. Besides security services, the Zifeng Chamber of Commerce can also provide services for some business activities involving a large number of people, and we will provide Mr. Muchun with our Level 1. Purple Lily interrupted her. Level 2. The woman with the ponytail immediately changed her tune. Our first-tier partners only provide assistance to the Zifeng Chamber of Commerce. Second-tier partners can mobilize members of our Silver Moon Shadow to a limited extent. Purple Lily sent Muchun a friend request and a silver badge. Our faction's cooperation has this badge, where you can see this badge mark in the store. You can show your identity as an ally to ask for help. The woman with the ponytail explained, Silver Moon Shadow has 1,737 branches in Wuyun's main city. Purple Lily added, At the same time, we will help you deal with guys like Kong Lynching. Muchun could tell that Zi Baiha's sincerity in cooperating had increased. He said, If it's a matter of capability, I will also provide assistance. In addition to telling the truth, I also provide repair services for the Mecha girls. I want you to see my information. The information states that Muchun possesses the SS-level talent Super Repair. It's a pleasure to work with you. Muchun and Zibaiha received the goods, which included a small number of weapons, but mostly drives and spare parts. As expected of something from the frontline forces, the lamp bearers. This is a high-quality product specially supplied to the front lines. Brother Muchun is awesome. Brother Muchun, are you lonely at night? I can help you. Zibaiha publicly identified Muchun as their second-tier partner, with the first tier being commercial and the second tier being ally level. The people of Silver Moon Shadow are all greeting Muchun now. This is a bar, and there are quite a few heavily made-up female robot girls. Thank you, but my partner at home is very short-tempered. Muchun immediately declined. Muchun not only completed the mission, but has now expanded his sphere of influence. According to Zibaiha, they control half of the underground forces in Wuyun main city. They also have connections with the hub, and the hub turns a blind eye to them, and is very willing to cooperate with them, hoping that they will counterbalance the other side. Purple Lily is receiving the goods over there. Muchun sent a message to Lei Ying. I love you, Sister Lei Ying. Straightforward approach. It seems both Lei Ying and Lena fall for it. No wonder they're sisters. Lei Ying snorted coldly at her desk. Lei Ying, are you busy tomorrow afternoon? I'll give you my address then. Come and box with me. Muchun, received. Click on the system. All tasks are now complete. Complete 3 tasks to receive 1 silver lottery draw and 1 gold lottery draw. Recently, we've been triggering a series of missions. Danger comes with opportunity. After all, Muchun drew the silver reward first. You have received the item reward. Weakness Magnification Switch *3. Weakness Amplification Switch. This will execute a weakness amplification command on a mecha girl once. After use, it will perform a weakness-based action, which will increase the contract value by 5% and improve the mecha girl's body level. Each mecha girl can only use this once. This justice system, there's something off about this reward. Everything for justice. With this, Reina's contract value can be increased to 60%. Raina's contract value is already quite high, so its growth will naturally slow down, requiring the use of some items. Muchun glanced at it just now and saw that Sister Lei Ying's blood pressure had increased again. Now it's 28%. What is the gold reward? You have acquired the talent. SS rank Destructive Pulse. Destruction Pulse can be used both in human form and after transformation, releasing a powerful pulse wave with 15 times the current strength, causing terrifying damage. After the transaction was completed, Zi Baihe still had the carriage girl send Muchun back. As soon as Muchun left, the woman with the ponytail opened her communication. Miss, it's a call from Miss Lei Ying, the lantern bearer. Connected. Miss Lei Ying, is there anything else you want to ask? Especially after Muchun leaves. I want to know why Muchun would cooperate with you. I can tell you that. When Lei Ying heard Kong Linqing ask for Muchun's 2 legs, her expression turned icy. I understand. After hanging up the phone, Lei Ying sat in her office, flanked by 2 female mecca, who were her assistants. They didn't understand why Miss Lei Ying would give such a big green light to a young man. But they wouldn't interfere. Having followed Lei Ying for 4 years, they knew Miss Lei Ying's temperament. Lei Ying breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, that kid was quite capable. He managed to turn danger into safety and even turn a crisis into an ally. No wonder she's interested in driving this vehicle. Connect me to Raina's phone. Raina was on her day off and doing stretching and relaxation exercises at home when she saw Lei Ying's call. What's up? What? You 2 idiots. Layli, have you finished dealing with Kong Linqing's matter? Raina immediately sensed something was wrong. It was originally Raina's turn to handle this, but Riley said she would do it. Layli was too kind. She thought that threatening him would be the end of it, but she didn't expect Kong Linqing to be so vengeful. They never expected that Kong Linqing had so much dirt and secrets on him. If he were influenced by Muchun and continued to tell the truth, that would be terrible. Those behind the scenes would surely kill him. What do you mean, sister? Muchun almost lost both his legs, and he still asked what happened. Luckily, the kid was quick-witted. You're familiar with the people at Black Crystal Group, so I think you should handle this. Just tell him to get lost. Someone outside will take care of him. Raina roughly guessed what was going on and immediately sent a message to Muchun to ask about his situation. Muchun, I'm doing well. Did you miss me? Raina, who do you think you are? Come to my office tomorrow. After sending the message, Raina assumed it was her older sister who had helped her, so she sent Lei Ying a 2-word message in an epic fashion. Thank you. Start dealing with this immediately. President Li, your people are threatening and attempting to persecute students of Xingyue Academy and ruin Longxia's future. How dare you? When President Li received the message from Raina, he was startled and immediately stopped the meeting. He went to the door and said, Raina, what happened? Tell your uncle and I'll handle it right away. Black Crystal Group has always wanted to recruit Raina, not only because of her strength, but also because Raina looks somewhat like President Li's daughter who died in battle. Although Raina didn't join the company, President Li treated her very kindly. Therefore, Lei Ying let Lei Na handle it herself. Upon hearing Raina's brief description, President Li's face darkened. Uncle, handle this immediately. Leave it to Uncle. Black Crystal Group has always upheld the principle of caring for the future of Longxia and has maintained deep cooperation with Star Moon Academy. We must conduct a self-examination and self-reflection, discover the problems, and solve them. Then I'll trust Uncle Li for now. After hanging up the call, General Li's face darkened. Someone bring Kong Linqing here. If he doesn't come, break his legs and bring him here. Chapter 37 Experienced Driver Murong Fei Fei. Kong Linqing fled frantically, covered in wounds. The people of the Silver Moon Shadow watched from above. It seems we don't need to do anything. Let's go. The people hunting down Kong Linqing are from the Black Crystal Group. They used to turn a blind eye to him, but now that you've made a fatal mistake and know some secrets, they're doing something else. Then the only option is to keep quiet forever. Raina didn't want to go to the Black Crystal Group because it was an organization driven by self-interest, devoid of any human connection. While running, Kong Linqing kept sending messages to Zibaihe, hoping they could save him. You provided incorrect information, so our cooperation has been terminated, and our new job is to eliminate you, but it seems we don't need to take action. Kong Linqing was filled with despair. Could it be that all of this was because he wanted to get rid of that kid? Just who exactly is this Muchun? A silenced particle cannon shot pierced his heart and sent him flying into the river. The body must have been swept into the river's sewers, right? The 4 female robot girls in suits chased after the body to the riverbank. I shot him in the heart. He's dead for sure. No need to worry about him anymore. Let's go back. Kong Lynching was swept into the sewer by the river. He struggled in his last moments, but his life was slipping away. Without a heart, he was certain to die. He decomposed a rotten material using Wu Yun's groundwater processor. Just then, a strange fish opened its blood-red maw and swallowed Kong Lynching whole. Each of Longxia's main cities is home to approximately 80 million people. To the outside are 3 secondary main cities, each with a population of about 6 million and a garrison of 100,000 men. Further out lies the edge of the main city, with a legion guarding each of the 4 directions. At this moment, in the dark underground of the secondary main city of Sisui, Mr. Xiao, wearing a mask and a trench coat, saw a dark figure here. This is the defense map of Wu Yun's main city, as well as the distribution table of the Legion's movement. You can only make a move this month, because they will be changing their defenses next month. The shadowy figure took it and said in a hoarse voice, "Very good. This is just the first step in our cooperation. The rest, drawing away their reconnaissance, is up to you." Mr. Xiao said in a low voice, "Remember your promise." Of course, the king will never break his word. Unbeknownst to the people of Wu Yun City, a massive crisis is brewing. This time, Muchun, who had returned to the academy, truly received the news. The 100,000 credits were issued a long time ago. The equipment library is now accessible via the key, which can be selected directly on the wristband. The mecha girls that Muchun has chosen, Raina, Qin Shui, and Liang, are all well off. They will equip themselves with any gear and weapons below S rank. Since he could only choose B-grade equipment, Muchun decided to choose a weapon for himself. Muchun's first thought was to choose a melee weapon. Let me check the B-grade swords. Heimer's short sword, Slurt 6-style long sword. Holy crap, that name, Thunderfire sword. The name of this sword must be a tribute. But after thinking about it carefully, I thought I'd better get a pulse gun. They're much more expensive. Sorry, you do not have sufficient permissions. Muchun immediately sent a message to Qin Shui. Idiot, ordinary people can only carry firearms of grade C or below. Can you choose? Can. Could you change the permissions for me, my partner? You're not my partner, Qin Shui replied quickly. What is that? Could be a darling? Muchun could already feel Qin Shui stomping her feet in anger. The icy school beauty is about to be blushed by Muchun. We're all in the same store now. Give me some permissions. You bastard, you pervert. Leave me alone. Your permissions have been modified. Muchun was already familiar with how to get closer to the 3 of them. He had to be thick-skinned with Qin Shui, be even more domineering and tough with Raina, and be firm with his fists but soft with his attitude, like a younger brother. This one will do. A Class B Falcon silenced pulse pistol, according to Muchun's online research, costs 200,000 credits on the black market. This is 10 times more expensive than a lightsaber. After playing with it for a while and finding it quite nice to hold, Muchun decided to go to the practice range to practice shooting with a simulated pistol. Although his mock test scores were pretty good in the past, he hadn't practiced with pistols for a long time. He's a crazy person when he practices, and before we knew it, it was evening. After having a hearty meal in the cafeteria, Muchun was about to take a walk around the academy, not only to practice but also to think and reflect. Star Moon Academy is very large, with not only ample practice areas but also several dark groves of trees. Even if there were 5,000 students in Xingyue Academy, let alone less than 2,000 students per year, there would still be more than enough space for them to bond. Muchun would never disturb other people's lovey-dovey moments. Are we that kind of people? That is. Muchun was initially uninterested, but upon hearing the duong-duong sound, he knew who it was. Morong Fei-Fei? Raina's entrance might be accompanied by the background music of Steve Jobs, but Morong Fei-Fei's entrance is accompanied by the sound of a giant water balloon. What's she doing here? As messengers of justice. A filial son once said, when faced with trouble, one should not sit idly by and wait to die. This grove is the darkest. Muchun quietly followed to see what the sexy school beauty, Morong Fei-Fei, was going to do. This one, Muchun regretted it later. He couldn't get out of the car, driven by the number 1 female driver in Wu Yun's main city. Muchun felt his way in the dark. This was still the darkest part of the grove, overgrown with bushes. His hearing is exceptional. He can hear the whimpering sounds coming from deep within the woods. Could it be that school beauty Morong has that kind of orientation? He had just crawled into the bushes when he reached out and grabbed a huge water balloon. Oh my, is it really that direct? I'm not ready yet. The tingling sound almost made Muchun vomit blood. Murong Fei raised her hands like a lucky cat, while Muchun's hand was clasped in a huge spot. Muchun immediately stopped. I'm so sorry. I really didn't know you were here. Oh my, really? Muchun, you're really ruthless. Oh no, you'll be responsible if it gets damaged. Even though it was pitch black, Murong Fei knew it was him. Shouldn't you be covering my mouth right now, pushing me to the ground, and tearing me apart? Muchun put his hands on his hips and said in a low voice, all right, Murong Fei, you were able to spot me, so you probably sensed me approaching a long time ago. You deliberately stopped in these bushes. In other words, she deliberately passed the ball to Muchun. Some people not only disturb others' enjoyment, but also touch them and then deny it. Entertaining oneself? Mochenis lipstvichet. Was this school beauty Murong really that good at making suggestive remarks? Was it just that girl entertaining herself? Ahem, I'm sorry about what happened earlier. Just apologize and that's it. At least let them catch you. Muchun could hardly keep up with her speed. Look at you. Didn't you come in following the smell? This isn't a bus to kindergarten. This Murong Fei is 18 years old, and she's driving at 380 kilometers per hour. I'm curious about how you got here. No sooner had she finished speaking than Murong Fei pushed Muchun to the ground. Shoo! The target is here, be quiet. Chapter 38, The Strength Competition at the Exchange Meeting. The Grove, the school beauty, take her down. However, it was Muchun who was pushed down. Murong Fei lay on top of Muchun and covered his mouth. Shh, don't talk, the target is here. Target? Muchun nodded slightly in understanding. Although the gesture was somewhat ambiguous, Muchun was physically strong, and Murong Fei, apart from her great ambition, was still quite slender overall and not heavy at all. Even if you add Qin Shui, it won't weigh anything. The flashlight swept across the two people's location, but they were lying on the ground and were not seen. A figure walked in. It was dark, and he couldn't see who it was, but Muchun had a way. Driver, Chao Yunkai, age 39, B-level driver, Dean of Students at Xingyue Academy. Gao Dunkai. Oh dear, keep it down. I've already started recording. Oh dear, there's a response. Murong Fei lay on top of Muchun like a war correspondent lying in the gun emplacement of a fortress. She not only has professional recoil control skills, but also makes good use of her body. Thunderous wave almost crushed Muchun to death. Lei has a slender waist and harbors ill intentions. Given the current special circumstances, Muchun decided to hold back and see what Chao Yunkai was planning to do. Seeing that no one was around, Chao Yunkai flashed his flashlight 7 times into the air. With a very slight sound, the class of tactical silent drone landed and transformed into a woman. Who is this person? Muchun asked in a low voice. Leader of the Ridovan Academy, Evelyn. Chao Yunkai took out a handwritten list from his pocket. This is the ability value of our academy's outstanding, awakened individuals. Their weaknesses and personalities are recorded on it. Why handwritten? Because I was afraid of having my wristband checked. Evelyn accepted the order. Director Chao, the competition at this exchange meeting is of paramount importance because of the bet with Longxia. It is almost a matter of national destiny. Your order will be of great help to us. Lanu will not forget your contribution. Chao Yunkai rubbed his hands together. What about the things we agreed on? It will definitely be delivered to you after the exchange meeting, don't worry. There's one more thing. Director Chao, please speak. When you're dealing with Raina, give her a good beating. This woman dared to refuse me. You'd better beat her into scrap metal. Chao Yunkai gritted his teeth. During the time he was madly pursuing Raina, he was slapped no less than 10 times, kicked no less than 5 times, and even taken away by the people of the hub for 3 days of education. Speaking of Raina's suitors, he was arguably the most shameful. The key point is that the students at the school are all talking about it. He was rated as the ugliest and most abstract goddess pursuer. After all, the least popular person at Star Moon Academy is this dean of students. He was forcibly placed here thanks to the connections of the Chao Shi group. Don't worry about that. We have someone specifically assigned to fight Raina. After Chao Yunkai and Evelyn transformed and left, Murong Fei lightly tapped her pink lips with her finger. Interesting. Director Chao's behavior is so outrageous that it could be pierced by a sewing machine. Using it to threaten the Chao Shi group is truly fascinating. Hey Murong Fei, school beauty, how long are you going to stay on top of me? Murong Fei smiled charmingly. I'm about to lose control, and you're not happy about giving me this treat? Or is this grove not exciting enough? Should this news be reported to the principal? Muchun thought, I might as well just lie there. It's actually quite comfortable. Absolutely not. Are you trying to take advantage of this? Muchun had already figured it out. Murong Fei was the woman with the biggest breasts and the worst personality. What can O Yangqing find out? This data is just what was recorded in the recent classes. Our people actually have hidden strengths, so what they perceive as weaknesses may actually backfire. Think about Qin Shui, think about yourself, and then think about Lena. Could it be that Li Zongfeng and the others are also hiding their strength in normal times? That seems more interesting. Murong Fei got up, and Muchun stood up, quietly looking around to see if anyone was nearby. They were indeed seen in the grove. Tomorrow, the entire Wuyun main city will probably become famous. Then this thing is yours. But what about my hush money? Muchun patted the dust off his clothes. Suddenly, Murong Fei, disregarding all martial ethics, launched a surprise attack and kissed Muchun. Hush money in the true sense of the word. After the kiss, she casually put her hands behind her back, looking like an innocent young girl. I've already paid the hush money, and that was her first time. Next time, let's do something more exciting. I need to think about how to squeeze the people from Chao Shi group. This left Muchun speechless for 3 seconds. You woman, this is my first time? I lost out big time. When Muchun left the grove, Murong Fei had already disappeared. He knew from the moment he enrolled 2 years ago that Murong Fei was the most troublesome kind of woman, extremely cunning, but he never expected her to be so bold. But why is she suddenly being so proactive with me? Did she discover something? Murong Fei is not one of his target mecha girls for the time being. I have to get Raina sorted out by tomorrow. The next day, as soon as Muchun returned from his morning exercise, a message from the principal popped up on his bracelet. We are notified to meet in the college conference room at 9 a.m. He changed into his school uniform and walked over slowly, thinking he had arrived early. As soon as I opened the door, several eyes immediately turned to me. The college's top teachers, Zhang Liuxin, Yang Honghao, Mai Yeli, and Zhou Yining, are all present. Dean of Studies O Yangqing, new Logistics Director Jin Shundao, Director of the Security and Stability Office Ji Jiang. Raina sat in the middle. Qin Shui was not far from the door when she saw Muchun and snorted coldly. Zhao Junkai and Wu Chunjiao were also nearby. At the top are the aloof and sharp-browed Li Zongfeng, the gentle and refined by Xin Tian, and the soft and cute Su Luo. All 4 A-class pilots who awakened this year are present, each with a mecha girl companion. Muchun. Wow, Muchun, you're here too. Muchun really wanted to go up and give Zhou Xiaochun a double blast in the ears. Not far from Raina, the youthful and energetic beauty O Yangqing and the naturally naive Zhou Xiaochun were also there. Right behind them, Murong Fei was very direct and blew Muchun a kiss. Muchun sat next to the class monitor. Half of the academy's teachers were present, along with 70 students from this year's awakening cohort who were at or above level C. Less than 10 minutes later, Principal Gu and Vice Principal walked in with 2 people in uniform. Captain Yin Jingdu, the chief instructor of the 400,000 strong mechanized force in Wuyun's main city, is the second son of Vice Principal Yin. He is in his early 50s, and almost everyone knows him. Another woman, who looked to be in her 50s, was even more important. Vice City Lord Liu, the third most powerful figure in Wuyun main city. Their arrival silenced everyone present, and no one dared to speak loudly. Deputy City Lord Liu stood on the stage first. Dear teachers and students of Star Moon Academy, I have gathered you here this morning for the opening mobilization meeting. A screen appeared behind her, showing Dragon Summer versus Blue Europe Alliance. This exchange meeting is a bit different from the past. The strength competition at this exchange meeting was not announced to the public. The winner will decide the ownership of Galana Canyon. As you may know to some extent, Galana Canyon has rich mineral resources and new special metals, which are important resources for manufacturing new weapons and equipment. Therefore, in this competition of strength at the exchange meeting, we Longxia are only allowed to win. We are not allowed to lose. Chapter 39, Queen Raina gives up resistance. Is our chance of winning really that great? Is this the highest level order issued by the Longxia Hub? Why am I starting to get nervous? There will definitely be a generous reward if you win. Losing would be disastrous, understand? They started discussing it quietly. After Vice City Lord Liu and the others exchanged words for 3 minutes, he reached out his hand, and the crowd immediately quieted down. She continued, "The hub hopes everyone will be fully prepared and give it your all. Of course, as long as you fight with all your might. Even if you lose, the country won't blame you. After all, the enemy is also composed of elites. Now, anyone with questions can raise their hand." Bai Xintian raised his hand. "What question do you have, student?" Bai Xintian stood up and asked, "Vice City Lord Liu, what are the selection rules? Are they the same as those in previous exchange competitions?" Deputy City Lord Liu nodded. "The rules for this strength competition are a little different. Only wins will be counted. Whoever wins 15 matches first will choose the mode. According to the previous rules, you have to choose a pilot or mecha girl of C rank or above. In 2-player battles, only the main player is considered, and the partner's rank doesn't matter." At this moment, Zhao Junkai raised his hand. "Please go ahead, student." Zhao Junkai stood up. "Vice City Lord Liu, there's a special person mixed in with our lineup. F-level driver Muchun." Everyone present looked at Muchun. When the higher-ups saw the list, they were all stunned for 10 seconds. Deputy City Lord Liu coughed twice and said, "That's no problem. Muchun was specifically requested by the other side and must fight. We, Longxia, are a land of etiquette, so it's perfectly acceptable for us to deliberately let them win a round or two." Captain Yanjingdu knew that Muchun was someone no one would normally be optimistic about. Everyone considered him an easy target. People started whispering among themselves. "We used to let each other win a point when we played ping pong." "That's right, Quansheng, if word gets out that we bullied them. There always has to be someone easy to pick on." However, Captain Wang Qingju of the security hub had high hopes for Muchun, and even said at the time, "Lan O has something special. They chose him." Yin Jing could hear the other people's discussions and said encouragingly, "Muchun, don't feel pressured. Just focus on preparing for the battle. Captain Wang of our security hub thinks highly of you." "Huh? What's going on?" Zhao Junkai originally meant to criticize Muchun a bit. "What? He's so familiar with the people at the security hub. I will do my best." With so many people watching, Muchun definitely had to make a statement. 2 cold snorts could also be heard. It was naturally Qin Shui and Lei Na. They shared the same thought. Underestimating him would inevitably lead to defeat. After all, they had all been controlled by Muchun. After Vice City Lord Liu finished speaking, he asked Yin Jing to give a brief introduction to the rules. The match schedule appeared on the large screen behind them. Yin Jing said, "After the meeting, each of you will receive a list of opponents at level C or above, including the types of awakenings. Go back and study your potential opponents and targets. This year's strength competition has some differences in rules compared to previous competitions. Mecha Girl Solo Mecha Race. Student Group Mecha Girl Pilot Competition. Mecha Girl Teacher Solo Contest. Teachers Duo Competition. A competition between teachers and students. In addition to the singles race for drivers, there are a total of 6 types. The losing side selects a type and chooses their opponent." The mobilization meeting did not last long. Deputy City Lord Liu then convened a separate meeting with all the A-level mecha girls and pilots. As for Muchun, in most people's eyes he was a free point and didn't need any special training. Muchun could leave earlier. He was going to Raina's office to give his goddess teacher some extra tutoring. Muchun went in and locked the door from the inside. Raina remained aloof in her chair, tidying up her things first. "Why aren't you practicing? What are you doing here?" "I'm just here to practice." Muchun stood up and pressed the button to close the curtains. "We must get this done today." "You..." Raina blushed instantly with embarrassment. "What do you want to do?" Muchun activated the highest level of authority, and Raina was frozen in place, her hands braced on the desk. "My dear teacher Raina, have you forgotten what it feels like after just 1 day apart?" Muchun approached Raina. The two were very close, and Raina bit her lip, saying, I didn't mean that." Muchun stretched out his hands and forcefully pulled open Raina's coat uniform. "No, wait a minute. Raina has all her physical stats maxed out, and her most outstanding features are probably underestimated." As soon as Muchun entered, he used the weakness amplification switch on Raina. Raina felt incredibly humiliated by that forceful behavior. We must remain assertive in order to make the most of the items. My dear teacher Raina, you only have two choices. Either kneel down and beg me, and do whatever I say from now on, or sit here on this desk and make it a fait accompli. Aggressive, suppressive, forcefully attack Raina's weaknesses. She has a desire to be suppressed by the person she controls. If we activate it in this way, the item's effect will be amplified and the contract value will increase. Right? Irina's chest heaved. Muchun saw that the queen was still resisting and struggling. However, at the same time, we can see that the contract value is increasing. Muchun lifted her chin with his hand. I feel that Sister Laying is also quite good. Should I try this ability on her as well? Instantly, Rina's body trembled. No, you can do whatever you want to me, but don't use this power on Laying. The proud queen had her lifeline seized, and her already crumbling defenses were now crumbling, so she gave up the fight. Although she and Laying argued, and the sisters even slapped each other in dissatisfaction. But Raina knew Lei Ying's pain, the pain of not being able to transform into a mecha and fulfill their shared wish. Mecha girl Raina, contract value 65%. Congratulations on completing the first phase of the contract with a mecha girl. The proud queen abandoned her dignity and gave up the struggle. You can do anything to me, and I will satisfy you, as long as you let Laying go. Muchun could sense that Raina had truly given up resisting. She leaned against the desk, her hands supporting her weight, her body heaving violently, her eyes filled with a helpless plea. Like a queen of a fallen kingdom. You could do anything to me as long as you spare my people. Muchun was planning to be a little unlucky today to increase the contract value, but he didn't expect the output to be so strong. Anyway, he's one of his people, so it's good that he's done his job. Muchun suddenly attacked, kissing Raina's red lips. Raina initially put up some resistance, but quickly gave up. After a 5-minute kiss, Muchun did not press Raina down on the desk, though he was still somewhat unsatisfied. Let's leave the first time in a more tender place. From now on, everything you have is mine. I am your master, your man. If you don't obey, you will only become my master. Do you understand? He spoke with a touch of domineering and forceful. Muchun also canceled the highest level of control. Rina's breathing was still uneven. She just looked at Muchun and bit her red lips. Don't worry, it's just about you. Sister Laying is very good to me, and I would never use such methods on her. Only to me? Because only by being stronger and more domineering than you can I completely control you and make you my mecha girl. Host Muchun has successfully contracted his first mecha girl more than 60% of the time. Contract rewards will be issued. Chapter 40 Raina's significant improvement. Raina saw a gentle golden light emanating from Muchun's body, but she didn't know what kind of power it was. Host Muchun, your piloting ripples have reached level E. Level increased to LV 45. All physical stats increased. You have been granted 2 chances to draw a golden card. Highest level access restrictions. Currently, it can transform simultaneously with 2 mecha girls. The first one resonates with the soul/spirit body. Obtain your exclusive mecha girl, Raina, Advanced Divine Light. Host, please keep up the good work and continue to upgrade the contracted mecha girls to 100% and upgrade even more contracted mecha girls. All for justice. You evil system, I don't see a single bit of justice in it. With the use of props and a strong attack on Muchun's weaknesses, Raina's contract value increased significantly, allowing her to also be promoted to an E-level pilot. Although the pulse wave Muchun wasn't very useful, it significantly improved the body's basic stats. Keep in mind that Muchun is currently enhanced tenfold. It may seem like an improvement from F to E, but the effect is multiplied by 10. What power were you using just now? Raina breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Muchun's words. Muchun considered that working in this office might not only lead to being disturbed by knocks from outside, but would also leave a less than pleasant impression on Raina. She was his first woman, even though her methods were a bit ruthless. You'll find out soon enough. Raina is now somewhat afraid of Muchun. He is too strange and mysterious, possessing the power to restrict mecha girls. What kind of talent is this? What are you going to do to me? Muchun slapped her on the buttocks. You're my mecha girl. I can do whatever I want with you. Is that not allowed? Raina blushed slightly with embarrassment and anger. Okay, just don't use Laying for experiments. What experiment? I'm going to tell Sister Laying. She'll be so envious, she'll go crazy. You're my first mecha girl. Only those who have completely become mine are worthy of knowing the secret. Raina seemed to understand what Muchun meant. She has absolutely no intention of rebelling against Muchun now, so she is someone he can completely trust and is loyal to. Muchun held a golden light in his hand. Swallow this. Raina didn't ask what it was and just swallowed it. It wasn't just that she succumbed to Muchun's control over her. She didn't know why, but she simply trusted Muchun. This is the power of contracts. The golden light entered her body and instantly exploded as if it were about to burst open. Rina's eyes widened as she felt a surge of energy coursing through every cell of her body, her entire being bathed in warm light. She floated up, and GTI's various data flashed. Golden text. Fixed severe defects in the Mecha Girl's third engine repaired. Raina felt it again, the same feeling she had 3 years ago, the clicking, mechanical sounds of reassembly. GT was also showing this to her brain. Third engine reloading. Loading complete, status is good, but missing driver, please install it promptly. The remaining golden light further enhanced Raina. Heim body stats increased by 30% across the board. Mechanical form slightly upgraded to SSR level Earth Chariot EX. Gained a new talent. SS rank Invincible War Maiden. Instantly restores 79.99% of non-core damage issues for Mecha Girls. Raina floated like this for about 10 minutes as she advanced and leveled up. Muchun kept watching the changes in her data. This is only at 60% of the contract. If it's at 100% and there's one more chance, wouldn't it directly upgrade to an SSS class Mecha Girl? Raina's level jumped directly to LV 87. It should be noted that many of the Dragon Sky Star Machine Girls are not even level 85. The higher the level, the harder it is to improve, and many people speculate that Raina will be stuck at level 79 for her entire life. She has now reached the terrifying LV 87. After absorbing the energy, Raina slowly descended, and when she opened her eyes, they seemed to be bathed in a golden glow. How are you feeling? Raina looked at her body and felt an unprecedented sense of relief. The pain she had thought would accompany her for life had completely disappeared. It's amazing. What kind of power is this? Shoo. Remember, you can't tell anyone except my people, understand? This power was too miraculous. Raina felt like she was in a dream. Repair, performance level, all-around improvement of the body. Muchun, can this power of yours help Laying? Muchun sat in Raina's chair, and Raina leaned over to look at him like a secretary. It is extremely difficult to obtain this power. I understand, Raina nodded. Muchun smiled. If you perform well, it's not that we can't consider it. In fact, Muchun had already drawn the props to help Laying. Raina looked at him. Really? She saw certainty in Muchun's eyes. She seemed to be able to judge the truth or falsehood of Muchun's words quite naturally. She sat at her desk, a slight blush on her arrogant face, biting her red lips as she softly said, I'll do anything you want. From today onwards, I'll listen to you. Looking at that devilish figure and the queen's expression of both anger and shame, Muchun couldn't help but want to, just as he was about to grab Raina's hand. Dinkling, the gate was opened by swiping the card. Principal, Gu, and Vice Principal and have ID cards, so they can open even if the cards are locked. The two of them came in and took a look. The scene became awkward. Muchun sat in Raina's chair, while Raina leaned against the desk. Not only were their positions reversed, but they also kept the curtains closed even in broad daylight. But the two of them know Raina well, and she doesn't seem like the kind of person you're thinking of. Cough, cough. Raina coughed twice, and Muchun immediately jumped up. Hello, Principal Gu, Vice Principal, and Gu Xiao blinked. Muchun, you're here too? What's going on here? Raina grabbed Muchun's head and said, I'm giving him private tutoring. The two principals seemed to understand, but they had come to see Raina. Raina, we simulated the strength competition with the people from the hub. The simulation showed that we had 15 wins and 11 losses, but for the sake of complete safety, we hope that you, Raina, must win the two-person teacher-student competition. They are worried that Raina's personality is not accepting of any leader, so they came to do some ideological work. To everyone's surprise, Raina put her hands on her hips and readily agreed. Don't worry about that, whether it's a solo match or a duo match. Even if it's the Celestial Star Mecha Girlie Milan, I'm confident I can defeat her. let alone Limoyu. We are relieved to hear that. After the two principals left, Muchin's anger subsided considerably. He then pulled Raina along, saying, "Come on, let's try transforming and get used to our bodies." Raina also wanted to try her restored body. The two went directly down the elevator to the academy's underground area. If they wanted to practice their transformations, they should go to the area outside Weiyun's main city to avoid causing damage due to their excessive physical strength. Raina transforms into Earth Chariot EX. It is several sizes larger than before, and the main cannon has changed from a U-shaped serrated shape to a 3-prong cannon with 24 amplification crystals, making it an SS-class Akhmer quantum giant cannon. With that kind of power, I'm afraid one shot could blow several school buildings to smithereens. Raina loaded the spare S-class Thunder Drive into Engine 3, thus putting her in full power. Driving on city roads, all the mecha girls that came along were startled. I looked up at Raina from behind the car. Who is this mecha girl? This chariot must be over 40 meters long, right? My God, what kind of main gun is this? Some bus and car robot girls were so frightened that they honked their horns, and several robot girls nearby spilled engine oil on the ground after hearing the thunderous roar of the engines. "That's the feeling, it's all back," Raina exclaimed excitedly. At this moment, high in the sky, an SS-class MAB-2 Sky Knight reconnaissance aircraft had already spotted them. Chapter 41 Battle against the 7th Celestial Star Mecha Girl. It's powerful and works perfectly. As the Earth Chariot EX drove on the main road, other car girls involuntarily gave way. Muchun sat down and started by drawing a prize. He grabbed 2 golden lottery chances at random. You have acquired the SS-level talent Gamma Blink, capable of blinking instantaneously within a 100-meter range, but unable to blink continuously for short periods. Teleportation ability? And it works both in a user's body and in mecha form. Muchun was excited. This move was extremely terrifying. You have gained piloting skills and combat experience with the pilot Li Tangguang, rated S level, including advanced techniques, Moonlight Lightning Strike, Mirror Flower Water Moon, Y-axis shuttle, and Moonlit Heavenly Wheel Slash. Muchun felt a large amount of knowledge and experience entering his mind. Li Tangguang. I remember that name. He was mentioned in the textbook, and many driving techniques now incorporate his suggestions for improvement. 200 years ago, he was ranked 4th among the first generation of Tianxing pilots, a genius pilot. Senior Li Fengchun became famous for piloting lightweight, high-speed mechs. This senior, Raidu Hikaru's mecha girl partner, is a burst warrior type, and her piloting skills are more suitable for him and Raina. I need to apply senior Raidu Hikaru's experience to my own through actual combat. I just need a worthy opponent. Muchun is also a genius. For an ordinary driver, it would take at least several months to integrate so much experience, knowledge, and skills. But he was able to perform it quite well on his first try, and grasped its essence on his second try. Therefore, when Muchun and Qin Shui fought Zhao Junkai, they killed him without giving him any chance to fight back, even when he activated his Battle Maiden form. Your level has been increased to LV-48. The Earth Chariot EX drove away from the main city area. Raina and Muchun did not expect that they would attract the attention of the Nexus. Weiyun Hub Center. Deputy Commander Long, please look at the 9th screen. Take it. The image shows Raina, who has just left Weiyun's main city. Staff at other hubs are also watching. Deputy Commander Long, according to our scan, this vehicle is not registered and is not recorded in the database. Based on the Guardian System's assessment, it may be an SS-class mecha girl. The main weapon detected is likely an SS-class quantum cannon. Should we stop it and conduct a surveillance operation? Long Guofeng stroked his chin. Besides the weapon's extremely high security level, is there anything else to suspect? The analyst immediately said, "We have the right to speculate that it is either an escape attack or an attack by a foreign mentor member of this exchange conference." Long Guofeng thought for a moment. Those who have fled wouldn't dare to show off so arrogantly. If they really had mecha girls of this level, they wouldn't need to hide so many bombs. If it were a strong member of the Blue Europe from the exchange meeting, it wouldn't be very friendly to just force them to stop. A woman's voice came through the phone. The screen inserts footage of the MB-2 Sky Knight reconnaissance aircraft. "I am Li Mulan. Leave this guy to me." The Earth Chariot EX left the national highway and headed towards a less populated area. With no energy concerns, Raina can run wildly, and off-roading is truly her domain. At 25, she was already very young. I rediscovered my pre-injury self. That unparalleled power returned, and I reached 3 levels higher. The more I look at the hub, the more nervous I become. How can this chariot run so fast? And it's very stable. Damn, I really want to see her fire the cannon. Everyone in this world is a mechanical enthusiast, and the hub center has already started whispering among themselves. You know what, if you look closely, it does resemble the Earth chariot quite a bit. Now that you mention it, it's true, but it's a size bigger than the Earth chariot. The sound of water droplets hitting the lake surface made Raina instantly sense the presence of a hunter. Muchun and Raina were now in sync, and he could immediately sense any changes in Raina's emotions. What's wrong? Something is following us. The other party is keeping a good distance, but I didn't expect my perception to be 30% amplified. Muchun activated his diffusion scan and pointed it at the location Raina had sensed. An image immediately appeared. Is it a Sky Knight? In Dragon Summer, there is only one Sky Knight mecha girl. We were just talking about Li Mulan, and now we've run into her directly. Raina was a little excited as she opened the cover of the surface-to-air multi-module missiles at the rear of the vehicle. Lena, what do you want to do? Someone happened to be there to spar with her, so we pulled her down. Muchun also wanted to practice. Then let the Heavenly Star Machine Girl experience our strength, fire. The radar locked onto the air, and Raina was just looking for someone to vent her frustrations on. Clusters of clusters. In an instant, 12 class, a surface-to-air tracking missiles were launched. People at the hub spray coffee directly. What's going on? Hey, this is within the Wuyun region. Although it is quite far from Wuyun's main city, and the surrounding area is a desert region, it is still within Wuyun's territory. Open fire directly? Aren't you afraid of causing an international dispute? Want to challenge me? Interesting. You don't need to worry about it. Li Mulan's voice came from screen number 9. Her communications radar displayed a single word, come. It was as if Raina and Muchun beckoned to Li Mulan. It's interesting that they were able to spot her from this far away. Surface-to-air missiles exploded in succession in the air. However, Li Mulan moved at high speed in the air, avoiding all explosions with a perfect flight path. Warning, you have been locked out. The reconnaissance aircraft didn't carry many missiles, and the missiles they fired looked like darts of gunfire. This is Li Mulan's SS-level talent, Illusory Heavenly Spear. Weapons made by condensing energy are not normal missiles, but their power is comparable. As long as she has the power, simply put, she can shoot indefinitely. Thump, thump, thump. The sky gun exploded on the ground. However, the Earth Chariot EX used a serpentine maneuver, and the sky gun blasted one large crater after another in the desert. However, as Raina sprinted forward, Li Mulan dodged all of her first wave of sky spear shots. Then let's try this. Li Mulan condensed the heavenly spears into a row, and the 8 heavenly spears simultaneously pierced down. This time, Li Mulan predicted Raina's movement position, demonstrating her extensive combat experience. Although it didn't hit directly, the explosion sent the Earth Chariot flying. This moment, click, 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 the sound of a machine transforming. Earth Chariot EX transformed back in a human form in midair, hugged Muchun, spun him around 5 times, and then transformed back into mechanical form. Not only did it land perfectly on the bottom, but the cannon was also pointed into the air. The blue crystals are charging up energy. The Akmer quantum cannon is firing. Boom! The moment that shot was fired, the alarms at the hub center went off for a second. Not to mention Sky Knight Li Mulan, whose eyes widened in disbelief. A perfect switch to avoid landing, a perfect aiming opportunity, and a shot that almost locked her down. If Lu Xinjin were here, this shot would definitely hit the target. Lu Xinjin. But she is the Heavenly Knight, Li Mulan. The clouds in the sky were blasted hundreds of meters apart by the quantum cannon, and the light pierced through the universe. The fact that the hub center even sounded a high-energy warning for a second is enough to show that this shot hitting the main city wall of Wuyun could pose a huge threat. As for Li Mulan, all that could be seen in the air was a mecha, white and gold, with an SS-grade dual gold spear in its right hand and an SS-grade Dragon Summer Guardian shield in its left, its 15-meter-tall body slowly descending from the sky. Li Mulan, the 7th of the 12 mecha girls of Longtian Tianxing. Mech form, all-around melee SS-class mech, Sky Knight, reporting for duty. Chaptik 42 Falanli Nigd Li Mulan. You forced me into mecha mode first. It's been 2 years since we last met, and you've grown even more. The scene at the hub was obscured by the dust from the explosion, but Li Mulan could clearly see who it was. Raina and a very young pilot. The Celestial Star Mecha Girl and Celestial Knight Li Mulan are the perfect opponents. Energy injection. Linkage begins. Mecha Girl Raina LV-87. Pilot Muchun LV-48. Collaboration successful. Lina transform. Accept. A golden particle storm erupts as Earth Chariot EX rises. Its golden armor and phoenix-like wings gleaming from the recombination and transformation of mechanical particles. Transformation successful. Linkage coefficient 55%. Output power 79%. Energy plentiful. SSR class Mecha. Rock Phoenix EX reporting for duty. The hub center looked familiar at that moment. Isn't this the Rock Phoenix mech? Lina, it's a little different, isn't it? Look at the back and weapons. There are changes. There is a layer of light on the body that goes beyond the protective layer. This is a special type that has entered the variant form. Rock Phoenix Mech X? Oh my god, is that really Raina? I think it might be a more advanced variant. Rock Phoenix EX looked at Sky Knight. Senior, it's been 2 years. Is your injury healed? Li Mulan was very concerned about Raina back then. Seeing that Raina did not answer, the Sky Knight raised his spear. Celestial formation. The light split into 8 beams, forming 8 celestial spears that fell down, and a blue curtain appeared, obscuring the view inside. Deputy Commander Long was stunned. What is Li Mulan doing? She won't let us see her. The people at the hub looked at him. Send a patrol team from the vicinity over there, in case of any unexpected consequences. Clear. Behind the celestial array, Li Mulan said, this is much more convenient. It's an enviable ability. My body has indeed improved a lot, and I have a rider now, as you should have seen, Raina said. A man who is valued by your personality is interesting. She twirled her 2-way golden spear. So, you're trying to challenge me? Raina and Muchun emphasized. Please enlighten us. Then let's play together and see how strong your combination really is. The Rock Phoenix EX thrusters propelled it forward instantly. The Heavenly Knight didn't hesitate at all, charging forward with his double-edged golden spear. The clash of weapons between the two sides. Thump! In the very first wave of impact, as weapons clashed, the veil of the celestial array began to ripple. What? Li Mulan's eyes widened. She was actually at a disadvantage in terms of strength. Moreover, Yan Huang EX disappeared and reappeared diagonally behind her. Heavenly Knight, returning strike. Muchun is currently in control, and it should be said that Raina is just as surprised as Li Mulan. In a collaboration between mecha girls and their pilots, to maintain balance, the one with stronger knowledge and abilities will lean towards the other. Raina is someone with experience facing monster hordes and has a wealth of combat experience. Her eyes widened in shock. She was actually the weaker party. How is that possible? When? Li Mulan blocked the attack and unleashed the 13 heavenly spears. This sudden burst of power. Let's see how you dodge it. Rock Phoenix EX vertically leaps through the clouds, flipping over to dodge the Sky Knight's 13-shot pursuit. He moved with incredible speed, pushing the limits of his abilities. It looked like he dodged the attack by the narrowest of margins. The Y-axis traversal, just now, was a bit clumsy, but the techniques for vertical cloud movement and wind riding were excellent. He perfectly dodged the Sky Knight's attack. Raina unleashes her power. Rock Phoenix slash. The Heavenly Knight raised his shield to block. However, the force of the raging tide blasted it back 100 meters. What kind of power is this? Li Mulan couldn't believe it either. Muchun and Raina communicated mentally, with Muchun taking the lead in controlling the operation and Raina taking the lead in unleashing her power. A perfect blend of skill and power. Wait, how did you get a level 48? Raina called out in a puzzled voice. I improved it when I did it for you this morning, Muchun explained. Li Mulan's mouth dropped open. Not only did they not answer a question, but what was the meaning behind this conversation? It's so good to be young. Is it that you have that kind of thing again first thing in the morning? Li Mulan thought to herself. Raina is even more assertive than she was in her youth. The female Lion King saw the real thing this morning and pounced on it? That makes sense. If Lina knew what Li Mulan was thinking, she would probably want to crawl into a hole and disappear. No way, you're too fast. Are you even human? Level 48. Do you know how long it took me to reach level 48? And I was even called the fastest genius. Who told me to be your man? How could I have won over my beautiful teacher if I didn't have the ability? You. Reina's face flushed slightly. You're here. Piercing sky spear slash. Li Mulan's voice said, don't get distracted. Young people, you've lost. Her dual golden spear pierced through Yin Wang EX's abdomen. Something's not right. It's all thanks to Li Mulan's experience. Otherwise, Lu Xinjin would be doomed right now. Lu Xinjin. Can't you find someone else? That thrust was too easy. The sound of water droplets falling into the lake. Lu Xinjin is here. Lu Xinjin. I'm getting angry. If other Earth-based mecha girls were sent, no more than 5 will be able to react immediately. This is a mirage. How could it be? Li Mulan couldn't believe that she hadn't mastered such an extremely difficult move, but she turned around and raised her shield. Raina unleashed a powerful, sweeping strike that slammed directly into the shield. The Sky Knight was blasted even further this time, his legs tearing through the earth and creating trenches. However, even with the Mirror Flower Water Moon attack, Li Mulan still managed to block it. If she had a pilot, her skill would definitely be among the top 3 mecha girls operated in Longxia today. You didn't even manage to hit me? How much of a hand did you hold back when you sparred with me 2 years ago? Raina couldn't believe it. It had all been completely blocked. Li Mulan said calmly, 2 years ago, it wasn't much, maybe 30%. Is that so? Then I take back what I said this morning, Raina said seriously. What did you say? I told Principal Gu that I'm in great shape, and I'm confident I can beat Li Mulan even if she comes, Raina said frankly. The Sky Knight, brandishing his spear, said, these are the words you would use. You forced me to fight at 85% of my power. Very impressive. And was that just now a mirage? How did you train that? Can you teach me? Li Mulan really wanted to learn it, as this technique had basically been lost. Actually, I don't even know what just happened. Raina was only responsible for attacking. Muchun handled the defense and controls. You don't know. There's only one possibility. Night Flash. The Sky Knight rushed over almost instantly. Could it be that you are from the Riders Guild? How do you know the mirror image and water moon? Muchun couldn't explain it either, since Li Tongwang was a person from 200 years ago. I've improved and figured out some of these things myself, and today is the first time I'm trying them out. Genius, super genius. Do you know as much as she does when you search online? Her best friend is a descendant of the late Li Tongwang. Even his own granddaughter couldn't use her grandfather's moves. What else can you do? Li Mulan stopped fighting and excitedly grabbed Yan Huang EX's hand. That's all, Muchun said modestly. The vertical cloud manipulation, wind sensing, wind riding, and Y-axis traversal techniques you used are all quite difficult. Raina, you truly live up to my expectations as a young person. The pilot you chose is excellent. What level is it? Li Mulan's question put the other side in an awkward position. Ahem, he's the get lost level. Li Mulan deactivated her transformation, reverting to her reconnaissance aircraft form, and removed the veil. I have a meeting to attend today, meeting some foreign guys. If I keep fighting, I'll sweat too much and it won't look good. Let's have a discussion instead. Chapter 43, The Boxing Match Arranged with Laying. The MEB-2 Sky Knight reconnaissance aircraft has already flown far away. Raina is in excellent condition. She hasn't fully developed the performance and power of the Rock Phoenix EX yet. This proves that his combination with Muchun can fight against the Heavenly Knight. Raina, you're right. She's no match for us. Muchun communicated with Raina telepathically. Why? Because individual mecha girls have their limits. Even if she transforms into her battle maiden form, her power is just barely passable, and she can only last for a minute or two at most. If we try to pull or defend, they simply cannot break through. Muchun grinned mischievously. And you know I have energy, so our time is several times that of hers. Raina blushed when this was mentioned. This has happened several times already. Muchun deliberately charged her energy, almost causing her to collapse. Tell me, do you have an SSS level energy charging talent? I'll tell you later. Fine, if you don't want to tell me, then forget it. Queen Raina had been spoiled and arrogant by Muchun. I have something to do this afternoon. Let's go back first. Reverting to their mechanical form, Raina and Muchun hailed a taxi girl when they arrived at the entrance of Wu Yun's main city. At the Wuhan Yunnan Hub Center. Just now, Deputy Commander Long asked, Li Mulan, who are they? Did you two just spar? Didn't you guys notice? Ha ha ha, there has been a slight change. Li Mulan lauga fartili. She was only 45 years old. In this world, One's golden age begins at 40 and lasts until 80. If we consider the time before Muchun's transmigration, a 40-year-old woman is equivalent to a 22-year-old, while an 80-year-old woman is equivalent to a 45-year-old. Yusedli Mulan is quite old, but she can actually be described as a mecha girl who has just come of age. No need to keep an eye on him. He's one of us, very reliable. I'll send you his name via private message. When Deputy Commander Long saw that it was Raina's name, and had just seen that it looked like Yin Huang, he guessed a thing or two. But the changes are quite significant. What happened to Raina? Operator, unlock screen number 9. Clear. Raina received a message that the faculty and staff were having a meeting, so Muchun got out of the car halfway there and went to the lamplighter building. Raina was now completely his woman, ready to be held in his arms. The next target is naturally Laying. The lamplighters were all dressed in black uniforms, and the building was very imposing. A short while later, Laying's secretary came down and showed Muchun around for a while before going up. As a top force in the world of mecha girls, this place has a large number of experts. You can see various training rooms on the first, second, and third floors. There are boxing workouts, simulations with mechanical pillars, and even battles while piloting large machines. The equipment is among the world's best. They're the only organization among the frontline forces of Longxia that has a 50-50 split between combat members and military logistics personnel. While hubs are advantageous, they come with too many constraints and relationships. For those who hold the lamp, having power means being able to rise to a higher position and speak loudly. Of course, you need to be responsible and have a strong sense of justice. Many who left the hub were either fanatics or wanted to join the lamplighters. This place mainly undertakes large-scale rescue and escort missions, and its military factory is among the world's top tier. When I arrived at Lei Ying's office, her desk was piled high with documents. Muchun asked his assistant Xiaoyu in a low voice, "Does Sister Laying have a lot of things to do today?" Xiaoyu replied in a low voice, "It's a little too much, but Lady Laying met someone she disliked, and the machine girl's menstrual cycle also contributed to the delay." Muchun understood. "Annie is here?" Muchun walked over. "You're here. Wait for me a moment." Laying touched her forehead with her right hand, pushed her hair back, and clicked her tongue as she looked at the documents. Muchun walked behind her and said softly, "Let me give you a massage. Don't rush. I can stay with you this afternoon and tonight." The assistant covered her mouth at the door, unable to believe that Lady Laying didn't mind the young man touching her shoulder. While massaging Lei Ying's shoulders, Muchun simultaneously unleashed two forces. Super Repair helps alleviate Ji's discomfort. Laying immediately felt the difference. The pain in a certain part of her body suddenly disappeared. She turned to look at Muchun. "You did this? Has Sister Laying forgotten my talent? So this is how Super Repair can be used." Muchun whispered, "There are also some other effects. Your body shouldn't resist my power." After Laying nodded, he used his highest level of authority to control her body, and the heart of Cybertron transmitted pure energy to her with extremely low output power. At this moment, Laying leaned back in her office chair and gently parted her red lips. "How are you feeling?" "It feels very comfortable, except that my body felt a little strange at first." Laying had been clenching tightly, but thankfully she was able to get used to the force quickly. Now, Laying feels very comfortable. Muchun is helping to purify the impurities in her blood and eliminate her fatigue. Seeing Muchun already improved Lei Ying's mood considerably, and now she was back to her usual self. "I'm going to have lunch. I'll wait for you to finish your business, Sister Laying." Laying became more efficient, and when Muchun returned from enjoying his meal at the lamplighter's canteen, Laying was already waiting for him. "Let's go, let's have a good fight." The industrial area behind the building belongs to the lamplighters, a separate training area. Lei Ying's training room is filled with various fitness equipment and intelligent fighting robots. "I must get my all today, too." Laying took off the lantern bearer's uniform and trousers, which hindered her high-speed movement. She wore a white athletic short-sleeved shirt underneath and white safety shorts on the bottom, revealing her sexy long legs. "What are you standing there for?" Lei Ying's cold and arrogant voice rang out. "Sister Laying is beautiful." I'm stunned. A pair of thin boxing gloves slammed into him. "What are you saying, you smooth talker?" But Lei Ying's actions were somewhat arrogant. The contract value is 29%, which is a very good sign. Muchun put on his boxing gloves, stepped onto the ring, and threw his jacket off. "I helped you a lot yesterday, so if you don't let me have a good time today, I won't let you off the hook." Laying got into a fighting stance. I'll repay you handsomely. Take this. The two rushed forward and attacked each other, immediately launching high-speed punches. Laying was more unrestrained than last time, and her speed and reaction were even faster. The two punches were incredibly fast, and they were already in the zone right from start. Both of them threw a punch, hitting each other in the face at the same time. Muchun's 5 consecutive punches were all dodged by Laying, whose eyes seemed to have a hint of crimson. Seriously, in terms of melee talent, Laying is stronger than Raina. Raina's advantage lies in her unparalleled strength, while Laying is a well-rounded warrior. If Laying had awakened an S-rank flying maiden, she would definitely have reached the level of a heavenly knight. Combat awareness, anticipation, and physical agility, without lacking strength. Muchun was very serious, and after about 10 minutes of fighting, he finally unleashed his killing move. Seizing the opportunity, with a clenched fist, Laying unleashed a punch that filled her with extreme excitement. Boom! It hit Laying's weak spot below her chest perfectly. Awesome! At this moment, Laying couldn't help but let out a sound. Sister Laying, take this. My combination punch. Muchun unleashed a flurry of punches, one to the left and one to the right, followed by a powerful uppercut, aimed not at Laying's chin, but at her weak spot. At that moment, Laying was sent flying, her mouth agape, and her eyes rolling back. Chapter 44 Collaboration with Laying's Transformation. It wasn't the rolling of the eyes from fainting, but rather the exhilarating feeling of having 10 layers of rubber pierce through at this moment. After the release, another 100,000 volts of electricity blasted into the body, causing a tingling sensation. Her whole body was numb and trembling with an electric shock. But then, in an instant, it felt as if she had been thrown into a cool, refreshing sea. It feels so good. Laying crashed onto the ring, rolled twice, and trembled with excitement as she braced herself on the ground. She wants to be beaten by Muchun's combo every day. What should she do? What I was thinking, Laying was still conscious, but her body trembled with longing. She stood up. Good, that's it. That's what makes me want to fight. Let's do it again. Their mouths are the hardest. Laying didn't realize that her clothes were already soaked with sweat. Muchun paused for 2 seconds. His nasal passages felt a little dry, but he immediately clenched his fist and attacked. Both sides launched another attack. Laying suddenly changed direction, catching Muchun off guard. Muchun immediately defended his head, but at that moment, his body leaned backward. Laying grabbed his leg and lifted it up. That was a foul. No, neither of them said they had to use only boxing rules. Take this. Laying grabbed Muchun, spun him around on the stage, and threw him off. It hit the stage, and Muchun immediately flipped over. Little did they know that Laying had already leaped over. With a scissor kick, she locked Muchun's head with both legs and performed a spiral spin throw. Using centrifugal force, Muchun was lifted into the air and slammed back onto the stage. Laying sat on Muchun's face, holding his head between her legs, and said smugly, "How about that? A combination of skill and strength. But the current posture is too ambiguous." The taste of the sea. Seeing that Muchun hadn't moved and was even bleeding from his nose, Laying immediately realized that her posture was wrong. This is so embarrassing. Laying jumped and flipped over, intending to pull away. Unexpectedly, Muchun also got up, grabbed Laying, and darted behind her. He grabbed Laying from behind, locking her throat with his left arm and pulling her around his waist with his right, lifting her off the ground. She was locked up by Muchun and couldn't move, feeling herself about to fall, bending over and violently smashing. This is a dangerous move that involves landing headfirst. Laying's heart was in her throat. If that hit, she would really get hurt. However, upon landing, her body suddenly straightened, and she landed on Muchun. How could such a dangerous move have injured Laying? In the end, it was Muchun who lay down, and Laying just crashed onto him. "Sister Laying, you lost the first half." He let go of her hand, and Laying blushed, unsure whether it was from the fight or from the intimacy of their actions. She immediately rolled over and jumped several times to pull away. "You've gotten the upper hand again. Let's rest for 10 minutes and then try again." Laying went to the bathroom and looked in the mirror, only to find that her black underwear was showing through her wet clothes. Her face immediately burned. However, after Laying went to the toilet, she did not change her clothes. Thunderous contract value 30%. Triggering the Mecha Girl Lei Ying's side quest. 1. Hug a Mecha Girl for more than 5 seconds. 2. Kiss the Mecha Girl. 3. Make her slide down a slope once. 4. Execute her on the spot. 1 hour time limit task. Choose one to complete and receive the corresponding reward. This damn system is getting more and more evil. It's even openly expressing its malice. Lei Ying leaped onto the stage, getting into position. Let's continue with the second half. They clashed and attacked again, this time with the addition of some sanda and judo moves. Muchun was not impulsive, nor was he blinded by desire. Lei Ying definitely approves of him. On their second meeting, they embraced each other multiple times, and Lei Ying didn't say anything even when he hit her in a sensitive area. But this is their second time, and the contract value is only 30%. Different mecha girls, different personalities. Raina is the queen. If it were her, Muchun would choose option 2, or even option 3, which would humiliate her. But the queen must be conquered. Lei Ying is different. She hopes her rider can often box with her and support and care for her like a gentle younger brother. Choosing aggressive and excessive behavior might backfire. The feelings we have now are far from enough. In the second half, both sides had their share of wins and losses, with Lei Ying scoring several points using grappling and judo techniques. During his continuous attacks, Muchun seized the opportunity to strike her weak points 4 times, without using too high a frequency or his maximum strength. It's like I feel like I know your weakness, but I don't really. Finally, Muchun pretended to slip on his sweaty feet, grabbed Lei Ying, and threw her onto the stage, rolling her around a few times to buy time. After 5 seconds, she let go. Sister Lei Ying, I can't go on anymore. You in the second half. The two played for 20 minutes in the second half. Lei Ying also rolled over, lying face up on the table, breathing heavily, looking at Muchun from the side, her heart rate rising sharply. This student of Raina's, this rascal, has attracted her in many ways. It's still early. Why don't you rest for a while and come back later? Muchun turned to look at her. She had beautiful short golden hair, big blue eyes, and her pretty face was covered in sweat and flushed. He deliberately lowered his voice. Sister Lei Ying, how about we change to something more fun? Lei Ying sat up. What are you trying to do, you little rascal? Transform. Lei Ying's eyes widened, her red lips trembling slightly. Can I do it? Muchun sat closer, deliberately covering his face with his hand and lowering his voice. I don't usually tell her that I have an SSS-level hidden collaboration talent, so I can transform into any mecha girl. Real. Otherwise, how could I transform with Raina? Indeed, only with such talent can one achieve this. Otherwise, his pulse probability would be only 1 in 10,000. Want to give it a try? These 4 words were extremely tempting to Lei Ying. Lei Ying stood up, crossed her arms in front of her chest, and, supporting her full breasts, resumed her aloof demeanor. Try it. After saying that, she walked towards the bathroom. Wait until I'm done showering. The men's bathroom is across from me. 10 minutes later, the 3 arrived at the Mecha training ground. After they came out of the training room, Assistant Xiaoyu waited outside. After processing the 3 documents, Lei Ying simply let her follow along. Yan Xiaoyu, a C-class business vehicle mecha girl, is one of Lei Ying's trusted confidants and is extremely loyal. She didn't know why Lord Lei Ying had come here. Xiaoyu, close the gate and don't let anyone in. You wait in the control room. Understand, Lord Lei Ying. Xiaoyu saw the 2 of them walk into the area. What were they going to do? Lord Lei Ying transformed into a mechanical Lamborghini sports car, and then the young man named Muchun got in. Could it be? Could it be that? Sister Lei Ying, relax and follow my guidance. I know all the theoretical knowledge. Mecha girl Lei Ying, pilot Muchun, collaboration successfully completed. It's a success. Sister Lei Ying, you're too nervous. It's okay, I'm here. I'll take a deep breath. The windshield wipers moved slightly, and the hazard lights flashed twice. The taillights came on, and the headlights turned on. Muchun took a deep breath. Connective. Lei Ying. Lei Ying was suddenly amused by him, and steadied herself, calling out in a sweet voice, accept Taion. First proposing. Chapter 45, Lei Ying's contract value soars steadily. At that moment, Lei Ying felt her soul being sucked away. When she opened her eyes again, she was in the air, falling at high speed. She opened her mouth, but couldn't make a sound. It was a feeling of fear in her heart, a mixture of longing and dread about the transformation. just as the psychological trauma was beginning to intensify. A warm hand took her in its grasp. Laying saw that it was Muchun. Muchun now has multiple transformation experiences, as well as those of Li Fengchun and Li Tongguang, and they also have multiple mecha girl partners. Muchun grabbed the nervous Lei Ying and pulled her into his arms. At this moment, he was about to embrace the machine girl. They fell into the sea together. Resonance et linkage activated. Neural bridging protocol a omega connected. Symbiosis protocol completed. Synaptic cleft particles fused. Blood and meridian matrix enhanced. Chromosome chain unlocks 917th layer of restriction. Transcending the limitations of the hind body, neural impulses reach a critical value. The sea of consciousness opens, and fusion is imminent. Xiaoyu saw the Lamborghini sports car stand up amidst the mechanical storm. A light of transcendence shone forth. The purple armor was coated with a dark red sheen, which was combined with the silver metallic armor that extended from the body. The inside is covered in black protective scales. The success rate of the C-Class sedan girl's transformation is as high as 0.03%. Xiaoyu didn't even care when the documents in her hand fell to the ground, because she was witnessing history. A 10-meter-tall body appeared, gleaming with a dark red light. Its head protruded, and its entire mecha body emitted a burst of dark red light. Mecha girl, Lei Ying, pilot. Muchun, transformation successfully overcomes limitations. 40% linkage coefficient, 35% output power, abundant energy. Dark red star, the all-around transcendent Class A mech, has arrived. Transformation? Success. Lei Ying opened her eyes, her gaze fixed on the 10-meter-high mechanical arm, and every cell in her body seemed to throb with excitement. Only in mecha form can one experience the complete life of a mecha girl. At this moment, my whole body possesses immense power, and every inch of my skin and every second of my spirit is enjoying this tremendous pleasure. Mecha form is the lifelong pursuit of mecha girls. Lei Ying now fully understands the meaning of those words. Our correlation coefficient is frighteningly high. Lei Ying exclaimed upon seeing this. 40? How could it be so tall? This is outrageous. 5% is enough to transform, and Lei Ying had fantasized about having 10%. Little did they know that she was highly compatible with Muchun, and with the addition of the contracted mecha girl and the highest authority, the compatibility reached 40%. The output power was surprisingly realistic. She hadn't yet gained control of her mecha body. Muchun scratched his head cutely. Maybe we're a perfect match. Perfect fit, that's the only explanation. In a woman's words, he is her soulmate, and such a perfect match is even rarer than winning the lottery. Muchun and Raina have actually reached 60% and are able to transform into their battle maiden forms. He guided Lei Ying's movements, granting her 90% control and letting her experience the feeling of being in a mecha. Move around freely, and I can recharge no matter how much energy you consume. Muchun's voice was as if to say, "My goddess, everything is at your service." Lei Ying was as excited as a young girl experiencing her first love. If you calculate it that way, she also falls into this age range. She finally transformed into a mecha, fulfilling her dream. He swung his fist and drew his own quantum-surpassing longsword. The thrusters propel it at high speed across the ground. That's fantastic. That's fantastic. Wah, wah, came a girl's sobs. It's not Lei Ying. Dark Red Star looked towards the control room and saw Yin Xiaoyu crying with tears streaming down her face. Silly girl, why are you crying? Yin Xiaoyu wiped away her tears. I'm so happy to see Lord Lei Ying transform into a mecha. I'm so happy. She was even happier than if she could transform into a mecha herself. You silly girl. Lei Ying's gentle voice came from the Crimson Star. Xiaoyu, release 2 mechanical mechs for me. Wah, yes, Lord Lei Ying. Lei Ying is now familiar with her body and wants to practice. She sensed a wealth of control experience pouring in from Muchun. Just how much operational experience do you have? My God, how can you have so much? Lei Ying has very strong theoretical knowledge, which can only be explained by Muchun being a master with more than 10 years of experience. But he hasn't even been awakened for a week yet. It is a little bit abundant, just a tiny bit. The 2 main gates of the training ground opened. 2 Class CMSN 02 Zeong mechs emerged. This is an older mass-produced model from the Alliance, and it's very inexpensive, making it suitable for beginners to practice combat. Crimson Star Strikes. After becoming familiar with the machine, Laying was no longer like a novice. A golden light seemed to appear in her mind, allowing her to see Muchun's operating techniques. He pierced the body of the Zeon with a knife and kicked it away, while dodging the sneak attack from behind. He planted the knife in the ground, grabbed the head of the Zeon, used the power of his machine to lift the entire mech over his head, and then threw it out. Output power, 57%. Ah, Lord Laying is amazing. Yin Xiaoyu shouted excitedly. Xiaoyu, increase the power level. This mechanical mech is too weak. Her spiritual senses perceived Muchun's praise. Sister Laying is really amazing. There aren't many people in Star Moon Academy who can do this on their first try. It's all thanks to you. I can feel a guiding shadow. Should I increase the power? Try it. As soon as Laying finished speaking, her spiritual body almost cried out in surprise. It felt as if her body was connected to Muchun's body. She trembled slightly. Her spiritual body was highly sensitive, as if she were being embraced by Muchun. But her body didn't resist Muchun. Instead, she felt a sense of kinship with him. The gate opened, and this time, the Class Shizaku Mess 03 appeared. For mechanical mechs, armed with melee weapons, charged forward. There was still no pressure. Dark Red Star's speed and power advantage, along with Lei Ying's continued increase in control, made it a formidable force. The Transcendent type refers to a warrior whose stats may exceed the level of the Mecha girl when the pilot is far greater. Dark Red Star is an unregistered type. It is an A-class mecha that was forcibly upgraded beyond its original level. In less than 3 minutes, all 4 Zaku MS 03S were destroyed, and Laying was finally satisfied. Sister Laying, that's about enough. Although I can provide energy, maintaining the mecha form for too long will damage the mecha girl's body. The two deactivated their transformations. Muchun, with his experience, caught Laying in a princess carry and gently put her down. Sister Laying, are you satisfied now? Mecha girl Lei Ying's contract value, 37%. Looking at the 6 mechanical mechs she had destroyed, not bad. She put on her coat, needing to rinse off again, and said as she walked, "You did a great job today." Even her aloof and beautiful face couldn't hide her happiness. Yin Xiaoyu rushed down, tears still wet on her face. Lord Laying, you're so handsome." Laying tapped Yin Xiaoyu on the head. "All right, look at you, so pathetic, making a fuss over nothing." Muchun actually knew that Laying was even more excited just now. He was certain that Laying couldn't live without him. She had become his shape. Chapter 46, Is it possible that the mecha girl you mentioned is me? Sister Laying, do you have any awakening liquid? Muchun's words reminded Laying of something. How do you have level 48? How did you do that? You're an F rank. F-class drivers are lucky to reach level 20. It's a secret and Muchun leaned against Laying, showing his pulse on his bracelet, which indicated he was an E-level driver. You've advanced. Laying couldn't believe it. How did she do that? It can still be promoted, but it will be very troublesome. It's absurd that Muchun could be promoted, but it also shows that Muchun's value is rising infinitely. Laying knew everyone had secrets, so she didn't ask any further. Xiaoyu, have someone from the technical department bring 2 bottles of talent awakening liquid. When Xiaoyu went to make the contact, Muchun shielded Laying with his hand and told her, I have another way to upgrade the mecha girl as well. How could Laying not understand? This was clearly telling her, I can help you advance in rank. What materials do you need? How much will it cost? An incalculable value. Laying thought so too. Countless wealthy people would fight tooth and nail for these mecha girls. Although she wields considerable power, her wealth is nowhere near that of those wealthy businessmen. Once I finish making it, I'll give it to my sister who cares about me the most. Muchun even glanced at Laying deliberately, his eyes conveying that it was a gift for her. They are mischievous yet warm-hearted, and they care about you a lot. And what's with this sister who cares about me the most thing? Laying had already investigated Muchun's background. There are no relatives in the family. This clearly indicates it's her. Her pretty face flushed slightly as she grabbed Muchun's ear and said, You're not allowed to do any dangerous experiments, understand? Otherwise, I won't let you off the hook. I know it hurts. Xiaoyu could tell from their demeanor that they had a really good relationship. 2 bottles of awakening liquid were delivered soon. After Muchun took it, two beams of light appeared, which was the awakening of the system he did not rely on. What kind of talent? Laying asked, equally curious. Muchun is not limited by pulse wave level, so the leap in awakened talent can be very large. Level 20A grade, firepower suppression. Level 40S grade, illusory, quantum bombardment. Firepower suppression increases the power of ranged attacks by 30%. Illusory, quantum bombing, can only be released when linked with mechanical mech form. It throws 30 energy illusory bombs at once, with the same power as the A-level BX bomb. Yin Xiaoyu covered her mouth. Oh my god, these are all highly practical talents. Muchun was also very satisfied with these two talents. Muchun, I have to go now, you can leave. Muchun blinked, and Lei Ying reverted to her aloof and arrogant demeanor as a female leader. It's like ordering food, eating it, then throwing money in his face and saying, I'm very satisfied. Here's the money, you can leave today. Seeing Lei Ying go upstairs, Muchun said to Yin Xiaoyu beside him, Sister Xiaoyu, I have something to tell you. Please speak. Yin Xiaoyu was around 30 years old and now respected Muchun very much, as he was Lord Lei Ying's favorite driver. If Lei Ying encounters any danger, contact me immediately. I took a taxi from the Lamplighter's headquarters and returned to my dorm to shower and rest. With the Xian absent, Muchun checked the mission rewards. You have completed the Lei Ying's side quest and have earned 1 silver lottery draw chance. Muchun was very satisfied with the reward. He reached out and grabbed a 30-centimeter stick. You have obtained 1 swinging bat. Using it will increase the number of options available when making a contract choice. Muchun prepared to take a shower and rest for a while. Meanwhile, Raina was in a meeting. All the faculty and staff of the college were present, but Raina was sitting alone at the back. Halfway through his speech, Principal Gu suddenly received a message. Dear teachers, I just received reliable information. This morning, a mysterious mecha girl was discovered outside the main city of Wuyun. She is very powerful and even fought against the Sky Knight Li Mulan. The person who gave me this information is suspected to be a teacher from Lanu Academy. What? You can rival Li Mulan? What level? SS rank. Is Lanu really that full of hidden talents? Vice Principal said with concern, wouldn't the strength competition be even more dangerous? If we can compete with the Sky Knights in singles, how can we possibly be their match in a one-on-one contest? One teacher complained. Please don't choose me. Please don't choose me. The teachers discussed it and then decided to take a picture. Principal Gu and Vice Principal were also somewhat troubled by the news. Raina, do you have anything to say? Principal Gu noticed Raina yawning and raising her hand. The meeting room quieted down a bit, and many eyes turned to Raina. Principal Gu, don't you even know who your friends at the hub are in the end? Gu Yulan shook her head. I really don't know, it's just a guess. Do you know them? Raina leaned back in her chair, her right hand kneading her golden hair. Is it possible that the mecha girl you're talking about is me? Is that Lena? Everyone quieted down and looked over. It's you? Raina said calmly. At that time, my pilot and I encountered Li Mulan passing by outside the main city, and we sparred with her. Didn't you ask your friend if that mecha looked a lot like Yin Huang? Gu Yulan immediately asked the people at the hub and received the message. Yes, it looked very similar. Is it really you? Who else could it be? Raina yawned. It's me, of course. It's just that my transformation triggered my mutated physique. After talking for a while, it turned out to be Raina. No, Raina, can your body transform? Wait, Raina's pilot. There's a lot of information here. Several teachers who were pursuing Raina's side, while Chao Yunkai gritted his teeth but dared not speak loudly. As the head of the teaching department, he was less powerful than Raina, especially appointed teacher. The principal also prioritized listening to her suggestions. I got home in the evening. The whole family was eating. Apart from lately talking about the day's events, Lena and Lei Ying were not the type to share much. Suddenly, Lei Ying put down her chopsticks. Lena, I have something to tell you. Oh, what do you need me to do now, eldest sister? Let me hear it. The two were sitting facing each other, and the atmosphere immediately became tense. After all, Lei Ying's tone was very serious. Lei Ying was overjoyed, inwardly shouting, fight, 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 fight. Lei Mingping and Lu Jinjin are not here today. According to my investigation, Muchun is not one of your direct students, right? So what if it is? If you have a problem with his pulse level, I advise you not to talk about such useless topics. I have no interest in it. Lei said solemnly. No, I have no objection. What I want to say is, let Muchun become my driver. Quiet. Lei Li and her parents were stunned. What did you say? Raina even doubted that she had heard correctly. Lei crossed her arms over her chest. I am very fond of Muchun. I want him to be my tamer, my man. Ah, big sister, what are you saying? Lei couldn't believe it and touched her older sister's forehead. Do you have a fever? Raina seemed to realize something. That kid changed his route at noon. He went to your place? Yes, Lei said directly. From today onwards, Muchun is mine. Raina put down her chopsticks. Trying to assert your dominance, huh? Are you interested, big sister? Even if I wasn't interested, I am now. Sorry, Muchun is mine. I can't give him to you. What if I were to rob you? Let's see if you have the ability. Muchun had just woken up when he received a message from the undercover agent Lei Yangqing. Brother-in-law, something terrible has happened. Sister Lei Ying and Sister Lei Na almost got into a fight over you. Chapter 47. You've all done your jobs. 2 days later, the exchange meeting between Longsha Kingdom and Lenu Alliance Academy was held as scheduled. Today the sun is shining brightly and the weather is exceptionally good, perfect for a long trip. The exchange meeting between the two countries was not held at Xingyue Academy, but at the Wuyun Arena, on the way from Wuyun Main City to Sishui City. This place was an outer fortress 100 years ago. It has now been converted into a large-scale sports arena. It has a comprehensive system that includes food, lodging, and mecha combat. Muchun and his group boarded the train early in the morning and will spend 3 days and 2 nights here. A magnificent stadium, dazzling equipment, and a huge mecha arena. Most people at Star Moon Academy have never been here before. All along the way, I could hear the exclamations of my fellow mecha girls. Muchun's class line was right next to Qin Shui's class, and both of them happened to like standing at the back. How's the recovery going? Should I take a look at it? Qin Shui instantly remembered the wardrobe. No. Shoo, keep your voice down. Qin Shui sneered. Are you worried that the other classmates will say you molested someone? Muchun waved his hand. I'm worried they'll find out we're having an affair. Oof. Huh? What do you mean you know we're having an affair? Who told you we're having an affair? Get over here. You're so loud. It's no wonder people hear you. Sure enough, Qin Shui saw a pair of eyes watching them. It was Zhou Xiaochun. Zhou Xiaochun cutely covered her mouth and said, They're having an affair. Qin Shui clenched her right fist angrily, gritted her teeth, and narrowed her eyes. No. Zhou Xiaochun chuckled instead. Cute. Muchun seemed to hear the sound of petrification, and Qin Shui froze in place. He knew that Zhou Xiaochun's personality was a perfect match for Qin Shui. Qin Shui caught up with the group in a few steps, tossing her black hair. Oomph. You should worry about yourself. When I play, I'll take you along in the duos format, okay? You? Oomph. You want me to help you get through this? We'll see what your attitude is like. We're already this kind of relationship, and you're not going to help me at all. What are you talking about? What's our relationship? Don't talk nonsense. Qin Shui couldn't take it anymore and kicked Muchun in the butt. Upon arriving at the venue, the students from Star Moon Academy stood in one area. Although Qin Shui kicked Muchun 3 times, Muchun was less than 2 meters away from her, and she did not show any objection. Squad leader O Yangqing and Zhou Xiaochun also came over. PXIN had just walked up behind Muchun, and the two greeted each other. From several other entrances, 100 students selected from the 4 Little Dragons of Wuyun also entered. These are Gaofeng College, Nanjiang College, Qifeng College, and Beilong College. The 4 Little Dragons people have arrived. There seem to be very few drivers. After all, they were among the top 100 awakened students from their 4 academies. Our Star Moon Academy is the best. Even my D-rank mecha girl can participate. They're asking us to be cheerleaders. What if a handsome driver of a blue O takes a liking to him? Stop dreaming about being a princess. Why can't we do it? Look at Muchun. Even an F-class pilot is trying his luck. What if some princess mecha girl like Lan O takes a liking to him? Muchun covered his face, thinking, don't drag me into this fairy tale plot. Have any of them awakened any powerful beings? PXIN asked Zhou Xiaochun. Yes, there's one S-class mecha girl in each of the 4 academies. Zhou Xiaochun pointed to the most eye-catching girl. Her purple hair, with its golden curves that lifted her blue school uniform, and her elegant steps led her this way. That's her S-class Destroyer King heavy machine gun, Purple Lily. With looks that rival Qin Shui, Zi Baihe is the popular queen of Gaofeng Academy. Many people from Star Moon Academy and the other 3 academies pointed fingers at Purple Lily. Her popularity is second only to Murong Fei Fei, and much higher than the low-key Qin Shui. Peak Academy is located right next to Star Moon Academy. Purple Lily walked over, waved, and said, "Hi, Muchun, Maurisi Shen." Just 3 words, and it went viral instantly. The people from Peak Academy were speechless. Miss Purple Lily would actually greet the driver? Who is this kid? Damn it. Checking the rating, it's F level? What's going on? Is Muchun a retainer of Miss Zi Baihe? Muchun was speechless. Everyone's looking at you. Don't just greet them directly, or I'll become famous again. Qin Shui was on Muchun's right, and Zi Baihe was on his left. She smiled and said, "Isn't it good? It's good for a man to be famous." Purple Lily glanced at Qin Shui and said with a mischievous grin, "You have good taste." Muchun looked at her. "I mean, your choice of mecha girls is pretty good, and your mecha girl partners look nice." She even pointed at Qin Shui. Qin Shui immediately retorted, "Purple Lily, I am not his mecha girl partner." "Oh, really? You've already done all." Purple Lily grinned mischievously. "Everything's been done." O Yangqing and Zhou Xiaochun covered their mouths as if they had discovered a new continent. Wow. "Purple Lily, stop talking nonsense, or I'll bring some men to deal with you." "Oh dear, I'm so scared. It's not good to abuse one's power." The 2 women's eyes seemed to be sparkling, and Muchun, caught in the middle, asked, "Do you 2 know each other?" "Cat catching mouse," Qin Shui said, just 4 words. "Tom and Jerry." Purple Lily smiled, indicating that Tom was always being tricked by Jerry. This scene made Muchun the center of attention. Each of the 4 teams was led by the vice principal, who also brought along 3 teachers. They're shaking hands on stage now. Look at the audience, a lot of big shots from various forces have come to watch. Upon hearing this, everyone looked up at the audience seats on all 4 sides. The news of the strength competition had already spread and was no secret. The competition would not be broadcast live, and any legitimate organization could attend in person to watch it. Qin Shui. 7 or 8 people of different ages in the stands shouted at Qin Shui. She said with dissatisfaction, "What are you all doing here?" They were all Qin Shui's colleagues who were judges, and they were paid to watch the game in plain clothes. The cheerleading squad on the Purple Lily side was even larger, with at least 100 people from the Silver Moon Shadow. The Murong family, the Zhao family, the Chao Shi group, and more than 20 other Blue Europe forces, even the Ice Bears. There were quite a few people coming to see it. Lei Ying represents the person holding the lantern in the center of the stands. Representatives from over 100 factions gathered, with half of the leading factions sending people to watch. Zhao Junkai excitedly said, "This is amazing. This will be the stage for me, Zhao Junkai, to become famous." Li Zongfeng and Bai Xintian were also eager to show their strength today. Everyone from all 5 academies is here, but where are the people from Lanu? Yes, haven't they arrived yet? Look up there. 3 hovering transport planes are directly above the stadium. At that moment, a large number of black dots appeared, and more than 200 people parachuted from the sky. The people from Lanu have arrived. Chapter 48. One by one, the big stars make their appearance. More than 200 people parachuted together, falling directly above the sports center. A school uniform blending bauhinia flowers with creamy white, blonde-haired, blue-eyed mecha girls, and a few pilots. This school uniform is from Ridavandi Academy. Is this how they're supposed to enter? Stop pretending. Once all the parachutes land within the designated area, tap the wristband to collect them all. Vice Principal Agando came out and said, "Principal Gu, we're here." Gu Xiao walked over. "Agando, this isn't something you old guy came up with, is it?" Haha, that's what the young man was thinking. The 2 chatted politely. The team consisted of Agando, the vice principal of the Rideau Vatican Academy, Evelyn, the team leader, and 5 teachers. Zhou Xiaochun tapped the note screen and read aloud. Among the graduating students of this year's Lido Fondi Academy, there are 4 shining new stars. They are, respectively, A-Class Pilot Mancini, A-Class Flying Girl Jimarillion, and S-Class Pilot Alexander Song, and S-Class Gun Girl Safipna. The squad leader nodded in agreement. They seem to be no worse than us. Yes, I gathered information yesterday, and found that they're all very powerful, but OB Cole Academy is even more powerful. Even more powerful. Muchun looked over. What's that? they produced an SS-class mecha girl. At that moment, the last gate opened, bathed in golden light. A red carpet rolled in from outside, followed by a royal symphony of elegance. More than 200 men and women in white school uniforms with gold trim walked in. They parted to the left and right. 2 men and 1 woman led the way with elegance and confidence, while the last woman, with platinum blonde hair and an elegant appearance that seemed more mature, wore a unique school uniform with a dark blue half-shoulder cape trimmed with gold. This is quite a spectacle. It must be Obi-Kola Academy. After all, it's called the Royal Obi-Kola Academy. If you didn't know better, you'd think some princess had arrived. Don't you know? Who's that last one? She's the princess. What? Princess Lano Fontaine Elizabeth. Princess Bella's appearance inevitably attracted everyone's attention. The stands were shouting the princess's name loudly. She exuded elegance and youthful energy as she waved to the stage. He Xin asked Zhou Xiaochun, which 4 guys from Obi-Kola Academy are the strongest? Yes, that blonde guy is the son of Lord Lanamaro and an A-level driver named Jetpack. Muchun was speechless. Xiaochun, 95% of the people over there are blonde. Oh, you know who I'm talking about. The other one, the blonde one with green eyes, is General Burlingham's son, Birmingham William, an A-class pilot. Drivers are scarce worldwide, and Class A drivers are becoming increasingly rare. Then the one with the drill-like twin tails is Duke Oching's daughter, the S-rank tank Princess Oching. And finally, Princess Elizabeth, who awakened the SS rank 2, 799 Super Bomber. When the leaders shook hands, their eyes met, and the atmosphere instantly became intense. Long time no see, my good roommate. Li Moyu extended her hand. It's been a long time. I hope you've improved since last time. Raina shook hands with him. The handshake made a clicking sound, and the arm even showed signs of semi-mechanical operation. I heard your engine is still broken down. Should I add more water? Not all. I'll still turn you upside down and plow the ground with your face. Then this time I'll pin you down and drag you away. Everyone else shook hands amicably, but the 2 of them on stage were already on edge. All 3 parties returned to their respective areas. Only Principal Gu remained on the stage. Dear students and teachers of Wuyun Main City Academy, and students and teachers of Lanu Academy, I, Gu Yulan, hereby declare the Longsha Lanu Exchange meeting officially open. Upholding the principles of friendship first, exchange second, and mutual learning third, we will grow and progress together over these 3 days. Applause erupted from both the audience and the stands. 6 large screens with panoramic views appeared in the air, and Principal Gu continued. Next, I will introduce our special guest, Jia Ming, Long Xia's representative, Deputy City Lord Liu of Wuyun Main City, Deputy Commander Long of Wuyun Hub, and King Gai Nye and Princess Elizabeth Sophie of the Blue Europe Royal Family, and Prime Minister Walter of the Ice Bear Foreign Affairs Bureau. The camera pans to the VIP section, where enthusiastic applause erupts to welcome their arrival. At this exchange meeting, we have also invited 3 Dragon Summer Earth Star Mecha Girls, 1 Heaven Star, and 1 Blue Europe Heaven Star Mecha Girl to provide guidance and exchange ideas. They will serve as judges for the strength competition. Let's welcome them to the stage. A superstar in the world of Mecha Girls. Longsha has 12 celestial stars and 36 terrestrial stars. They also tried to emulate this in Blue Europe, but their overall strength was far inferior. Even an SS-level celestial star might not be a match for the top few on Longsha Earth Star. Lu Jinjin, you can talk about me now. She is the forest spirit, known as the Flower Fairy, one of the 27 Earth Star Mecha Girls, and Lu Xiaoming, the S-Class Tactical Force Patrol Vehicle. The crowd cheered. Although Lu Xiaoming was over 50 years old, she still maintained her cute image. She swung down from the sky and landed on the stage, waving to the audience. She is an iron fortress, the iron wall of the Wuyun Defense War, one of the 13 Earth Star Mecha Girls, the S-Class Barrier Shield Vehicle Hanwei. Hanwei leaped down from the audience seats and landed powerfully on the stage, like a giant landing. She has a strong body and a tall stature of 1.85 meters. Both her appearance and physique are athletic. She is the daughter of the sea, a heroine of the sea monster invasion 7 years ago, the 3rd Earth Star Mecha Girl, the SS-Class Baka, a nuclear-powered destroyer Lu Jinjin. Lu Jinjin is also quite popular. In this era, Tianxing and Dixing Mecha Girls have a lot of fans. Among the 3, Lu Xiaoming's looks score 75 out of 100. With her cute style, she has many suitors. If she finds the right person to manage her, her ranking will likely improve significantly. Han Wei. I'd give her a maximum of 20 points for looks. Of course, people who prefer pure muscle and bodybuilding might give her a different score. If we rank Earth's mecha girls by looks and figure, Raina is definitely number one on Earth. Quiet down. The next person to appear is... Let's welcome the 7th celestial star mecha girl, Dragon Sky Knight, Li Mulan. Li Mulan descended from the sky, her short blue-silver hair flowing down, dressed in a silver-white uniform, with a sky gun slung across her back, exuding both beauty and elegance. Ah, Senior Li Mulan. It's a real person, a real person. She is Li Mulan, the heavenly knight of Longxia. I heard he's still single. Then I also have a chance? You have absolutely no chance. Stop dreaming. Li Mulan has way too many suitors, and she seems to be against marriage. That's what I heard too. Li Mulan waved her hand, and the scene quieted down. Principal Gu pointed to the last spot. Finally, let's welcome the 11th Blue Star Mecha Girl, the SS-class laser tank Aracomum. The British woman with short, blonde hair covering her face had a cool expression, but she still waved gently in a friendly manner in the face of so many mecha girls cheering. The name is well known, but Aracom rarely gives media interviews and doesn't make many public appearances. The main reason we were able to invite her to provide guidance this time is that Aracom is the sharp sword of the Lano royal family, and she is here specifically to protect the members of the royal family. Thus, the exchange meeting between Longxia and Lanu officially kicked off the strength competition. Chapter 49, Can Zhao Junkai take the lead? There are equipment available for use in all directions of the sports center. The central competition area needs to be cleared out now, whether for those attending a separate mobilization meeting or for other cheerleading members. Everyone knows the big one is coming, the strength test. Principal Gu stepped down from the stage, and Yin Jingdu took his place, saying, "As you all know, there are some changes to this year's exchange competition. This time, we will be holding a strength-based competition. Now, I will explain the basic rules. Students and teachers in the center of the field, please move to the audience area. The strength competition is held over 2 days. After the matches, all facilities in the venue are free of charge, making it convenient for students and teachers to communicate. Both sides have 10 names on their lists, which are now on screen. Rule 1. Players cannot refuse to be nominated before the match, and the winner can be nominated a maximum of 2 times. Rule 2. The winner may voluntarily participate again the following day, while the loser will not be nominated again, nor will they voluntarily participate. Support in duo matches does not count. Rule 3. The first side to reach 15 wins wins the strength contest. For the first round, please have Lan O send someone and name the opponent. Please have Lu Jinjin and Han Wei serve as referees for the first few rounds. The rest of the people followed the principal and others to the VIP seats. Lu Jinjin and Han Wei, 2 Earth-based mecha girls, entered the arena, each positioned on one side to ensure the safety of the sparring session. They would transform to protect each other if necessary. Shall we, the students of the Riddle Academy, take the lead? Team leader Evelyn suggested. Lanu had no objections. Evelyn said to the players' bench, "Mancini, you'll go first." Mancini stood up, followed by Zara, a wavy-hair mecha girl. "Are you choosing a 2-player game right away?" "The intention is too obvious." Mancini stepped onto the field. "We've chosen the student pairs competition." It immediately appeared on the big screen. A-class driver Mancini, B-class mecha girl Black Panther Chariot Zara. Please have Mancini choose an opponent for Longxia. Both sides have definitely conducted investigations. You can contact Muchun. But if you point this out, the person you choose will also be embarrassed, and they'll be too ashamed to show their face in public. Zhou Xiaochun and the class monitor were all nervous, wondering who they would call on next. You can select people on the list, or you can select the entire list. For example, O Yangqing is an A-level mecha girl, and is also within the selection range. I bet he'll choose Zhao Junkai. A seductive voice came from behind. Muchun, Qin Shui, and Zibaihe looked over and saw Murong Feifei walking over and standing next to them. Mancini then shouted, "My chosen opponent for Longxia is Zhao Junkai." Zhou Xiaochun covered her mouth. "Feifei, you're amazing. You predicted that." Murong Feifei laughed and said, "Oh my, I'm so lucky to have guessed it right. Muchun squinted. Blue O stats just happened to suppress Zhao Junkai's, right? Murong Fei stood to the side. It's because some people don't hold back at school, and their underwear is exposed to everyone. Qin Shuei sensed something was wrong. Do you two know something? Murong Fei approached Qin Shui with a jingling sound. Sure. It's no fun if you guess too much. What's the meaning? Alright, let's continue watching. Purple Lily, standing nearby. Guess what was going on? The first game is very important, and it has a great impact on morale. Zhao Junkai appeared with Wu Chunjiao. He was bursting with enthusiasm. You picked us right off the bat. Is this the perfect stage for me? We're on the verge of a 3-game winning streak. He pointed at Mancini. Choosing me will be your biggest mistake. Mancini smiled and said, Really? I didn't want to choose someone like you, but our team leader said that to get off to a good start, we should find someone who is easiest to control. What did you say? Don't leave your mechanical fragments scattered all over the place later. The two sides were already vying for dominance even before the fight began. On Longxia's side, the Zhao and Wu families cheered from the stands. Zhao Junkai's younger brother and classmates were also shouting. Brother Junkai, let them know how powerful we are. Junkai, beat them to a pulp. Go for it, Zhao Junkai. Don't lose and embarrass yourself. This match is going to be interesting. They're all A-level pilots. Although there is a difference in pulse wave between the Mecha girls, Zhao Junkai and Wu Chunjiao have been practicing and their level should be around 10. Their level of cooperation is very high. Many people believe this will be a great match. As the particle barrier rises, the first match of the strength contest, Mancini versus Zhao Junkai, is about to begin. A 10-second countdown begins. Both Mecha girls transform simultaneously. Wu Chunjiao transforms into a land-based armored vehicle, while Zara transforms into a Black Panther armored vehicle. Both sides' Mecha girls have already upgraded their equipment. It seems Zhao Junkai came prepared. Countdown 3, 2, 1. Both parties transform simultaneously. With a series of clicks, the metal storm spun simultaneously, completing its coordinated transformation. Zhao Junkai and Wu Chunjiao's heavy armored warrior, A-level mecha, Hellfire. Mancini and Zara are both heavy armored warriors, but they are mutated AR-class mechs, iron-blooded warriors. Purple Lily immediately realized the element is countered. The two mecha girls beside her asked in confusion, Sister Z, what's with the attribute counter? Aren't they all heavy armor warriors? Purple Lily shook her head. Hellfire has considerable offensive power, but its hidden quantum energy is fire attribute. Iron-blooded warrior is better at defense and counterattack. Its hidden quantum attribute is metal attribute. Muchun, is your classmate a skill-based type? Muchun said helplessly, he's the reckless type, the kind that has no brains at all. Yes, Zhao Junkai is very passionate and launched a fierce attack right from the start, wielding a mountain-splitting energy axe. The Iron-blood warrior is a sword and shield combination. Zhao Junkai roared and launched wave after wave of attacks, initially appearing to be dominating the opponent. However, the people on Longxia's side had ashen faces, because Zhao Junkai's every move was blocked, and his opponent could even predict his moves without looking. He gives off the vibe of a rich young master who acts as a personal trainer. O Yangqing voiced what many people thought. Zhao Junkai's data and combat skills had already been revealed by Chao Yunkai. What initially appeared to be a 60-40 match turned into a 90-10 once his opponent learned his habitual moves. He blocked all of Hellfire's attacks in succession, and even the two shoulder missiles that were suddenly fired were pulled sideways. What? Zhao Junkai and Wu Chunjiao were already panting, and they were almost deforming the shields in each other's hand from the impact. However, the screen showed that the opponent's damage was only 3%. Now it's our turn to fight back. The iron-blooded warrior charged forward, suddenly pulling to the left in a horizontal arc. When Zhao Junkai was somewhat confused, he was slow to react to the enemy's sudden turn. A single sword thrust pierced through the belly of Hellfire. Zhao Junkai brandished his battle axe in retaliation, but the other party pulled her back to avoid it. The remaining time was a one-sided attack, totaling less than 5 minutes. An AI-generated voice announced on the big screen. Hellfire's damage exceeds 40%. Match over. Blue Europe wins the first round. Haha, we won. A great start. Longxiao is nothing special. One-sided crushing defeat. While Lanu was filled with laughter and chatter, Longxia fell into a library-like silence. Zhao Junkai was completely defeated. When Zhao Junkai returned to human form, he didn't even try to help Muchun and Jiao. The loss of luster in his eyes was too embarrassing. Lu Jinjin immediately shouted, "Medical team, take the two of them down for examination and treatment. The mecha girl is seriously injured." On the big screen, the numbers Blue Ocean 1, Dragon Summer 0 are very prominent. The main factor is the impact on morale. However, this was still within expectations. The key now is that Longxia sends people to fight. If they can win back the score to 1-1, their morale can be restored significantly. Who should we choose? Vice Principal thought for a moment and said, "Su Luo, you go." This choice will cause Longxia's morale to plummet once again. Chapter 50 Longxia suffers 2 consecutive defeats. Muchun makes his appearance. Yanjing looked at Longxia's side. "Please send out the second contestant from Longxia." Muchun and Jiao was taken away by the medical team for treatment, but Zhao Junkai did not leave. He sat on a bench, covering his head with a wet towel. Whether it's his supporters or his female classmates who used to pursue him, no one dares to approach him now. They lost the first game, and the people at the hub blamed them. They were afraid of being implicated. Zhao Junkai looked like a striker who had just scored an own goal, completely lacking in spirit. Vice Principal thought for a few seconds and said, "Su Luo, you go." I heard it was Su Luo. In a quiet Dragon Summer area, many mecha girls cheered and shouted encouragement. "Su Luo, Su Luo, super strong. Su Luo, Su Luo, victory is certain." Curly hair, cute face, elegant, a master of mecha operation. Su Luo is the most popular pilot in this year's Star Moon Academy, with a fan club of over 100 mecha girls. As he walked out, the cheerleading squad at Xingyue Academy became lively. "Who is that? Let me check. He's an A-level driver. It's kind of cute." People from Blue Europe are also discussing it. Zhou Xiaochun put her hands on her hips and pouted. With Su Luo on the field, this round is in the bag. Purple Lily asked, "Is he very powerful?" It was clearly a question for Muchun. Muchun nodded. "Among the drivers in our school, his grades are usually in the top 3. Su Luo walked into the arena. "I choose the solo pilot mech competition. My opponent is Birmingham William from Obi Coley Academy." In a contest of strength, it's not only about winning, but also about restraining your opponent and defeating a strong one, thus preventing them from playing consecutive matches. William, the son of General Birmingham, is also a skilled pilot, and he has an A-class mecha girl partner. Sullenberger's choice of William was preordained by the college. There are 5 types of B-class mechanical mechs to choose from. Su Luo chose the Dragon Fong, a B-grade mecha from Longxia, while William chose the Yinglang, a B-grade mecha from Lanu. Oh dear, it's all within the Academy's analysis, but I have a feeling something unexpected is going to happen. "Then you should shut up, you jinx." Qin Shui gestured for her to stand back a bit. The performance data of Dragon Fong and Wolf are similar, so the competition comes down to the skill of the driver. The two sides clashed quickly and got into the game right away. The continuous dodging and attacks repeatedly elicited gasps from the crowd. At first, they were both testing each other, but after 3 minutes of fighting, both sides began to attack each other. TSK, TSK. When Muchun made that sound a second time, Qin Shui asked, "What's wrong? You seem a little unhappy." "That guy's holding back." Muchun's voice was icy. "What do you mean?" O Yangqing and Zhou Xiaochun had been staring intently. Did they hold back? "I feel like they're all so strong. I would have been defeated long ago." "I didn't notice either," Yexine said. Only 3 people at the scene noticed something amiss. After 10 minutes of fighting, the Yinglang mech seized an opportunity, sidekicking Longya with its left-hand claw-like steel blade and severing Longya's right arm. The outcome is decided. Longxia Library. Many people's expressions changed. The AI's voice echoed throughout the arena. Dragon Tooth damaged 44%. English Wolf damaged 31%. Blue Europe wins this game. Blue 02-0 Longxia. The Blue O side erupted in cheers instantly. Longxia's side was completely silent. They had lost again, and Su Luo had also lost. Su Luo walked back from the damaged mecha. "Don't be discouraged, Su Luo. Su Luo, you've done very well." Organic Girl comforted her. As he walked to the edge of the stage, a cold voice said, "Su Luo, what are you doing? Why are you throwing the game? Why don't you want to win?" That voice belonged to Muchun. The area around Longxia was as quiet as a library, making Muchun's voice particularly noticeable. Muchun stared coldly at Suluo. Suluo looked somewhat frightened. I didn't hold back, I did my best. Muchun looked into his eyes. Really? Did you really try your best? Your performance was even worse than Zhao Junkai's. Zhao Junkai was a bit weak, but he tried his best to win, while you were clearly much stronger than him. Yet you deliberately lost the game multiple times. I didn't. At this moment, some of Su Luo's supporters, the Mecha girls, angrily rebuked Muchun. Muchun, what do you know? Muchun, what are you talking about? We were watching the whole thing, and Su Luo has already done a very good job. Exactly. What do you know, you F-class driver? You're just jealous of Su Luo, aren't you? Su Luo's acting was so skillful that only a true expert could see through it. Muchun ignored these infatuated women. He simply said, the 7th move is the falling eagle stance, the 3rd move of the Z-shaped forward thrust slash, and you could have used the cross slash, but you only used the horizontal blade. Do you think I'm wrong? Now that you mention it, I also thought it looked a bit strange just now, Qin Shuei said, and Zi Baihe nodded in agreement. You're in really bad shape. You can't even handle an opponent like this, Li Zongfeng said from the other side. The other party is only slightly stronger than Zhao Junkai, Bai Xintian added. He couldn't see Mu Chen's keen observation, but as a classmate, he was well aware of Su Luo's skills. As Su Luo stepped off the stage, surrounded by her fellow mecha girls, she said, I just didn't execute a few moves perfectly. After speaking, he went to the rest area with the support of his fans. Those girls were still talking badly about Muchun, saying things like, what do you know? Zhao Junkai, who was covered with a towel, kept looking in this direction, seemingly lost in thought. He had definitely heard what was said earlier. Sitting next to Principal Gu, Li Mulan asked, Principal Gu, what's that student's name? Gu Xiao glanced at him and said, him? Muchun, an F-class driver. You see his name is on the roll call. F rank? And they even single me out. Principal Gu's forehead was covered in sweat. He was getting old and couldn't take this kind of exertion. What was he doing making such a fuss? It was affecting morale. Li Mulan reached out her hand. No, he is absolutely right. That classmate named Su Luo was indeed letting the game slide, which is why it's infuriating to watch. What did you say? Is that really true? Principal Gu is too busy to deal with Su Luo right now. She has a headache. Principal Anfu also heard Li Mulan's words. Was Su Luo really holding back? Or was he just not in good condition? On the other side, Elizabeth and Angela had also heard the celestial star mecha girl Arajam say, that young man from Longxia is right and very accurate. Unless the other party is unwell, I also feel that he is holding back. Interesting. Do you look down on us that much? Angret fiddled with her drill-like blonde hair. This strength competition is of great importance, and Longxia would never hold back at such a crucial moment. Elizabeth sipped her red tea. I wonder who the opponent will send next. It's very quiet here in Longxia now. Their confidence has been completely shattered. Vice Principal and didn't even dare to name names. Principal Gu, why don't you select someone? Losing 2 matches in a row completely disrupted their plans. According to their prior discussion, the worst-case scenario was a 1-1 draw at the start, with Murong Feifei playing in the 3rd match. But now, if Murong Feifei loses again, then it will truly be. Now that Gu Xiao had lost his own opinion, he grabbed Raina's hand and said, Raina, it's up to you. You choose who goes next. Raina walked to the edge of the stage, and everyone looked at the goddess teacher, wondering who she would call on to go on stage. Is it Li Zongfeng? Or Murong Feifei? Or Qin Shuei? One should press on with one effort, but the momentum will wane with each subsequent attempt and eventually be exhausted. Who can win 100% to restore morale? Raina looked in that direction. Next representative, Muchun. You go. Chapter 51, Overwhelming Dominance and Operational Skill. The library was already quiet, but at least there was the sound of pages turning. When Raina said those words, it was so quiet in Longxia that you could hear a pin drop. Muchen Shang. Teacher Lena, what was she thinking? It's over. Teacher Raina is acting strangely too. Send another cannon fodder up there? Everyone on Longxia's side was exclaiming in surprise, and even the audience was in an uproar. As most people know, Muchun was specifically requested by the opposing team before the match, so he had to play. He was essentially a player given a friendly point as a bonus due to a significant advantage. It's like a football match where you're up 5-0, and then the other team scores a goal. But we haven't won our first game yet. Vice Principal and was already preparing to write his resignation on the bracelet when he said, tremblingly, Lena, I know I haven't been particularly good to you, but Principal Gu treats you like a granddaughter. How could you possibly be so nice to Muchun? Principal Gu sat listlessly in his chair, but he didn't blame Raina. Raina sat back in her original seat. Just you wait and see. Not only did Long Xia exclaim in surprise, but Lan O's side also couldn't believe it. The big screen showed that Muchun was an F-class driver. F rank. No, why would we specifically name this kind of shoddy stuff? Birmingham William said with a laugh. The other blue European nobles around him were also laughing and joking. Long Xia has given up entirely. It's going to be 3-0 in no time. Li Moyu stroked her chin. Something's not right. Raina would never order randomly. I feel something's fishy. Alexander said. What are you laughing at? The opponent can choose the single-player mech competition. Maybe the opponent is better at it. That's certainly possible, but at a lower level, a person's reaction speed and control speed might differ, Japak analyzed. Elizabeth sipped her black tea. I actually favor Longxia this round. I trust Erikim's judgment. Erikim stood behind without saying a word. Qin Shui, standing beside Muchun, said, If you beg me, I can consider having 2 people help you. I beg you, but not now. Muchun said with a smile. I could tell from Raina's eyes that she was going to pick me. Purple Lily laughed. If it were a real fight, I think you would win easily. Go Muchun. I support you. Zhou Xiaochun raised her fist to cheer Muchun on. Muchun, we believe in you. The class monitor also clenched his fist to encourage him. He Xin patted him on the shoulder. Brother, we managed to get 1 point back thanks to you. Muchun put his hands in his pockets. I'll be right back. He walked to the center of the arena and announced loudly, I choose the solo pilot mech competition. My opponent is William Birmingham from Obikola Academy. Someone like Su Luo? Some people praised this as a tactic, since the other side had just fought. But some people laughed, saying that William hadn't fought like a mecha girl before. He had just been piloting a mechanical mecha, and 15 minutes of rest was more than enough. Longshot desperately needs a victory right now. William walked out with a smile. Isn't this giving me 2 consecutive wins? You really are a friend of Longxia. Muchun smiled and said, I'm always a very friendly person. The mecha I chose is Dragon Fong. I'll still choose Dragon Tooth. Ha. We've already figured out Dragon Fong, you know? Come out, heroic wolf mech. The same mecha as the previous one. Only Longxia's side had a different pilot. Of the 5 colleges, only O Yangqing and Zhou Xiaochun were cheering for Muchun. But in the stands, Muchun, crush him. Lei Ying's voice rang out from the VIP stands. Muchun saw Lei Ying, Lei Li, and Lei Yingying were also there, and Yin Xiaoyu's assistant was also shouting, Go Muchun. On the other side, the Silver Moon Shadows were also cheering him on. Even members of the Hub Assault team were there, including Captain Wang Qingju. Muchun, keep it up. This scene was completely unexpected. In the first 2 shows, only members of the Zhao family were in the audience cheering for Zhao Junkai. It was all people from the college shouting. But with Muchun taking the stage, what about the people holding the lamp? And the people from a security hub? What's going on here? Muchun extended 2 fingers with his handsome right hand, tapped his forehead, and then drew a line diagonally upwards. Without saying anything, he stepped into the mech's cockpit. The 3rd match of the strength competition, Long Xiaomyukin versus Lan O Birmingham William, begins. As Yin Jing finished speaking, the Yinglang mech charged forward with its thrusters fully activated, aiming to eliminate Muchun at high speed. Seeing the other person standing there in a daze, William smiled and said, Prepare to end this. The particle sword pierced through. When? William heard the sound of metal clashing, but he couldn't see clearly how the other person had suddenly been able to block his weapon. The Power Wolf mech has an advantage. William stomped hard, pushing forward with both hands. The Dragon Fong mech took a step back and advanced, instantly unleashing its full thrusters and lunging forward, delivering a knee kick to the abdomen of the wolf mech. William was also skilled. He immediately changed his weapon stance, intending to slash horizontally at his opponent. Moving with the wind, Dragon Fong moved in a Z-shaped trajectory, not only dodging the attack, but also using his particle longsword to unleash a crescent moon scimitar move. The attack struck the abdomen of the wolf mech, causing 5% damage. What? William noticed that his opponent's moves were rather fierce, and he sensed something was wrong. He immediately turned around and, at the same time, became serious and unleashed the British-style rapid 6-hit combo. This move is very fast. It concentrates all of the mech's output power into its arm. In the battle with Su Luo just now, this move caused a lot of damage to Dragon Fong. But Dragon Fong suddenly disappeared from his sight. At least 30 people heard this and spoke. There were quite a few experts present, and it was easy to tell at a glance. Performing high-difficulty techniques using the capabilities of mechanical mechs is more difficult than transforming into a mech with a mecha girl. William, at the back of the head. Lana was reminded by someone. William turned and slashed through the air. His reaction speed was incredibly fast, but he cut through the air. After using Y-axis teleportation, Muchun followed up with Moonlit Heavenly Wheel Slash. The mech rotates in midair and descends, cutting through the whirlwind. The left arm of the wolf mech flew 50 meters away and was instantly severed. Moonlight Wheel Slash. Only Li Mulan recognized it at a glance. She herself could barely recognize the move. What's going on? What kind of move was that just now? The British wolf mech sustained 26% damage. William felt a chill run down his spine. He hadn't reacted at all. What kind of aerial downward slash was that? Could a mechanical mech really do that? Dragon Fong stopped 50 meters away from him. William took a deep breath, pulled hard with both hands, and activated the thrusters to full power. Damn it, take this. William rushed forward and began hacking wildly at Muchun. Unexpectedly, Muchun planted the plasma sword in the ground, dodged the opponent's charge. A punch landed squarely on the face of the British wolf mech, shattering its face. The British wolf aircraft sustained 31% damage. Crouched down to dodge William's upward slash. A powerful uppercut landed on William's jaw. The British wolf mech sustained 34% damage. Before he could react, she grabbed his arm, turned him around, and threw him over her shoulder. Thump! The British wolf mech crashed heavily to the ground, shattering a large number of its parts. The British wolf mech sustained 39% damage. The area around the cockpit on the chest is damaged. Normally, the game should be over. But this time the system's assessment was very accurate, just a little bit short of 40%. If the fighting continues, damage to the cockpit will harm a pilot. Longya stood up, released the other person, and easily walked to draw his particle longsword. But William refused to give up, roaring as he controlled his mech to flip over and stand up, still wanting to put up a final stand. Bang! A particle sword pierced the neck of the British wolf mech, nearly scaring William, who was in the control room, so much so that he wet himself. The wolf mech is 75% damaged, Dragon Fong is 3% damaged, and Long Xiaomyukan wins. A complete victory, a crushing defeat. All the teachers and skilled people present could see that it was a crushing defeat in terms of operational ability. Chapter 52, all that fancy talk is no match for a single shot. There are no scenes of mechs moving and colliding, and no scenes of them vying for power. Despite a performance difference of less than 1%, they demonstrated a huge gap and won with an absolute crushing victory. There weren't many clashes, and the battle lasted for about a minute. Muchun silenced both sides. William isn't actually that strong. He's similar to Zhao Junkai, just with more varied tactics. But in Muchun's eyes now, all his actions were clearly visible. It was displayed on the big screen. Long Xiao won to Tu Linu. This is the result. 5 seconds later, a tidal wave of gasps erupted from the arena. We won. We won. My goodness, Muchun's machine handling is that good? The technique of suddenly jumping away just now is called Y-axis travel, right? You don't believe me when I tell you, but last time Muchun and Qin Xiaohua beat Zhao Junkai 5-0, treating them like dogs. I said Muchun's machine skills are amazing. What nonsense are you talking about? You yourself said it was all thanks to School Beauty Qin. The entire Longxia community was shocked, and enthusiastic applause erupted from the audience. Linu, on the other hand, quieted down. Lei Ying's other assistants were so stunned they couldn't close their mouths. Instead, Yin Xiaoyu said, "Why are you so surprised? Sit down, it's a normal procedure." Captain Wang Qingju asked the people around her, "So, who was skeptical just now? Step forward and speak up." In Wang Qingju's eyes, Muchun was Qin Shui's assistant, a judge. This now further confirms this idea. The real judge's team, however, was it him and the snow cat who transformed? He's got something. Is that a little bit? Go and try your hand at operating the mechs. I'm afraid you can't beat William. William's hands were still trembling as he landed from the mech. That sword strike just now really scared him to death, but his current uniform is good, so even if a little bit is exposed, it won't be noticed. Two people immediately went to support Lanu. Muchun returned in triumph. Muchun! Holy crap, you're amazing. Is it that amazing? I already said that everyone's level is low right now, so even if the pulse wave level is low, there isn't much difference. Muchun, well done. Longxiao's morale immediately rebounded significantly. Muchun walked back and gave Xin a high five. Qin Shui and Zi Baihe said in unison, well done. After saying that, the two looked at each other and snorted coldly. Zhou Xiaochun and the class monitor excitedly grabbed Muchun's hands. The classmates cheered from behind. We finally secured our first victory. Vice Principal and wiped his sweat. I never expected Muchun to be so capable. It has to be Raina who knows this. Principal Gu held Raina's hand, feeling much more at ease. Variables must be overcome with variables. Deputy City Lord Liu and Deputy Commander Long couldn't help but take a second look at Muchun. This young man was truly talented. The winner can be nominated up to 3 times and can volunteer to fight twice. In other words, Muchun can still take the initiative to fight once more. Lano's expression immediately turned sour. William was beaten so badly he couldn't fight back. Who was much stronger than William? Looking at William, who was still in shock, Japak said, as expected of an opponent we singled out, they really have something. I remember someone saying something different just now. Is this what they call a genius, right? There is something there, but that's all. Ongret looked at Bella. Bella, you're amazing. You guessed it. As expected, the Dragonish people are cunning. Elizabeth asked Arajam. Arajam, what do you think of his strength? Do our people have a chance of winning? Arakim said casually, his strength is at the instructor level. Even if you went, you wouldn't stand a chance. Is it really that amazing? Angelite couldn't believe it. Elizabeth is a genius in the academy, hailed as the future star of Blue Europe, and her machine handling skills are also the best in the academy. There should be at least a 15-minute break between each game. Yin Jing, the team leader, announced again, the 4th match will be played by Lan O. Safipna. The Ridavan Academy dispatched the S-rank gun girl, Safipna. She walked into the arena alone, tossing her hair. I heard that a gun girl has also appeared in Longxia, so let's have a competition. I choose the single-player mecha girl competition and nominate Murong Fei Fei. Ishu's Murong Fei Fei. Cannon girls exchanging fire? The big screen showed Murong Fei Fei, who was covering her mouth and saying, oh dear, I've been called out so quickly. She walked up with graceful steps. Its turbulent waves and surging tides left many drivers speechless with astonishment. This school uniform is made of really good material. If it weren't for the ability to freely change sizes, it would have cracked long ago, right? Miss Murong Fei Fei. Murong Fei Fei. That figure is so hot. All eyes were drawn to Murong Fei Fei, which annoyed Safipna. You'd better admit defeat now, or I'll smash your face to pieces later. Murong Fei Fei gracefully rested her chin on her right hand. Oh dear, so ordinary. Safipna sensed something was off about Murong Fei Fei's gaze. Murong Fei Fei then looked at her chest and said, where are you looking? It's nothing. The difference is just a bit big. She crossed her arms under her chest, her G-cup size dwarfing her a cup. The difference was too great. You wait. The 4th match of the strength contest. Longxia Murong Fei Fei versus Lan O Safipna. The match is about to begin. 10 seconds left in the countdown. Safipna transforms confidently into the S-Class Super PZH 3800 self-propelled 8-barreled howitzer. The magnificent mechanical layout features 8 155mm cannons, each capable of firing 10 rounds per minute, combining burst damage with suppressive firepower. The system features a sturdy support structure covering 10 meters, and the Safipna is equipped with a portable Class A blast barrier to prevent the preparation of conventional explosive munitions. As expected, the other side came prepared. Even Zhou Xiaochun could see it, so Muchun and Qin Shui naturally noticed it at a glance. The enemy has installed a special blast-proof barrier, which is effective against cannonballs and should withstand 2 hits. Gunner girls, especially the fixed gunner girls. It's all about shooting at each other. Look at the spare warheads. They're all armor-piercing rounds. Equipment specifically designed for Murong Fei. The opponent has Murong Fei's equipment data. Murong Fei smiled and leaped backward. A colossal Titan cannon, over 80 meters tall, fell. The venue was shaken. This is huge. Holy crap. She's just a sexy school beauty, but these are way too sexy. Titan cannon? In Blue Europe, it's an absolute national treasure among mecha girls. It's pretty much the same in Longxia. Safipna, biting the safety bolt, had her limelight stolen again. As the game began on the big screen, Safipna goes all out. Boom, boom, boom. Special armor-piercing shells were fired wildly at the Titan cannon. With your big body, you can't dodge them, right? 8 cannons fired simultaneously. Safipna's talent loads, a rank instantly cools down. It can fire 3 rounds of shots continuously from the cannon. Boom, boom, boom. There was a lot of smoke, but the arena's wind control system activated, blowing away the smoke and dust from the explosion. How is that possible? Safipna didn't believe it, and neither did Evelyn. Their specially made armor-piercing shells failed to penetrate Murong Fei's armor. Murong Fei aimed the muzzle of her giant cannon at Safipna. I know you have the information, but didn't Murong Fei know to change her clothes beforehand? With the Murong family's wealth, Murong Fei has more clothes than an average woman, and they're all high-end items. Good beer. Quantum energy storage, boom. Just one shot. The entire venue trembled. Safipna was blasted away and crashed into the particle barrier at the boundary, her entire body smoking and shattering with sparks. Safipna is 58.75% damaged. Please provide immediate assistance. Quickly, save her. Quickly, save her. Murong Fei's single shot nearly crippled Safipna, who is also an S-rank artillery girl. Chapter 53 Blue O starts to play tactics. With just one shot, Murong Fei knocked Safipna unconscious. The medical team immediately carried him away. Can't the people of Lenu say anything? You can see that the Titan cannon's energy wasn't fully charged. It only used half its power to blast Safipna into this state. If you unleash a full power shot, wouldn't it just shatter everything? Oh dear, I'm so sorry. Murong Fei transformed back into human form, still offering a slight apology, since it was still ostensibly an exchange meeting. You blasted them to smithereens with one shot. What's the point of any communication? The entire Longxia side cheered. She's tied. Miss Murong Fei is too big, too strong. Caliber is justice. This power is simply incredible. Miss Murong Fei is the most reliable one here. It's big after all, huh? That's an SS-class quantum giant main cannon, isn't it? A model I've never seen before. Qin Shui saw Murong Fei walking back gracefully and sneered. The latest SS-class Dragon Roar quantum giant cannon. Even the Heavenly Star mecha girls don't have it, but you've equipped it. Oh my, you actually knew that. Murong Fei walked over and opened her arms, intending to give Qin Shui a big hug. To everyone's surprise, Qin Shui dodged in an instant. Murong Fei immediately threw herself to the ground. Can't I even hug you? No. Murong Fei stood up and opened her arms to Muchun. Little did they know that Muchun would also rush to Z by his side. Murong Fei pounced on the ground again. Hey, even Muchun won't let me. I'm tired. Can't I just give him a hug? Muchun took 2 more steps back. No. Zhou Xiaochun and O Yangqing, who were standing nearby, both laughed. On the other side, a bunch of male students shouted over here. Miss Murong Fei, I'll handle this. I'll do it. I'll hug whoever I want. I'd even be used as a chair. Let me do it. Muchun, you bastard. Even when school beauty Murong Fei offered him her place, you wouldn't let her get close. Oh my god. Understand. Muchun is a Nantong. Muchun. Nantong. Bai Xiantian exclaimed, his mouth agape. Muchun pointed at Bai Xiantian. Don't talk nonsense. And Bai Xiantian, what are you doing covering your butt? Haha, young Master Bai is scared. Young Master Bai is not afraid of anything, except that someone is watching him from behind. Muchun, your pulse wave and your quirks are quite something. You have potential. You should have said you were non-tongue earlier. I would have let you repair my mecha girls whenever they got hurt, so I wouldn't be afraid. The biggest problem with Jishio's shop business is that it requires physical examinations of the mecha girls, which many pilots will not agree to. Of course, Many people were joking with Muchun. Muchun is now gaining popularity not only at Xinyu Academy, but also in Longxia. He not only won, but also secured a crucial first victory. If you have the ability and the skills, people will naturally come to you. If Muchun hadn't had a lot of people around him, several of the mecha girls would have wanted to go up and talk to him. Now is not the time to be happy. On the big screen, Dragons and Summers are back to square one with Blue in Europe tied 2-2, and the real test of strength has only just begun. I'll play the 5th round. Linu's character is Sarah Finland, an S-class mecha girl and the top teacher at Obikola Academy. I choose the Teacher Mecha Girl contest. Roll call, Teacher Mayeli. Teacher Mayeli was speechless. You've gone too far. I'm number 17 on Blue, O Earth. Even so, Ms. Mayeli really went all out. The opponent was an S-class mecha, while she was an A-class mecha. Despite their best efforts, they were still unable to defeat each other. Sarah Finland suffered 17% damage, Mayuri suffered 40% damage, and Linu won the 5th game. Blue Europe is ahead again. Now Linu has changed its tactics. They're sending troops to devour our horses, and winning is their priority. Simply put, it's about using a superior horse to beat a mediocre one. How should Longxia respond? The leaders of the 5 colleges whispered among themselves, and Gu Yulan wanted Raina to select people. However, the other 4 principals wanted to use a prearranged tactic, to use their medium-sized horses to defeat the opponent's inferior horses. Yi Buhunk. Go! Chapter 50, for I'll make him spit it out 100-fold. Who is this Jibwa Xiao? Muchun asked Zhou Xiaochun. Zhou Xiaochun was stunned for a moment. Qin Shui looked at Muchun speechlessly, and Zi Baihe covered her mouth, almost unable to hold back her laughter. His name is Jibwa Chang. He's the only A-level pilot to awaken at Qifeng Academy. He's the son of the owner of Jisher Biotechnology Company, Limited. He's quite famous at Qifeng Academy. Zhou Xiaochun was a know-it-all and had done a lot of research. Purple Lily added, I fought against him before. He's about the same level as your Zhao Junkai. They could be considered representatives of the 4 little dragons of Wu Yun. Jibwa Chang stepped onto the stage. I choose the solo pilot mech competition, and my opponent is Jetpack from Obikola Academy. Jetpack, the Duke's son. Jetpack is dashing and handsome. He is suited to holding a rose in his mouth and wearing a knight's armor, embodying the image of a classic, elegant young nobleman from Blue Europe. Goyipkir-sama. He is also very popular, and like Su Luo, he has many female fans pursuing him. Muchun asked again, Xiao Chun, how strong is this blonde guy? Xiaochun tapped the screen. According to the information I found online, Jetpack's strength is not that great. He is said to be a playboy who often skips classes, which makes his father furious. He is considered to have awakened to be an A-level pilot by luck. So, several academies have treated him like a lowly horse. Purple Lily laughed. Something's off about your expression. Muchun immediately understood, Zeke by his expression. Purple Lily said, the information we can find is from half a year ago. According to my intelligence, half a year ago, Duke Japari hired a powerful mecha girl to take care of this young master, who can only draw at night. Huh. Muchun and Zhou Xiaochun understood immediately. Qin Shui also realized what was happening. Purple Lily continued, under that mecha girl's crazy training, and because Jetpack is a very talented person, he hasn't shown his results at the academy in the past 6 months, so all the data is from 6 months ago. Jibwa Chang chose the B-class Fierce Lion, a high-speed, explosive mechanical mech. Jetpack still chose the Wolf. Among mass-produced mechanical mechs, only the Blue Wolf has decent stats. The others are not up to par. Unlike Longxia, whose 5 types of mechanical mechs each have their own unique strengths. The first round of the clash between the 2 sides. Jetpack gained the upper hand with Knight's Slash, and his backhand slash and continuous attacks were incredibly smooth. We lost, Muchun said directly. We've only exchanged 5 moves, and we haven't even been attacked yet, Zhou Xiaochun said, clenching his fist. They're not even in the same league. Qin Shui and Ziv Baihe also noticed. The opponent's operation and movements are too smooth. Oh my, I know who that machine girl is. She's trained so well. Morong Fei was still fascinated. Since she couldn't hug Muchun and Qin Shui, she pinned Zhou Xiaochun down. As the 10th move began, Jetpack said a few words. Warm-up is over. Instantly doubling its speed, the wolf mech seemed to glow with light. They relentlessly pursued and attacked Ji Bochang. This season, Bochang is indeed similar to Zhao Junkai, but Zhao Junkai is more courageous, while he is more skillful. But Jetpack's overwhelming strength surprised even Lanu's side. Is this Jetpack? Shit, Jetpack is that strong. OMG. Angriette's eyes widened. What kind of stimulant did Jeppa take? How come he's changed so much? Princess Bella and Erikim both knew the reason. The two deans of Lanu smiled. You have no idea what Jetpack has been through in the past 6 months. How he was secretly subjected to devilish training by that evil mecha girl at home. Jetpack's talent was fully unleashed. In just 3 minutes, Jetpark won with a complete and overwhelming attack. Deputy City Lord Liu already sensed something was wrong. The venue was being remotely monitored by the Longxia hub, and the current situation was very bad. Ji Wuchang suffered 40% damage, Jetpack suffered 9% damage, and Lanu won the 6th game. The numbers on the big screen showed Summer 2-4 Italy. We lost again. They were still crushed. It's like the scene where Muchun is beating up William. Although not as simple and flashy as Muchun's, Jetpack won beautifully with his incredibly solid and smooth operation. Snap, snap, snap. Muchun, Li Zongfeng, and Bai Xiantian were all applauding. Excellent play, deserves applause. Many Longxia spectators in the stand applauded. Jetpack has grown. Before stepping down from the stage, he nodded slightly to Muchun and Li Zongfeng, as if to acknowledge their competition. Lord J. Parker. Ouch, I'm about to spill all the engine oil. Put your windshield wipers away. There are foreigners here. You lot better watch your manners. Japard's female fans jumped and screamed with excitement. Longxia calmed down again. Gu Yulan looked at the other 4 old men. I told you the original plan was unreliable, and our intelligence was also flawed. We're down by 2 points again. We have to turn things around. Raina, who should we call up? Principal Gu's granddaughter sacrificed herself in the Battle of Wuyun, and it was Raina who risked her life to bring her remains back. So Principal Gu was very fond of Raina. I recommend the pairing of Yingqing and Yang Honghao from last week. A showdown between the teachers. Longxia dispatched Zhou Yingqing, an A-level mecha girl from Xingyue Academy, and Yang Honghao, an A-level pilot, as a double gold medal teacher combination. The teachers of the Lido Vatican School are specifically named. In this round, the particle barrier level was upgraded to grade A. Both parties are A-level, and they also know each other. Zhou Yingqing and teacher Yang Honghao transformed into S-class Mecha Gale Striker, while their opponent was an S-class Mecha Silver Swordsman. The battle between the two sides was very exciting, with close combat mechs exchanging blows and countering each other's moves. It can be used in conjunction with various missiles. The gap between the teachers and students in the competition is still very obvious, and the losses of the gold medal teachers on both sides are increasing. Finally, Gale Striker seized the opportunity and successfully broke through the opponent's defenses, winning with 35% damage against 40%. Blue 04-3 Longxia, currently leading. Now, please have Lanu select the personnel. Will they tie the game, or will AoE take 5 points first and secure a third of the victory? As Lan O discussed the matter, the woman with wavy, dark brown hair and a wild air stepped forward. I'll do it. Evelyn, the Dean of Studies at Lido Fonti Academy and the team leader for this event. I choose the teacher mech duel, and I'm calling out the opposing teacher, Chao Yunkai. A battle between the heads of academic affairs. At this moment, Muchun and Murong Fei both understood each other's intentions. Can we get some female pilots? You can choose the mechanical mech mode. Is Director Chao Yunkai up to the task? I heard that the head of the teaching department used to be a skilled operator. Chao Yunkai was able to become the dean of students mainly through connections, but he does have certain mecha operation skills. What's with those expressions on your faces? Is there something wrong? Qin Shui didn't understand Murong Fei, nor did she understand Muchun. She had personally measured how old Muchun was. Although Muchun has only been in this world for 2 years, he loves this country just as much. That Chao Yunkai is a damn bastard. You should have dealt with him before the competition started. Muchun looked at Murong Fei. Murong Fei smiled and said, with only circumstantial evidence, we can't touch him unless he does something. Don't be impatient. Today is only the first day. What do you know? Qin Shui leaned closer and said in a low voice, you know who I am. If you don't talk, I'll take you away for interrogation and smash your proudest parts. Murong Fei clutched her chest. Oh dear, I'm actually kind of looking forward to this opportunity to be alone with Qin Shui. Qin Shui's cold eyes. Can I just tell you? Muchun and I overheard that Director Chow was exchanging information about our students with Evelyn in private. Murong Fei's voice wasn't loud, but several people nearby could hear it. What? Zhou Xiaochun and O Yangqing couldn't believe it. Wow, if this gets caught, it's a serious crime. Purple Lily found it amusing. That damn guy, I want to beat him to death. PXIN wished he could go up and beat Zhao Yunkai right now. Qin Shui crossed her arms and said, his intelligence is of little use. Victory will still belong to us. If we give away this victory, I'll make him pay back 100-fold after you've finished extorting him. Chapter 55, O Yangqing. The moment of Emperor Chongwang. Wow, I don't understand, but Qin Shui, you're so cool. Zhou Xiaochun exclaimed, her mouth agape. O Yangqing put one hand on her hip and said, then I'll leave it to you, my partners of justice. As expected, Zhao Yunkai put on a tenacious performance for 5 minutes, but narrowly lost with a 5% difference in damage. Throughout the process, he also displayed his tenacity. However, both Lu Zhenjin and Han Wei realized that their loss was too natural. It seems like they lost as the game progressed. That guy's actions are a bit off, Li Milan said coldly. If it weren't for the large audience, she would have already flown down to ask Zhao Yunkai a proper question. Milan, is there something wrong with this person? I think he's doing all right, Deputy City Lord Lu asked. Li Milan replied, Director Chow and the second student, Su Luo, both seem to have narrowly lost. However, they made some mistakes in key moves, which can be understood as a lack of form. Moreover, in my opinion, since they're elites trained by the academy or experienced personnel, they should all have their own unique characteristics, which these two completely lack, and that is also a problem. In fact, without even listening to Li Mulan's description, both Deputy City Lord Lu and Deputy Commander Long already knew what to do. The strength competition is still ongoing. As the organizer, it would be best for Long Xia to refrain from taking any action during the competition and settle accounts afterward. But the numbers on the big screen are real and tangible. Longxia 3 to 5 Blue Europe. Please have Longxia select a representative to fight. The people at the Longxia hub were watching, as were the officials from the other two main cities. This year's strength competition is extremely important. Today's 15 matches are now more than halfway through. The winner cannot play today and is currently down by 2 points. Longxia side also has good cards led by Xiantian, Li Zongfeng, Qin Shui, and Zibaihe. Raina, do you have any suggestions? Principal Gu asked Raina, who was sitting in the front row. Raina thought for a moment. We need to boost morale. I suggest playing a card that embodies passion and courage. I know who Teacher Raina is talking about. I also thought of someone. The other two teachers chimed in, realizing who it was. Boo! Many students were looking towards the principal when Principal Gu walked out and announced, Longxia O Yangqing will fight. O Yangqing? Who is that? Most people are not familiar with the name for Little Dragons of Wuyuan. But many people at Star Moon Academy think, yes. Squad Leader O Yangqing. Squad Leader. It's up to you, Class Monitor. O Yangqing pointed to herself. Should I go into battle? Go for it, Ah Qing. It's up to you. Zhou Xiaochun waved her fist. Muchun looked towards the VIP seats and met Raina's gaze. Muchun gave her a thumbs up, a good choice. He knew it must have been Raina's suggestion. Otherwise, a class monitor wouldn't be elected at a time like this. How strong is she? Zibaihe only knew that O Yangqing was an A-level mecha girl. Qin Shui, Murong Fei, and Muchun all had the same expression. She's a card full of vibrant courage. Is there really such a way to describe a person? You'll find out soon enough. O Yangqing stepped into the arena, hands on her hips, chest puffed out, and a smirk appeared on her lips. When faced with a situation, one cannot sit idly by and wait for death. Ultraman's big pecs, so confident. I choose Mecha Girl Mecha Battles. I choose Emma from Rido Vanit Academy. It immediately appeared on the big screen. O Yangqing, Class A Heavy Prism Tank. Emma, the Tier AEMBTX Main Battle Tank. A contest between heavy tanks. Take care of your ears. Yanjing announced. The 9th match of the strength competition, Longxia O Yangqing versus Lan O Emma, is about to begin. 30 seconds left. Why is the countdown taking so long? Emma was stunned for a moment, and when she looked at O Yangqing again, Her expression changed. O Yangqing stretched out her hand. Time King. Supreme Time King. Her hands tucked in her belt symbolically pressed a button. O Yangqing. Descend complete, flip the card. Many people in Longxiao immediately understood and were trying not to laugh. O Yangqing kept chanting, Beetle Transformation, Holy Sword Form, Awakening, Master Ride, Gale Ace, Eagle, Tiger, Locust 321. O Yangqing. Enthusiasm is high, touch to transform. Hey-ya. O Yangqing. Ride, open your eyes, level up. The belt, now missing, flips over, perfect combination. Emperor's moment. Muchun covered his face. Many people from the 4 colleges stared wide-eyed. This, the Emperor's moment? Why am I seeing images in front of my eyes? I can picture it. Isn't this some kind of Kamen Rider Grand Zio from hundreds of years ago? You knew about this too? Actually, I watched it too. O Yangqing shouted. Kuga, Agito, Ryoki, 555 Blade, Hibiki, Kabuto, Denoluna, Decade, Dual Rider, Oz, Wizard Games, Spirit Rider. Exido build. O Yangqing, transform. Supreme Emperor Time King. Haha. The squad leader's strongest form. The class monitor is really daring. I'm sorry, I couldn't help it. The leaders of both countries are watching. The key is, there might actually be someone who can understand it. Muchun couldn't help but laugh. The squad leader clenched his fists and placed them on his waist. His aura changed instantly. Transformation. Prism Tank. Emma laughed. Are you trying to make me laugh so you'll lose the game? Transform. The EMBTX main battle tank landed. The moment the match began, the 2 tanks charged toward each other and fired their cannons simultaneously. Boom! Boom! The 2 sides exchanged fire, both hitting the front of the other, and the explosions kicked up black smoke and dust. They simultaneously burst through the dust and charged towards each other. A head-on collision. A tremendous metallic clang. A deafening crash. Almost everyone stared wide-eyed as the more shrewd and heavier YMBTX main battle tank was sent flying by the impact. No way. Class monitor. The transformation actually works. Qin Shui and Zi Baihe were both surprised. Muchun remotely used his highest privileges to briefly check the shift leader's data. Please note, this mecha girl is currently in high spirits, and her output power has increased by 200%. It actually works. Zhou Xiaochun smugly said. Qing is now in her transformation mode, and she's super powerful. Mecha girl. O Yangqing, level 12, a rank heavy prism tank. Talent 1, a level dynamic acceleration. Hidden talent 2, SS rank spark situation. Sparkling mecha sentiment. The mecha girl will amplify her overall attributes and output power based on her own emotions and thoughts. The squad leader is awesome. Emma is no pushover either. She's also one of the top 10 mecha girls in the entire school, and her YMBDX main battle tank fires its main gun and secondary gun simultaneously at close range. The support cannon of the prism tank was hit, shattering it and leaving flames burning on top. But O Yangqing charged forward and rammed into the other person again, shouting, "Watch out for Captain Yan's M87 beam." It was actually the main cannon, the prism cannon, firing, but because O Yangqing was currently in transformation mode, her hidden talent, her emotions were running high. Its power is doubled. One shot blasted the YMBTX main battle tank away again, blowing its main gun away. Chapter 56 Qin Shui and Muchun make their appearance. The main gun of the YMBTX main battle tank was blasted away. The damage level skyrocketed to 25%, while the prism tank that O Yangqing transformed into, although its top was burning, only suffered 17% damage. Emma cried out. Now she only has one machine gun left to use. He simply ran head-on into O Yangqing. In terms of tank performance, the YMBTX main battle tank's toughness completely surpasses that of the prism tank. But O Yangqing just wouldn't back down. You're charging at me, aren't you? Normally, prism tanks would wait for their main gun to cool down before using speed to pull away, but O Yangqing wouldn't. She yelled, "Watch this! Whirlwind charge tornado!" Too many elements. She charged forward at an even faster speed to collide with it. Thump! People on both sides who didn't recognize O Yangqing stared wide-eyed. Many people in the audience were already laughing. This mecha girl is so interesting. The key point is, she actually won the collision. This time, O Yangqing relied on her hidden talent and higher output power to win the collision. Emma's damage level is 33%, and O Yangqing's is 23%. The two sides collided and exerted force. Charge! King! Zhou Xiaochun shouted. This must be Taro's suicide truck. Your class monitor is really something. Not at all a coward. That's just her personality. As long as the gap isn't too big, she will never back down. Those familiar with O Yangqing understand that this will infect viewers with her passion, even her opponents. The two girls roared and charged forward, but the class monitor was not only passionate, but also had a very clear mind. I'm waiting for the main gun to cool down. What are you waiting for? The moment the main gun cooled down, one shot was fired. Emma suffered 49% damage. Longxia and O Yangqing emerged victorious. The score is now 4-5 between Longxia and Lanu. The squad leader won. The class monitor is amazing. Haha, Ouyang Taitu won. The squad leader is invincible. I knew it. Hundreds of years ago, Emma was an electric car. How could she possibly beat the class monitor? As O Yangqing returned to human form, Zhou Xiaochun immediately went to support her. O Yangqing, with one hand on her hip, accepted the cheers. As long as we accept our weaknesses, we are invincible. They pulled back a point. The atmosphere between the two sides became lively. There are still 6 games left today, and Longxia has a good chance to overtake them. Lanu still has several good cards left untouched. A-Class Pilot Gigi Marilyn, S-Class Pilot Alexander Song, S-Class Tank Girl Oching Ongred, and the Absolute Ace SS Class Elizabeth. There's a 15-minute break at halftime. Although the squad leader said he was fine, he was still taken away for treatment first. Lanu wouldn't immediately name the mecha girl whose injury level is close to 30%. Marilyn, go and proceed according to plan. Gerard Marilyn, with her long, wavy golden hair, emerged with Alexander Song. Ode to Alexander. Gemery. Lano just hit 4 twos. The strongest student group at Ridovan Academy. Grade A, Marilyn, and Grade S, Alexander Song. The Ridovan Academy has unleashed a major surprise. They are determined to win this game. Moreover, this counts as one of Marilyn's counts. Alexander Song's count is only for support and is not counted. Many people feel that in doubles, no one can rival them. We're going to lose another point. Principal Gu and many other principals knew that this was a point they had calculated they were certain to lose. It doesn't matter who you pick. No one in the known academies can beat them. Marilyn walked ahead, smiled at Longxia, and called out, I choose Qin Shui. Qin Shui is mentioned. Damn it, this is a trump card they're trying to use to shut us down. That way, School Beauty Qin won't have a chance to make an appearance on her own. The cunning blue, oh. Although Qin Shui is low-key, her beauty and temperament as an ice queen are well known in all 5 colleges of Wuyan. The most perfect image of a school beauty. Her figure, her temperament, her beauty, every single aspect of her is the perfect embodiment of the ideal school beauty. Marilyn's choice of Qin Shui is reasonable from both a rules and discussion perspective. It's not unreasonable for me to be an A-rank character while you're an S-rank mecha girl. It's your problem if you don't have a driver. I have an S-class driver, and you can only envy me. Qin Shui snorted coldly and leaped into the arena. She accepted the challenge from Marilyn. Everyone's wondering who Qin Shui's driver is. There's been no news of Qin Shui being the driver. Lano also investigated this. Securing one victory and then neutralizing Qin Shui, their trump card, is a tactic that kills 2 birds with 1 stone. But they never expected that Qin Shui already had experience with transformation. She turned around and, finding no one behind her, said to Muchun, aren't you coming up? Muchun is an Oscar winner. He looked extremely surprised. Huh? You mean me? Me? Did School Beauty Qin pick me? Muchun. Choose an F level. It seems that Qin, the school beauty, is quite familiar with Muchun. Give me a really tough one. How am I supposed to fight that roadside bastard? You lose no matter who you pick. It makes no difference. No, can they transform? Muchun has strong mechanical skills, but this is a transformation battle. The opponents are Jamelia and Alexander Song. Anyone who has read the news knows how much Lanu praised these 2 young men. They've been featured on the news and given exclusive interviews. It is to be developed into the leading combination of the future Blue Europe. Alexander the Great, in particular, was a very strong man. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up. If you're too lazy to choose anyone else, just make up the numbers with you. Qin Shui said with a cold snort. No, they both acted out the roles. Gu Xiao and Xiao covered their faces as they watched Muchun enter the arena with an unnatural and incredulous expression, accompanied by the question, "Can we transform?" Such words. They all covered their faces. Qin Shui curled her lip. Give it a try, okay? Just stop fiddling around in the cockpit, you hear? Giving a lecture on the spot. But Raina knew that Muchun was definitely acting. The acting was so fake. Laying had already seen through it, but she looked at Qin Shui with hostility. This is a competition for bedroom space. Jamelia smiled and said, Looks like I can go back and rest right away. Alexander the Great. It seems so. Muchun spoke in a tone that said, Let's see if it works or not. We'll give it a try. It seems like a combination that has never been seen before. It was displayed on the big screen. A-Class Tranche 55 Fighter Jet Jamila and S-Class Pilot Alexander Song. Battle. S-Class Flash. 11 Fighter Jet Qin Shui and E-Class Pilot Muchun. It seems that few people have noticed that Muchun's scan this time was of an E-Class driver, not an F-Class one. Yin Jing announced loudly. First day of the strength competition, 10th match, get ready to begin. Maryland transforms. The Tranche 55 fighter jet makes a grand appearance. The Typhoon Tranche 55 fighter jet, the latest A-Class Typhoon series, is equipped with Captor EX active phased array radar, Meteor air-to-air missiles, and Taurus cruise missiles. Alexander's Song flips over and transforms. A swirling storm of metal revealed a 15-meter-tall mecha body, clad in dark gray armor and emerald green protective scales. The wings form 4 wings behind the aircraft. Specialized aerial all-around mech SR class Stormbringer X, reporting for duty. Marilyn's voice. Should I give you a chance to admit defeat outright? Qin Shui smiled and said, Transform. The Flash. 11 fighter jet transforms and appears, and during the transformation, she opens the hatch. Muchun had anticipated this and jumped up, smoothly sitting down as he transformed. The interlock device popped up and Muchun connected it with both hands. Give them a lesson. That's exactly what I wanted. Qin Shui transform. Accept. Chapter 57 A Battle of Aces. Mecha Girl, Jimarillion LV-17, Pilot. Alexander Song LV-19, Transformation successful. Linkage coefficient 31%, output power 74%, abundant energy. Specialized aerial all-around mech, Stormbringer X. A swirling green storm formed in the air, and the moment it appeared, both Longxiao Academy and the stands gasped in astonishment. It's here! Mutant X. SR Class, Stormbringer X. Damn it, I'm so envious I'm practically drooling. I heard that an SR can fight against an SS rank. If the levels are the same, it is much stronger than the normal S level values. Look, the Stormbringer's eyes are shining, which proves that the linkage has exceeded 30%. Yes, that's the feature. It's the same result no matter who comes. Li Mulan also said, no wonder they're one of the future Blue Europe Ace combinations because the level of the Mecha Girl and the pilot is still relatively low. After the level increases, they will transform into SS-class Stormbringers and their strength will reach a new level. Principal Gu had no qualms. I concede this round. It's just a pity that Qin Shui was restricted like this. What a shame. Although Raina was unhappy, she said, Who said we lost this round? It's 80-20. 2. That's pretty good. I was worried I wouldn't even be able to transform successfully. Even Deputy City Lord Lu knew the difference. The other party was at the teacher level. You've misunderstood. Raina tilted her head. I mean, we're number 8, and the other side is number 2. The Flash. 11 performs a 360-degree upward flight rotation, transforming in air amidst a storm of silvery white particles. Mecha Girl. Qin Shui LV-25, Pilot. Muchun LV-48, Transformation successful. Contract Mecha Girl Enhancement, Highest Authority Enhancement. Linkage coefficient 49%, output power 91%, ample capacity. The fighter jet performs an aerial maneuver, creating a swirling storm that crashes to the ground before being ejected and suspended in mid-air, blossoming into a fully transformed mecha. The SR-class aerial transcendent mech, White Meteor X, is here. With a flick of his hands, the wings shimmered with light, and the thrusters emitted starlight that suspended him in the air. The white light in his eyes was exceptionally bright. The entire room fell silent. Even if things are bad, those present are still students from the Star Moon Academy in Wuyan Main City. Even E-Class Mecha girls undergo 2 years of systematic training. Lanu brought an additional 500 elites. With such a dazzling transformation technique, you're saying this is your first time transforming? Besides looking cool, this technique also allows you to dodge attacks during the transformation. This is no ordinary white meteor mech. The air jets from its back are already starbursts. Evelyn squinted. Their linkage coefficient should be higher than Alexander Song's. Principal Agando stroked his beard. The opponent is not an ordinary all-around white meteor, but a transcendent X. Jamelin, you must fight with all your might. Long Xia was equally shocked. School Beauty Qin and Muchun successfully transformed. Hey, look at the big screen. It shows Muchun is an E rank. E rank is also trash. No, it's F rank. It's leveled up. Pulse wave advancement does exist, but the probability is extremely low. Even if it's E rank, how come the correlation coefficient with Qin Shui looks like it's over 30%? Qin Shui's eyes widened. How did you level up? How can you be level 48? Is it fast? Muchen's spiritual body seemed to be hugging Qin Shui. Are you eating animal feed? So fast. And don't stick so close to me. Qin Shui felt a little uncomfortable, and her body reacted. The power is clearly increasing when I'm so close to you, and Ji's body is reacting noticeably. Because of the highest level of access, Qin Shui's body trembled very sensitively for some reason. Actually, it was a shaking of excitement. This is a bit embarrassing. Qin Shui blushed and wanted to punch Muchun. Move your spirit body away. Our spiritual bodies are linked together. You're the one thinking bad things. Look, the coefficient has increased again. Yes, the coefficient has increased by another 2%. But Qin Shui's face was burning up. Was her body responding to him? It felt like, it's about to begin. Let me meet them first. Start. The moment the 2 red words appeared on the big screen, Qin Shui was still embarrassed and angry and not ready, while Muchun had complete control. In midair, both sides simultaneously drew their melee weapons. Qin Shui didn't say anything, but after returning home that night, she added equipment to her mechanical form. Using the hub's resources, she had several hub mecha girls help her load the equipment. His entire body is now basically A-grade, and his main weapon is an S-grade meteor particle longsword. The Stormbringer is an S-class hurricane particle spear. 2 beams of green and white light clashed as the weapons of both sides collided in midair, the particle guns and swords creating a tremendous impact. The rotor pulls back, and the storm causes the rotating body to perform a series of aerial spikes. The white meteor maneuvered at high speed in the air, dodging 3 shots before unleashing a flying swallow returns to nest move, its sword sweeping across the opponent's head. Alexander Song reacted extremely quickly. Upon seeing the other's transformation, the 2 of them completely lost their sense of contempt. Even though he and Jamili had slept together, they couldn't pull off that transformation move no matter how long they practiced. The other party was acting. He leaned back to dodge the sword's edge. The white meteor spun around at lightning speed and kicked the Stormbringer away. With the meteor jets fully activated, the particle lightsaber in his hand grew to 15 meters, and he raised the sword with both hands, ready to strike. I've been waiting for your pursuit. The storm force abruptly stopped controlling its body, and 2 pulse cannons fired from its chest. This tactic is called luring the enemy deep into your territory. It may seem like a flaw, but it actually makes it impossible for the opponent to dodge. Sensing the wind, traversing the y-axis, a streak of white light flashed, instantly dodging the pulse cannon. Use a swift, rapid cut in midair. The storm wielded his spear to block the fierce attack from directly above. Ding, 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 ding. The 2 sides fought from midair to the ground. Upon landing, the storm propelled the aircraft to maintain balance and flash, allowing it to move at high speed parallel to the ground. Muchun landed and followed with the same movement. Your move isn't difficult. You can learn it after watching it once. Release the shoulder-mounted rotary machine gun and fire. The storm made the spinning spear form a wide area barrier to block the attack. Then it soared into the sky, pulling itself high into the air. Take this, storm bombardment. Alexander's S-rank talent. 20 imaginary missiles were launched simultaneously. As Muchun steadied himself, he activated two talents, A-level firepower suppression and S-level illusory, quantum bombardment. Although it is used for bombing, it can also be used for airstrikes. A large number of bombs shot into the air. The two sides were already quite close to each other. Boom, boom, boom. Both sides were affected by the bombing. What's going on? It's all black smoke from the explosion. Their bomb-type talents clashed and exploded. On the big screen, you can see that the damage caused by the storm soared to 17%, but the white meteor was still only 1%. How is that possible? Neither side should be able to avoid the explosion. Team leader Evelyn couldn't understand it. Laying clenched her hands nervously, while Lena was very relieved. She knew Qin Shui was a judge. After all, she had bumped into her several times at the hub. She knew Muchen's strength all too well. So their combination in this competition is just too supermodel-like. Not only that, Muchun also used his innate ability, Ironclad Fortress. It withstood the shock wave of the explosion and suffered only 1% damage. Ding, 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 ding. Those outside couldn't see clearly. Before the smoke had even cleared, the two sides clashed again within the black smoke. All I could see was green light colliding with white light. The speed was comparable to the clash between the two elite teacher mechs. The loud collisions continued, and the damage to both machines was increasing. A loud metallic impact was heard. A meteor-like flying kick. Just as the black smoke was blown away, the Storm Maker was kicked away and flew backward from midair, crashing into the particle barrier. Everyone present was stunned, and the venue was as quiet as a library. Chapter 58. A turmoil happened over in Lanu. I'm not seeing things, am I? Were those who were knocked away Gerald Marilyn and Alexander Song's Stormbringer X? Oh my god, what's the opposing team's combination? In the crucial 10th game, the point that Blue Europe was most confident about turned out to be an unexpected one. It's not that the Storm made X weak. She has already demonstrated a level beyond her peers, enough to rival the Academy's top-tier teaching staff. On the battlefield, they are absolutely crucial in fighting against monster hordes. But no one expected that the Storm would put them at a complete disadvantage. She climbed up using the particle barrier, despite having multiple wounds on her body. 300 meters away, a white meteor, X, slowly fell from the sky. It was displayed on the big screen. The Storm damaged X by 31%, and the white meteor damaged X by 9%. Let's crush your most confident combination from Blue Europe Academy. Roar, Long Xia cheered. What's going on? That's incredible. The combination of School Beauty Qin and Muchun is just too strong. You saw just now, right? I'm not seeing things. Their collision speed was just too fast. Agando stroked his beard. That's the old saying from Longxia. There are always people better than you and mountains beyond mountains. Longxia is truly a place where miracles often happen. Evelyn gritted her teeth and said, "We haven't lost yet." Alexander and his men knocked the enemy's main weapon away at the crucial moment. The collision that just happened can be seen in slow motion on the big screen. When the white meteor kicked the Storm Envoy, the latter used a spear to knock the white meteor's weapon away. Both sides' main weapons landed 200 meters away, forming a triangle. Storm drew his A-grade energy sword from his back. Change of personnel. Let me take over. Qin Shui made a strong turn, and now it was her turn to take the lead, with Muchun assisting. The white meteor shoulder armor opened to reveal a support weapon, a B-grade weapon that surprised many, the Quantum 3-section staff. 3-section staff? Mechs use this? Only Qin Shui's colleagues knew the truth, and a smile appeared on their lips. The 3-section staff is a flexible weapon in Longxia martial arts. It is versatile and can be used to generate power using various techniques, making it particularly suitable for Qin Shui, who is not very strong. When fully extended, the 3 sections can reach a length of 15 meters. The Storm forced Alexander Song to wield his sword with both hands. His mechanical swordsmanship was no simple feat, and the thrusters on his back were sparking and damaged. The white meteor's thrusters were intact, but its outer armor was somewhat cracked. But Qin Shui was prepared to engage them in close-quarters combat on the ground and defeat them completely head-on. She felt Muchen's warm presence. He didn't speak, but she could sense from the temperature that he supported all her ideas. The white meteor is positioned with the hands holding the first and third sections of the foot, leaving the second section in the middle unused. This grip is suitable for close combat, with the middle part used for defense and blocking. The storm kept the foot propulsion intact, propelling the body forward in a spinning attack, launching a powerful whirlwind slash. White meteor middle section bracket. The Stormbringer immediately unleashed a 3-hit combo on the right flank, but Qin Shui blocked it all. The storm suddenly changed its attack to a left horizontal slash, but Qin Shui and Muchun had already seen through each other's intentions. The same skillful parry. Transformation is the fusion of the consciousnesses of both parties. Qin Shui could feel Muchun continuously channeling his skills into her. She was surprised that, despite practicing since childhood, she was still the one being attacked. A slight wiggle of the buttocks, a continuous flow of energy. This guy, can't he switch positions? Qin Shui could only say that thankfully no one could see it. Qin Shui's contract value is 25%. Alexander Song's swordsmanship was swift. He intended to inflict serious injury on his opponent with speed and ferocity. However, Qin Shui was also a master. Now it's her turn to counterattack, sweeping the stick horizontally with a single tip. Switch to holding the ball in the third quarter and then hitting it. The storm caused the side blade to block the second section. However, in the first section, the baton was in a free-floating state, and it struck Stormbringer's back with a loud crack. The storm caused 33% damage. This weapon is something else. The blue Europeans have now discovered the power of this weapon. You can't defend against it. Qin Shui swept her staff with one hand and attacked again, forcing her opponent to retreat and dodge continuously. Jamie looked unwell. Their fast break had been stopped, and they had to change their strategy. Charge forward again and unleash the British 13-hit combo. Qin Shui smiled, her body retreating at a steady pace, then gripped the second and third sections of the stick and used it to block. Suddenly, during the opponent's seventh thrust, he countered with a baton. Although the baton pierced the shoulder armor, it struck the Stormbringer directly in the face. This action is comparable to being slapped in the face. Alexander was stunned by this. Qin Shui launched a combination of upward and downward attacks. They forced the opponent into a retreat. It's been a long time since anyone in Lanu has been beaten by such a nunchaku master. Alexander Song couldn't stop him. White meteor dance flower stick. Qin Shui controlled the mecha to perform a graceful dance, followed by a backflip, and immediately turned around to deliver a powerful chop. The storm forced him to raise his sword to parry, but he only managed to block the second section. The first baton slammed into the Stormbringer's head, cracking the head armor. So cool. So handsome. This set of movements is too practiced. Who are they, and who are they skilled with this weapon? I saw school beauty Qin dancing in the training room. It must be her. Jamila felt as if she had been hit on the head, and her vision was filled with stars. The storm caused 38% damage. Alexander used ground blink to move backward at high speed. Let me do it. He hugged Qin Shui, and her delicate body trembled, immediately losing control. Muchun. Qin Shui was both ashamed and angry. Muchun had gotten to know Qin Shui well. This area was her weak point. She would react with a sensitive tremor when touched closely. Muchun regained control, activated the thrusters at full power, chased after the 3-section staff, grabbed the third section, and unleashed a move. Azure Dragon Tail Whip. Alexander the Great parried with a downward slash of his sword. The first section, like a dragon whipping its tail, slammed into the chin of the Stormbringer after the second section. Marilyn cried out in pain. The storm damaged X by 40%, and the white meteor by 13%. Long Xia and Qin Shui win. The room fell silent. 99% of the people present hadn't expected this outcome. The performances of Marilyn and Alexander can be described as a disastrous failure. Their duo has never lost to any of their peers so far. After all, the strongest Princess Bella did not have a rider. Both sides fell silent, covering their mouths in shock. Just as the white meteor put away his 3-section staff and prepared to go to a distant place to retrieve his particle longsword. The Storm Maker went berserk. Alexander Song refused to accept such a crushing defeat. Even though the outcome was clear, Alexander Song unleashed a powerful burst of energy and charged toward the back of the white meteor. Alexander Song, don't do this. Principal Agando roared. Danger, because the distance was too close. Lu Xinjin and Han Wei never expected that this guy would go crazy even after the competition was over. The two transformed into their mecha forms simultaneously, preparing to charge forward. But it's a bit far. The storm stabbed the white meteor in the back with a knife. This was done without any pressure. A mirage, Li Mulan and Ericom spoke at the same time. The storm caused the phantom to disappear from the location of the stabbing. A white meteor appeared behind him and kicked him away with a flying kick. Staggering 2 steps, the Hyaming mech grabbed the Stormbringer, swung him up, and slammed him to the ground. Lu Xinjin then delivered an elbow strike, pinning him to the ground and killing him completely. Lu Xinjin is a judo expert, and the power of the SS rank Hyaming is not something that the Storm Master can shake. Young people, calm down. You have already lost. Deactivate your transformation immediately. Otherwise, we referees will give you some unforgettable experiences. Han Wei also landed, her imposing figure and cold eyes looking at Alexander Song and Gemery. The outcome was already decided, yet they still did such a thing. There'd been an uproar over Lanu's side. Chapter 59 Muchun becomes a hot commodity. Lanu is in a frenzy. Not only did the strongest student team suffer a crushing defeat, but they also committed an incredibly shameful sneak attack. The 3 teachers from the Ridavani Academy immediately received a message from the high command of the Nexus via their bracelets, and they transformed and entered the arena. Miss Lu Xinjin, let us help you. Lu Xinjin stood up and moved aside. The 3 teachers looked at the Stormbringer and said, "Aren't you going to change back yet? Isn't that embarrassing enough?" The light flickered and disintegrated, and Alexander Song and Gerard Marilyn returned to normal. Smack! Smack! The head of law at the Lido Vatican College slapped him across the face first. Then take them back to Principal Agamdo, and Agamdo will slap them again. The former principal stepped forward and said, "I am very sorry to the young drivers, Qin Shui and Muchun. Our students have committed despicable acts. On behalf of the school, and as their guardians, I apologize to you and to the Longsha School." This was, after all, an important exchange between the 2 countries. Even though it wasn't broadcast live, high-level officials from both sides saw it. Muchun and Qin Shui just disintegrated and transformed back. Neither of them said anything. They had returned victorious. Principal Gu stepped forward and said, "It's normal for young people to be impetuous," and the referee immediately intervened. "Both of you have a bright future ahead of you. Suppress your impulses and learn from your failures so you can go further." Alexander Song and G. Marilyn immediately bowed and apologized. It was indeed due to my impulsive act of being unwilling to accept defeat. Meanwhile, Longsha was instantly engulfed in cheers. Finally, what was that last move? Qin Shui, please teach us. They actually won? Nobody believes it. When did you start working together? School beauty Qin is invincible. That was a really dominant win. Last time, I was there when the 2 of them used a simulator to crush Zhao Junkai, so I knew they had been practicing. It's so smooth. Muchun, congratulations on helping us secure 2 wins. A large number of mecha girls surrounded Muchun. Thank you for your hard work, Muchun. Here's a towel. Muchun, let me massage your shoulders. Muchun, I am Wang Xiaomei, the C-level fire truck girl from the next class. Get out of the way, Eugene Bay van. This is a C-class exclusive. Muchun, my off-road vehicle is super durable. I upgraded to a brand new car. Muchun's ability to transform with Qin Shui suggests he possesses a hidden synergy talent. In this world, pilots and mecha girls have a 1% chance of developing hidden talents, which can be high or low. They had already suspected that Muchun's hidden talent might be quite high. Perhaps they too will have a chance to transform. Oh dear, Muchun is surrounded by his classmates, Shui. Aren't you going to help him? Morong Feifei saw Qin Shui walking back. She had many suitors who tried to curry favor with her, but they were all rejected outright. Muchun couldn't refuse. His classmates were practically throwing themselves at him. You can ignore the normal girls, but those 300-pound female robot girls who couldn't win over Zhao Junkai. Don't come near me. Go find your handsome Zhao Junkai. Zhao Junkai, help him. Muchun even shouted. Zhao Junkai sat dejectedly to the side. When he saw Muchun's appearance, a smile appeared on his face, which was covered by a towel. What are you all doing? The queen's rebuke echoed throughout the hall. The mecha girls surrounding Muchun all trembled, several almost clamping their legs together, nearly scared out of their wits. Lena stood there imposingly on the sidelines. What are you all doing here? Do you want to embarrass yourselves internationally? Anyone who makes a scene like this will have to run 300 laps around the arena tonight. Everyone was trembling with fear. Even Lanu's side was startled by the reprimand. It was as if the overwhelming aura of a conqueror's haki enveloped the entire area. It has to be Raina. She's even more terrifying than our instructors. That sound has such terrifying, penetrating power. Aha, Raina's voice is so powerful. The audience was also discussing Lena. On Lanu's side, most people also know Raina. She's an absolutely top-tier mecha girl with stunning looks and a great figure, and a goddess-level specially appointed teacher at Star Moon Academy. The others dispersed, but Raina hadn't finished her work yet. Pointing at Muchun, she said, "And you, Muchun, don't you know how to refuse? If a bewitching demon turns into this on the battlefield, you're dead for sure." Muchun was in distress. He was refusing. He waved his hands repeatedly. Waving your hands won't work. You're gonna run 30 laps around the arena tonight, understand? Muchun could only say, "I understand, teacher." Even meritorious individuals are being punished. Raina's shouts silenced the entire arena, showcasing her undeniable domineering presence. They really controlled the situation very easily. Muchun can also return to Qin Shui and O Yangqing's side. Raina sat back in her seat, her heart pounding. Because she sensed Muchun's thoughts, Muchun wouldn't restrict her in this situation, and would even cooperate extremely well. But tonight, when no one's around, Muchun will definitely get his revenge tenfold. The bracelet has received the message. My dear teacher, see you tonight. Also because of Raina, fewer people were discussing the final illusion earlier. Only Princess Elizabeth asked Erikim, was that extremely difficult technique they just used, the illusory illusion? Yes, although it wasn't particularly smooth, it was enough to deal with the impatient Alexander Song and his men. Li Milan also asked Raina, "Raina, did you teach them Mirror Flower Water Moon?" Raina said awkwardly, "I don't know how. How can I teach you?" "So your driver was their teacher?" Raina didn't know what to say. "You'll see when I go on stage." Yanjing coughed and said, "Next, please welcome the Lano team." The score is now tied at 5-5, bringing both teams back to square one. With Longxia's morale soaring, it was the perfect opportunity to catch up. Now Blue is pondering how to make this next move. We can't let Longxia's morale rise. Raising emotions will indeed increase the output power of the mecha girls. "I'll do it," came the clear and elegant female voice. All of Lanu's people drove over, and Princess Elizabeth stood up. A blue shawl, a golden gauze dress, and flowing golden hair like a waterfall. Elizabeth was elegant and noble, possessing the perfect temperament of a princess of Lanu. When she stepped into the arena, the people on Longxia's side frowned. Elizabeth has a 95 out of 100 in looks and an 88 out of 100 in figure. She is said to be a genius of blue, and is tutored by 2 Celestial Star mecha girls. In her opinion, Longxia also lost by 1 point. "I choose Murong Fei Fei for solo mech battle." Murong Fei Fei was named. "Oh dear, I haven't rested enough yet. Aren't we going to fight in the mech battle?" Murong Fei Fei said, but she had already gotten up and walked towards the arena. Actually, the two can also fight in mech combat. Murong Fei Fei's Titan Cannon is also quite good against air units. However, Elizabeth's weapon is the SS Class 2 799 Super Bomber, and the bomb she carries might cause considerable trouble in this venue, so the choice is to opt for mech battle. The two also knew each other. The big screen showed the scene between Lanu Fontaine Elizabeth and Murong Fei Fei. Game 11 is about to begin. Chapter 60 Li Moyu specifically names Raina to fight. Ada. Murong Fei Fei suffered 40% damage. Elizabeth suffered 7% damage. Lanu wins. Murong Fei Fei is definitely not weak. Her skill level is at least in the top 10 of the Academy's mech piloting department. But in the last 5 minutes, he was brutally beaten by the other side. This is too strong. Zhou Xiaochun covered her mouth, unable to believe it. "I got the same result," Purple Lily said frankly. Qin Shui nodded, acknowledging the opponent's impressive skill. "Muchun, are you confident you can beat her?" The group looked at Muchun. Muchun crossed his arms in front of his chest. He had been observing carefully just now. Because of the experience he had inherited from his 2 predecessors, Muchun could see things as clearly as the top experts present. He lowered his voice. "Based on her performance just now, I have a 70% chance of winning, but that's not her full strength. In terms of operating mechanical mechs alone, Elizabeth's skills are unmatched among her peers, except for Muchun. Bluo leads 6-5 against Long Xia. It's a pity that Murong Fei, a strong point, was eliminated. Elizabeth brought back Lano's morale. By Xintian you go. In the 12th match, By Xintian took the stage again and called out Mancini, an A-level driver from the Lidwa Fondi Academy. Mancini's moves had been lured out by Zhao Junkai, and By Xuantian's strength was a notch above his, so the mecha battle was won in less than 5 minutes. Dragons versus Summer, 6-6 blues. In the 13th match, Alexander Song, still bearing the handprint on his face, came on stage and called out By Xintian, who had just left the stage. Tap me? I'll show you what I'm capable of. By Xintian had rested for 15 minutes, but his hands were still quite warm, and he was very assertive in his words. Alexander Song knew it would be humiliating to go on stage. He had just been berated by his father for 10 minutes backstage. By Xintian was unlucky enough to encounter Alexander Song, who would be beaten to death if he didn't win back. It's like a lion that's been starving for 5 days, discovering delicious prey. Muchun smiled wryly. By Xintian is unlucky. By Xintian didn't last 4 minutes, but it wasn't too bad. Blue Europe leads Longxia 7-6. Li Zongfeng you go. In the 14th match, Li Zongfeng brought a mecha girl with him and chose the doubles match. Li Zongfeng's mecha girl partner is Jiangqing from his class, an A-class Scorpion tank mecha girl. The person named was Jimin Frank. This is an A-class driver from the Obi-Kola Academy. Although he didn't make it into the top 4 in popularity, his strength is still very good. His mecha girl is an A-class amphibious combat vehicle. The two sides are very evenly matched. The battle after the transformation lasted for 6 or 7 minutes, until both sides ran out of energy. Finally, the Jimin Frank team ran out of energy first, and their bodies were damaged by 35%. The combination of Li Zongfeng and Jiangqing suffered a 31% loss and won. The score is now 7-7 between Longxia and Lan Ou. The last game of the day is here. A crucial point. Who will carry today's victory into tomorrow? Furthermore, according to the rules, if the exchange is interfered with by force majeure, the winner of the strength competition will be determined by the results of the first day. There is no such thing as force majeure. That jinx was spot on. No one would have imagined that today's final match would determine the ultimate outcome of the strength competition. Yin Jing pointed in Lanu's direction. Please have Lanu send out their final selection for today's match. Lanu has already thought it through. The one who came out was a mecha girl from Longxia, especially familiar to people in the main city of Wuyuan. S-Class ZBL 095X wheeled armored personnel carrier. Limoyu. The twin stars of Star Moon Academy, 7 years ago. Lena and Limoyu are rising stars who far surpass their peers. I just saw that she joined Lanu. I went there the year before last, and I was quite surprised when I saw it. They say he accepted an invitation from a powerful figure in Europe and took a liking to her. Limoyu walked out and pointed to the stands on Longxia's side. I nominate Raina. She chooses the teacher-student match. Choosing Lena was something many people thought of, but only a few knew about the teacher-student competition. Raina leaped down and landed directly in the arena, one hand on her hip, her golden hair flowing. I didn't expect you to make your debut on the first day. Limoyu smiled confidently, because if we win, we can play again the next day. So confident, Raina suddenly felt like laughing. What are you laughing at? Raina, you're definitely going to lose today. Limoyu waved, stood up, and walked out as Japak stepped forward. A noisy discussion broke out at the scene. Limoyu plus Japak. I should have realized that the person who could train Japar to be this strong was Limoyu. I remember she worked at the Star Moon Academy for 2 years. This combination is a bit weird. Rumor has it that Lord Morrow may have taken a liking to Limoyu and wanted to make her Japak's wife. Limoyu revealed an absolutely confident smile. Raina, you probably haven't experienced the bond and trust that pilots develop after deep nighttime interactions with mecha girls, and how much that bond can boost the collaboration value. Really? Raina looked surprised. Yes, a strong woman like you probably wouldn't even look at most men, let alone students. She put her hand to her mouth. You can admit defeat and say that I don't have any particularly close students, that I have a very strong sense of purity, and that it simply won't work. Raina smiled and said, You still know me well. Then we can declare ourselves the winner. No, that's not it. Raina looked at Li Moyu with a pitiful expression. What's with that expression? Raina, that's the same expression I had when I confidently challenged you back then. Li Moyu felt a heat rising in her body. Something was wrong, but she and Japak had slept together countless times. Their combination was on par with the Dragon Summer Star Mecha girls. That's absolutely true. You're still going to lose. Raina said, then turned to Long Xia. Let's see who we can use to make up the numbers. Just filling in the numbers. Yes, Ms. Raina is the goddess of the college, but she doesn't seem to have much interaction with any of the male students. Raina, do you look down on me? Li Moyu said angrily. No, you're a very good opponent. I just feel you're a bit unlucky to have run into me in my current form. If you had come a few days ago, the outcome might have been different. Raina pointed at someone. Muchun, just here to make up the numbers. Calling Muchun? Muchun again? I remember now. On the day of the awakening, Teacher Raina saw that Muchun was pitiful and was all alone, so she practiced with him for a while. I remember what you said. Actually, Muchun's transformation is reasonable. Teacher Raina must know that Muchun has a hidden synergy talent, so this transformation is not a problem. My goddess, it's a pity she didn't pick me. Choosing Muchun was more acceptable to Raina's suitors than choosing anyone else. Having a power strip is more acceptable than having a dedicated power strip. Unbeknownst to them, Raina had long been Muchun's woman. Seeing that it was Muchun, Li Moyu sneered. This kind of person who relies on synergy talent is the one you think can beat me? The queen looked at her with disdain. Since you know me so well, you should know my personality. Go all out, or you will suffer a terrible defeat. Chapter 61, Teacher-Student Match. Super Strong vs. Super Strong. Japak looked directly at Muchun. I didn't expect that we would be able to fight so soon. Your skills are very good. I think they are second only to Princess Elizabeth. Muchun didn't want to argue. He knew very well that this was a battle between Raina and Li Moyu, a battle for his woman to defend her queenly status. The large screen scans both parties' wristbands and displays the results immediately. Lanu Teacher S-Class ZBL 095X Wheeled Armored Personnel Vehicle, Li Moyu. Student Driver A-Class Japak. Battle. Dragon Summer Teacher SSR Level Earth Chariot EX, Raina. Student Driver E-Level Muchun. 15th inning, get ready to begin. Li Mulan and Deputy Governor Long immediately noticed something was wrong. Lina is an SSR level character. Raina has advanced half a rank. Supersized Mécanical Mutant X. The sound drew more people to see that Raina had actually advanced half a level. Strangely, the level wasn't displayed this time. The data adjutant immediately ran over. Deputy Commander Long, Deputy City Lord Liu, please take a look at the levels we deliberately masked. Why should we block levels? Principal Gu was puzzled. Wasn't Lina from the class of 79? Could this be found on the official website? Only a few high-ranking executives saw the small screen. Li Moyu Latonia Sising, Japag Latonia Unset. But Raina, LV 87. Raina has reached level 87. How are you pulled up there? At this level, each level represents a significant improvement. Li Milan exclaimed in surprise. I'm only level 89 too. A person's level is a combination of their physical strength and experience. If classified by rank, Raina is currently at the Celestial Mecha Girl level. Please look below. Scrolling down, you'll see Muchun's level, LV 48. Muchun is level 48. Is it that tall? How did he get promoted? The theoretical maximum level for rank E should be 30. No wonder the data officer needs to hide the levels. Li Mulan looked at Muchun. Could he be the one who pilots Raina? All I can say is that Lina and Li Moyu were roommates who graduated together. Even the driver was chosen from among his own students, which is quite rare. Students have only recently awakened to this, and they may not be able to reach the corresponding level in the future. Moreover, the huge gap in the early stages will lead to a significant disparity. The scene returns to the arena with a 10-second countdown. Transform. Transform. Li Moyu and Lina transform at the same time. The ZBL 095X Wheeled Armored Personnel Carrier is about 18 meters long, which is considered a large troop carrier. But it's no match for the 40-meter-tall Earth Chariot EX. Students on the sidelines were already exclaiming in amazement at Raina's enormous size. Yes, our Raina is big in every way, big breasts, big butt, and even bigger temper. Raina has a voluptuous hourglass figure. with a slim waist, full breasts, and thick hips. Wearing a leather jacket and holding a whip, she looks exactly like a sinister queen about to drain the intruder dry. Japak and Muchun stepped into the car. Limoyu, transform. Accept. Lina, transform. Accept. Silver and gold. Two storms of metallic particles swirled in the arena. Both sides emitted a series of clicking metallic sounds. Everyone in the audience became excited. Lane clenched her fists and whispered, Lena, Muchun, good luck. Emerging from the silver storm, its 18-meter-tall body, in silver and dark blue, seemed to be clad in a suit of armor, resembling a giant armored knight. The shoulders have categorized and arranged gun muzzles, and the blue four-wing propulsion units on the back resemble a cape. Holding a black crystal, resembling a 20-meter weapon assembled from cannon barrels, the SS-class black crystal armor combat device. The Silver King, a transcendent warrior-type SS-class mech, has arrived. SS rank Silver, Duke King. Has Lanu not produced a mecha like this in over 200 years? He looks so handsome. The hidden attribute is a combination of gold and earth attributes, possessing both strength and toughness. He is known as the undefeated king. A golden storm burst open, accompanied by the light of a phoenix. Black protective scales, golden rock phoenix EX appeared, its golden mecha cape fluttering behind it, exuding an exceptionally domineering aura. Reina's mecha form has changed. It's still the rock phoenix. Only this variant is stronger. It is now in the SSR level EX form. The basic data of Rock Phoenix EX appeared on the big screen. Compared with the previous Rock Phoenix form of Raina, all the values were estimated to have increased by 30% by the artificial system. With Reina's stats, her ranking is likely to rise significantly again. Find a pilot. She's definitely among the top 10 Earth Star Mecha girls, the youngest. Silver King wields the black crystal armor combat device, while Rock Phoenix EX wields the Earth Rock Phoenix sword. At the very beginning, silver and gold light hurtled closer at lightning speed, followed by a violent, thunderous slash. The sound of metal clashing was deafening. The Earth Phoenix sword is a heavy sword, 15 meters long and weighing 10 tons. The heavy sword has no edge. Its great skill lies in its simplicity, and it is combined with Reina's ferocious power. Even through the particle barrier, many people covered their ears. Silver King was already very powerful, but it was just one collision. Li Moyu's combat device was knocked away. However, she was prepared and raised her foot to kick, but it was blocked by Yan Huang's horizontal sword. Using the force of the impact, Silver King rebounded and grabbed the battle device that had been knocked away in midair. The thrusters behind it propelled the aircraft to maintain low-altitude flight, while the combat system launched continuous attacks from both sides. The combat device is actually a variant of the stick, with crystals wrapped around both ends to create a more powerful destructive force. An inch longer, an inch stronger. The black crystal armor combat device is 5 meters longer than the Earth Rock Phoenix sword. It's Li Moyu and Raina's turn now. Muchun and Japak did not interfere, but let their mecha girls unleash their full passion. Raina wielded Thomas's sword with one hand, sweeping away thousands of enemies and repelling the combat devices, while her machine propelled itself into the air. Earthly Sun Slash. A golden sword aura, 50 meters long, slashed out. Silver King sidestepped, his thrusters firing, and used a silver light to spin and dodge. The sword energy shot out more than 300 meters and crashed into the particle barrier, creating huge waves that startled many students standing there, causing them to sit down on the ground. It's not the same level as the previous ones. Silver King flew close to the ground, while Li Moyu used her S-level talent, Phantom Charge. At a distance of 100 meters, a Phantom of the Silver King slashed towards Rock Phoenix EX like a cannonball. Raina let out a sharp cry and turned around to smash manhwa with her bare hands. Shatter that illusion. A 30-meter-long golden sword aura also appeared on the ground. Reina's every move unleashes terrifying sword energy, capable of inflicting wounds on even catastrophic monsters. Lu Xinjin and Han Wei's mecha forms should also stand further apart, otherwise they are easily affected. Silver Shadow. Li Moyu's talent was like 10 figures rushing towards Raina at the same time. Reina's SS-level talent infusion unrivaled Earth. In an instant, energy surged forth, and 20 sword energies were unleashed, spreading like a sky-piercing light. Not only did it shatter all of Li Moyu's moves, it also forced Silver Du King to dodge desperately, and the wound he sustained was quite severe. The light caused the particle barrier to tremble. Upgrade it again, upgrade the barrier to double S-level defense. Ha! Reina's move is too powerful. Deputy Commander Long laughed. Many people in the stands admired Raina. Haoyan Zietian was a domineering queen. She is definitely a leader. But wasn't it said that Reina's injuries hadn't healed yet? How could she perform to this extent when she wasn't fully recovered? You'll find out as you keep watching. If Lena were a man, I would consider making her mystic girl, Li Mulan said admiringly. Just then, as if by magic, the Silver King, who had been 50 meters away, suddenly appeared in front of Rock Phoenix EX. Li Moyu's voice. Every time you activate Earth Unparalleled, there's a significant aftercast delay, and your sword will slam into the ground due to excessive force. Let's see how you block that. Silver King attacked with lightning speed. Chapter 62, we will fight as Valkyries. In the past, this would indeed have been one of Reina's weaknesses. But now, with Muchun's influence, guiding light appeared in Reina's brain. Without Muchun's prompting, his experience and skills had already merged with Reina's. It's a collaborative game now, not a solo game. Yanwang EX used the sword's momentum to kick, taking advantage of the situation to perform a sword dance. The metallic clang once again blocked Li Moyu's attack. What? Li Moyu was surprised, but her hands did not slow down at all. Facing the incoming sword, she flicked her head to retaliate, using the movement to deflect the force, and stepped forward to chop the staff. After a series of swift and skillful attacks, it was now Li Moyu's turn to attack. With both hands, he cleaved manhwa in two. The power of the chopping stick strike is amplified by the combat device. If it were any of the other teachers from Blue Europe, they wouldn't be able to withstand this attack. But the person in front of her was Raina. Raina blocked the attack with a single sword held horizontally in her hand. The difference in strength is not small. Iroha EX has a linkage coefficient of 58% and an output power of 95%. Silver King's linkage coefficient is 50%, and its output power is 91%. Raina swept her attack with a whirlwind, followed by a follow-up slash. Raina, she's seducing you, Muchun warned. Li Moyu deliberately revealed a flaw, but Muchun saw through it at a glance. Li Moyu used the looking back at the moon move to block the attack. 8 small missiles were fired from the shoulder. When Muchun reminded her, Raina had already infused her talent. A level Earth Shield. A 5-second Earth Shield will form in front of you to block the explosion of the attacking fork bombs. What? Li Moyu was shocked again. This is all due to her deep understanding of Raina. She knew Raina would definitely fall for this precise move. Moreover, in Li Moyu's eyes, Muchun was just a little man who hid in the corner of the bed and was exploited by Lena. Little did they know that Raina listened to Muchun very much. Even if she were to beat Li Moyu to death, she would never have imagined that Raina was practically begging for mercy on her knees in front of Muchun. As the saying goes, a spear can pierce a line, while a stick can sweep away a large area. Li Moyu swung her combat device and instantly swept away thousands of troops in one move. Raina blocked with her side sword. Li Moyu turned her horse around and swung it back, then continued to stab. Raina not only blocked with one hand, but also punched Silver King in the stomach. Li Moyu will not stop because of this pain. He used all his strength to split manhwa. Raina swung her sword with one hand. With a loud clang of metal, the two weapons flew more than 100 meters away. Li Moyu's technique here, the action of lifting the dragon staff, caught Raina off guard. Raina's third weakness is that her reaction is delayed by half a second when the weapon flies out. It has to be said that Li Moyu understands herself better than Raina herself. But Muchun is here. Raina reacted slowly, so Muchun filled in. He's practiced his Iron Mountain Lean for 2.5 years. Raptor Strike. He knocked the Silver Duke away. Silver King used multi-angle jets to allow the machine to rotate and land smoothly. MOU, let me do it. Japak demanded control of the mecha. They assumed a fighting stance. Muchun and Raina sent something and switched partners. Let me take over if you need someone else. You can rest for a while, darling, Muchun said gently. What darling? Don't talk nonsense. Raina was hit where it hurt. Muchun instantly took control. That was awesome. So awesome. They didn't even pick up their weapons. Were they planning to fight with their fists and feet? It's so exciting to watch a duel between masters. Rock Phoenix EX currently has the advantage. The big screen showed that the Silver King's mech was 11% damaged, and the Rock Phoenix EX was 6% damaged. If you fight Raina, even if you're not hit, your body will gradually break apart. Her power is too domineering. It's like it will seep into you. At this moment, Yanhuang EX assumed a fighting stance. Zibaiha and Qin Shui said at the same time, "They've changed people." The two looked at each other and snorted coldly. Zibaiha had witnessed Muchun's battles, and Qin Shui had experienced them firsthand multiple times. Thinking of this, Qin Shui's face flushed slightly, and she bit her lip. That guy just liked to attack her buttocks. It was completely intentional. The two matches engaged in close combat. Japak was personally coached by Li Moyu, and all his moves and actions bear the imprint of Li Moyu. Even knowing that it was Jeparak who had been replaced, and that he had some of his own characteristics, Muchun didn't see much difference. The changes in Aweo EX are quite obvious. Raina's moves are wide and powerful, extremely forceful and fierce. However, the current Rock Phoenix EX melee combat combines skill with explosive power, allowing for both offense and defense, as well as the ability to advance and retreat. Let alone you, Japak. Even Li Moyu is far less experienced than Muchun. Why is the Silver King being attacked all the time? Fight back. Angelite stamped her foot in frustration. Since the start of the Mecha battle, Silver King has been hit 7 times, while Rock Phoenix EX has only been hit once. The difference is too obvious. It's not that they didn't fight back, but that their attacks were all neutralized. That driver named Muchun is very strong, possibly even stronger than me. Princess Elizabeth praised without reservation. I can't see it at all. Ongret put her hands on her hips. Erikim, standing behind, said, "They're very strong. Even if I were standing opposite Aweo EX, I'd be at a disadvantage." Sister Erikomum, you're at a disadvantage? Angrit couldn't believe it. Erikomum was Lano's celestial star mecha girl. Erajam nodded. The opponent has a pilot, and their output power and endurance are stronger than mine. I am no match for them in a normal mecha battle. My only chance of winning is to be able to activate the Battle Maiden form for a short time. Angelite pouted, while Princess Elizabeth's beautiful eyes sparkled. I also want to fight them. After 30 rounds of fighting, Japak's face was almost smashed by Muchun. They were simply not in the same league. Now that Li Moyu is fully awake, she knows that Muchun is not someone Raina just picked out randomly. His skills are extremely formidable, definitely at the level of Long Tianxiaxing. No wonder you can be Raina's pilot. Your name is Muchun, right? I'll remember that. Silver King and Rock Phoenix EX exchanged a punch. Using the momentum, Silver King leaped backward 100 meters. The big screen showed that Silver King had 21% damage, while Rock Phoenix EX only had 11%. If they continue playing like this, they're bound to lose. Japak, let's begin. Li Moyu was about to use her final move. I didn't want to do this. Upon hearing Li Moyu's words, Raina seemed to have guessed something. Raina, my relationship with Japak has reached the level of trust and connection between husband and wife, and our pulses are perfectly in sync, which allowed us to achieve this in less than a year. Li Moyu let out a low roar, and at the same time, Japak released his hidden synergy talent, S-level heart rate hypermotion. This is an exceptional talent that can instantly increase the linkage coefficient and output power by 10. Moment. Silver King unleashes a silvery light. His clothes rip off, and he's reassembled. They're here. 60% of the linkage coefficient. Are Li Moyu and the others about to advance their transformations? The War Maiden has arrived. The sharply defined armor was reassembled into a full suit of armor, covering the body while shrinking to 12 meters in size, and the body became more like a woman's curves. Golden lines appeared on the silver armor. A long red crystal skirt fell from the waist, and wings unfolded, transforming into white wings. The sky is ablaze with silver light. SS rank Silver Knight War Maiden. The moment it landed, it was so fast that the two referees only saw a blur. After all, Lu Jinjin and the others did not activate the Battle Maiden mode. Yanhuang EX had already blocked with his sword. Silver Valkyrie kicked the giant sword, sending Rock Phoenix EX flying more than 100 meters away. Her feet scraped the ground for 30 meters before she finally came to a stop. The whole place erupted in cheers. Battle Maidens. Li Moyu and Japak activate their Battle Maiden forms. the battle maiden form, which countless mecha girls pursue throughout their lives and countless pilots are obsessed with. A perfect masterpiece of the creator. Lee Moyu and Japak emphasized, Raina, admit defeat. You have no chance of winning. The moment Silver Valkyrie finished speaking, by the time Lee Moyu reacted, the other person's thigh was already on her face. Boom! Silver Valkyrie was kicked away and crashed into a particle barrier 200 meters away. Raina and Muchun emphasized, what did you say? Speak louder. I didn't hear you. Chapter 63, Silver Knight Battle Maiden vs. Flaming Phoenix Battle Maiden. Silver Valkyrie was kicked away, but she managed to keep her body from falling and used her thrusters to propel herself forward at full speed, finally stopping when she touched the particle barrier. How is that possible? Lee Mayu couldn't believe it. 200 meters away stood a battle maiden, her entire body shimmering with golden light and draped in a long robe of golden light. The entire audience was still in a frenzy over the appearance of the Silver Duke War Maiden. Blue O even proclaimed it invincible. This was only the first time they met. After being kicked out, Rock Phoenix EX also completed its advancement. Muchun and Raina's linkage coefficient soared to 62%, with an output power of 109%. Her 18-meter body was exquisitely reduced to 15 meters, highlighting the curves of her inner armor, and her face already resembled Raina's. The full armor was reassembled, the shoulders shimmered with fiery light, a golden cloak appeared on the back, and even a divine halo could be faintly seen. The Golden Flame Queen who burns the heavens, the SSR-level glazed fire rock Phoenix Battle Maiden. Battle Maidens. Teacher Raina and the others have transformed into Battle Maidens too. My goodness, there are very few Battle Maiden clashes in previous exchange events, right? Teachers occasionally participate, but this is the first time we've had a teacher-student group. So cool, it's like the engine in my whole body is roaring. Li Milan was certain that Muchun was definitely the one who controlled Raina. No wonder Raina let her see for herself earlier. Raina probably guessed that Li Moyu must have found a suitable person. With her talent and the interaction and behavior between husband and wife, she will definitely be able to transform into a battle maiden. But Li Moyu never dreamed that something had happened to Raina. Why? Why? She knew Raina's personality all too well. How could she possibly transform into a battle maiden as well? Transforming into a battle maiden requires even higher standards from the pilot. One cannot be so uninhibited unless they are in a marital relationship. Raina dares not let go. Muchun can forcibly pry her apart. This moment, Silver Knight War Maiden and Flame Phoenix War Maiden collide in midair. Its speed is at least 3 times faster than in mecha form. People below level 30 can only see afterimages now. Ding 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 ding. It collided continuously from the ground into the air and then struck the ground again. Limoyu ruara tangrili. She and Japak used all their skills, but with every move and every collision, Silver Knight was at a disadvantage and was even hit in the body. The War Maiden has strong defense, but she can't withstand being chased and attacked by the Flaming Phoenix War Maiden. Hanwei and Lu Jinjin exchanged a glance. As referees, maintaining their mecha forms was simply not enough to keep up with the speed. The two simultaneously activated their Valkyrie forms to ensure they could rush to the rescue immediately. The destructive power of the War Maidens is terrifying. If the Fire Phoenix War Maiden loses her grip, she can unleash a 100-meter-long fire sword chi that can cut the opponent in half, causing the mecha girl to suffer a severe injury that can never be cured. But Lena didn't. After 10 consecutive exchanges, she slashed away her opponent's black crystal armor combat device, then discarded her weapon and switched to close-range fist and foot attacks. Li Mayu and she didn't get along, or rather, that's just Raina's personality. Because she is strong, domineering, and beautiful. She is a blooming violet, a woman as radiant as the sun. Strong-willed women naturally engage in conflict. Li Moyu is also an extremely strong-willed woman, but they don't have any major conflicts. Raina was more lucid than ever before, and her body was burning hotter than ever before. This is her first time transforming into a battle maiden. His whole body was surrounded by fiery red light and golden light, and he felt as if he had become one with the flames. Moreover, you can feel a warm embrace. This is Muchun. She would never admit it. But at this moment, Raina felt she could never go back, never forget, and she completely regarded Muchun as her man. She completely transformed into Muchun's shape. Mecha girl Reina's contract value is 69%. Phoenix Flame Fist. Silver Valkyrie was punched into a C shape in midair and slammed into the particle barrier like a cannonball, cracking the barrier in that direction. In a weapons duel, even particle barriers cannot guarantee the safety of spectators. However, both sides tacitly avoided any collisions with missiles and secondary weapons, proving that even Limoyu and Japak, who were on a frenzied attack, were still clear-headed. Silver Duke wore Maiden landed on the ground, and they looked at the fiery Phoenix wore Maiden floating in midair. She was like a sun, shining brightly in this arena. Silver Duke Battle Maiden suffers 42% damage. Glazed Fire Phoenix Battle Maiden suffers 20% damage. Dragon Xia Lena, Muchun wins. The entire audience cheered and applauded, and everyone from Lanu was also applauding. Silver Valkyrie disintegrated, and Limoyu and Japak landed on the ground. Limoyu staggered 2 steps and lost her balance, then knelt on the ground, drenched in sweat. Japak was also panting heavily. When Limoyu looked up, she saw Reina's hand reaching out to her. Raina was also covered in sweat, but she was physically strong, and even after such an intense clash, she didn't look as exhausted as Limoyu. Limoyu waved her hand, dismissing Reina's good intentions. Next time, I'll win. Reina smiled and said, next time, you'll be the one who loses again. Limoyu then looked at Muchun. You found a driver who is both unsuitable and very suitable. Reina, with one hand on her hip, said, is still a long way off. After Limoyu finished speaking, she helped the exhausted Japak up, go back and practice hard. Practice during the day and at night. Next time, we'll just open our eyes and fight them directly. Open your eyes. Awakening the eyes refers to a state where the synergy coefficient reaches over 90%, allowing the Valkyrie to unleash extraordinary power and enter a state of self-forgetfulness. In the industry, this is known as awakening the eyes. Even though Limoyu and Japak lost, Lanu was still applauded when they returned. Yin Jing stood on the stage. The first day of the string competition has concluded with all 15 matches completed. Longxia is currently leading 8-7 against Lanu. The main competition will begin at noon the following day. The 15 matches have ended, and it's only noon now. The canteen at the sports center is open for free. After the encounter, the two sides became more familiar with each other, and many people greeted them in the cafeteria. Muchun, can we add each other as friends? Not only the mecha girls of the 4 little dragons of Wu Yun came to Muchun. Even many of the mecha girls in Lanu wanted Muchun's contact information, and some A-level mecha girls even found Muchun. The drivers were so envious that their back teeth were practically grinding to powder. In most cases, Muchun would politely decline, but, hello, Mr. Muchun. Muchun was taken aback. In front of him was Princess Elizabeth, who took the initiative to greet him. Standing next to her was the blonde beauty angret with a drill. Hello, Princess Bella. Just call me Bella. I'm very interested in Mr. Muchun's driving skills. Can we add each other as friends and chat this afternoon or sometime? Then please call me Muchun. The two added each other as friends, and before they could even finish talking, someone dribbled the ball and bumped into them. Murong Fei Fei, who was tall, bumped into Muchun from behind. Oh my, Muchun is so popular. Someone's going to be jealous. Murong Fei Fei, Qin Shui, the class monitor, and Zhou Xiaochen walked over. Jealous? What are you jealous of? Qin Shui said coldly. Murong Fei Fei chuckled to herself. Someone's taking this personally. Murong Fei Fei. Qin Shui blushed and was about to chase after the other party when a woman in uniform from the hub came to Muchun's side. After saluting, she said, hello, Mr. Muchun. Deputy Governor Long would like to meet you. Please come with me after lunch. Chapter 64, The Nexus's Warning Arrives. Muchun quickly ate a few bites and followed the woman from the hub upstairs. After walking a few steps, Qin Shui caught up with him. I'll go with you. The woman at the hub immediately extended her hand. Excuse me, we have important business to attend to. Please do not follow us. Qin Shui immediately took out her identification. Can I pass now? Upon seeing her, the female robot immediately saluted. Hello, Captain Snowcat, the judge. Qin Shui returned the salute, and the three of them went upstairs. Knock on the door and enter. This is a small conference room. Besides them, There's Principal Gu, Vice Principal in Vice City Lord Liu, and Vice Governor Long sitting in the middle. Qin Shui, why did you come along? In fact, most of the people present knew Qin Shui's identity. Qin Shui stood at the door. As Mu Chen's guardian, I came to check on him. Deputy City Lord Liu was puzzled, but Long Qinga explained to her, Qin Shui's identity is that of a judge. So that explains why she has such an extraordinary student's demeanor and gaze. Let me speak, said Deputy Commander Long Qinga. First of all, Muchun, your performance this time was outstanding. On the first day, Long Xia was able to take the lead, which was a completely unexpected variable for us. Of course, so was Raina. He paused for a moment and tapped the screen. Your performance has been highly praised by Lord Liang Wuqing of the Longxia Hub. I hope you will continue your efforts. Muchun asked in a low voice, is there a separate reward? Qin Shui jumped up from behind and smacked Muchun on the head. What reward do you want? This is an honor for the country, you idiot. Muchun explained, you're not right to say that. Rewards are one of the best ways to recognize newcomers. Some people are patriotic, but it's just talk. They say it but don't mean it. That's why we're asking for rewards openly and legitimately. You, Qin Shui, was speechless. Haha, what a righteous way to ask for a reward. Deputy Commander Long laughed. How about this? Today, I will reward you with a piece of equipment from the number 2 hub warehouse on behalf of the hub. If you perform well tomorrow, I believe the Longxia Hub will also give you a corresponding reward. Muchun leaned closer to Qin Shui. What's in a number 2 hub warehouse? I've only ever taken one item from warehouse number 2. There are A-grade and S-grade equipment and technological products, but no weapons. Muchun saluted. Muchun thanks Vice Governor Long for the reward. Longqinga smiled and said, I like interesting young people. Now, I have something more important to discuss. Muchun, you have a hidden talent for cross-industry collaboration, right? What level is it? Muchun wouldn't mention the unlimited highest level of authority or the heart of Cybertron. But if you underestimate his performance, no one will believe you. No one on the scene was easily fooled. I think it's either S rank or SS rank, but I can't quite feel it. Everyone nodded, feeling that SS level was more reasonable. Long Qinga continued, your performance today, as well as your hidden talent, will gradually spread. We investigated and found that you have no backing. There are many malicious people who covet Long Xiaoyan's talent. Your outstanding machine operating ability and hidden talent are enough to earn you the title of prodigy. Deputy City Lord Liu added, you may not know this, but although Longxia is number 1 in the world, the United States has always been eyeing us covetously, and the Sakura community is even more hostile. You are quite likely to be targeted by them, so we hope to make a certain choice. Principal Gu said, we thought of a few good options for you after graduation. First, join the hub. Second, become a prospective teacher at Star Moon Academy. Third, we see that Lenu is also very interested in you, so going to Lenu for further studies would also be a good choice. Just then, the system's voice sounded. Triggering a choice of justice, please select the current option. The option will last for 3 months. If you complete an option that is not your choice within 3 months, the reward will be deducted. 1. Choose the Chains of Justice, join the Nexus, and receive 1 silver draw. 2. Choose the Book of Justice, join Star Moon Academy, and receive a golden lottery draw. 3. Choose the Path of Justice, travel to Blue Europe, and receive a platinum gold lottery draw. 4. Choose to conceal your true intentions and not choose any of the first 3 options to receive a chance to win a brilliant lottery. They all thought Muchun was really thinking, but actually Muchun was looking at the options. A dazzling lottery? Doesn't that mean the guaranteed item is SSS level or higher? Muchun was initially hesitant. While the hub was good, it had many constraints. Muchun would not choose to become a teacher at the academy, and Lan O would be even less of an option. To summarize the language, Deputy Commander Long, I don't really like being constrained, so I think I won't join for the time being. Just as I guessed, Deputy City Lord Liu said with a smile. But in this case, Muchun, your performance today was extremely dangerous. How about this? You can consider it. If you don't make a choice, we'd like to arrange for someone to keep an eye on you for a while. You have no choice in this. Deputy Governor Long's previously amiable expression vanished. This should be the bottom line for the hub. Okay. Muchun also put away his smile. He now has a certain ability to protect himself, and he also has the support of both Lei Ying and Zi Baihe. However, Muchun prefers to develop his skills in a low-key manner at the moment. After graduation, I quietly faded from the public eye for a while, completing missions using the justice system and the contracted mecha girls. Gain greater talent and strength bonuses. Given enough time, his potential will be limitless. Deputy Commander Long tapped his bracelet. There are 5 female judges here. You can choose one to follow up with. Muchun didn't even look at their data before asking, "Can I choose Snow Cat?" He has many secrets, but Qin Shui will be his person in the future anyway, so it doesn't matter if she knows them. Qin Shui blushed slightly. "You jerk, why did you choose me? We're good friends. If you hang out with me, you'll live the high life." Qin Shui kicked Muchun's butt twice. "Eat my ass. Following you, I go hungry 9 times in 3 days. Deputy Commander Long smiled. "All right, then, Snowcat Judge, you'll be in charge of keeping an eye on Muchun recently. This is an order from the organization." Qin Shui could only snort coldly. "Understood." The two of them left, playfully bickering. Deputy City Lord Liu asked, "Is this acceptable?" "No problem. That kid and Rina are on good terms, so the 2 mecha girl partners should be fine. We just need to keep an eye on the people from the Sakura community for now." The Sakura community has recently had a significant conflict with Longxia and has made many offensive remarks. They must have recently received covert support from the American public. Seeing Longxia interacting amicably with Lano, he wanted to disrupt the atmosphere. "I came out of the small conference room." Qin Shui said irritably, "It's better if you get arrested." She felt her face getting hot, initially thinking it was because of Muchun's anger, but now she felt a burning sensation in her body. "Please note, your contracted mecha girl, Qin Shui, has an elevated body temperature. This is due to accumulated issues with her body over the years, coupled with the significant energy expenditure from today's transformation and battle. Please deflate her immediately." "Release the gas." "What to do?" Qin Shui braced herself against the wall, feeling the temperature rising higher and higher. She squeezed her legs together and said, "Why? Did it happen at this time?" "Qin Shui, what's wrong? You look terrible." Qin Shui's temperature rose even higher, and she felt a little dizzy. She lost her balance and was caught in Muchun's arms. "Let me go, I can manage on my own." "Oh no." She sensed that something was really wrong with Ji's body. A group of students who had finished eating nearby walked over, and it wouldn't be good if they saw Qin Shui like this. Muchun picked her up and carried her into the nearby toilet. Chapter 65, Making Qin Shui Call him husband. "Why did you go into the men's restroom?" Qin Shui said, her face flushed. She and Muchun are now in the center of the arena, on the 3rd floor, in the men's restroom stall. "I'll definitely go into the men's room. If there are people in the women's room, I'll be in big trouble." Qin Shui was about to speak when Muchun covered her mouth. "Wah!" Qin Shui struggled to speak. Muchun lowered his voice. "Don't talk. You don't want others to hear, do you?" Qin Shui's face was practically bleeding. Once the voices of the 3 people outside had faded away, Muchun loosened his grip slightly. "Qin Shui, did you want to be discovered?" "Luckily, I covered up quickly." "Fine, you can cover your mouth if you want, but what are you covering with your left hand?" "Isn't it the waist?" Muchun then noticed that his right hand was covering Qin Shui's mouth, while his left hand was clasped around Shui's waist. "No wonder it's so elastic and feels great. It's a standard 34 millimeters thick. Then why don't you take your hand away?" Qin Shui was getting anxious. She had already told him, why wouldn't he take it away? Someone's coming. Muchun held Qin Shui as they sat on the mechanical toilet. "Don't move around, lest someone hear us." Muchun's hands were not behaving properly. They were unintentional before, but now they were doing it on purpose. Qin Shui's body temperature was still rising. She endured until the second group of people left, then gritted her teeth and said, "Let me go. I'll help you solve the problem of Ji's body now." Muchun grinned mischievously. "No need. I can do it myself. You can't even exert any strength right now. Let me do it," she said, reaching out to pull on the ties of Qin Shui's school uniform. Muchun, you're trying to take advantage of me." "What do you mean by taking advantage of you? What's yours is mine, isn't it?" "Who told you that?" "I said it." Muchun said forcefully, "I've decided, from today onwards you are my mecha girl, my second wife." Qin Shui's face was practically dripping blood. "You perverted, shameless bastard. Who agreed to this?" Muchun's mischievous grin. "You disagree?" He took a picture of a certain spot on Qin Shui's body. Qin Shui tensed up, almost breaking down. "Agree or disagree? You can't escape my grasp now." You bastard, I don't agree. Let's do it one more time. That almost caused them to lose their footing. Qin Shui's temperature is rising, and despite Muchen's spanking, her weakness is mining. She's about to break down. Stop hitting me. Do you agree or disagree now? Qin Shui was about to break down. She bit her lip. This was still the bathroom, and someone else had come in. She couldn't make a sound. All that could be heard was Muchen's harsh voice. You can't disagree. I'll get things done right away. You can only be mine, my Qin, the school beauty. You can't hit anymore. Muchen knew he couldn't fight anymore. Just now, he had activated super repair to check Qin Shui's body. She's currently unleashing an attack on her weak area. Normally, she could handle it herself, as she has control over the timing of the attack. However, due to the uncertainty of the transformation, coupled with Muchen's influence on her, she became more affectionate. This is bad. We have to resolve this here. Muchen's body was like a cat's paw, a tickle, a devil. No, this won't do. It's too embarrassing. Qin Shui wanted to disappear into the ground. She could feel that Muchen seemed to know her weakness. Qin Shui was furious. Don't worry. Only I know you're mine. I won't tell anyone. At the same time, his hand emitted a green light. I'm your man and your doctor. I can help you relieve your symptoms. Qin Shui whispered. Don't emit light, or others will become suspicious. She doesn't care about anything else now. She just can't let others see it. She was too weak, so Muchen carried her. And then, water escape. Who built the dam? It's over, it's over. Qin Shui's Dao heart is shattered, and her great Dao is about to be annihilated. Qin Shui burst into tears. Thankfully, there's no one else around. Don't cry. I haven't done anything wrong yet. Muchen turned his head and kissed her cheek. You are my woman. I love everything about you. Don't worry. The second room is yours, I promise. Qin Shui's chest heaved. She was so angry at Muchen that she was laughing and crying at the same time. Qin Shui's contract value, 30%. Triggering the contract Mecha Girls side quest. 1. Kiss Qin Shui. 2. Repair the dam. 3. Destroy the dam. Complete the task solo. Receive a reward based on the options chosen, and complete it within 30 minutes. Okay, put me down. The temperature has dropped. Qin Shui was so embarrassed that she couldn't speak. No, you haven't agreed to my request yet. Muchen pressed his advantage. Now that he had experience, he seized upon the other party's weaknesses and exploited them relentlessly. Qin Shui knew that it wouldn't work if he tried to lie to Muchen. What happened in the closet before was shameful enough, but now, in the bathroom, she has no dignity left. I promise you, okay? Promise me what? I promise to be your mecha girl. Who I am? Muchen. And you have to promise to be my second wife. Why the second room? Why did Qin Shui suddenly become less ashamed and more serious when asked this question? Qin Shui herself didn't understand. It was as if she had suddenly become assertive again. Because Raina was the first one. Qin Shui muttered, Teacher Raina can too. Kim my foot. No way, wait a minute. Disobeying me? Muchen repaired it manually. Whatever you do, I agree. I agree to everything. Shiz, someone's coming. Don't worry, darling. I'll heal your body. Another group of people arrived. Qin Shui covered her mouth. She absolutely couldn't make a sound, but Muchen could speak softly. After all, you can pretend you're talking to your family in the bathroom. He examined Ji's body and said, Your body has suffered damage and viral repression due to prolonged high-intensity training and a lot of latent work. It needs to be released. If it is not released, your mechanical form will also be affected. I have repaired the damaged areas, as well as the problems with your pelvis and lumbar discs in your human form. Qin Shui did feel the changes in her body, but it was too embarrassing. Not only was she exposed, but she was also being held by him like this, which was also embarrassing. I'm too ashamed to face anyone. From now on, you're one of my people. If you encounter any problems, come to me for help. In Sueyi Guispith. No, you don't understand. It's like two armies facing off. Border skirmishes and territorial conquests are not the same thing. Qin Shui understood Muchen's meaning perfectly well. After the people outside left, she wanted to come down. You haven't even shouted the words yet. You? What do you mean, you? Not going to shout? You got plenty of tricks up your sleeve. You perverted, shameless, bastard husband. Is that enough now? We can't tease Qin Shui anymore, or she'll really break down. Since you called out, I'll give you a reward. Muchen took out an illusory prop and installed it on Qin Shui's body. She immediately covered her mouth, almost screaming, "What is this?" "Don't worry, this is a good thing. I wouldn't give it to anyone who isn't my mecha girl. It can permanently upgrade your drivers." Qin Shui is equipped with only one Flash 11 main engine, which is an S-Class Flash Thunder drive. Muchun selected and upgraded her to SS-level Sky Dancer driver. This driver costs at least 8 million on the market, and it's completely out of stock. Only the Tianqi machine girl can apply for it. Please note, the Sky Dancer driver is currently loading and installing. Where did you get this Sky Dancer from? It was because Qin Shui knew about it, that she knew how rare this thing was. This is your man's reward for your good behavior. Don't tell anyone. Chapter 66, dealing with Chao Yunkai. Morong Feifei oversees the team. There was no one outside. Muchun glanced around a couple more times before Qin Shui, who had dressed herself again, came out. Has the driver loading finished? Qin Shui gritted her teeth and glared at him, then kicked him twice hard. You perverted, shameless bastard Muchun. You just wait. After saying that, she blushed and ran away. She also heard Muchun's voice. Remember, you're ordered to keep an eye on me now. Qin Shui stomped her feet in anger at Muchun. The ice queen of the school had been transformed into a haughty and arrogant school beauty. Qin Shui's contract value is 40%. This was due to the effect of the props, and Muchun was certain that Qin Shui already had feelings for him. He dared to act so boldly only because of the contract. Anyone else, even his close friend Qin Shui, would have fought him to the death. You have completed the Choose Justice mission and have been awarded one chance to win a brilliant level prize. You have completed Qin Shui's side quest and have been awarded one golden lottery draw chance. Muchun wanted to find a quiet place to draw the lottery. On the other side, in a room on the 3rd floor, Chao Yunkai was trembling all over. He had just been called here by Morong Feifei and had seen the recording on the screen. That was the whole process of him giving the intelligence to Evelyn. Oh my, Director Chao is truly a friend of Lanu. I wonder if, with this evidence, plus the match you deliberately lost today, the hub will be punished with 20 or 30 years for treason. I really want to know. Morong Feifei's voice is that of a female demon. Chao Yunkai was about to rush forward and snatch the video recorder. With a metallic clang, a massive, condensed cannon was pressed against Chao Yunkai's face. Morong Feifei semi-mechanized her left hand into a hand cannon, positioned 3 meters away. If Director Chao doesn't behave, I'll fire directly. There will be a video recording, and I'll say you tried to steal it, and I accidentally discharged it. You deserve to die. Chao Yun was so enraged he was trembling all over. His teeth clenched so tightly they seemed to be burning. What do you want? Morong Feifei held up 5 fingers. Chao Yunkai said unhappily, 50 million? That's too much. It's 5 billion. Morong Feifei smiled. Are you crazy? I only got 200 million from this collaboration with them. Chao Yunkai was promised 300 million in benefits, but he's only received 50 million so far. Blue Europe needs to win to secure the remaining funds. Oh dear, they don't care about that. If I can't come up with 5 billion, I'll just hand it over to Vice Governor Long. Morong Feifei, have you never seen money before? Does your Morong family lack this kind of money? Chao Yunkai was furious, his whole body trembling uncontrollably and his breathing becoming rapid. Morong Feifei ran her right hand through her hair. It seems so. How about this? I'll ask for 50 million plus photocopies of the design drawings for your Chao Sure Group's TA 275 and TB 277. You want the core of our Chao family's latest mecha? So that's what you're after. Morong Feifei smiled and said, I only asked for 2. It's already very kind of you not to take the remaining 8. Because these 2 technologies are among the world's leading technologies in the Chao family. The other 8 are unimportant. This is the technical alloy formula for creating the next generation class of mechanical mech, Dragonstar. Morong Feifei's greed. She wanted to build her own A-level mechanical mech army. I'll give you 30 seconds to choose. By the way, everyone in the hub prison is from the Morong family. Chao Yunkai realized at that moment that Morong Feifei was a devil, and her huge breasts were full of conspiracies and schemes. He couldn't outmaneuver this woman. If he didn't make a deal, he'd be tortured to death in jail, let alone get 10 years. He'd be sentenced to a week and still be dead inside. Okay, but you must give me this video. Morong Feifei nodded. Don't worry, we'll have many more deals with someone like Director Chao in the future. Upon hearing this, Chow Yun-kai activated the wristband. It was as if Murong Fei knew he had earned 50 million. The family password system was opened, and 2 documents were sent to Murong Fei. He was also careful, as there was a record in his bracelet. After sending the document, Murong Fei checked it. "Well, can you give it to me now?" Chow Yun-kai asked as Murong Fei finished her examination. Murong Fei nodded. "The documents are fine, the money is fine, but, oh dear, it seems they don't want to give them to you anymore." "You, Murong Fei, didn't you say there would be a sequel?" Murong Fei snapped her fingers, and 2 mecha girls dressed as judges emerged from the corner of the room. They were here from the beginning, hiding behind mechanical concealment barriers. "Judges, Murong Fei, your current deal with me will also involve the judges." He was stunned. These 2 judges seemed to have a close relationship with the Murong family. Murong Fei handed the recording device to someone, smiling sweetly and charmingly. "I don't want to continue doing business with trash like you. Besides, eliminating you will satisfy me, Teacher Raina, and the pilot I've chosen." She paused for 3 seconds before continuing. "After graduation, I will be promoted to the youngest position in the Wuyun main city supervisory team. Director Chow, your position will be even more secure for me." Little Lily, break his hand, take off the bracelet, and smash it. After all, he should have left the transfer record. The 2 young judges saluted. "Understood, sir." Chow Yun-kai's screams echoed from inside the room. The 2 female judges broke Chow Yun-kai's hand, forcibly removed the bracelet, handcuffed him, and took him away by helicopter. 2 judges were still standing at the entrance. Reporting to the Special Operations Supervisor, "We have searched the entire arena, but have not found Su Luo." "Couldn't find it? The credit that was within reach has vanished?" This is Murong Fei's pledge of allegiance to solidify her position. She was handpicked by Long Xiahub to become a Special Operations Supervisor, and she has some rights that other supervisors do not have. She can command the vast majority of judges in Wuyun Main City. We found one of these fragments in a mech piloted by Su Luo using our instruments. Muchun happened to be passing by when he heard Chow Yun-kai's pig-like screams from inside the room, as well as the scene when Murong Fei came out. Did the judge listen to Murong Fei? The 3 of them also saw Muchun. "Have you dealt with Chow Yun-kai?" Muchun asked. "Of course. Would you like to share a drink?" "No need. You can handle it yourself. Let me see this fragment." With a single glance from Murong Fei, the judge beside her handed the fragment to Muchun, activated with highest privileges. This item is a fragment of Sulo's body, identified as calimer alloy, used in the creation of biomechanical life forms. Muchun fell into thought. Isn't the manufacture of caramel alloy prohibited? "Can you tell what it is?" Murong Fei approached. Muchun whispered the system's assessment results. "This is my special technique. It shouldn't be wrong. The rest is up to you." Murong Fei blinked her beautiful eyes and took Muchun's hand while holding the ball. "As expected of the pilot I have my eye on, then I will accept the information you provided." Muchun was so frightened that he immediately withdrew his hand and dodged. "I have things to do. You can investigate by yourself." After saying that, he took off running. In the blink of an eye, the person was gone. "Hey, where did they go?" The 2 female judges were also surprised. How could that young man, Muchun, run so fast? Muchun knew that if he ran slower, Murong Fei would eat him clean. Run to the south rooftop of the arena to start the lottery. Chapter 67, You're telling me this is the hand of justice? Draw the gold reward first. Countless golden illusory words spun in Muchun's world, and he casually grabbed one. A phantom image of a great sword appeared in his hand. You have obtained the SSS level weapon, the Radiant Sun Sword. The Brilliant Sun Sword. This civilization's top-tier weapon, forged from the fire of solar flare, can only be used in mech form and is bound to the first user. It automatically adapts to the user's weight, size, and shape. SSS class weapon. The highest level weapon in the major nexus right now is the 12th generation SS class weapon. Each upgrade to a weapon level results in a 4 to 5-fold increase in effectiveness and power. Muchun's first thought was to reward Raina with this weapon. Consider a reward for her first time. The main event was in the next draw, and I gave up the safe option of the Brilliant tier. If the minimum reward for gold is SS level, then Brilliant is a planetary level reward above SSS level. The number of dazzling entries floating in the air was significantly greater than that of gold and silver. Although there were hundreds of varieties, they weren't very densely packed, and he just grabbed one at random. You have achieved your planetary level ability, Brilliant Moment. Brilliant Moment. When activated, you will begin to burn, boosting your human, mecha, or battle maiden forms by 30 times, entering a dazzling moment. System reminder. Brilliant Moment is a rebellious act with negative consequences. If the intensity of Brilliant Moment is too high, the host will temporarily disappear in reality and enter a state of suspended animation, requiring several days of self-repair and regeneration. The more times it is used, the longer the regeneration time will be. It is not recommended for the host to use it multiple times. The host's destiny bonds will have a rebirth acceleration effect. Seeing the system's notification, Muchun roughly understood that this was a desperate, all-or-nothing ultimate move. Muchun went downstairs satisfied. Laying was busy with many matters and rushed back to Wuyun main city immediately after the competition ended. Muchun sent her a separate thank you message along with a kissing emoji. Although Laying only replied with the 4 words, "Good performance," she replied to the message almost instantly. This shows how much importance they attached to Muchun, as they gave him a special reminder about Muchun's news. Raina said she was fine, but Principal Gu still took her for a checkup and rehabilitation treatment. The treatment device was very good for the mecha girl's body. It was more like soaking in a hot spring. This reminded Muchun of the hot spring at the Lei family's house. When I buy a house in the future, I also want to buy a villa and soak in the hot spring with my mecha girl. In the afternoon, everyone from Linu and Longxia chatted in the arena. "Hey Zhao Junkai, handsome guy, can we chat?" Zhao Junkai didn't expect that a mecha girl from Linu would take the initiative to chat with him, a loser. Although they were all B-class and C-class mecha girls, this helped Zhao Junkai, who had been feeling down, to recover quite a bit. After talking to them, he learned that they had also heard what Muchun said and had seen it with their own eyes. Although you lost, you tried your best to win. They were only awakened to B or C level and didn't even have a chance to play. The first and second floors are filled with various equipment. Muchun saw 7 or 8 blue Omeka girls asking O Yangqing for advice. O Yangqing dared to perform in public. "Once I accept my own weakness, then I am invincible. Knight Henshin. Watch this knight's flying kick. Boom." The other students who were passing by and wanted to laugh were all dumbfounded. O Yangqing kicked the tester and made it score 900. Instantly, even more people sought advice from O Yangqing. Even without hidden talents, being in high spirits can increase output power. There are many people talking around Li Zongfeng and by Xintian. Xian also has several brothers they're exchanging ideas. "Dude, everyone else is being attacked by mecha girls. How come the pilots?" Xian is beyond saving. As soon as Muchun returned, a blue European robot girl came up to talk to him. Everyone practiced on the equipment, exchanging and learning from each other's experiences. But with Muchun, he practically became a lecturer. He can quickly identify the other person's problems and offer helpful suggestions. This led to an increase in the number of people seeking his advice. Most importantly, when news broke that Muchun possessed the SS level talent, Super Repair, the expressions of Linu's mecha girls all changed. Repair Solution is relatively cheap in Longxia, priced at 328 for a small bottle. However, the price in Linu is 1998 for a small bottle, which makes B-grade and above repair talents quite popular in Linu. In addition, they are more open-minded than Longxia machine girls and don't care much about the doctor touching the patient's body. In an instant, the scene changed. Have you ever seen tall, blonde, blue-eyed beauties excitedly wanting you to examine them? This is the scene Muchun is in right now. System quest triggered. Hand of Justice. 1. Inspect and pet the 3 mecha girls. Reward 3 bottles of S-rank Indian super lubricant. 2. Inspect and pet the 5 mecha girls and reward the host with a random talent that will level up. 3. Inspect and pet the 10 mecha girls and reward the host with the SS level ability, X-ray vision. Within a 2-hour time limit, you can complete tiered missions and receive all rewards as your completion rate increases. Muchun looked at the system text. You're telling me this is called the Hand of Justice? What kind of justice system is this? Give me more of this kind of mission next time. Everything for justice. I wouldn't do it if it weren't for justice. Real. Touching 10 will get you 3 rewards, especially the SS level ability, X-ray vision, which means you can see whoever you want. All the beauties were right in front of him. Even Muchun couldn't help but swallow hard at the thought. At this rate, we'll definitely need to stock up on nutritional drinks. Muchun immediately said, "Classmates, in that case, I will find a room on the second floor to provide one-on-one treatment for each of you. Please line up in an orderly manner. Book a hotel room. Pick up girls, take their pulse." The Mecha girls were delighted to hear this, and several enthusiastic Blue O Mecha girls wanted nothing more than a hug and kiss Muchun, while also protecting his privacy in the room. Of course, most people are taking a wait-and-see approach to see if it really works well. Muchun was preparing to openly and honestly use the hand of justice. Wait! At this moment, the woman with the golden diamond-shaped twin ponytail stepped forward. Obi Colette Academy, O Yangqing. Angelette stepped forward and said, "I have my doubts about your abilities. I don't believe that you are good at operating machines and have time to study repair skills. Don't easily believe what the people of Longxia say. They are very cunning." Upon hearing this, many of the enthusiastic Mecha girls hesitated slightly. This woman ruined my important mission. Muchun smiled and said, "How about this? I'll do some maintenance for you first, Miss Angelette, and then you can tell me how it goes." "All right, let's go." Angret crossed her arms. "Princess Bella keeps praising you. Humph, I'm going to expose you. Let's go." Due to the mission requirements, the highest level contract effect ability will be activated for the host, allowing temporary observation of the Mecha girl's weaknesses during the mission. Seeing this message made it even more convenient for Muchun to come. "Miss Angret, please come with me." Angret entered the room, while 7 or 8 blue Omega girls outside waited curiously for the result. Less than 3 minutes later, they heard a sound. That feels so good. Chapter 68, X-ray Vision and the Visit of the Heavenly Knight. Let's go back 3 minutes. Grand Duke Eugene's daughter, Angelette, is 1.65 meters tall with a slender and upright figure. To be precise, she has a typical flat chest. Her most striking feature is her blonde, diamond-studded twin ponytails, which look very glamorous. Her hair might actually be her true form. This refers to an upgraded version of Wuchuanjiao, specifically her arrogant and haughty personality. She followed us in with her arms crossed, saying arrogantly, "If it doesn't work, don't blame me for spreading rumors that your talent is fake and that you're just trying to take advantage of us. If you don't have a large bust, don't do this pose. It's completely uninteresting." Muchun smiled and said, "If it works well, please say it out loud. Of course, you'll have to pay next time." "How? I'm not going to tell you I'm not feeling well. That's how I'll see your true strength." Muchun's hand glowed with a green healing light. "First, stand still and let me analyze your body. Don't resist my power. I have an SS level talent, so your body may suddenly become a little sensitive." "Come on then." Highest authority. Even though Angret was prepared, her body still trembled. "What's this?" Even though the two were only a meter apart, it felt like something had entered her body. "Relax. The more you resist, the more obvious it becomes. This is my talent scanning your body." "All right." Mecha Girl. O Yangqing, age 18, level LV-17, Class A Leopard, 2x8 main battle tank. Mecha Girl weaknesses: sensitive back, prone to lesbianism, Elisabella, extremely low tolerance. Is Angret a lesbian? Actually, there are many lesbians in this world, because the number of Mecha Girls is 5 times that of the pilots. Angelette, lie on the bed. I understand your problem. This is the medical room, equipped with basic facilities. Muchun professionally took the white coat next to him, put it on, and then put on a mask. They did it look pretty professional, and then what? Now we're going into the hospital. Don't move. First, it's your shoulder. There are significant problems with the nerves and drive in your shoulder. Muchun activated his innate power, and Angelite truly felt relieved. How are you feeling? Not bad, not bad. Next is the important part. There is a blockage in your back and a blockage in the transmission source. If I help you clear it, there may be a strong reaction. You can shout it out loud. Muchun pressed down with both hands, pulling her back and triggering her weak point. The next moment, that scene unfolded. So good. Angelite's patience was already short, and Muchun's direct attack made her tremble and cry out in pleasure. As the daughter of Grand Duke O Yangqing, few people dared to press her back so forcefully. Muchun continued to attack her, while simultaneously treating the real problem in her shoulder. Angret ignored this and continued to moan and groan inside. The mecha girls waiting outside were thrilled. Is it really that comfortable? Lady Angriette's voice is so embarrassing. After about 5 minutes, Muchun cleared the inflammation from Angelite's right shoulder and then used his left hand to massage her back for a minute. Angelette lay on the bed, and in just a short while, her body was already soaked with sweat. Angelite, how are you feeling now? Is my treatment working well? Especially your right shoulder and back. Angelite's face was now so red it looked like it was about to bleed. She had just let out a moan of pleasure. Thinking about it now, I just want to crawl into a hole and disappear. It's all right. I'm a professional. I'm a doctor. Muchun could handle even Queen Raina, so dealing with a girl like Angrit was naturally a piece of cake. It's not bad at all. Whether it's Angelite or Qin Shui, most mecha girls suffer from physical repression, meaning their bodies don't have an effective release. After multiple transformations, the accumulation of internal combustion fire and biotin from switching between human and mechanical forms will become a problem within the body. Simply put, it's about releasing your stress in a way that makes you feel good. Muchun simply helped her release the tension. As soon as Angrit came out, she was immediately surrounded by several mecha girls. Angelette, how is Muchun's treatment going? We think we heard a very soothing sound. You all heard that? It's so embarrassing. Angriette immediately ran away. They don't know Angriette's personality yet? That's a good thing. Instantly, all the mecha girls outside rushed in. Muchun had them line up and said, "This is quite tiring, and I'm also quite tired from fighting today." Everyone was somewhat disappointed. Muchun continued, "But since everyone is so enthusiastic for the sake of all the ladies, I'm willing to spend 2 hours treating about 10 people. How about that?" That's great, Muchun. Handsome Muchun, I want to be your mecha girl. Muchun is so kind. He's such a smooth talker. His way of speaking is so typical of Lan O. Please line up and come one by one. Muchun is now openly and legitimately beginning to uphold justice. Massage your thighs, calves, arms, back, head, or remove fragment from your body. Muchun treats each patient for a few minutes. For some patients with psychological issues, he massages their heads to help them relax. After Muchun demonstrated his ability to extract fragments several times, his superb repair skills spread throughout the Blue Europe chat group. Where? I want to go too. Where is it? You guys know but won't tell, huh? There's not much time left. Handsome Muchun said he'll only help for 2 hours today, and he's already very tired. If you all come at once, what if the gentleman gets exhausted? Moreover, Muchun said that there will be a maximum of 10 people. These Blue European mecha girls are indeed quite open-minded. Some of them practically want Muchun to touch their breasts. However, Muchun was only interested in completing the mission. They didn't gain much advantage. None of them had ever been on the battlefield, and their health problems were minor, which Muchun could easily handle. The 7th, the 8th, the 9th, and the 10th. The mission was accomplished, and Muchun was overjoyed. You have completed the Hand of Justice quest. You have received 3 super lubricants. You have received a random talent upgrade as a reward, and your SS level super repair skill has been upgraded to SSR level top tier repair skill. Muchun covered his face and complained, "This damn system of yours. Can't you just upgrade me directly to SSS level? You have been awarded SS level X-ray vision." X-ray vision is the reward Muchun desires most. Emily was still there, so Muchun used his X-ray vision to take a look. He almost vomited blood at that sight. In his left eye's view, Emily wasn't completely naked, but rather her mechanical details were revealed. Muchun looked at the ability annotations. X-ray vision. It can penetrate biological interfaces and observe the internal conditions. He understood. This X-ray vision couldn't see the surface of the biological interface, just like looking at the driver and seeing only a skeleton. No wonder he's only SS rank. Muchun sighed. Just as Muchun was about to wrap up after watching the 10 people, someone knocked on the door. High heels clicked as she entered, accompanied by a mature woman's voice. "Muchun, how are you feeling? Could you check on me too?" Muchun looked over and saw that the Sky Knight Li Mulan was standing at the door. Chapter 69, The 4th Contract, Mecha Girl. Sky Knight Li Mulan instructs Lan O, and Royal Sword Erikim instructs Long Xia. During the cross-teaching and exchange, Li Mulan saw the messages in the Lenu exchange group. The mecha girl who received treatment praised Muchun's skills, saying that even though she was paying him, he didn't press the buttons much. Li Mulan was also suffering from some injuries and illnesses. Just now, she saw Muchun leading a group of mecha girls to the treatment room on the second floor. So she came too. It's Lady Li Mulan. Please come in. Muchun gestured for her to enter. Li Mulan was still wearing her silver-white body armor. You can call me Li Mulan or Sister Mulan. It's fine. You see, Raina always calls me by my real name. I like straightforward personalities so that we won't feel like strangers. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Li Mulan is 1.75 meters tall, the same as Raina, and her silver armor and high heels make her appear even taller. Silver blue short hair and eyes, a well-proportioned figure. Angelite was flat-chested, but Li Mulan wasn't. Beneath her breastplate lay a full C-cup figure, and her skill in kicking was complemented by her long legs. It's safe to say that Li Mulan's legs are absolutely a 99 out of 100. She wore a silver, form-fitting soft armor with knight's shoulder armor and 2 bright silver knight's lances on her back. It can be used in melee combat or thrown. Li Mulan is a flying girl, a highly mobile mecha girl who, although not in the hub, accepts support requests. She wore a silver-trimmed short skirt with gold trim, silver-faced black stockings, and knight's soft armor boots over them, starting from her thighs. She is as beautiful and handsome as a female version of Zhao Yun, and is the absolute benchmark in the hearts of countless mecha girls. I'd like you to check on me. How are you feeling right now? Her tone was soft, perhaps because there was no one else there. Li Mulan locked the door when she came in. Outside, she is a Sky Knight, a celestial star mecha girl, and an absolute powerhouse known as one of the top 3 in Dragon Summer's single-player mecha girl form. But she was also a woman, and she had been tormented by various injuries and illnesses for a long time. The system sound suddenly appeared. Contract Mecha Girl Part 4. Please choose one to become your contract mecha girl. 1. Angelit. 2. Emily. 3. Supimna. 4. Limoyu. Please make a choice today, otherwise the system will select randomly. Damn it. Muchun was about to vomit blood. Couldn't we have a normal option? Emily is the mecha girl that Muchun saw with his X-ray vision, and Safipna is the one that was blasted to pieces by Murong Fei. Angelite with her golden twin ponytails, and Limoyu, who is already a married woman. Wait, why do you keep sending me characters with wife attributes, Prime Minister? To be honest, Muchun didn't want to choose any of these people. These are all things that Muchun has only recently come into contact with. Muchun immediately used a swinging baton in the system space. Host is using the swinging baton. One more contract option has been added. Seeing, Ishikaranig Li Mulan. It was Li Mulan right in front of me. In terms of looks, Li Mulan isn't top tier, but she's definitely a beauty, scoring 85 points. Muchun's physique deserves a 90 out of 100. If you're someone who likes legs, it would definitely be a 99. You're the one I've decided on. What? Li Mulan didn't know what Muchun was talking to himself, but she suddenly felt a sense of trust in Muchun. The machine girl would attribute this feeling to a woman's sixth sense. Contract girl Li Mulan. Contract value 11%. To be honest, Li Mulan actually had a good impression of Muchun. I'm doing well right now, and it's my pleasure to serve you. You're too kind. I have a lot of chronic ailments all over my body. I don't know how to explain it. This is my medical report. Muchun received the report through his bracelet. In addition to injuries to her head and heart core, Li Mulan had injuries to her shoulders, back, chest, and thighs. This report mentions many private details. Li Mulan showed it to Muchun as before. These are all areas that the repair fluid cannot treat at all. There are 6 in total. Do you have a solution? Have. Muchun is just one word. Li Mulan blinka. So confident? Muchun snapped his fingers, displaying his bracelet. I'll secretly show you my talent. SSR level, top tier, repair technique. I can cure your condition, but what? Muchun stated frankly, there will be direct physical contact, and I may even have to press on you. It won't work through your clothes. Actually, you can do it through clothes. But Muchun is a doctor, and this SSR level talent is unique in the entire Dragon Xia. Everything for the sake of justice. Li Mulan has spent a lot of money over the years suffering from illness, and has tried all kinds of the most advanced instruments, but to no avail. She understood what Muchun meant. She might have hesitated in the past, but for some reason today, she trusted Muchun a lot. I paused for a moment to think. She wanted to go further on the path of battle, and she hadn't thought about the matter of the pilot, so she might as well trust Muchun. Please help me heal. Muchun nodded. Don't move for now. I will scan your body to develop a long-term treatment plan. Please relax. My power will enter your body. Highest authority. Instantly, her body tensed up. This is your power. Your body is too tense. The more you resist, the more sensitive you become. Li Mulan's body is very sensitive. She has never had a master before, and she has been domineering since her awakening. Mecha Girl. Li Mulan. LV89. Age 45. Mechanical mode. SS Class MB2 Sky Knight Reconnaissance Aircraft. Mech Form. SS Rank Sky Knight. Battle Maiden Form. SS Rank Celestial Battle Maiden. Talent 1. S Rank Divine Flight. Talent 2. SS Rank Illusory Sky Spear. Talent 3. S Rank Levitation. Talent 4. A Rank Perfect Semi-Mechanical Body. Princess's Condition. The damage from the lion's claw on her chest has not been completely cleared. There are also serious problems in 6 areas, including her waist, thighs, and left leg, causing a significant drop in output power. It is recommended to prioritize treating the chest area to relieve engine pressure. Mecha Girl Weaknesses. Female Knight. Cherry Blossom Highlands. Obsessive-compulsive disorder. Lone Wolf. Supreme Warrior. The first 3 need no explanation. Those who know. The Lone Traveler was someone who had previously decided to continue as a solo mecha girl. It's okay. Once it takes Muchun's shape, this weakness will be eliminated. As for the strongest, is this a weakness? It's because she has a high desire for power. Muchun understood. These mecha girls are easily tempted by evil forces and fall into the abyss in order to gain power, right? It's okay. Muchun pulled her into the abyss in advance. However, considering that mecha girls typically live for over 200 years, Li Mulan is relatively young. The psychological state is actually that of a mature woman around 30 years old. I've made my assessment. I can treat you, but it will be a long-term process. Li Mulan, if you agree, I'm willing to unconditionally eliminate all your ailments, but you have to make a decision. Really? You can really cure it. Muchun lowered his voice. It can not only heal, but also make you stronger. Raina is someone I helped. Li Mulan's eyes widened. She had heard something that seemed extraordinary. Muchun gave her a look. Don't tell anyone. You're willing to help me? What do you want? Money or something else? The weakness of the strongest is what attracts Li Mulan. Muchun had a general understanding of Li Mulan's personality. He liked her straightforward and cheerful nature. Muchun stated frankly, isn't the fact that I can become the Sky Knight's personal physician a reward in itself? Chapter 70 Li Mulan. What did you go to do? Li Mulan has a wealth of social experience, and she likes to be straightforward because she has seen the complexities of human nature and the interests of business. To put it nicely, Muchun said that it was an honor for me to treat you, and to put it bluntly, it was a form of compensation. Which of her injured areas didn't require close contact? Li Mulan breathed a sigh of relief, understanding why Muchun wanted her to make a decision. It's all right. Li Mulan said 2 words. Please treat me privately for a long time. Can you let me see results after the first treatment? Muchun turned around and picked up the blanket next to him. Please take off your shirt and cover yourself while lying on the bed. The silver shoulder armor was lowered and the silver-trimmed skirt armor was lowered. The silver breastplate was laid down, followed by the soft armor and the snow-white, full inner chamber, all placed on the bed next door. Li Mulan lay down, took a deep breath to relax. I'm ready. Muchun put on a mask. Then let's get started. The process may be a little painful, so it's okay if you make any noise. After speaking, Muchun began to repair his hand. First, Muchun needs to gain Li Mulan's trust and then slowly repair his wounds. Li Mulan felt pain, but she didn't make a sound. After a while, she saw Muchun extend his right hand, which was covered with traces of venom by his talent. This is the venomous claw liquid of the demon tail lion. I'll remove it for you first. So fast. Longshao's most advanced equipment cannot completely remove the problem, and repeated use can damage the body. It seems fast, but this little bit of extraction almost drained me dry. Muchun reached out with his left hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, displaying SSS-level acting skills. Li Mulan felt a little guilty. You've worked hard. If you're tired, you can stop anytime. There's plenty of time. Let's continue. What comes next might be, I see. Muchun began to stab again, choosing to attack weak points and old wounds. In that instant, Li Mulan, but she just gripped the sheets tightly with both hands. The ancient story of Guan Yu undergoing bone-scraping surgery did not deter him from his treatment. Even as the heavenly knight Li Mulan was recovering his body, he suppressed his extreme excitement and restlessness and did not make a sound. If it were Ingrid, her voice would carry through at least 5 rooms. Li Mulan blushed, her body speaking with unwavering honesty. Soon she was completely relaxed, utterly and completely. Of course, Muchun was indeed treating Li Mulan. Normally, such close contact is unnecessary. Muchun's move was called inviting Ji into a trap. If you've touched this place, you won't refuse to touch other places next time. Once you've touched him from head to toe, the next step is to become his person. Muchun was in no hurry. With such excellent examples before him, he had actually been receiving treatment in addition to massage. Top-tier restoration techniques, combined with X-ray vision, enable comprehensive and detailed restoration. About half an hour. Muchun was really sweating this time. He transformed twice today and fought 3 matches, so the blue European girls in front of him didn't have much of an impact. Treating Li Mulan was truly exhausting. All right, your chest wound is now. Muchun was a little tired and leaned against the wall. Muchun, are you all right? It's all right. It's just that I've been quite exhausted. You need to get up and change your clothes. Upon hearing this, Li Mulan's face turned bright red. She was utterly mortified and too ashamed to show her face. After more than 10 minutes of treatment, Li Mulan did not make any sound. But the body always tells the truth. Li Mulan is the real Ice Queen. She can remain completely silent even in this situation. Wrapped in a blanket, feeling the tremendous changes in her body, her output power increased by 15%. It's really healed. This chest pain used to keep me up all night, but now I can't feel it at all. Muchun, you're amazing. Muchun's body was incredibly strong, and his recovery speed was also rapid. He was a little weak just now, but after 3 minutes, there was no noticeable weakness. Right now, I'm only fixing one of your positions. Each position will be at least 15 days apart. Call me when you're free, and I can help you level up to 90 or higher, plus other benefits. Li Mulan couldn't believe it. This injury had tormented her for over a decade, and she hadn't been promoted in at least 10 years. Unexpectedly, Muchun could actually treat it. Thank you for your hard work. I won't tell anyone about what happened to you. No need for formalities. Muchun paused deliberately for a few seconds. I'll go out first. You can handle it yourself. Li Mulan blushed furiously. She hadn't even considered the metaphor Muchun had mentioned. Her face was so hot she could fry an egg on it, and she wanted to crawl into a sewer and float away to outer space with the current. I'm so ashamed to face anyone. Fortunately, there was no one else there. Contract girl Li Mulan. Contract value 17%. Muchun left. 10 minutes later, Li Mulan quietly emerged from the medical room, her face flushed. Li Mulan. Ah! Li Mulan jumped up in fright, turned around and exclaimed, It's Lu Xinjin. Lu Xinjin looked at Li Mulan, whose face was flushed, and then at her actions and expression just now. No way, Li Mulan. What are you doing? With that expression, did you go out to have an affair? Huh? What did you say? The key point is that Li Mulan's eyes were still darting around. Lu Xinjin went up and poked her with a mischievous smile. Just like when I was having an affair with Lei Mingping before, don't hide it. I could tell at a glance which driver it is. No. Others can at least put on an act, but Li Mulan, who has been a pure and innocent single woman for 45 years, can't Lu Xinjin, this old master of romance, see through it? She said, Tell me quietly, I won't tell. Li Mulan knew that Lu Xinjin was an old hand at this kind of thing and that she couldn't handle her. So she leaped up 30 meters, transformed into a MAB-2 Sky Knight reconnaissance plane, and ran away, leaving behind the words, I'm going to get busy. Lu Xinjin chuckled to herself. Li Mulan is so interesting. It would be great if we could become in-laws. Little did she know, she had truly gotten what she wanted. On the other side, Muchun found a place to rest after leaving. He was really exhausted today. At the same time, he received a video call on his bracelet. It was from Qin Shui. At this moment, Qin Shui, dressed in the uniform of a judge, was severely torturing Chao Yunkai along with 3 other judges. Make him confess everything honestly, especially the whereabouts of Su Luo. Chao Yunkai was ordered by Murong Feifei to have his right hand smashed. After Qin Shui's men had just beaten and tortured him, he was now hanging there looking like an Orleans roast chicken. You're the one asking? With the camera pointed at him, I have a way to make him only able to tell the truth. Qin Shui approached and pointed the screen at Chao Yunkai. The ability to activate truthful statements. Chao Yunkai, answer my questions, or I will let Qin Shui and the others continue their attack. First of all, do you have any cooperation with Su Luo? Chao Yunkai had just been begging for mercy, but he knew nothing when asked. Now the answer is very mechanical. No. Do you know where Su Luo went? Have no idea. So you're saying that your collaboration with Lano Evelyn didn't involve Sulo? No. The answer was extremely simple, but Muchun believed it. It seems he really doesn't know. Huh? Muchun, you believe that answer? Muchun nodded. I just used a special ability on him, so the next 7 sentences he says will definitely be the truth. You can continue to ask. Qin Shui and the 3 judges beside her did indeed sense that Chao Yunkai's answer was strangely mechanical. But who would have thought it was Muchun's ability, the ability to make people speak the truth? Shui, we must find that Su Luo. I have a feeling that he might be a huge hidden danger. Qin Shui nodded. I think the same way as you on this point. Muchun and Qin Shui's premonition was absolutely correct. At this moment, Su Luo was already far away from the arena, and the man standing in front of him was Mr. Xiao. Chapter 71, I'm a teacher, not a technician. Lord Xiao, I'm back. Mr. Xiao is playing chess. It seems that all the big shots like to play chess. On the right is a simulated map, which shows the main city area of Wuyan. You haven't been followed, have you? My child. No, I don't know my identity. Sir, shall we make our move tomorrow? Xiao nodded. Are you familiar with the plan? You're our guide captain. Su Luo walked to the side of the map. I'm familiar with it now. First of all, with our help, the greedy lord will open its greedy realm tomorrow, directly plunging the entire Wuyun main city into war. To break through the greedy realm, we need to conquer the insatiable tower and the corruption tower in these 2 locations. Sulo marked 2 points on the map. These 2 points are located on the east and west sides, outside the inner boundary of Wuyun's main city. To the east lies the secret outpost of Wuyun's main city, equipped with supplies and heavy weapons. According to our data analysis, there's a 75% chance of breaching the Tower of Corruption. To the west is the Arena Center, home to Sky Knight Li Mulan, daughter of the Sea Lu Jinjin, Iron Wall Han Wei, Flower Fairy Lu Xiaoming, Royal Sword of Linu Erakomum, and Son of the Earth Rina. With such a formidable lineup, the success rate is 99%. Then, our forces will split into 2 teams. One will steal the power of the weakened greedy lord and seize the treasure in his hands. The other will enter the main city of Wuyun and, during their chaotic counterattack, obtain the heart of the stars. Su Luo was very confident. They had rehearsed the plan many times. Mr. Owl nodded. That's right, but there's an old saying that caution is the best policy. If things change, we'll have to change our plans. It definitely won't go wrong. Su Luo, go down and tell them to get ready. On the other side, there were 7 dark figures in the dark purple underground palace. First is the greedy lord, Fei Hongxianmo, who sits on his throne. Behind his throne are vast treasures and withered bones, all of which are his spoils of war. In this world, monsters have 7 levels, with each level increasing by 1 tier every 30 levels. These are respectively servant level, demon guard level, warrior level, commander level, monarch level, emperor level, and overlord level. Fei Hong Tianma, the strongest demon, LV-175 Emperor level. The 5th seat of the 7 deadly, Sin's Demon King, specializing in domain techniques and spatial abilities. He had 6 trusted and powerful subordinates. The 7-headed Hellhound King, a level 135 Monarch-class monster. Frost Rift Vulture King, a level 130 Monarch-class monster. The 4 Lord-level monsters are Earth Smash Honey Badger LV-99, Insect Swarm Locust King LV-95, Bloodthirsty Mutant Rat LV-89, and Crimson Silver Fong Greedy Wolf LV-90. My king, the 1.2 million demon army is ready, and we can move out at any time, the 7-headed Hell Hyena King reported. My king, we believe that the owl cannot be entirely trusted, the Frost Rift Vulture King advised. The greedy lord stroked the scepter in his hand. They even want to build a new world with us? Humph, laughable. They're not even worthy of being called human. Before me were the map and defense plan sent by Mr. Owl. How is your investigation of the insect swarm and Locust King going? Reporting to my king, there's a human arena near the Tower of Insatiability, and according to human nature, a small number of powerful individuals reside there. Near the Tower of Corruption, my insects have detected 2 hidden squads of powerful human warriors. The greedy lord sneered. These ants know nothing of our power. The 6 trusted confidants knelt down and shouted, Our king is wise. The greedy lord clenched his fist. Humph, whether it's blood or energy cores, I want it all. His bony finger pointed at the map. I will first clear out the vicinity of the Tower of Corruption, the bloodthirsty fishin' rats, and the crimson-fanged greedy wolves. Your subordinate is here. The plan has been changed so that you will be stationed here. The strength of the monster's level is equivalent to that of the human battle maiden. Therefore, to kill a LV-70 general-level monster, it usually takes several times or even 10 times the number of mechs. The 7-headed Cerberus King. Your subordinate is here. You and the earth-shattering Honey Badger guard the Tower of Insatiability. Understood. The Frost Rift Vulture King and the Swarm Locust King will join me in attacking the human capital city. This time, we will surely destroy the human capital city and make it our new territory. Wuyun's main city remained unchanged, and no one expected the impending disaster. Monster hordes arrive from time to time, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, with the strongest monsters usually around level 80. They were basically blocked by the 4 major hub legions in the outer realm of Wuyun. A king-level monster will arrive in person, bringing with it his greed and power, and will attack this human capital city. The scene then returns to the sports center. During dinner, Muchun also received a thank you from Angelite. Princess Elizabeth said that if you have time tomorrow, please help her get checked as well. Muchun naturally wouldn't refuse. To be honest, if Princess Elizabeth were a normal option, Muchun wouldn't have used an item to add more options. Not to mention turning the princess into his own mecha girl. The idea is to use the contract to make her trust him, which will make things much easier for Muchun when he goes to Lawn O in the future. Princess Elizabeth is likely to enter the Blue O Nexus and succeed her mother as the deputy commander of Blue O Nexus. That's the 2nd most powerful person in Blue Ocean. I had dinner with the class monitor and the others. When Muchun saw Qin Shui, he noticed that because of what happened today, the girl was embarrassed and turned away and ran away in front of him. After finishing his meal, Muchun saw Raina returning from her checkup. He immediately followed. Each student in the sports center is assigned a room, which is basically based on the college's dormitory allocation. The teachers even have their own luxury suites on the 4th floor. As a specially appointed teacher, Principal Gu arranged for Lena to have the same treatment as himself on the 5th floor. There's basically no one on the 5th floor. Students and teachers don't usually come up there. Muchun followed Raina back to the room and locked the door from the inside. Raina knew, of course, that Muchun had followed her. Her face flushed slightly. Why? Why did you lock the door? Of course, I'll teach my beautiful teacher a lesson. Muchun pushed Raina directly onto the large bed. What are you doing, Muchun? It's still early. Her body instinctively resisted, but because it was Muchun, she gave up resisting. Raina lay on the bed, her face turned to the side, her full breasts heaving up and down as if they were about to tear her uniform apart. Look at me. Who told you to look to the side? Muchun spoke in a commanding tone. Raina looked over, biting her red lips. Outside you're the teacher, but inside I'm the teacher now. Feeling pretty impressive today. Turn around, I'm going to teach you a lesson. If you don't turn over, I'm really going to lose my temper. Raina has such a hot body. When Raina turned around, the focus shifted from above to below. Muchun grabbed his big hand and slapped Raina 3 times in quick succession. Ouch, you stinky thing. You brat? What did you call me? Looks like you're not obedient enough. I was wrong, okay? Raina begged for mercy and gave in. Then kneel on the bed and apologized to me. Raina had no choice but to comply. The arrogant queen was now being lectured. I know I was wrong. You're allowed to be mean to me outside from now on, but when you come back, you must apologize tenfold, understand? Raina couldn't do anything about Muchun. Just then, Muchun passionately kissed Raina's red lips. He held her tightly, preventing Raina from resisting in the slightest. They separated 5 minutes later. Remember, I'm your man. If we weren't fighting tomorrow, I really wouldn't be able to hold back. Muchun forced himself to suppress his emotions and said gently, Is your physical examination all right? It's back to its best condition now. Then we'll show Lanu something even better tomorrow. I'm exhausted today, Raina. Give me a massage. I'm a teacher, not a technician. Chapter 72, Muchun's 3. Please believe me. Muchun stayed at Raina's place for an hour before leaving. After returning to his room, he fell fast asleep. I woke up at 10 a.m. the next day. The morning was still a time for mutual exchange. Muchun leaned on the second floor railing, watching many people practice on the first floor. Elizabeth was there, Murong Feifei was there, and Qin Shui was there too. Host, please note, a pivotal moment has been triggered. What? Triggering the mission, Adjust Fate. 1. The host escapes Wuyun Main City and receives 3 golden lottery draws as an escape reward. 2. The host chooses to stay at the arena center and receives 3 silver lottery draws as a reward for perseverance. 3. The host chooses to support Wuyun Main City and receives 1 brilliant color lottery draw. 4. The host chooses to attack the Tower of Insatiability and receives 2 platinum gold lottery draws. Adjust Destiny will be chosen autonomously based on the host's actions. The countdown to your destiny has begun. You have 2 minutes and 59 seconds to adjust your breathing. I'll adjust your sister's thing. Teacher Muchun was pleased because after glancing at the task options, his extensive experience in watching films allowed him to immediately assess the situation. You only have 3 minutes. Muchun stood on the second floor corridor and shouted, Li Mulan, Qin Shui, Lina, come quick. His roar was loud enough for most people to hear, even though the venue was noisy. Muchun, are you crazy? Why are you yelling so loudly? What are you doing, great monk? How dare you address Lord Li Mulan by her first name like that? Who do you think you are, E-class driver? But whether it was Li Mulan on the 4th floor, Lina on the 3rd floor, or Qin Shui chatting with O Yangqing and the others on the 1st floor, the first 2 jumped off the building almost simultaneously. Qin Shui took out a hidden grappling hook from her inner thigh, grabbed the 2nd floor corridor railing, and flew up. What's wrong? Li Mulan and Raina asked at the same time. Muchun is calm and composed his work, and he doesn't act suddenly or startled. Moreover, his expression is now ashen. Muchun immediately said, Li Mulan, immediately notify Wuyun Main City to activate the highest defense mode. Hurry, don't ask questions. Trust me. Qin Shui also heard Muchun's anxious words. The highest level of defense? It can't be activated with just a few words. But Li Mulan had that prestige. Just those 3 words, trust me. Li Mulan immediately entered a special password on the bracelet and verified it using facial recognition. Muchun immediately said to Qin Shui, quickly, notify your people to activate the defense system of the arena. I remember this used to be a forward fortress. Activate the backup satellite military system immediately. Hurry, there's no time. Without asking any questions, Qin Shui immediately contacted her people and shouted into the arena, Murong Feifei, activate the arena's defense system. Murong Feifei was still chatting with Elizabeth on the 1st floor when she heard Qin Shui shout, Ah, I understand. She had the authority to do so, and without asking, she immediately said to the bracelet, I am Murong Feifei, the captain of the Longxia Special Operations Team. Activate the closed code SC, Chengdu, 104.06-30.67 and open the SC Fortress Defense System. Elizabeth and Angliette both asked, What's wrong? Murong Feifei shook her head. I don't know either, but I'm sure something is going on. Thump, thump, thump. SC Fortress Defense System is activating. Attention Arena Center. The Fortress Defense System will activate in 1 minute. Muchun said to Raina, Tell Lei Ying and Lei Li to find a place to hide. Trust me. 3 things I believe in. The 3 women didn't ask any questions. They were simply carrying out the orders. Muchun had less than 2 minutes left. Raina immediately forced a connection to Lei Ying's call, and at the same time called Lei Li and the others. What's wrong? What happened? Everyone in the arena stopped moving, and the machines were forcibly shut down. Lu Jinjin, Han Wei, and several other mecha girls came up. Muchun simply said in a low voice, The monster tide is coming. Lu Jinjin waved her hand. Impossible. The center didn't even issue a warning. I've got an idea. Although Star Moon Academy's defense system is at a lower level than Wu Yun's AI system, the difference isn't significant. Do we get a warning back then? Muchun had 100% faith in his system. Lu Jinjin put her hands on her hips, unless it's a super high-level monster, and Muchun completely ignored her and Han Wei, and directly said to Raina and Li Mulan, "There are 45 seconds left. Find a place to hide. Our defensive force field can be activated quickly. Can the main city handle it?" Qin Shui said, 45 seconds? The main city has only just opened up, and the barrier may only be half woven yet. The main city is a massive defensive field, like a woven tapestry of flying needles, requiring 2 minutes to warm up before it can be activated. 2 minutes ago, at the Wuyan Hub Center, many people were still drinking coffee and chatting idly. Ding! The red alarm went off immediately. What's going on? The Eastern Governor and Deputy Governor Long were still discussing yesterday's topics when a sudden alarm startled them. Please note that Sky Knightly Mulan has forcibly activated the alarm. The Wuyan Supreme Defense System is warming up for activation. Should we sound the citywide alarm? What happened to Li Mulan? Report, the connection to Lord Li Mulan has been established on the first screen. Li Mulan's voice. Trust me. Activate the highest defense system immediately. The people at the hub were dumbfounded. The data analyst immediately responded. Report, our radar did not detect any suspicious activity, and Wu Yunlong's AI did not issue any warnings. Governor General Dong Fong and Deputy Governor General Long watched the screen. Li Mulan, please trust me. I will take full responsibility. When Lu Xinjin and Han Wei heard Li Mulan believe that Mu Chun had gone mad, they felt that Li Mulan had gone insane. Raina and Qin Shui were also surprised that the Sky Knight Li Mulan listened to Mu Chun so much. Activate the highest level of defense and sound the alarm for the entire city, the Eastern Commander ordered. Operator 1, SS level defense system warm-up activated. Operator 2, defense field weaver activated. Covering from the north zone. Operator 3, the Eye of Nebula has unfolded and is now covering the entire area. Operator 4, the legions from the 4 directions, east, west, south, and north, have been notified to be on high alert. Operator 5, the alarm has been sounded throughout Wuyun's main city. Wah! The citywide alarm was sounded. What's going on? What happened? The curtain of heaven is rising. Citywide evacuation notice. The highest level of defense system in Wuyun main city is activated. Everyone, please stop everything you are doing and proceed to the shelter. Citywide evacuation notice. 45 seconds left. Deputy Governor Long stroked his chin. Data officer, activate our long-closed, old-fashioned cosmic observation eye, the Yangtze 7, and redirect it from the moon's direction to Earth. Operator, entering activation password. The old-style Eye of the Universe on Changjiang 7 is now activated. It will take 15 seconds to turn the ship around. 25 seconds left. Alert! The Yangtze River 7 system has detected 700,000 monster signals approaching the inner territory of Wu Yun's main city. Wu Yunlong's AI is receiving signals from the Yangtze River 7 satellite, and the signal is confirmed to be accurate. Highest level of defense activated. Highest level of defense system activated. The sirens can be heard throughout the arena right now. Lu Xinjin's eyes widened. Mu Chun had indeed predicted it. Only 15 seconds remain, and the weaving of the canopy is only halfway complete. At that very moment, above the 4 legions of Wuyun main city, the eastern front line, the western arena, and the entire Wuyun main city, countless heavenly fire demon bullets bombarded down from directly above. Warning! High-energy reaction across the entire Wu Yun main city area. Please lie down and take shelter immediately. Boom, 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 boom. More than 100,000 explosions resounded throughout the entire Wu Yun main city. Chapter 73 Disaster Strikes Wu Yun main city. Boom, boom, boom. The locations of the 4 major legions in Wu Yun's main city, the areas where they are deployed and patrolled, the hidden outposts in the Eastern District, and the arena center in the West were all subjected to significant bombing. The worst off is Wuyun main city, where the Sky Curtain Defense Force Field is only half activated. In the remaining half of the area, only the Guardian Close-In Cannon, which was activated earlier, can launch a counterattack. The Greedy Lord's attack came too fast and too close, leaving no time to react. The south and west sides were almost completely engulfed in flames from the explosion, with numerous buildings collapsing and collapsing. Alert! Wuyun's main city is under heavy attack. 19% of the city is estimated to be destroyed. Alert! Wuyun's main city is under heavy attack. 27% of the city is estimated to be destroyed. Alert! Wuyun Hub under high-energy attack. Alert! Wuyun Power Supply Center attacked. Citywide power supply system destroyed. Wu Yunlong's AI system activates rescue mode. I'm currently seeking help regarding the 3 main cities of Longsha Hub, but the request has failed. Request for help failed. All connections to the eye of the universe have been lost. A space jump has been detected. The AI system has activated the main city's self-defense mode. The alarm could be heard almost throughout the entire territory of Wuyun's main city. At the Wuyun Hub Center, 5 of the buildings' 7-layer defensive barrier were breached. The surrounding buildings were all reduced to ruins, and this place was the most targeted area, with nearly 5,000 explosive fireballs bombarding it. But was still blocked. The Eastern Commander and the Deputy Commander Long got up. Even though they had blocked the attack, the violent shaking from the explosion caused everyone to fall to the ground. Some people had head injuries and were bleeding, while others were trapped under medical equipment. Help each other. Get it running again quickly. Deputy Commander Long ignored the blood streaming down his head. The data clerk straightened the instrument, reporting, "Sir, over 650,000 monsters have been detected approaching. Legions from all 4 directions around Wuyun's main city have each deployed 100,000 monsters." Commander Dongfangman, Central Area Backup System activated, activating hover combat mode. Everyone, activate highest contingency plan status. All the instruments were suspended in midair, and the instruments of more than 300 staff members were all supported by the suspension plate. Numerous cables fell and automatically reconnected, and the 10 screens resumed operation. If Li Mulan hadn't activated the highest level of defense in advance, we might all be dead. Deputy Commander Long dared not think. The entire screen is now red. "Sir, the Southern District Spiderweb system has automatically activated under the highest level of defense, protecting a large number of people. However, even so, the number of deaths in the first instance may have exceeded 300,000, and the number of injured may have exceeded 10 million. The spiderweb system is implanted during the construction of the first floor of buildings in the city. When the building collapses and breaks apart, it will spread out countless alloy spiderwebs with other buildings, and even if the building collapses, it will be forcibly covered by the spiderwebs. However, the spiderweb system has limited capacity. This 1.2 million monster tide is definitely the largest in a century. The Eastern Commander immediately issued orders. The 4 legions shall fight independently and annihilate the monsters. Sound the battle alarm in Wuyun main city, and all hub legions shall go to the city walls to fight the enemy. Sound the defense alarm and tell everyone that mecha girls and pilots with combat capabilities shall protect the entrance to the underground shelter. The sky curtain cannot be closed. Damn it! What's going on? Sir, we have lost contact with all the eyes of the universe. Sir, we've lost contact with the outside world and can only communicate within the Wuyun main city area. Sir, please look at the big screen. Everyone could see that the sky was blood red. The entire Wuyun main city, including its borders, was shrouded in an enormous realm of greed. Wuyun's main city has disappeared directly from the map of this planet. The technical team immediately analyzed, "Sir, the entire Wuyun main city may have been dragged into a different dimension or trapped in some kind of realm. If we don't break through it, we will be unable to contact the outside world." Dongfang Man is a decisive and efficient woman. In her 80s, she has witnessed many monster tides, but this time the scale was several times larger than before. The analysis given on the big screen for that fireball was actually a locust bomb? Are the Locust King's subordinates commander-level monster swarms, equipped with explosive flame suicide mode? Dongfang Man immediately made the judgment. Notify the entire city to fight. All weapons to deploy and engage the enemy. All Wuyun alert. The Wuyun main city area has been attacked by a horde of 1.2 million monsters. All Wuyun is now issuing its highest operational order. All combat personnel, guilds, alliances, and lantern bearers are requested to immediately support the city wall defenses. All combat-capable mecha girls and pilots in Wuyun are requested to protect the entrance to the underground shelter. The alarm kept sounding. All the Nexus combat members on vacation have transformed, and various flying girls can be seen taking off in the sky. All the major first and second-tier forces mobilize their mechanical and mech units. Clear the entire highway. The warriors of the security hub and the main forces of all 4 legions in the city rushed to the city walls. All surviving buildings had their walls reversed, and close-in weapon systems and anti-aircraft guns appeared. Transform! Transform! Someone break this open. There are still people inside who need to be rescued. The door to Vault 3 has collapsed. We need 2 teams that can transform into mechs to help. This is a temporary guard team. Our mission is to hold the entrance to the shelter. Are there any other combat-capable members who can join us? We need artillery girls. We need tank girls. We can join. We can transform and join. This is Longxia, the most vibrant main city of Wuyun. 1,000 years ago, these were 4 cities: Yunnan, Guizhou, Sichuan, and Wu. The people here were known for their stubbornness, passion, and straightforwardness. Faced with this great calamity, no one flinched. Everyone picked up their weapons and prepared to fight. In the blood-red sky, countless aerial monsters could be seen approaching. These monsters will definitely rush into the city immediately. Alert! Energy reaction detected from an Emperor-level monster. Emperor level. Hearing about this level of monster, everyone trembled. Unless it was an ancient monster-level mecha girl. A monster of this level had not appeared for over 300 years. The situation in Wuyun's main city is extremely bad, with swarms of monsters appearing to the south. A major battle is imminent. 5 minutes ago, at the competition center, the entire venue shook violently from the explosion, and the deafening sound made countless mecha girls scream in terror. Once the sound subsides, you'll find yourself in the SC Fortress's protective barrier, which is at a very high level. Even so, the barrier was shattered in large areas, and it would be impossible to save it if it happened again. What's going on? This looks like a giant locust, about 5 meters long. Muchun glanced at it, and the system popped up a name. Demonic Locust Monster, LV-45, a Demon Guardian-level monster, summoned by the Commander-level monster, the Locust King. Ugh, how disgusting. At this moment, the alarm sounded in Wuyun's main city, and the notification could be heard throughout the entire region. A monster tide, a super large monster tide, is coming. Zhou Xiaoqun shouted. O Yangqing shouted. Don't panic, everyone. Teachers. Principal. How do we fight this? Fighting? Shouldn't we students be taking refuge? O Yangqing's first thought was how to fight. There are some teachers from 3 colleges here, as well as several principals. Look over there. A group of monsters is coming towards us. Some of the mecha girls on the 3rd floor pointed to the distance, where there were probably 2,000 or 3,000 monsters heading towards them. At this moment, a distress signal was also sent out from Wuyun's main city, and a high-energy alarm sounded for the Emperor-level monster. Principal Gu immediately said, Li Mulan, Lu Jinjin, you guys go quickly to support Wuyun main city. Li Mulan looked at the students who were still in shock, and then at Muchun. Muchun nodded to her, mouthing, Go ahead, leave this to us. Let's go. Transform. Li Mulan transforms into the MB-2 Sky Knight reconnaissance aircraft, taking Lu Jinjin, Han Wei, and Lu Xiaoming, 3 Earth-based mecha girls, to support Wuyun's main city. Murong Fei stepped forward, tapped her bracelet, and her clothes instantly transformed into the hub uniform. Dear students and teachers, I am taking command here as the Special Operations Supervisor of the Dragon Summer Hub. Students and teachers, please pick up your weapons and prepare to fight the monsters in our vicinity. Chapter 74, the battle to defend Wuyun main city begins. First, look at the direction of Wuyun's main city. Thanks to Mu Chen's advance warning, the hub center was able to survive. This is the heart of Wuyun's main city. If the hub is gone, there will be no command center, and all orders cannot be carried out. This surprised Mr. Xiao when he received the news. He had 2 unexpected points. Firstly, the greedy lord did not heed his advice regarding the quantity, attacking with only 1,000 locust bombs, but instead unleashed a terrifying number of 3,000 to 5,000, far exceeding his expectations and the capacity of the Nexus's conventional barriers. Secondly, it is a miracle that the hub could withstand such a terrifying attack. It seems that even the most terrifying computing power cannot fully calculate the variables that occur in real time. Mr. Xiao pushed over a few chess pieces. At that moment, Su Luo rushed in. Lord Xiao, something bad has happened. What's wrong? Su Luo said anxiously. Our people discovered that near the corruption tower, a human outpost was attacked by tens of thousands of locust bombs, resulting in heavy casualties. At this moment, the bloodthirsty fish and rats and crimson silver fang greedy wolves are wiping out the remaining people. This means no one will be able to break through the corruption tower. That bastard, the greedy lord. The data underestimates him. Mr. Owl crushed a chess piece. What do we do now? The balance has been broken. We need to add weight to the other scale, but it might be too late now. Damn it, let's move out first. You take some men to the Lamplighters' headquarters. At the Weiyun hub, all instructions were issued. Dongfang Man commanded, Zhang Zhen, you guys focus all your efforts on analyzing that blood-red sky curtain. We must quickly find a way to break through their domain. Clear. A frontal assault by monsters is coming. There are over 500,000 monsters on the ground, of which 400,000 are in the south. Upon seeing the charging monsters, all 300 A-grade 30-meter tower dragon main cannons on the city wall locked onto and prepared to fire. 20 S-class, silver-white, white dragon quantum cannons were also charging up. 100,000 troops have already assembled in the city wall area. Yan Jingdu, the commander here, shouted, all gun girls. Transform. 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 Over 8,000 gun girls transformed at the hub on the city wall. Class B PBP 2001 titanium alloy mortar. The Class ASH 166 tracked self-propelled howitzer. Class B AH4 howitzer. Class C chain gun. Class B PGZ 007 twin-barreled self-propelled anti-aircraft gun. 5 city gates opened, and 30,000 unmanned heavy tanks were deployed in front of the city walls. 5,000 hub tank girls are positioned behind them, ready to transform into battle at any time. Collaboration transformation. Thump 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 thump. More than 2,000 mechs on the city wall have completed their transformations, with the mechs specializing in long-range attacks going first. Liu Ellen, the 6th seat of the Celestial Star Mecha Girl, and her pilot have arrived at the designated location. Mei Jinshuang, the 9th seat of the Celestial Star Machine Girl, is now in place. The 10th Earth Star Mecha Girl, Zhai Hongying, the 19th Huang Yasu, and the 28th Qiao Yunxi have all arrived at their support positions. These are all Mecha girls residing in the main city of Weiyun, specifically the Tianxing and Dixing regions. The monster tide is approaching. 1,000 meters, 800 meters. Yan Jing, holding the communicator, shouted from 500 meters away. All troops, open fire. Countless cannons roared. More than 100,000 streaks of fire pierced through hundreds of meters as artillery shells, quantum cannons, and laser cannons were unleashed in an instant. A sea of fire engulfed the area outside the southern city wall. Advance, unmanned mechanical tank combat group. Amidst the inferno, hordes of monsters broke through the blast line and pounced on the heavily armored tanks. Demon Guardian-level monsters can tear through armor, while warrior-level monsters can grab heavily armored tanks and throw them away. The commander-level monster even leaped through the air onto the city wall and blasted a main cannon to pieces. Kill this monster. Transform. The melee mechs on the city wall immediately surrounded them. The battle to defend Weiyun's main city has begun. Sir, the security hub has been deployed to the front lines, and the logistics hub is doing its utmost to rescue and treat the wounded, but the number is too large, and there are not enough personnel. Reporting to the commander, various civilian organizations and major financial groups have begun registration. Currently, 105 mech combinations and more than 3,000 personnel are at our disposal. Dongfang Man, let these people support the treatment of the wounded in the city first. Mech units, prepare for battle. The demons in the sky are about to break in. Everyone saw on the second screen that more than 100,000 aerial monsters had descended upon them. Servant-level corrosive moths, cyclops flying serpents, giant magic flies, and other creatures below level 30 make up over 60,000 of them. These are all large-sized mutated creatures. There are approximately 20,000 demon locust monsters at the demon guard level. There are also top-tier mutated monsters, such as the two-headed vulture monster and the venomous hummingbird. The level is approaching 50. This level is already very difficult to deal with. Not to mention the 2,000 or 3,000 warrior-level monsters that have reached around level 70. These monsters' melee defense cannons are no longer capable of causing damage. Bring out all surface-to-air missiles in Weiyun's main city. Move all mechanical mech units out. We must do everything in our power to suppress the monsters within the city. Roar. The roars of monsters echoed in the sky. More than 100,000 aerial monsters leaped over the battle on the city walls, circled around from the sky into Wuyun's main city, and swooped down to the ground. Numerous close-in weapon systems and surface-to-air missiles were launched, killing a large number of monsters in the first wave, but more than half of them rushed into the city. Those who had not yet escaped to the underground shelter were torn to pieces amid screams. The mechanical mech was torn apart and exploded by the 3-headed and 5-headed demonic locust monsters. The quantum beam cannon pierced through, instantly killing the dozen or so monsters that were killing people. 30 mechs advanced. We are the 3rd squadron of the lantern bearers. Anyone nearby, please move closer to us. We will escort you to Vault 10. The hub held off the main force, while other forces assisted in the battle within the city. Explosions are happening everywhere. The building collapsed, and the anti-aircraft guns on the roof were destroyed. The constant explosions and the trembling of the ground sent shivers down the spines of millions of people who had taken refuge underground. The main city of Wuyun is in complete chaos. At the Dragongxia hub, the alarm was sounded the instant the greedy lord activated the realm of greed. Unlike Wu Yunlong, whose artificial intelligence was temporarily interfered with, the main city of Longxia was not affected. Warning, warning, please note, Wuyun main city has lost contact. The Dragonheart AI system has gone offline. Missing? What happened? The thousands of people in the Longxia command center stared wide-eyed. What happened? Commander Liang Wuqing, on the map. Wuyun's main city is no longer visible. What did you say? The entire Wuyun main city lost contact, as if it had disappeared from the map of Longxia. None of our cosmic eyes can detect it. Sir, I just contacted the Ice Bear Kingdom and asked them to use their detective eyes to scan, but they couldn't find anything. Liang Wuqing looked at the big screen. This is a large-scale spatial dimension attack. Only an Emperor-level monster could unleash such a wide-ranging domain of power. It must be the work of the greedy lord. Someone told Liang Wuqing from the shadows. Is there any other way to rescue them? The shadow told Liang Wuqing. No. Only attacking the greedy lord or destroying the 2 towers of the domain can lift the greedy realm. It all depends on the strength of Wuyun main city itself. Even after understanding the principle, Liang Wuqing still sent 3 legions to provide support and requested a combination of 5 Tianxing mecha girls and their pilots to head to the Wuyun main city area. In the center of the arena, a small-scale defensive battle is about to begin on Muchen's side. Is Chapter 75 an attempt to cosplay the Jade-Faced Thunder King? The scene returns to the center of the arena. The barrier here has only 12% durability left, and it won't be able to hold off the monsters for long. Li Milan, the most elite combatant, led 3 Earthstar mecha girls to support the main city. On Longxia's side, although the 5 principals were all valiant mecha girls and pilots back then, they're now all over 130 years old and plagued by injuries and illnesses. They can hardly be considered combat power. The strongest fighter on Longxia's side is undoubtedly Raina. Then there are 4 gold medal teachers from Xingyue Academy, including Yang Honghao, plus the team leaders of the 4 little dragons of Wuyun, which together make up about 5 mecha combinations and 8 mecha girl teachers who could transform individually. This is the fighting strength of the teachers group on Longxia's side. Comparatively speaking, the character with the highest combat power across the entire field is Erikim, the Royal Sword. In addition, there are 17 teachers named Sarah Finland from the planet Blue. Before Murong Fei could speak, Elizabeth stepped forward, her hand on her chest, and said firmly, "Please let us join the fight. Lanu and Longxia have a deep partnership. We are staunch allies. Xingyue and other academies are century-old partners of Lanu's various academies. In the face of this crisis, we humans should also cooperate. Don't you all agree?" Elizabeth is glowing. Muchun felt that this was completely like the halo of a holy heroine, truly shining brightly. "Elizabella, you're right," Principal Agando said, stroking his beard. "Let these monsters know how powerful we are." Angelite naturally supported the princess. "It is the duty of all mankind to eliminate monsters." Japak and the others also stood up. Purple Lily lightly tossed her hair. "Things are getting interesting." Qin Shui counted the number of people. "We have 7 judges here. I will take charge of them. Murong Fei, you will take charge of the overall situation." Many students were constantly switching between fear and astonishment. The disaster came too quickly, and the explosion just now was terrifying. If the defensive barrier hadn't been activated beforehand, they might all be dead. At the same time, they were surprised to learn that Murong Fei was actually the captain of Longxia's special operations team, a position with considerable power. They were still wondering, the judge is like a special agent of Longxia, so why would he listen to you? Qin Shui? Could it be that Qin Shui also has an identity? They were the first to notice. It was Muchun who shouted. Could Muchun also be a hidden big shot in the hub? Several students had their mouths wide open enough to swallow an egg. It turns out the big shot was right beside us. The tour group hadn't arrived yet. Otherwise, Purple Lily's subordinates would have numbered over 50. All right, I'll take command. Principal Gu and Principal Agamdo, support me. The rest of you, those who dare to confront the monsters head-on, pick up your weapons and prepare for battle. O Yangqing pulled out a B-grade M2-77 semi-automatic pulse rifle. Students, believe in yourselves. With courage burning in your hearts, we can easily deal with these monsters. Zhao Junkai stood up and took off his hood. Wuchu and Zhao, let's go. Let's kill these monsters. Wow, has someone cheered up? Bai Xiantian laughed. Li Zongfeng had already pulled his female robot companion Jiang Qin along, ready to set off. Let's go up to the rooftop and take advantage of the high ground. Elizabeth said, leave the front line command to me. Everyone in Lano, follow me. Almost simultaneously, everyone looked at Muchun, then at him, and then at Raina. Murong Fei spoke first. Teacher Raina, you are our ace. You and Arakium should fight without transforming as soon as possible, and only attack when you find a powerful monster or conserve your strength. Everyone acted, and not a single student backed down. Murong Fei opened the SC fortress system, and the armory door opened directly. These are all students who are about to graduate from the academy. Even if you're a bicycle girl or a rice cooker girl, you can at least use pulse weapons to fight in human form. Some of the mecha girls were still trembling. No one is not nervous when facing monsters for the first time, except for O Yangqing, but they still took up arms on their own initiative. Upon seeing the approaching monster, everyone ran up to the third floor. Muchun immediately grabbed Qin Shui. I'll come find you later. Raina needs to conserve her strength. I'll transform with you first. I see. Murong Fei was surrounded by 6 principals, with vice principal and in charge of running errands. She grabbed Muchun first. Muchun, what else do you know? How can we know about this before Wuyan Hub? Muchun saved so many people. If he hadn't asked Li Milan to activate the main city's defenses, the death toll might have exceeded 5 million immediately, and most of the people here would have been in mortal danger. This is my special ability. I sensed a huge crisis coming just now. Muchun could only offer a vague explanation. Murong Fei said seductively, fine, don't tell me then. Anyone who didn't know better would think you were a time traveler with some kind of system. You read too many novels. You guessed right, this woman is terrifying. Murong Fei pulled him along. How about I take credit for reminding you? Did you mean? Murong Fei grabbed Muchun's arm and frantically tried to win him over with her lightning strikes. Consider it me reminding Wu Yun's main city. You're just an assistant. The credit goes to me. From now on, when no one's around at night, you can do whatever you want with me. I'm yours, and what's yours is mine. You thunderous succubus. Murong Fei is too eager to improve. The credit is yours, but the benefits are mine. I'm going to support the rooftop now. You should contact the Wuyan Hub Center first. Muchun hadn't even had time to go to the Hub number 2 warehouse to pick out anything yet. This monster tide came too suddenly. After saying that, Muchun leaped up, grabbed the 3rd floor corridor with one hand, jumped again, grabbed the 4th floor corridor railing twice, and reached the rooftop. Is his body that strong? Arakium asked Raina. The physical strength that Muchun displayed was something that only a level 60 or 70 mecha girl possessed. Raina said that he was like that, but she was actually a little surprised and happy, not knowing when it started. When someone praised Muchun, she was actually happy inside. After all, he had already taken on Muchun's form, and this person lived in his heart. Murong Fei needs to set up a temporary command post. Muchun took 3 strings of C-grade XB, 1 cylindrical grenades from the armory on the 4th floor, and wrapped them around his waist. I also grabbed a Class B heavy pulse gun. This weapon weighs over 30 pounds. It's too heavy for an ordinary person to handle. But Muchun's speed was just right. When Muchun arrived, everyone had already made most of the arrangements. First, They were divided into 2 teams, led by all the teachers from several academies, and all the students were tank and armored vehicle girls. They transformed and deployed on the first floor. Loaded with various weapons, they guarded the southern entrance on the ground. The remaining firepower will be mainly used for suppression from the rooftop. Muchun, over here. Zhou Xiaochun waved, and Zhao Junkai and Wuchun Jiao were also there. Students who can transform into mechs are all on the rooftop. Let's use weapons to deal damage first. Muchun, are you trying to cosplay as the Jade-Faced Grenade King by hanging all these around? A classmate said. Jade-Faced Grenade King? What's that? Elizabeth changed into a protective soft armor set, which was worth at least tens of millions of dollars and was distributed to the Mecha girls on Dragon Sky Earth Star. Everyone, get into position. The monster is 500 meters away. We'll open fire when it gets to 200 meters. Muchun held his weapon and looked south. The system interface displayed the basic data of each type of monster. Justice system, you've finally done something just. Chapter 76 Muchun is actually quite good at masturbating. The earth trembled dully under the crushing weight of thousands of hooves and claws. The number of ground-walking and low-flying monsters is estimated to be 3,000. After scanning, Muchun breathed a sigh of relief. 70% of them were servant-level demons. A LV-12 carrion worm covered in slime, and a LV-8 bone spike rat with teeth that can bite through steel. The LV-18 poison fong bat, which flies at low altitudes and can swallow steel whole, and the LV-20 rock-skin burrower, whose body is as hard as a tank. These servant-level monsters can be killed with their weapons. But it's hard to say when it comes to the Demon Guard level. The Demon Guardian class has undergone a second evolution and is usually dealt with using mechanical mechs. The flame-patterned Demon Wolf LV-48 has thick limbs covered with burning crimson mane. The Iron Wall Golem LV-50 is over 10 meters tall and can only be damaged with armor-piercing explosive rounds. The corrosive, multi-headed serpent, level 45, slithered around. Its thick body was covered in slime, and its 5 heads had pupils of different colors. Fortunately, there aren't many demon guards, only about 300. Muchun's vision was very strong, while everyone else's vision was blurry. Muchun, can you see what the final monster is? Qin Shui came over with her weapon. Muchun immediately said, it's the Crimson Flame Tiger General, level 88, the strongest one here. Upon hearing this name, many students gasped. Crimson Tiger General is a top-tier warrior-level monster. The team also includes 5 general-level monsters, whose levels are around 60. As they drew closer, everyone took cover and prepared. From about 200 meters away, Elizabeth shouted, attack. Clusters, 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 clusters. The pulse rifle fired wildly at the group of monsters. Watch this. Chrysanthemum Cannon. Hexin was carrying an RPG high-explosive rocket launcher. His physical condition was good enough. Muchun aimed at the venomous bats in midair and fired a shot that pierced their heads. His weapon was more powerful. The recoil of the pulse gun could move Muchun backward by half a meter, but could instantly kill a Demon Guard level monster. On the first floor of the arena, Angelite, Prism Tank O Yangqing, and EMBTX main battle tank Emma all fired simultaneously. There are a total of 59 gunner girls and tank girls. Boom, 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 boom. The main weapons of the gunner girl and tank girl are still the most powerful, and their talents are mostly amplification and output type. The explosion was so powerful that even the monsters at the very front were blasted into the air. Roar! The Crimson Tiger General, a warrior-level creature, already possessed the intelligence of a young human. It originally thought this was a good job, but unexpectedly, a fierce attack suddenly came. The order was given immediately, and all the monsters charged in this direction. Flying monsters are the fastest. Shoot the ones in the sky first. Muchun shouted, and, at the same time, he pierced through the poisonous fang bat with a single shot. Even though they had practiced at school, today was their first real-world test, and many students' marksmanship wasn't very accurate. Die, you son of a bitch. Zhao Junkai picked up a blue flame Gatling gun and stood in front, sweeping across the battlefield. Holy crap, Zhao Junkai is amazing. At this moment, Zhao Junkai was practically shouting, Xiao Gizi, I'll fight you to the death. He was cool for only 3 seconds. Donji. Fortunately, Mancini tackled him, and the corrosive venom sprayed by the fang bats almost hit him. Don't expose too much of your body. Find a place to hide. Qin Shui was speechless at Zhao Junkai's words, but he also served as a negative example. Are you praising his bravery, or saying he was too reckless? Thud! Muchun held the largest pulse gun, shooting one after another, and even pierced the candied hawthorn at the third shot. Half of the more than 300 flying monsters swooped down, and the scene looked extremely dangerous. At that moment, Elizabeth and Muchun exclaimed in unison, "Destruction pulse." A flash of light appeared in his palm, and two blood-red radiation pulses pierced the sky. The pulses spread out like ocean waves. Whether it was a venomous bat or a monstrous locust, they were all crushed into powder in midair by this shockwave. So powerful, amazing. Nearly half of the monsters were crushed, and fewer than 70 remained. Elizabeth and Muchun exchanged a glance, confirming with their eyes, "So you can do this too." Rumor has it that the probability of finding someone with the same SS-level talent in the world is comparable to winning the lottery. They're like a match made in heaven, and there are all sorts of romantic stories about them in Blue Europe. But now is not the time. Watch out. Some are still surging down. Shoot them. Qin Shui, wielding a B-grade silver wing revolver, fired shots into the air. "Let's go. I'm a noob. No need to conserve my strength." Wuchu and Zhao transform. Transform. Zhao Junkai is very self-aware. It seems he's grown up. Mancini pulled her mecha girl companion along, saying, "Let's transform too." They won the match, but now he thinks he's not as good as Zhao Junkai. Transform. 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 In an instant, 5 mechs formed by students appeared. Pull out the plasma sword and slice the venomous bat to pieces. Eliza Bella shouted, "Eliminate the aerial monsters and immediately provide support to the ground." Qin Shui shouted, "Gun girl, ignore the ones in the sky and attack the monsters on the ground with all your might." There are more monsters on the ground, but tanks, armored vehicle girls, and teachers are risking their lives to block the entrance. The pulse gun fired wildly. All the teachers on the ground have transformed. The rock-skinned, digging monster charged forward and collided with the tank girl. The carrion worms and bone-spiky rats also drew closer. Muchun started throwing grenades wildly. The speed at which he threw it, thump. Zhou Xiaochun and the others were all dumbfounded. The grenade that Muchun threw was precisely guided and hit the monster's face with the speed of a cannonball. "Muchun, did you throw a cannonball through your arm? That's some serious strength," Zhou Xiaochun exclaimed. Muchun had a large bunch of grenades at his waist, and he was throwing them wildly without answering Zhou Xiaochun's question. But the other students heard the noise and looked over. Muchun threw the projectiles with lightning speed, hitting them all with a series of booming sounds, and each one exploded on the monster's head. Xin said casually, "You have a unicorn arm, don't you?" Li Zongfeng retorted, "Aren't you supposed to be Organic Girl's partner? How could you train like this?" By Xiantian, "Qilin arm? How did you train that?" "Muchun has the Qilin arm. I'm a pro at masturbating too. Why don't I have one?" Muchun is actually quite good at masturbating. Muchun nearly fell over upon hearing this. "You don't need to say I'm just a little stronger." Shui, the Crimson Tiger General, is missing. Have you seen where he went? Qin Shui and Elizabeth were startled, noticing that the Crimson Tiger General had disappeared in the distance. They looked around. Purple Lily shouted, "Zhao Junkai! He's over there, watch out!" The Hellfire mech looked to its left and spotted the Crimson Tiger General. Zhao Junkai smiled. "To catch the thief, catch the king first. Perfect. Perfect, my ass." Muchun almost spat out his drink. He could only rush over and grab Qin Shui's hand. Qin Shui understood immediately. In the perfect direction, Zhao Junkai, wielding the perfect plasma giant axe, excitedly charged towards the Crimson Tiger General. Then he was kicked by the Crimson Tiger General and sent flying 100 meters away with a loud thud, crashing directly from the roof of the arena to the ground floor. Zhao Junkai was directly knocked out. "Damn it, take this." Mancini fired his spear. The Crimson Tiger General dodged it with a teleportation. Qi Yinhu used his Iron Mountain lean to knock Mancini's heavy fire mech flying. The Crimson Tiger General spewed flames, forcing by Xiantian and his mechs back. It opened its blood-red maw, its claws burning with flames, and pounced towards the location of the numerous gunner girls. It knew it had to deal with the human-heavy firepower first. Don't come any closer." The gun girl was unable to move, which scared all the girls so much that they spilled their oil all over the ground. In that critical moment, a silver meteor streaked down. Watch our Leo flying kick. Oh no, I caught it from the class monitor. Chapter 77. The situation is terrible now. Mecha girl. Qin Shui, pilot. Muchun, transformation successful. 45% linkage coefficient, 75% output power, abundant energy. A white meteor, X, descended from the sky, delivering a violent flying kick that sent the Crimson Tiger flying 30 meters away. It's White Meteor X. School Beauty Qin. Muchun. The Crimson Tiger rolled to its feet, and the moment its claws touched the ground, a vortex of flames erupted. Muchun used the wind movement technique, and sure enough, the flames followed them. This Crimson Tiger general is quite intelligent, but like Zhao Junkai, he is a reckless brute. The white meteor cleared a path to ensure the safety of others. Roar! The Crimson Tiger general roared. Jumping left and right, the Z-shaped jump unleashes terrifying speed. In Qin Shui's vision, the other party was just a fleeting afterimage of flames. So fast. Let me do it. Muchun focused his mind, sensing the change in the wind, and drew the plasma lightsaber from his waist, slashing to the right. Metal and flames erupted as Muchun anticipated and blocked the Crimson Tiger General's attack. The Crimson Tiger General has entered Berserk mode. They launched a frenzied attack on the White Meteor X. But Muchun moved with lightning speed, not only blocking the attacks one after another, but also launching several counterattacks. Qin Shui was also amazed. Muchun's control skills were truly impressive. They're at least among the top Earth pilots. Even so, the White Meteor X is at least half as bad in terms of stats as the LV-88 Crimson Tiger General. The only reason they were able to hold them off was thanks to Muchun's incredible skill. A silver light slashed from behind the Crimson Tiger General. Li Zongfeng and Jiang Qin's S-Class Mech BX-60 Raider arrived. Li Zongfeng has a strong ability to seize opportunities, and this sweeping shot was perfectly timed. But the spearhead grazed the back of the Crimson Tiger General. His skin was thick and tough. They were using sparring weapons and weren't equipped with S-grade weapons, so they couldn't break through the Crimson Tiger General's defenses. Alternatively, they can only attack the soft parts. For example, the eyes, mouth, ears, and Hexion's favorite spot. Roar! The Crimson Tiger General turned around and unleashed a burst of flames. Li Zongfeng was forced to retreat again. And us too. 2 Longxiao mechs and 2 Linu mechs charged up to besiege the Crimson Tiger General. The fiery tiger claw can take down an enemy in one move. With a series of thuds, all 4 were sent flying. The worst off had its left arm torn off, and the mecha girl and its pilot rolled on the ground screaming in pain. A typical student group is indeed no match for them. The monsters on the ground were still advancing. The teacher's mechas are very powerful, such as Yang Honghao and Zhou Yining, who have activated their battle maiden forms. However, there are 4 level 60 plus warrior level monsters on the ground, and they can only fight 2 against 1 at most. Other monsters can be dealt with. The most crucial one is the Crimson Tiger General. Li Zongfeng unleashed a whirlwind plasma slash, but his most confident move was caught by the Crimson Tiger General with one hand, and the steel-like fur on his palms didn't crack. The Crimson Tiger General roared, a hint of smugness in his voice. Suddenly a light. Muchun's talent is Gamma Flash. White Meteor X was originally within Crimson Tiger General's sight, but suddenly disappeared and reappeared behind him. With a burst of pulse energy, it pierced Crimson Tiger General's right shoulder joint with a sword, and purplish-red blood spurted out. The Crimson Tiger General roared and turned around, spewing flames. White Meteor X performs a series of backflips to escape. The Crimson Tiger swept Li Zongfeng away with a tail sweep, which landed squarely on Zhao Junkai, who had just climbed to the rooftop. Zhao Junkai was really in a bad situation. He had just climbed up and looked up when he saw Li Zongfeng and his team flying over, and both mechs crashed downstairs. Only the White Meteor X remained on the front, the plasma lightsaber still stuck in the shoulder of the Crimson Tiger General. Seeing the Crimson Flame Tiger General charging towards them. Shui, full power. I saw it. White Meteor X's eyes flashed, and with the infusion of their talents, the mecha seemed to release a bright white light as it met the Crimson Tiger General. They directly grabbed the Crimson Tiger General's hands and wrestled with him. In terms of power, Even if the white Meteor X were to maximize its output, it would still be no match for the Crimson Tiger General. But that's not necessary, because Muchun and Shui only need to stall the other side. A flash of white light, and the Silver King charged out. Li Moyu judged the perfect moment and directly severed the Crimson Tiger General's left arm and a third of his body. The moment the Crimson Tiger General roared, Muchun grabbed the plasma lightsaber stuck in the opponent's back and pulled back by the force of his body, severing the right arm. In an instant, the Silver King and the White Meteor X opened up, firing missiles from both directions. Boom boom. After blasting the Crimson Tiger General to pieces, Silver King rushed forward again and beheaded the paralyzed Crimson Tiger General. The output of the SS class mechs is still far superior. Kill them. We've killed the enemy's general-level monster. Li Moyu breathed a sigh of relief and gave the White Meteor X a thumbs up. You two young people are as strong as monsters. This Crimson Tiger General is on the same level as me. Without White Meteor X's delay, the rooftop line would have collapsed long ago, and Li Moyu wouldn't have been able to find such a perfect opportunity to strike. The death of the Crimson Tiger General greatly reduces the pressure on the entire defensive line. Downstairs, teacher Yang Honghao's team, along with the blue O Earthstar Mecha girl Sarah Finland, simultaneously slayed a general-level monster. Classmates, go all out and wipe out these monsters. Muchun and Shui also jumped off the rooftop, their plasma lightsabers slashing and cutting the rock-skinned digging monster in half. The entire defensive battle lasted less than half an hour, and nearly 3,000 monsters were completely wiped out. Although more than half of the people were injured, and 3 of the mecha girls were seriously injured. But there was already a medical team at the hub here. This was specially invited for the strength competition, and now it's coming in handy. It hurts so much. My gun barrel was broken off and needs major repairs. My legs are completely numb. Are there any more healing bracelets? Is everyone alright? We did a great job. O Yangqing encouraged everyone. Zhou Xiaochun put a healing bracelet on O Yangqing. Qing, your body is 55% damaged. You were at the forefront, so you're seriously injured. You're all wrapped up like a zombie. Take care of yourself first. O Yangqing put her hands on her hips. Me? I'm perfectly fine. Kamen Rider won't fall. At that moment, a pair of warm hands rested on O Yangqing's shoulders. Muchen. Squad leader, don't move. I'll give you some emergency treatment. I'm fine, really. Muchun pressed his large hand down on her head. Class monitor, you're currently experiencing an adrenaline rush and dopamine release, which is why you're not in so much pain right now. If I don't treat you, you'll faint from the pain in 10 minutes. Actually, O Yangqing's hidden talent is still ongoing. Once the talent disappears, she will be in excruciating pain. Purple Lily chimed in. It's like having 10 knives stuck in your body. The pain is like being a caterpillar on the ground. Shui nodded as well. Muchun repaired the broken parts of the squad leader's waist and back. He was quite familiar with the squad leader's body, and after repairing these 2 parts, the damage could be reduced to 42%, and the pain would be much less. They helped each other up to the 2nd floor, where Murong Feifei had already set up 5 screens. For principals helped operate the screen, becoming Murong Feifei's data analysts and data technicians. Her complexion was not good at the moment, and she had put away her usual succubus-like charm. Feifei, how's it going in the main city? Murong Feifei pointed the 4 screens at the returning group. Look, the situation is terrible. Chapter 78. Saving 40 million people requires a group of students. As you can see on the screen, the area outside Wu Yun's main city is teeming with demons. The monsters capable of ranged attacks were frantically attacking the city walls. Most of the once mighty and massive tower dragon cannons have been destroyed, and many monsters that have climbed up the city walls are now fighting against the mechs. There were also mecha girls being devoured, and one heavily injured mecha girl chose to jump off the city wall and self-destruct, perishing together with the monsters. On the 2nd screen, you can see flames burning everywhere in the city. Almost all the buildings in the southern district have collapsed, and a large number of flying monsters are running rampant inside. Pulse guns and pulse cannons were firing everywhere. A large number of people inside the city are fighting back. 17 of the 30 underground refuge entrances are under attack. South City wall durability, 19%. Central power system restored to 57%. The death toll in Wuyun's main city is estimated to exceed 1 million. Everyone can see the data on the screen. Where's the support? With such a big commotion, why hasn't the support arrived yet? At least intercontinental ballistic missile support should be available. Raina squinted. This is the most crucial thing, and there's no support. No support? What's going on? Everyone was puzzled when they heard this. Elizabeth and the others also returned to the back of the group. Morong Fei tapped on the main screen. I have contacted the Weiyun Hub Center and learned that the entire Weiyun main city has been taken to a dimensional space by the Emperor-level demon's attack, and we are completely cut off from the outside world. We either kill the Emperor-level demon greedy lord or destroy the 2 towers. On the screen, you can see a very small dot. This position is the position of the greedy lord. He is already at a very high level, and he is protected by a level 99 swarm Locust King and 20 aerial general level monsters over level 80. Based on this, he is likely a ranged attack type monster, with slightly weaker melee capabilities. How can we possibly kill them? We'd need at least 5 Celestial Star Mecha girls to fight to the death, wouldn't we? Even Zhao Junkai knew this, so how could the others not know? Vice Principal said, so now the Eastern Governor's order is for Li Mulan and the other 2 Celestial Star Machine girls to stand by and not to move. Their only target is this Emperor-level monster. Are we just going to stand by and watch the people of Weiyun City die one by one? One of the Mecha girls whispered. Raina said coldly, if they have no power, in the end, the entire Weiyun main city will be sacrificed. Even if Li Mulan and the others see the Nexus warriors fall, they cannot act now. Muchun immediately asked, where are those 2 towers? Are they within the Weiyun region? Morong Fei nodded, then whispered. Only Qin Shui and the others could hear. Muchun, do you know? Just now I received 2 coordinates from stranger. Based on my guess, it might be Suluo, right? Muchun squinted. You think the same way I do. Morong Fei smiled, giving off a feeling of having found a kindred spirit. Yes, this unfamiliar mail address is exactly the direction Su Luo fled in. I predicted his approximate hiding place. I just sent these 2 coordinates to the hub, and we're waiting for the results. Muchun stroked his chin. The Tower of Insatiable Desire. What's the name of that other tower? Huh, I didn't mention the name of the tower. Yet you know one of them? Is this also part of your perception? Muchun glanced at Raina and said in a low voice, that might be the place of our destiny. If I'm not mistaken, at least one of these 2 towers is not far from us. As soon as he finished speaking, the main screen connected to the Weiyun hub, showing the image of Commander Dongfang and Deputy Commander Long. More than 300 staff members at the Weiyun hub also saw screen number 3. They saw that the place was full of students and teachers, wrapped in various bandages and equipped with medical devices, indicating that they had just been through a battle. Deputy Commander Long said gravely, Morong Fei, we've scanned the address you sent. It's in that place. A map of Weiyun's main city appeared on the screen. The Tower of Insatiable Desire is located less than 50 kilometers away from Muchun and his group, while the Tower of Corruption is located far away to the east of Weiyun's main city. Deputy Commander Long continued, to defeat an Emperor-level monster, Li Mulan and the others, plus 5 more, might not be enough. Moreover, Weiyun's main city can't spare any strong warriors right now, and air support can't be sent out either. The 3 secondary cities are also under attack by monsters. Morong Fei immediately understood. Deputy Commander, you mean that right now, in the entire Weiyun, only our small group of people can move around? Yes, they're all students. Are students supposed to save more than 40 million people in Weiyun? The Eastern Commander added. Furthermore, our scans indicate that there may be tens of thousands of monsters near these 2 towers, as well as high-energy defenses from Commander-level monsters. Going there would be a near-certain death for you. The Eastern Governor didn't know how to put it, but at the moment, only this small group of people could take action. But reason told her that the chances of these people surviving, even if they went in one direction, were less than 1%. Who's coming to the Tower of Insatiability with me and Raina? When everyone calmed down due to reason, they all understood that going there would be suicide. They were still young and wanted to live. At this moment, the only person who spoke was Muchun. Muchun looked at the others. Many people were looking at him. Muchun, what are you saying? Tens of thousands of monsters, including commander-level ones. Hexine counts as one, right? Muchun said. Of course. Hexine grinned, carrying the pulse gun without backing down. Muchun needs help. I'll go with you. The person who spoke first was actually Zhao Junkai. Damn it, people are already cursing. Zhao Junkai is clearly the kind of idiot in novels, a rich second generation who becomes a stepping stone for the protagonist. The kind of fool who is rich but stupid and makes the protagonist step on him to save the damsel in distress. Why? He looks kind of handsome now. Muchun looked at him. How much damage did Wu Chunjiao suffer? It's okay, I'm only 21. Wu Chunjiao replied. Of course, there's me too. O Yangqing said, hands on her hips. Muchun immediately refused. Class monitor, no. Why? Muchun coldly replied. We don't want any equipment that's more than 25% damaged. You'll only be a burden. No one contradicted Muchun, saying he was arrogant. Because there are few naive and innocent people like Zhou Xiaochun, and everyone else is an adult, Muchun's words meant that he didn't want anyone to go and die. What's the point of being cannon fodder if you don't even have combat power? Me too. Li Zongfeng stretched his arms. You're bullying me because I don't have a mecha girl, right? I'll pilot the Dragon Fong and go with you, Bai Xintian said. Me too, Elizabeth said. Then leave the Tower of Corruption further away to me. I'll take Alajam, a Seraphinland teacher duo, and all of our teachers from Lano. We'll head towards the Tower of Corruption. Everyone at the Wuyan Hub Center was somewhat moved as they looked at this group of students, especially since they only have so few people, and they have to split into two teams. Even if they team up, their chances of winning are still higher because of Arajam, the Royal Sword Celestial Mech Girl. But this separation, Murong Fei, Cluster Chest, Muchun and I will start dividing up the team now, and Principal Gu and you will take over the center. The hopes of Quan Yun's main city now rest on a group of students and a few teachers. Chapter 79 Sister, Lei Ying has fallen. Thank you, Princess Elizabeth, the Eastern Governor said solemnly. Even if Lanu doesn't take any action, Wu Yun has nothing to say. Elizabeth spoke earnestly to the screen. This is an epic of humanity, a chapter in human history. In times of crisis, we must stand up. Just like what squad leader O Yangqing said, our courage is burning in our hearts. I can hear my engine roaring. Even if there's only a 1% chance, we must act. Look at her, the princess really does speak very well. This saved Muchun the trouble of mobilizing people. Not many people took action. Even Zhou Xiaochun, who wanted to go, was refused. Muchun made a request. I won't go if the individual mecha girl is 25% damaged. I won't go if the pilot has an injured arm. And I won't go if my mecha piloting skills are not among the top 30 in the whole school. It eliminated almost the entire majority of people. Transform. Time is of the essence. Eliza Bella transforms into her mechanical form, the 799 Super Bomber. Her flying speed and endurance are both top-notch. To reach the Tower of Corruption, you need to fly over the main city. Eliza Bella brought along 7 Blue O teachers, including Sarah Finland, and 2 team leaders, including Evelyn. A group of 30 people, including Ericom, Birmingham William, Akin Angelit, Jim and Frank, Mancini, Jim Aurelian, Alexander Song, and Safipna departed. With a combination of 1 celestial star and 2 terrestrial stars, plus Elizabeth bringing 30% of the bombs here. With her as a super bomber, as long as the bombs are dropped, some of the monsters over there will suffer. Guarding that area are LV-90 Crimson Blood Silver Fong Greedy Wolves, along with tens of thousands of servants and Demon Guard level monsters. LV-89 Bloodlust, Rat has gone to attack another secondary city. Muchun has, Lina, Qin Shui, Murong Fei, Zijbaiha, Zhao Junkai, Li Zongfeng, and Bai Xintian. Half of the teachers were injured just now, so only 4 teachers were able to keep up. But new pair joined Muchun's side, Li Moyu and Japak. There are a total of 20 people. Let's go. They still had 6 dragon fangs and 2 heroic wolves available, so they drove them all out towards the Tower of Insatiable Desire. Meanwhile, skip the fierce battle to defend the south wall of Wu Yun's main city. Our gaze now turns to the headquarters of the Lamp Bearers. There are rumors that there are 3 treasures in the main city of Wu Yun. The core of the ultra-high energy star, the core of the lighthouse guarded by the Lamp Bearer, and the life core of magnesium titanium particles, whose whereabouts are unknown and who is secretly guarded by some unknown family. The heart of the stars can provide a continuous source of energy. The lighthouse core is used for upgrades and modifications. Magnesium titanium particle life cores are used to create mechanical life. 2 minutes before the Battle of Wu Yun City began, Lei Ying was heading to the arena to cheer someone on. As a result, after receiving a message from Raina, she immediately ran towards the security room with 3 assistants and activated the highest level of security system in the entire lamplighter building. This is also why the lantern bearers were able to immediately assemble 5 mech squadrons after the monster tide broke out. The lamplighter building did not collapse. The protective barrier was broken, but the building itself was not seriously damaged. Those carrying lanterns were all mobilized immediately. Xiaoyu, you go to the command room first, activate all the mechanical mechs, and let them eliminate the monsters that are about to rush into the city. Lei Ying's overall strategic vision was much stronger than Raina's. After the explosion, when she saw the locust bomb corpses, she guessed most of the situation and prioritized releasing the 300 dragon fangs of the lantern bearer so that they could occupy advantageous terrain and set up defenses earlier. Understand, Lord Lei Ying. Lei Ying rushed to the core room at full speed. As he emerged from the central office, he was on his way to his office. Warning, an unidentified group has forcibly entered the Lamplighters' headquarters. Please be aware. All the lantern bearers' combat personnel were deployed, and now only a dozen or so remain in the command center. As soon as she turned the corner, Lei Ying immediately returned and leaned against the wall. She saw 15 fully armed men charging toward her. With no way to retreat, Lei Ying took out the pulse pistol from her waist and simultaneously sent out a distress signal through her wristband. The footsteps grew closer. Lei Ying took a deep breath and rushed out, striking first. Clusters, 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 clusters. A-grade particle pulse pistol, 5-round burst. These people, armed to the face, reacted extremely quickly, and their physical abilities were at least at the human level 40 or higher. Lei Ying's spear technique was already very accurate, but he only managed to hit the target twice. One shot hit one person in the head, and another hit another in the chest. Someone's there. Kill her. The person who was hit in the head by the lightning bolt fell to the ground, still electrified. The man shot in the chest did not fall to the ground immediately, but remained kneeling. He's still alive? Lei Ying believed that since the bullet had hit the heart, how could the person still stand up? Who are you? Lay down your weapons. The lantern bearer's support will be here soon. My dear sister, do you really think you're number 18? You even think you can surround 15 people all by yourself. Lei Ying's threats were ineffective, but she had no other choice. Then fire 5 more shots in succession. 4 armed men dodged at high speed, one of whom was shot in the waist. They were very fast and fearless of death. He rushed up and delivered a flying kick to Lei Ying from multiple angles. Lei Ying dodged the first person's attack with a backflip, crouched down to dodge the attack from the second person on the left, then leap into the air and kick away the attack from the third person. He landed and knocked back the fourth person with a single punch. She felt pain in her arm as the fifth person kicked her right hand, sending her pulse pistol flying. Lei Ying performed a forward roll, grabbed the arm of one of the attackers, turned around, and threw him behind her, knocking down 3 people. These people are fearless, and their skills are exceptional. Their bodies are as tough as steel. Lei Ying prepares to transform into a Lamborghini and escape. She is now in a different position behind the other person. But at that very moment, Lei Ying felt a chill run down her spine as she was pierced through the body by a pulse gun before she could even transform. She fell to the ground and rolled several times. Lei Ying coughed up blood. The wound on her stomach was large. A second shot came in quick succession. Lei Ying clutched her bleeding stomach, rolled forward to dodge, and reached the corner on the other side. We should have shot her immediately. Never mind. Hurry up and get the supplies from the core room. Reinforcements are coming. The group forcibly blew open the core chamber, grabbed the crystals inside, and escaped by breaking through the ceiling. Lord Lei Ying. Lord Lei Ying. Yin Xiaoyu and the others arrived at that moment, while Lei Ying's consciousness was blurred. Seeing Yin Xiaoyu rushing towards him with tears in her eyes, the clerk holding the lamp behind her also rushed up with a weapon. Damn it, they ran away with the core. Lei Ying's consciousness was very blurry. She spat out a mouthful of blood and took out the thumb-sized core from her chest. Switched the core beforehand and hit it with this, and that person's voice, it sounds somewhat familiar to me. Lord Lei Ying. Quickly, save Lord Lei Ying. The Wuyan Hub Center received news of an attack on the Lamplighters' headquarters. At the same time, the Mech Alliance was also attacked, including the secret warehouses of 10 families, such as the Zhao family and the Morong family. Their sole objective was to seize Wu Yun's 3 treasures. Deputy Governor Long slammed his fist on the table. Damn it, some bastards are taking advantage of the chaos. The scene returns to Muchen's side. The 20 of them were less than 10 kilometers away from the Tower of Insatiability. Can everyone hear me? Muchen's voice. I can hear it. Communication is normal. Li Zongfeng received it. Bai Xiantian received it. No problem, came Purple Lily's voice. Muchan said in a deep voice, Everyone, we only have one tactic. Everyone help us lure away a large number of monsters, while I, Raina, Qin Shui, Li Moyu, and Japak rush in to complete the tower demolition. We have no way out. Chapter 80, I'm not pretending anymore. I'm laying my cards on the table. Muchun, it's up to you guys now, came Li Zongfeng's voice from the communicator. Damn it, I should have found an A-rank mecha girl at the academy and started dating her first. Who told you, young Master Bai, not to take the initiative? We will do our best to attract more monsters for you. As we get closer to the Tower of Insatiable Desire, we can even see hordes of monsters flying in the air. Warning, high-energy monster activity detected ahead. Evacuate. Evacuate. Damn it, turn off this alarm system. The Earth Chariot EX raced across the road, with Muchun and Qin Shui inside. Next to it is the ZBL 095X wheeled armored personnel carrier that Li Moyu has transformed into. With the two vehicles running side by side, Li Moyu snorted and said, I never thought I'd have to cooperate with you in the end. Raina responded, It's like the first battle of the experiment after I awaken back in time. Don't hold me back, you bastard. The roars of monsters in the distance resounded throughout the heavens and earth. Among the tens of thousands of monsters, there was also a loud and sharp cry, carrying a terrifying shockwave of pressure. Lord-level monster. The plan was for everyone to distract the monsters from the left and right, with Li Moyu and Qin Shui escorting them to the center, and finally, Raina would charge in. Li Moyu paused for a few seconds before uttering 3 words, Don't die. Raina only said 1 word. Their 2 cars slowed down until the very end, forming a V shape and spreading out to the left and right. Everyone, pull the monster away to draw it away. Are we competing to see who can take away the most? I'll take 3,000. I'll pay 5,000. You'd better all follow me. Zhao Junkai shouted. At the Wuyun Hub Center, the 3rd screen was watching Mu Chen's side, while the 5th screen was facing Elizabeth's side. Fellow warriors of Wuyun Main City, this is Long Chinga. The entire Wuyun Main City is in dire straits. We are under siege by a horde of 1.2 million monsters led by an Emperor-level monster, and we are completely cut off in the outside world by the Emperor-level monster's attacks, unable to receive reinforcements. This explains why, even before reinforcements arrived, countless people in the shelters were questioning why. To avoid a large-scale riot, Long Chinga had to explain. The communication can be seen on each wristband. Now I understand, so that's how it is. Our warriors are still fighting. All our forces have been deployed. To break this crisis, we must destroy 2 vital points of the enemy's barrier located on either side of the main city. However, the airspace above the main city is currently completely surrounded by monsters, and we lack the strength to break through. The only people who can move are the students and teachers at the arena exchange event. These 2 vital points are guarded by tens of thousands of monsters, including some commander-level monsters. Princess Elizabeth of Lanu, Raina of Star Moon Academy, and their classmates, who number less than 60 in total, have to split up to fight on both sides. Their chances of success are less than 1 in 1,000, but they set off without hesitation. What you are about to see is their perspective. 20 students and teachers breaking through to an area containing an LV-99 commander-level monster and tens of thousands of other monsters. Countless people saw this scene. A convoy racing in a V-shape, 3 tanks, 8 mechs, and a Titan cannon already set up on a distant hillside, with only 1 off-road motorcycle beside it. Many people slowly stood up after seeing this scene. Everyone in Wuyun Main City, even with the smallest chance, these young people didn't give up. What about us? Shout out loud. We still have the fighting power. We, the people of Longxia, have a saying. As long as there's a glimmer of hope, we'll exert 100 times the effort. We can still fight. Pick up your weapons and fight the monsters. We, the people of Longxia, have always been a nation that creates miracles. Fight! Fight! One by one, the fallen soldiers got up, picked up their weapons, and fired desperately. The battle-hardened warriors on the city walls were in high spirits. The cannonball, which was originally unable to penetrate the monster, pierced through its body. Emotions and feelings are key factors in output power fluctuations. More than 20 million people are hiding in underground shelters. Some of the mecha girls and their pilots stood up and walked to the door. Please give us a weapon. We can fight too. Although many people have been infected, most of them are not very combat ready, and hiding in the shelter is a form of assistance. They watched the screen on their wristbands as Muchun's team of 20 people charged into the area of the Tower of Insatiable Desire. Oh dear, are you insatiable? Murong Feifei adjusted the height of the giant cannon on a high slope in the distance, and fired when everyone was less than 500 meters away. Boom! A huge bullet, 5 meters in diameter, was fired. S-Rank Special's boss, Cluster Bomb. The giant missile was launched and exploded in midair. Not only was it incredibly powerful, but it also rained down like a shower of flowers, creating a massive explosion on the ground. Roar! The monsters were already moving towards them, and after hundreds were taken away by the explosion, they heard a sharp scream from the center. More than half of the monsters launched an attack. They're here. Gentlemen, fire. Deploy in parachute formation. Zhao Junkai and his team all carried B-grade FAMAS pulse automatic rifles, 3 of each on their backs. These weapons are lightweight among mecha equipment and have great lethality even against demon guard level mechs. The enemy has too many numbers. Even if there are 5,000 or 6,000 of them, they're all servants, and even ants can bite an elephant. Everyone began firing and started pulling to the left and right. Use the mech's speed to maintain distance, then shoot while running. There are so many monsters that you can hit them even if you shoot randomly. The scene resembles an open umbrella, with hordes of monsters being led around by a mech. If it's just servant level and demon guard level, then this wouldn't be surprising. However, 2 Blackblood demon lions of warrior level strength also joined the fray. One of them charged towards Zhao Junkai's direction. Zhao Junkai, be careful. Muchun texted him. Don't worry, I'm very experienced now. Indeed, I have had many experiences of being beaten up. The Blackblood demon lion is only LV-65, which is much weaker than the Crimson Flame Tiger General. The monsters were lured away to the left and right, and everyone did their best to lure as many as possible. In the distance, Murong Feifei launched a second attack, taking away another 400 or 500 monsters. She only had 2 of these special giant bombs in her bracelet. Just like when she went to buy a top, it was too big. They didn't have a standard size, only custom-made ones. The second shot also sent a large number of monsters heading in her direction. Murong Feifei fired her secondary gun continuously. When the monsters were about to get within 300 meters, she transformed back into human form, mounted her off-road motorcycle, and rode away into the distance. With everyone's help, at least 5,000 monsters were lured away. It looks like there's a lot less left. Only 2 tanks were left to charge in. Muchun took Qin Shui's hand. Qin Shui tried to resist, but Muchun grabbed her even faster. Husband, how can you escape my grasp? Qin Shui blushed slightly. Luckily, there was only the main room here. What main room? What are you talking about? Changing the subject. Muchun, how do I transform right away? Well, I launch you to Teacher Raina after I transform. Raina was also thinking about this. This is very risky. There's still a lot of monsters around. Muchun smiled and said, there are no outsiders here, so I won't pretend anymore. I'll lay my cards on the table. You are all my mecha girls, and I can transform with you all at the same time. What did you say? Chapter 81, Yin Huang, EX goes berserk. Muchun, what did you say? Raina's voice trailed off after a 2-second pause. I can forgive you for what you did to me, but what did you do to Qin Shui? Huh? Shouldn't we be surprised that your man can transform into 2 mecha girls at the same time? Raina, why are you focusing on this? Even Qin Shui opened her mouth, not expecting that Teacher Raina would show concern for her first. I'm fine, Muchun, can you really do it? Qin Shui was initially a little resistant, but she was deterred by Raina's question. She felt a sense of relief, wishing that Teacher Raina could be her older sister, having such a son-like older sister. Life will surely be very peaceful then. Only the mecha girls I've chosen can do it, Muchun said. They're here, get ready to transform. Various roaring monsters have charged towards them. Li Moyu and Japak shouted, Link transformation. Silver King appeared in a dazzling display, charging ahead with his spear, unleashing his full power. Each swing of his spear created a 100-meter-long wave of silver light. "Raina, I'll clear the way for you." Li Moyu's voice. Her combat device was less effective against the cutting action of airflow, so she changed her weapon before setting off. Muchun held onto Raina's linkage device and pulled Qin Shui's hand with his right hand. Dual linkage. Mecha girl. Raina, pilot. Muchun, collaboration successful. Mecha girl. Qin Shui, pilot. Muchun, collaboration successful. The three of them could hear each other's heartbeats. Muchun's deep voice. Contracted mecha girl. Activate. Dual transformation. Kabuto. Kabuto activates dual transformation forms. Raina, I accept. Qin Shui, accept. Two streaks of lightning seemed to pierce the sky in the spiritual world. Two bright blue dots appeared on the third screen of the hub. Qin Shui transforms. Click, 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 arms outstretched, legs extended, meteor landed. S-Class White Meteor X, reporting for duty. Raina transforms. A golden sun rises over the Earth, and the Phoenix descends to Earth. SSR rank Yanwang EX, reporting for duty. Silver Meteor X landed, followed by a series of storm slashes from the plasma lightsaber. Splash. Silver King led the way, and White Meteor X slashed down any monsters that slipped through. The Rock Phoenix EX was protected and advanced from behind. Project Beach. Many people, upon seeing this image, were reminded of how humans launched rockets into space thousands of years ago. The body is separated segment by segment, solely for the purpose of delivering the head. Li Moyu launched a frenzied attack, tearing at her arms and thighs, while her shoulders released intense heat that melted the monster. The weapon in his hand slashed wildly at the monsters, and he never retreated even when hit head-on by the light bullets spewed out by the monsters. A general-level monster is blocking our way. Li Moyu, Japak. The correlation coefficient exceeds 60%. The silver Valkyrie shines brightly. The spear in his hand pierced straight through the general-level monster, blocking his way. Li Moyu's roar ignored the barrage of magic bullets hitting her. That's it, partner. After killing the general-level monster, Silver Princess forced her way to the left, intending to lure the monsters away again. Most monsters are bloodthirsty. After you kill so many monsters, they will either run away or go berserk and charge at you. Now that Silver Knight has suffered 40% damage, immediately use left slash to lure the monsters over like a swarm of bees. Leave it to us. Muchun and Raina said in unison. Now follow me and watch me. It was Silver Meteor X's turn to continue its forward charge. But it's clear that the output power and the destructive force are not on the same level. Although it is still progressing, its speed cannot compare with that of the Silver King. The White Meteor is a mobile suit, not a heavy armored suit, which puts it at a disadvantage in terms of propulsion. Even so, Qin Shui used all her strength, her plasma lightsaber slashing wildly. Her body was already damaged, and after being attacked by a wave of magic bullets, the damage immediately increased to 35%. But she didn't stop there. If her hand-to-hand fire wasn't enough, she would fire a salvo of missiles from her shoulders. They were like a sharp sword aimed at a vital spot. That black crystal tower is the Tower of Insatiable Desire, less than 500 meters away. Zibaihe, Li Zongfeng, Bai Xiantian, and Zhao Junkai were all running while looking back into the distance. Their task was to drag a bunch of monsters to a more distant place. However, falling or being overtaken poses a life-threatening risk, and running out of energy is also extremely dangerous. The people you attract must not fall. This is something Murong Feifei told everyone from the beginning. If the person you attract falls, the monster will return and block the other person's escape route, so you have to pull them back desperately. But compared to Raina and Muchun, this is nothing. Qin Shui frantically killed the charging demons. The blood of the rotting flesh worms splattered, the heads of the bone-spiky rats flew wildly, and the rock-skinned burrowing monster was cut in half. Qin Shui used all her skills. Her body was already smoking, but there were just too many monsters. There are at least 3,000 more monsters in front of us, most of which are Demon Guard level. So the White Meteor X only forced its way forward by 50 meters. The feeling of a large hand pressing on Qin Shui's shoulder. Raina seemed to be able to communicate with Qin Shui intimately. Shui, that's enough. Leave the rest to us. Qin Shui was already panting heavily. Seeing Muchun's soul fly from her body to Raina's side, she said, "Leave it to us." Qin Shui nodded. White Meteor X broke through to the right, throwing all the bombs from her waist, attracting 300 to 500 monsters to chase after her. In the end, only the Rock Phoenix EX remained. There are too few of them. The students have already pushed themselves to the limit. Moreover, everyone is in danger now, and it feels like their energy will only last for about 10 minutes if they just run away. Running out of energy could mean certain death. "Lena, it's our turn. Give me all your power." With Muchun's 2 Cybertronian hearts connected, Raina felt an inexhaustible power. Facing a large number of charging monsters, raise the Earth Phoenix, sword high. Phoenix slash. 100-meter-long golden sword aura slashed out, instantly turning any demonic guard-level monster in its path into dust. A vacuum zone of 100 meters was cleaved open directly in front. The Rock Phoenix EX is making a strong push. Countless viewers clenched their fists in tension. Although that slash was incredibly cool and captivated countless mecha girls. But the current scene looks like a chopstick stuck into black sesame paste. The monsters swarmed in relentlessly, including several general-level creatures. Lena, Lei Li, and Lei Yingying were watching. Rina's parents have gone out to fight and provide support. Raina, everyone in the center of the hub, watched nervously. Raina, like a lone queen venturing deep into enemy territory, charged toward the Tower of Insatiability. The aerial monsters were the first to pounce. Lena, clear. Rock Phoenix EX was aimed at the sky, and Muchun's talent was injected. S-Class Virtual Quantum Bombardment. Clusters of fire erupted in the sky, turning it into a sea of flames. 300 or 400 aerial monsters were blasted to pieces, but some still managed to charge forward. Swarms of monsters pounced at us from all sides. Talent infusion. Raina's voice boomed with anger. Peerless Earth. 20 golden sword energies surged forth in a frenzy. The scene of instantly killing 700 or 800 monsters was extremely shocking. Many viewers in Wuyun's main city were moved to tears. But amidst the sword energy, the 3-headed demon charged forward. Blood Moon Demon Wolf, warrior level, LV-62. Blood Moon Vajra, warrior class, LV-63. Blood Moon Demon Panther, warrior level, LV-65. The 3-headed demon darted through the sword energy at incredible speed, and after a 1-second delay, when Raina used this move, it came up to bite and grab the arms and legs of Yanhuang EX. Not good. Many people felt this scene was very dangerous. But the next second, the unstoppable power of the Rock Phoenix EX carried the 3-headed warrior-level monster 50 meters into the air. Then, it slammed into the ground with a golden flame storm as it spun at supersonic speed. Rock Phoenix Cyclone, earth-shattering explosion. The explosion sent the charging monsters flying, and at the center of the explosion, all 3 general-level monsters fell to the ground, their bodies shattered. Chapter 82. A terrifying monster that brings despair appears. The 3-headed warrior-level monster was instantly killed by Raina. In these situations where one person fights against 1,000, Muchun basically lets Raina take control while he provides support. Everyone at the Wuyun Hub Center watched nervously. The earth-shattering strike of Yanhuang EX and that move just now were incredibly cool, getting many viewers excited. They understand that too. Raina wanted to end the battle quickly. If it dragged on too long, everyone would eventually give up. Analyst, can you analyze Raina's current energy and physical condition? Deputy Commander Long had never been so nervous. The war has also broken out on the Tower of Corruption. But there are 3 powerful mecha girls over there, and the monsters there are much weaker. Out of 10,000, 8,000 are servant level. Elizabeth Blake's bombed them badly. The current focus of the scene is on 3 against 1 leader-level monster. Once they kill this commander-level monster, they can demolish the tower. In comparison, the monsters on the Tower of Insatiable Desire are at least 2 or 3 levels stronger. Both towers must be destroyed to break through the barrier of greed. Sir, according to our analysis, the Rock Phoenix EX is currently at 31% energy usage and 15% damage level. It consumes a lot of energy. But this is normal analysis for them. Little did she know, Raina was now completely captivated by Muchun. However, Raina's physical fatigue and the damage from being hit by a large number of ranged attacks from monsters were real. The Earth Rock Phoenix sword slashed horizontally from left to right. The sword energy slashed the charging demon away. Raina killed at least 1,000 monsters in just half a minute, which shows how terrifying the destructive power of the Rock Phoenix EX is. The remaining monsters were clearly intimidated. Moreover, all 3 general-level monsters were instantly killed. Roar. A sharp roar. It's that voice again. The monsters, which had initially hesitated, charged forward again. Bring it on. Raina was fearless. Muchun unleashed his energy, and the Rock Phoenix EX sword energy cleared the way. Monsters are closing in from the front. Lina. Clear. The two became increasingly adept at coordinating, showing no sign of panic even when caught in the middle of battle. Yanwang EX reached out his hand, and Muchun activated his talent, Destruction Pulse. The mech status has been greatly enhanced. The black and red shockwave crushed the 200 monsters in front of it, clearing a path. Rock Phoenix EX made a strong advance, and the Tower of Insatiable Desire was only 300 meters ahead. Raina pulled out the Ocmal Quantum Cannon from behind her back with a loud bang. The cannonball hit the Tower of Insatiable Desire squarely. Many people who saw this scene were about to say good, but then swallowed their words, because the cannon was blocked. This Tower of Insatiable Desire not only has a tortoise-shaped defensive barrier, but a huge black shadow also blocked its way just now. A small hill with a body that fell 30 meters down, a huge wild boar with crimson and brown scales. It opened its 8 eyes, and its body shook as if an earthquake had struck. What kind of monster is this? Have no idea. It looks like it's at a very high level. People trembled when they saw this scene. The hub center actually detected this monster just now. Sir, that's what we just scanned. A LV-99 earth-shattering honey badger. The earth shatters. The honey badger roars sharply, raises its hooves, and tramples in war. The rocky ground cracked and crashed towards Rock Phoenix EX like a rocky wave. Under the activation of the earth-shattering honey badger's magic, the giant rocks and waves deformed, forming a phantom image of a gigantic pig hundreds of meters long. Rumor has it that this move can directly reduce the durability of the main city's walls by 1/3. It only takes 3 strikes to destroy a super city wall of the Wuyun main city level. On both sides were berserk monsters, and in front of him were crushing attacks. The stars are shining. Linkage coefficient 65%, output power 105%, Iweo EX transformation. Unleash power. A full force strike. A sword strike cleaves the earth in a blaze of fire. For a moment, everyone pulling at the monster seemed to go deaf for 2 seconds, followed by a deafening explosion of massive flames. The phantom of a giant pig, over 100 meters tall, was shattered into centimeter-sized rock fragments and exploded. The bodies of thousands of monsters on both sides were half disappeared, like a loaf of toast being torn in half. They were all instantly killed by the airflow of the glazed fire. Only the hilt of the SS Earth Phoenix sword in the hands of the Fire Phoenix War Princess remained, while the swordswoman was stuck in the tail of the earth-shattering honey badger. The earth shattered, and the honey badger gaped in disbelief. What kind of destructive power is this? Its body, including its heart and crystal core, was cut open from mouth to tail. The enormous body resembled a shattered heart, lying on the ground in 2 pieces. Sold out instantly. Countless people gaped in astonishment upon seeing this settlement screen. So cool. I was shaking all over while watching. Killed in seconds. Several operators and analysts at the Wuyun Hub Center shouted excitedly. Lina, she's amazing. A level 99 Earth Smash Honey Badger. Instant kill. The weapons were shattered because of the immense destructive power. The sword energy from both sides has taken away at least 1,000 demons. The excited voices reached Murong Fei, who then connected everyone via her communicator. Everyone was excited when they heard that. Purple Lily, you guys are something else. Zhao Junkai. After all, he can beat me, Zhao Junkai. By Xiantian. Level 99? Instant kill? Li Zongfeng. Well done. The Fire Phoenix War maiden gripped the sword hilt with both hands, panting. Raina's sword strike had consumed a great deal of her strength. Deputy Commander Long immediately asked, Analyst, how is the situation with the Flaming Phoenix War maiden? Based on our preliminary analysis, Raina's body is currently 47% damaged, and she has about 1/5 of her energy left. She can last for another minute. There is still hope. The remaining 1,000 or so demons can't stop Raina and Muchun. Countless people saw hope. However, fate always plays tricks on good people. When countless people saw hope, in Raina and Muchun's eyes, the scene flashed by like a revolving lantern. That was the scene of the entire Wuyun main city being destroyed, with corpses strewn everywhere. In the end, more than 400 million people died in the Battle of Wuyun main city, while the greedy monarch obtained the heart of the Star Sea and left with less than 50,000 demons. This is fate. It seems to be etched in the starry sky, etched in the seventh universe. Fate, what a bastard. Like a waterfall cascading down, terrifying magic suddenly stunned the entire scene. Alert! Alert! An extremely high energy reaction has been detected in the area marked as the Tower of Insatiability. A monarch-level monster has been detected, estimated level 135. All personnel in the Tower of Insatiable Desire area must evacuate. Evacuate immediately. Alert! Tens of thousands of new monsters have been detected emerging from underground in the Tower of Insatiability area. The alarm signal resounded throughout the entire territory of Wuyun. It extinguished everyone's hopes. The greedy lord grinned smugly. Right in front of the Tower of Insatiable Despair, the earth cracked open and tens of thousands of new underground monsters poured in. And among them, emerged a 60-meter-tall monster that inspired despair, the seven-headed Hellhound King. Its estimated level is a terrifying 135, making it an absolute powerhouse that would require 5 celestial Star War maidens to barely contend with. It appeared right here. Furthermore, the main body spoke in human language. Is this what humans call a celestial star battle maiden? It does have some destructive power enough to kill that stupid pig, but your weapon is just a tickle to me. Its 7 heads, each with a different attribute, stared at the flaming phoenix battle maiden, while behind her, countless demons roared, "Fear! Your flesh and blood will surely taste even better." Chapter 83, Flaming Phoenix Battle Princess EX. Brilliant Burst Mode. The LV-135 Monarch-level monster, the 7-headed Hellhound King, is the Greed Lord's strongest spear. Legend has it that it was born from a deep abyss rift. Its entire body is covered in charred, jagged scales, and every inch of its skin gleams with a dark purple sheen. Its 7 heads represent fire, ice, poisonous miasma, lightning, rotten earth, and storm, while the main head is shadow. One appeared more than 200 years ago. At that time, humans deployed 10 groups of battle maidens of level 80 or above to severely injure and repel it. At that time, 4 out of the 10 groups of strong humans perished. It's the 7-headed Hellhound King. Tell her to run. There's not even a 1 in 1,000 chance of winning. The voice told the Eastern Governor from the shadows in the center of the hub. Raina, I am Commander Dongfangman. Retreat. Run. You could take 10 of those monsters to defeat. Run? Can you really escape? Everyone was in despair. With the 7-headed Hellhound King and countless demons, no one could break through. Lina and Muchun certainly knew. Under such terrifying pressure, 99% of the mecha girls would be so frightened that their legs would go weak, or they might even faint. But Lina and Muchun wouldn't. Lina, you're here. The 7-headed Hellhound King stood still, with light emanating from the mouths of its 6 heads. The front features a swirling vortex of burning flames. The Fire Phoenix War Maiden dodged, but before she could land, the earth exploded, sending up glacial spikes hundreds of meters long. The Fire Phoenix War Maiden spun around and unleashed the moon's descent slash, shattering the ice in midair. The instant I landed. On the left, miasma formed a 50-meter-long giant python, and rotten soil transformed into a colossal elephant that charged towards Raina and the others. Muchun used all his strength, pulling Raina along like a golden lightning bolt dodging. But lightning struck from behind, leaving virtually no room to dodge. Gamma flicker. They teleported 100 meters away, dodging 6 attacks, but the 7-headed Hellhound King appeared behind them at the speed of shadow. The huge tail swept across. Then we heard a sound like an explosion. The Fire Phoenix War Maiden was blasted hundreds of meters away, crashed to the ground, bounced up, and flew another 50 meters before stopping. Trembling. Countless people in the main city of Wuyun trembled upon seeing this scene. The Flaming Phoenix War Maiden has already demonstrated the top-tier strength of the Celestial Star Mecha Girls. Even the Celestial Knight, Li Mulan, admitted that she couldn't have done that slash just now. Even so, I have no idea what happened, given the terrifying elemental explosion and the ghostly speed just now. All they could see was Raina and the others lying hundreds of meters away. Reporting, sir. Raina estimates that the machine is damaged by more than 80%. The data clerk dared not speak. Some of the mecha girls were biting their fingers, and even the people at the hub center were in despair. That's too powerful. That monster is too powerful. The seven-headed hellhound king spoke with disdain. To be able to dodge 6 of my attacks, you are among the best of the creatures on your planet. I am Lord Greed's strongest spear, and with me guarding this place, no one can break through. Cold, terrifying, death, decay. This scene is so desperate it sends chills down your spine. Only the sound of the tattered golden cloak trembling could be heard. The Fire Phoenix War Princess, supporting herself on the ground, tried to stand up. Lena, are you alright? I've never felt this much pain before. Not even from the last injury. Looks like we're gonna die here, dying alongside you, you bastard. Raina had lost all hope. She instinctively wanted to stand up. She was the son of the earth, and even if she were to die, she would die standing. Muchun was also in excruciating pain all over his body. Yeah, this monster is too strong. Even 10 of us probably couldn't defeat it. I feel like I'm going to die. How about Raina calls me husband? At a time like this, you rascal. Humph, let me make you happy, honey. Muchun's voice, filled with enjoyment, said, what if I don't want to die? Especially with such a beautiful wife. I can't bear to leave her. Muchun's deep voice, carrying Raina's heavy tone, called out to the hub. Deputy Commander Long, what's the situation on the other side? At a time like this, you still have the mind to ask the other side? Muchun, the quality of the monsters over there is much lower. They have a high chance of success, but Deputy Commander Long was speechless. Muchun grinned. Don't be so desperate. I haven't even started fighting for my life yet. A desperate gamble? Muchun's voice. Deputy Commander Long, will you promise me one thing? You say, after this disaster is over, bury me on a high hill and carve the names of several mecha girls on my tombstone. Deputy Governor Long and the people at the hub couldn't understand what Muchun meant. Raina, it's all up to you. What are you going to do? Lena, talent, invincible battle maiden. Sizzle, sizzle. At this moment, we can see that the most severe wound on the back of the Flaming Phoenix Battle Maiden is being repaired. Raina herself almost forgot that she had obtained this new talent from Muchun. The seven-headed Hellhound King looked over. Humph, he even has a healing talent? He's just easily used as a ball by me once. Its enormous body is walking towards us step by step. Raina sensed Muchun's burning will. Since her man was determined to fight to the end, she would naturally accompany him to the very end. The only problem is that the main weapon is gone. Muchun controlled the fiery Phoenix Battle Maiden, pressing her hand onto the ground. With a whoosh, the earth split open, like the sun rising from the earth, and the SSS-level weapon, the brilliant Sun Divine Sword, seemed to be pulled out of the earth. Now we have the weapon to kill it. I was originally planning to give it to you for your birthday, Muchun said to Raina. Raina reached out and grasped the brilliant sun sword, its surging power gleaming brightly. Now that we have weapons, the next step is strength. Lu Huanhuang War Maiden stepped forward, holding the brilliant sun divine sword in both hands. Muchun's deep voice said, now it's time to fight to the death. Fate is meant to be broken. Unleash your true self. Your moment to shine. A golden light erupted in the spiritual universe as Muchun ignited himself. Warning! Ultra-high energy reaction detected in the area of the Tower of Insatiability. Target confirmed as Ryoko Rock Phoenix Battle Princess. A huge array of light appeared on the ground. Flowers, trees, sky, breeze, clouds, sun, rainbow, ocean, beach, forest, pebbles, gravel, earth. In an instant, the cosmic ring shone. A dazzling golden light shot into the sky. Boom! A booming sound. Like a giant firework unfolding in the sky, a dazzling 100-meter-long barrier of light appeared, and standing within the barrier was the Flaming Phoenix Battle Princess EX. Linkage coefficient 70%. Output power 34.55%. Raina felt Muchun hug her from behind, and the boundless, immense power became a part of her. A dazzling cloak appeared on the body of the Fire Phoenix War Maiden, and every part of her armor shone with 7-colored light. What kind of power is this? Muchun, this is. Muchun's voice. Raina, my time is running out. Now let's kill this arrogant guy. All right. Raina gripped the radiant sun divine sword with both hands. Liu Yuan Wang Zhangji Eux, Brillant Burst Mode. Chapter 84 Muchun. Who says the left side always loses in a match? I've never seen a battle maiden in such a form. She was like a seven-colored sun burning in the sky. Zibaihe could see it. Zhao Junkai could see it. Li Zongfeng and the others. Qin Shuai felt that Muchun within her body had disappeared. She transformed back into her mechanical form, the Flash 11 fighter jet, and soared into the sky, looking at the dazzling battle maiden in the air. Teacher Raina, Muchen. Everyone at Wu Yun's command center was watching this scene. A professional data analyst reported, "Sir, we have detected a massive amount of energy covering the entire body of the Flaming Phoenix Battle Maiden. According to the machine's assessment, the output power may exceed 3,000%. This light is the light of miracles, the light of hope." The seven-headed Hellhound King sensed something was wrong. Its 6 heads unleash powerful elemental forces. Towering flames, piercing ice, poisonous gas transforming into a giant dragon, and thunder roaring down with a destructive storm. Whoosh! A golden cross flashes. Flames were cleaved, ice was shattered, and dragons were pierced through the air. The Flaming Phoenix Battle Princess EX burst down, its speed so fast that even the seven-headed Hellhound King could only see a streak of light. A wall of rotten earth blocked its way. The Flaming Phoenix Warrior EX unleashed a Z-shaped light-speed flash, piercing through the wall of rotten earth and appearing in front of the seven-headed Hellhound King. Too fast. The seven-headed Hellhound King hadn't expected the opponent to be so fast. It has increased the super speed by 30 times. The seven-headed Hellhound King was already drawing back, but Raina's sword was faster. The head of the flame and the poisonous miasma flew out. The seven-headed Hellhound King roared in pain, unleashing a combined attack from its thunderous and stormy heads. A storm of lightning swept down. A blazing, seven-colored sun. A single sword cleaves the heavens. Clang. The storm was cleaved open, and even the entire realm of greed experienced tremendous fluctuations. What happened? Now it's the greedy lord's turn to ask. A dazzling display of flames swooped down. The five-headed Hellhound King burrowed underground to try and create distance. Facing the ground, unleash the brilliant rock phoenix slash. A sword strikes from the canyon. The kilometer-long canyon was formed by sword energy. The 3 heads of ice, thunder, and storm were separated. Now, only 2 heads remain of the seven-headed Hellhound King. Damn it, damn it, damn it. The 2 Hellhound Kings charged angrily, crashing into the Flaming Phoenix Battle Princess EX, and were pushed back hundreds of meters by her as they tore through the earth. Raina and Muchun shouted at the same time, taking a step back to withstand the other's impact. He turned around and slammed the huge creature over his shoulder, creating a 500-meter wide crater in the ground. The 2 Hellhound Kings shifted their shadows, but Muchun was faster. Gamma Blink appeared behind him, and with a single sword strike, he cleaved the heavens. The 6th head of the 2 Hellhound Kings flew off, leaving only the Shadow King's head, with blood gushing from all 6 severed points. The Flaming Phoenix Battle Princess EX is on the left, and the one-headed Hellhound King is on the right. Go to hell. The one-headed Hellhound King steadied itself, gathering all its magic power in its mouth, and unleashed a shadow-piercing ray in this direction. Raina and Muchun raised their brilliant sun divine swords high and unleashed a full-force strike. A sword strikes the starry river. The beam of light cleaved through the body of the one-headed Hellhound King, and the shockwave crushed all the nearby monsters. Deputy Governor Long and Governor Dongfang stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Everyone in the entire hub stood up and stared at the screen in disbelief. Lu Huiyan Huangzhan GEX raises her left hand and clenches her fist. Muchen's triumphant voice. Who says, the left side always loses in a match. Marvelous. Lena. Muchen. The entire hub erupted in cheers. How did you do that? Why is he so strong? Just then, Raina's anxious voice was heard. Muchun, why do I feel your spiritual body disappearing? Our linkage coefficient is decreasing. What else could it be? This is a life-or-death struggle. My time is running out. Muchen's voice grew softer and softer. The once bustling hub has now fallen silent. What does time is running out mean? Hurry up and move, or the monster will pounce. I can't control my body anymore. Darling, move. Raina gritted her teeth. The linkage coefficient was gradually decreasing, and Muchun's energy supply had also disappeared at this moment. But the dazzling moment is not over yet. The tens of thousands of demons, having received the command from the Lord of Greed, charged forward in a frenzy. The Fire Phoenix warrior charged in, unleashing 100 unparalleled sword strikes. 2,000 or 3,000 demons were instantly killed, clearing a path through which no demon could stop her advance. He leaped high into the air, facing the Tower of Insatiable Desire. The Flaming Phoenix War Maiden unleashes a devastating sword strike. Bang! That's... The Tower of Insatiable Desire collapsed, and Silver Domain's soul power rose into the sky, affecting this area. The project is progressing much faster here than the one toward the Tower of Corruption. After all, it would take Elizabella a lot of time to fly there with her people. The Tower of Insatiable Desire, whether it was the monsters chasing the group or the remaining monsters, has now all begun to flee. Because they also knew that the king had entrusted them with guarding the Tower of Insatiability, but it had fallen. If this place falls, what awaits them is the king's wrath and annihilation. Run. Run wherever you can. After the monsters fled, everyone rushed towards the direction where the Tower of Insatiable Desire had collapsed. Teacher Raina, Muchun, Qin Shui was the first to fly down. She was exhausted after transforming back into human form, and she even rolled on the ground before running up. Zhao Junkai and his group, Zibaiha and her group, and Japak carrying the panting Li Moyu arrived. Raina and the others have just disintegrated. When Zibaiha and the others arrived, they saw Qin Shui trembling. Even a queen like Raina couldn't hold back her tears, because in Raina's hands, there was only Muchun's school uniform. The person had completely disappeared. Muchun, where are you? Don't play hide and seek with me. Where are you? I, Zhao Junkai, am here to challenge you to a one-on-one fight. I'll let you in one more time, Muchun. Zhao Junkai's hands were trembling. He actually understood. That dazzling light, that power that transcended limits. It might also be a kind of talent. Everything comes at a price. The numerous explosions made the scene unclear for the people in Wuyun's main city, and they could no longer hear any sounds. But they will see that dazzling light, that kind of power on the posts in Wuyun main city. The pilot of the Flaming Phoenix War Princess created a miracle by burning her own life. The end. That's impossible. But Muchun's soul had fallen into a deep sleep. Let's turn the camera to the other side. Princess Elizabeth and her companions demolished the Tower of Corruption. At this moment, the blood-red light curtain in the sky is disappearing. In several other main cities, the Longsha main city hub also instantly sounded a notification sound. Please note, signal is being established in Wuyun main city. Please note, once the main city of Wuyun is observed, a multi-screen display will be immediately generated. All major hubs, including those on the Blue Europe and Ice Bear sides, show the utterly devastated Wuyun main city. Nearly half of the city was destroyed, and the southern city wall was cracked in multiple places, filled with the corpses of humans and monsters. The scene was shocking to everyone. Liang Guoqing shouted loudly, "All troops provide full support to Wuyun's main city." Chapter 8510 Celestial Star Machine Girls make their debut. North and east of the outer border of Wuyun's main city, the garrison legions, who were fighting against monsters, saw the blood-red sky disappear. I saw even more distant mountains and rivers. They also saw reinforcements. The 150,000-strong Dragon and Lion Legion has arrived in the north, and the 150,000-strong Dragon Tiger Legion has arrived in the east. Clusters, 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 clusters. The people of Wuyun's main city saw a dense rain of missiles falling from the sky. The S-class weapon, the Dongkong 166 long-range pinpoint missile, and the S-class weapon, the Donghua 255 long-range airspace missile, launched a saturation attack from 3 main cities, with more than 10,000 missiles fired. Conduct a saturation attack over the skies above Wuyun main city, at a distance of more than 300 meters from the city. 3, 2, 1. Target airspace detonation. Boom, boom, boom. At least 3,000 anti-aircraft missiles exploded, wiping out the monsters in the air. More than 5,000 other missiles launched a saturation attack on the southern city wall of Wuyun's main city. The Vulture King flew out from the Frost Fissure in the air, spewing out a storm of ice and snow from its mouth. These missiles will destroy a large area in the air. However, Longxia's saturation attack, with 5,000 men, was too numerous and covered too much ground. The Frost Rift Vulture King destroyed more than 3,000 missiles, and it also had to withstand the shock waves and radiation from those missile explosions. This caused its fur to stand on end, and it also consumed a huge amount of magic power. Missiles from both sides rained down, bombarding the monsters on the plain. "Lord Greed," the Frost Rift Vulture King cried out. The greedy lord stood in the purple domain in the air, as a large number of missiles aimed and locked onto him and attacked. He raised the scepter in his hand, "Shatter the realm." The greedy lord is an extremely powerful user of the domain. He sensed something was wrong when he realized that the two key towers of the formation had been destroyed. This result far exceeded his expectations, or rather, he thought he was taking advantage of Mr. Owl. "I never imagined that damn guy was using him too. The intelligence was wrong. How could the other side have a powerful member capable of killing the seven-headed Hellhound King? Those were his right-hand men." The power of the domain is unfolding. The resulting shockwave caused the missile to explode the instant it entered the area. The shockwave was extremely powerful. The greedy lord waved his left hand, and a barrier of demonic energy appeared to protect him. An Emperor-level expert would naturally not fear such an attack. "Sir, our missiles failed to hit the greedy lord." Dongfang Man knew. "It's okay because they've all come." The greedy lord looked around. Now he was surrounded by Dragon Heaven Star Machine Girl, 9th seat, sort of the Imperial household, SS rank Zama's Laser Gun Girl, Mei Jinshuang. Dragon Sky Star Machine Girl, 7th seat, Sky Knight, SS class MB2 Sky Knight Reconnaissance Machine, Li Mulan. Long Tianxia Star Machine Girl, 6th seat, Rain God of the Sky, SS class Rain God Bomber, Li Yuelin. Dragon Heaven Star Mecha Girl, 5th seat, Skytop, SS class Source Space Satellite Mecha Girl, Xiong Xia. Dragon Heaven Star Mecha Girl, 3rd seat, Dongfang Hailong, SS R-Class Liao Divine Ship Aircraft Carrier, Feng Guojiao. Gan Sangyue, the 2nd seat of the Dragon Heaven Star Mecha Girl, Destruction Storm, SSS Class National Guardian Aerospace Fighter. And the 3rd and 7th seats of the Ice Bear Kingdom's Celestial Star Machine Girl. Blue O Tianqing Machine Girl, 6th seat, 12th seat. 10 Celestial Star Mecha Girls and their pilots surrounded the greedy lord. "Everyone, unleash your strongest forms. He's skilled in domain power, so be careful." Li Mulan shouted to everyone. "Bring out all the things you've been saving." Gan Sangyue, the 2nd seat holder, shouted, "Launch the attack with myself and Feng Guojiao at the core. Transform." Zamasu Laser Gun Princess Mei Jinshuang transforms into the high-destruction speed-type SS-class Sword King Mecha and forcibly activates her Battle Maiden form with a delicate shout. Divine Sword of China, SS-rank Sword Queen War Maiden, reporting for duty. MB2 Sky Knight Reconnaissance Aircraft Li Mulan transforms into an all-around SS-class Sky Knight. With a wave of her hand, the knight's robe shone brightly. Originally, it would take all her strength to forcefully activate the Battle Maiden form. But for some reason, Li Mulan felt very relaxed. Knights of the Sky, SS-rank Sky Knight War Maidens, reporting for duty. Li Yuelin, piloting the Dark Green Rain God Bomber, transforms into the SS-class Sky King Mech, a heavy destruction type in the air in a coordinated transformation. The Destroyer of the Skies, the SS-class Aerial Combat Girl. Here she comes. Satellite Dome Sasha ascends into the sky, and the SS-class Wind Angel, an aerial long-range support aircraft, undergoes a forced transformation. Aerial Angel, SS rank Celestial Wind Battle Maiden, reporting for duty. The ocean roared, and the seawater broke through the earth, carrying Feng Guojiao into the sky, where she and her chariot transformed. Ocean Transcendence SSR level Poseidon X. In collaboration transformation, a marine storm surges into the sky. Sea Goddess, SSR, Sea Goddess War Princess, here to report. Stirring up a storm that engulfs heaven and earth, the National Defending Aerospace Fighter Gan Sangyue and its pilot transform into the aerial transcendent SS class Assault Air God Mech, forcibly transforming. Destruction Storm, SSS rank Destiny Destruction, War, Maiden reporting for duty. The reinforcements that came were basically Longxia's strongest anti-air combination. The support from Ice Bear and Blue O also came from the flying girls of the Celestial Star Machine Girls. Although Feng Guijiao is the sea goddess, she possesses an SSR-level main cannon, making her extremely strong against air attacks. Daki. Use me as the attacker, and protect Feng Guijiao's output as the tactical action. Gan Sangyue is the highest level mecha girl in Longxia, reaching level 115. Her pilot is Liang Tian, the current top-rated SSR level pilot in Longxia. He is the third son of Commander Liang Wuqing, and is the only known SSR level pilot. If it weren't for the popularity vote for Tianqing Mecha Girl, in terms of strength, the combination of Gan Sangyue and Liang Tian, who are in second place, should be the strongest in Longxia. They are all beings above level 110. Facing the greedy lord, the Fate Destruction War Maiden drew her SSR level weapon, the Dragon Summer Spear, and charged forward, with the other War Maidens providing support from the left and right. On the ground, the Sea Goddess War Maiden wields the SSR Blue Ancestor Particle Railgun, the most powerful weapon in terms of instantaneous damage that Long Xia can create. A flash of light and an explosion occurred in the sky. 8 beams of light relentlessly attacked the greedy lord's magic barrier. Is the greedy lord a mage or a domain mage? Close quarters combat is indeed a weakness. However, the greedy lord's domain movement is very strong, allowing for continuous domain displacement in the air. This wasn't the first time anyone had fought like this, and they all coordinated very well, with everyone retreating and launching ranged attacks. The Sea Goddess War Maiden unleashed a shot that pierced the sky, striking the magic barrier. The beam grazed the greedy lord's shoulder as it pierced the heavens. Damn it! Damn it! The Frost Rift Vulture King charged forward. I'll go and hold off that Frost Rift Vulture King. Sky Knight Li Mulan charged out. Li Mulan, watch out! The Frost Rift Vulture King is level 130. And Li Mulan in her War Maiden form has less than a 5% chance of winning against it. The two collided in mid-air in an instant. Li Mulan cannot allow this Monarch-level monster to disrupt everyone's formation. Close quarters combat. Li Mulan's heavenly spear pierced through the opponent's skin, tearing open a wound. However, the ice flame spewed by the Vulture King from the Frost Rift burned the Sky Knight Battle Maiden, and then spewed out a huge ice pillar 200 meters high, blasting the Sky Knight Battle Maiden away. Li Mulan clung to the icicle with both hands, unable to break free. He pressed her down from the air onto the ground. Li Mulan grita, ah. She unleashed all her power and shattered the 200-meter-long ice pillar. Soaring into the sky, everyone is currently suppressing the greedy lord. If this Frost Rift Vulture King were to enter, the entire offensive rhythm would be disrupted. She held 2 heavenly spears in her hands. Even if I die, I will not let you take another step forward. The Frost Rift Vulture King's icy voice. You think you can stop me? A single battle maiden? She is a single target battle maiden, lacking both strength and the ability to sustain herself. You only realize how little you have when it matters most, if only you had someone to guide you. If I had a driver, who would it be? Li Mulan's first thought was surprisingly Muchun. She was determined not to let the Frost Rift Vulture King pass through, and a slight smile appeared on her lips. Then, Muchun, if your soul is watching from the heavens above, please lend me your power. Suddenly, Muchun awoke. His soul opened its eyes. Chapter 86, Soul-like Collaborative Transformation. Muchun woke up not long after falling asleep, partly because of the concerns of his contracted mecha girl, Li Mulan, who happened to be the last one. At this time, Lina and Qin Shui were seriously injured and have been taken back to the competition center for treatment. Justice system, what's my current situation? Muchun found himself transparent, floating in the air. From his perspective, he could see remnants of souls, like the souls of demons turning into wisps of smoke and being sucked away by the earth. Due to the use of the full, brilliant moment, the host is currently in a reshaping state and can only move within the spirit realm. What is the spirit realm? This is the intermediate plane between the death and complete dissipation of a living being. You can communicate with the remnants of the spirit realm. You are protected by the spirit of justice, and you can fly freely without consuming power. Please note that you will have 30 days left until your body reconstruction is complete. So long. The host has paid such a price for exhausting his power by using Brilliant Moment. The next time, the reshaping time will be significantly extended. System reminder. Currently, If the host body only uses the 5-second brilliant moment, there will be little consumption, which is within the tolerance range. A detailed explanation of the reading system. Muchun understood that the time required to reshape one's body depends on the degree of damage to the body, as well as one's own strength and the number of attempts. This time, he completely exhausted his body and needed a month for the first time. If he burns out his body again next time, and his body grows stronger as he grows, the number of times he has to do it could increase to over 100 days. It's really a novel experience. Muchun jumped into the air, washing socks, son of Ultraman taking off. It's like a scene from Astro Boy. White smoke billows from his feet, propelling him at high speed like a propulsion system. I am now a soul. I can fly, I can pass through anything, and I don't need to eat or drink. It feels like something out of a space travel movie. Muchun originally planned to go see Raina and Qin Shui. Just then, Muchun heard a voice, which seemed to be Li Mulan's voice. Please lend me your power. Can the system see Li Mulan's situation? Your contracted mecha girl, Li Mulan, currently has 37% damage to her body, and it is continuing to rise. The battle to defend Weiyun's main city is not over yet. Reinforcements have arrived, but the monster army will not be so easily wiped out. Muchun used his hands as propulsion devices as well. Frigates accelerated, and he rushed towards the main city of Weiyun like a cannonball. It's as fast as a jet plane. When he arrived, he saw the 9 Celestial Star War maidens besieging the greedy lord. 3 of the battle maidens were coughing up blood in the battle, and the greedy lord also appeared to be injured. The collision was absolutely terrifying. Lady Li Mulan, hold on. The reinforcements will arrive in 5 minutes. Muchun flew over a mecha squad on the ground and heard their conversation. This is the mark of the Dragon Tiger Legion. The Dragon Tiger Legion dispatched 10,000 of its main forces to support the main city, thus drawing the main force of the monsters away, with attacks from both the front and rear. High in the Sky Knight was covered in wounds, and her body was damaged by more than 49%. She was smashed away by the ice pillars spewed by the Frost Rift Vulture King. The Frost Rift Vulture King was also forced to dodge continuously by the illusory Sky Spear, unable to support the greedy lord. That greedy lord is too greedy. He wanted all. Not only did he attack the main city, but he also sent many powerful demons to attack the secondary cities and the 4 legions on the border of Weiyun's main city. If he were less greedy, he would have recalled the commanders and generals who had attacked the 4 major legions. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in this situation now. Of course, this was also because the information Mr. Xiao gave him was incorrect. Mr. Owl was also watching from the shadows. He angrily crushed a chess piece and cursed. Why is the level 130 Frost Rift Vulture King still unable to break through to a single target battle maiden? What are you doing? The Frost Rift Vulture King is like a hunter toying with its prey. Xiao needs the monsters to advance into Weiyun's main city and to exploit the advantages of the Lord of Greed so that his people can attack Weiyun's hub center. Who is it? Who is being plotted against? Li Mulan. Muchun flew up, and Li Mulan couldn't hold on any longer. System, can I help her? Li Mulan is your contracted mecha girl. You can collaborate with her, but this will extend your rebirth period to 35 days. Only 5 more days. The second screen is located at the Weiyun Hub Center. All the Tianxing mecha girls were fighting desperately, but Li Mulan was seriously injured, and many staff members were moved to tears. The Eastern commander's voice trembled slightly. Analysts, the Sky Knights are now. The moment Li Mulan's energy was exhausted, the moment her war maiden form was cancelled, death awaited her. Moreover, the 9-man formation besieging the greedy lord will be broken up. Reporting to the commander, Lady Li Mulan's body is 55% damaged, and her energy should be exhausted. The system estimates that her battle maiden form can only be maintained for a maximum of 15 seconds. 14 seconds. 13 seconds. 12 seconds. The big screen displays the data of the Sky Knight, whose entire body is emitting a red glow of injury, and on the right is the estimated countdown time for her transformation. The predictions made by Wu Yunlong's AI system have very small errors. The Frost Rift Vulture King looked at the Sky Knight, who could no longer lift his hand. Out of energy. Huh? When you humans run out of energy, you're just a pile of scrap metal. I was hoping you could hold on a little longer, but it seems you can't. 8 seconds. 7 seconds. Li Mulan knew that her energy was exhausted, and she could no longer even move. She is very weak now, and she will be in great pain when her energy is depleted. Driver, Muchun. 6 seconds. Driver, Muchun. 5 seconds. Driver, Muchun. Muchun is a soul entity, so the other party cannot hear what he says. But to Li Mulan's surprise, her body panel suddenly showed that the pilot was connected to Much in one way. 4 seconds. While Li Mulan was preparing, she watched the footage from the tower of insatiable desire. Muchun. 3 seconds. Driver, Muchun. Li Mulan's lips curled up slightly. You've come to help me? Accept. Mecha girl. Li Mulan, pilot. Muchun, collaboration successful. The heart of Cybertron is injected. 2 seconds. 1 second. Time's up. Ding. The time on the screen is getting longer. But as everyone in the hub watched the screen, the Sky Knight Valkyrie did not revert to her transformation. 10 seconds have passed. It's been extended by 10 seconds. Data, clerk, came the voice of the Eastern Governor. Sir, the error couldn't possibly be 10 seconds. Li Mulan's eyes widened. She was currently in a state of linkage with the driver, but she could not sense Muchun's spiritual body. But a surge of energy continuously flowed into her depleted body. Unleash your true self. A dazzling moment. Not only was Li Mulan's time being extended indefinitely, but she also picked up her blood-stained dual pistols again. A 50-meter long silver firework appeared behind her, bursting into light in the air. Sky Knight War Maiden's brilliant mode. The data analyst saw the numbers on the screen jump. Report, sir. The Sky Knight Battle Maiden's data has skyrocketed, with an estimated output power of 675%. Silver lightning flashed as the Sky Knight Valkyrie charged toward the Frost Rift Vulture King. The Frost Rift Vulture King reacted instantly, flapping its wings violently, sending 200-meter-long ice pillars hurtling towards it. Crossed hands, heavenly spear slash. The Sky Knight War Maiden shattered the ice pillar, and the Silver Sky Knight appeared before the Vulture King in the Frost Rift, delivering a kick that shone with light. Boom! The Frost Rift Vulture King was kicked away and crashed to the ground from the air. The Celestial Warrior turned in the air, drawing a silver arc, and combined the 2 celestial spears into one, pointing it at the greedy lord. Celestial Spear. Punish evil. Chapter 87. This evil system is beyond saving. The Sky Knight War Maiden delivered a powerful kick, sending the Frost Rift Vulture King flying, without a second's delay. She controlled the gun to fly in a perfect arc, combining her 2 guns to unleash her strongest attack, Heavenly Spear, punishing evil. The shot struck the greedy lord's protective barrier with tremendous force, seemingly about to penetrate it. The greedy lord never expected this. He was waiting for the Frost Rift Vulture King's support. But you, a dignified monarch-level monster, can't defeat a mere battle maiden? Does that make sense? Even the Frost Rift Vulture King had something to say. The 7-headed Hellhound King was killed outright, and it was even 5 levels higher than him. The synergy of Muchun's soul form can only achieve 1/3 of its effect. Therefore, the remodeling process adds 5 days. Unfortunately, some monsters on a monster side are only pretending to work. This shot shattered the balance. This shot pierced the barrier. The greedy lord's greedy realm, which consumes a great deal of energy, is now under continuous attack, and his internal magic power is being greatly depleted. The SSS rank Destiny Destruction War Maiden's strength also made him tremble. Furthermore, the Sea Goddess War Maiden's ground-based super precision shooting support has already caused him to suffer several setbacks. These battle maidens are all highly experienced. The greedy lord's staff blocked the tip of the spear. Shock zone. Open up, shouted the Destiny Destruction War Maiden. Everyone immediately retreated more than 300 meters away. Except for the Sky Knight War Maiden who was affected, all the other War Maidens reached a safe position. Particle railguns pierced the sky. It pierced straight through the greedy lord's abdomen, causing him to cough up purple blood in pain. Damn it. The greedy lord paid the price for his arrogance and pride. His moves were anticipated by his opponent. Gravity field, oscillation field, destruction field. Many of his moves have a weakness. When magic power is insufficient, the coverage area is only 300 to 500 meters. Someone's providing humans with information about his techniques. The greedy lord suddenly came to his senses and roared towards the main city. So it was you. You bastard. Open fire, shouted the Destiny Destruction War Maiden. Li Mulan was thrown away, But her mission of distraction and surprise attack was accomplished. She shattered the opponent's last magical barrier. Dragon Spear Destruction Storm Slash. The Destiny Destruction War Maiden spun her Dragon Summer Spear and slashed from a distance. Blue Ancestor Particle Railgun fully activated. Poseidon War Maiden fired her weapon at maximum power. The Skywind Warrior's weapons unfolded into discs, and her trump card, the Whirlwind Laser Cannon, was fired. The powerful Air Warrior's waist and shoulder armor opened, and all quantum bombs were launched. Sword King Sky-Splitting Slash. Behold my nuclear bomb. Fire the dual ion cannons. All the Valkyries unleash their strongest attacks available at the moment. This is the last chance. 3 of the 9 had already suffered more than 55% damage to their bodies, making it impossible for them to completely avoid the shockwaves from the destructive domain. Moreover, the energy and transformation time of the 5 battle maidens are all running out. Finally, the Sky Knight War Maiden, who had been forced back by the shockwave, raised her hand. Li Mulan sensed that Muchun wanted her to raise her hand. Raise your hand. Talent Infusion, Destruction Pulse. Phantom Quantum Bombardment. To finish off the final offensive. The sky was a chaotic mess from the explosion. Very good, they did a great job. A satisfied voice came from the shadows in the Wuyun Hub Center. Can we take it down? Dongfang Man asked him. Killing an emperor-level being isn't enough, but it's enough to severely injure him. He should run. As the black smoke from the explosion dissipated, the greedy lord was found shattered, bleeding from multiple wounds. The greedy lord growled, Damn humans, and those 2 damn bastards, you just wait. I'll be back. Domain, phase shift. Stop him. As the Destiny Destruction War Maiden and the Heavenly Wind War Maiden rushed forward, space had already distorted. The greedy lord shifted to the high sky above a plane, panting heavily. Damn humans. I underestimated you. Wait until I recuperate, then I'll come back with a vengeance. You just wait. At that moment, the Frost Rift Vulture King flew over. Frost Rift Vulture King, are you the only one who has returned? The Frost Rift Vulture King replied, We are already retreating, but the human legions have surrounded us. Of the 4 legions outside, the original 400,000 troops are now estimated to have only about 200,000 left. The only other ones are flying monsters that can return. Those on the ground have now been trapped and beaten. The 4 legions on the border of Wuyun's main city, along with 4 reinforcement legions, cleared out the monsters on the ground. We can just gather these useless things together again. The greedy lord didn't care whether they lived or died. He didn't even care about the lives of his subordinates, such as the 7-headed Hellhound King and the Swarm Locust King. Now all I want is to return to my fortress and recover. Frost Rift Vulture King, take me back. The Frost Rift Vulture King led the greedy lord back into the canyon, back to their hidden stronghold. Just as it was descending, the Frost Rift Vulture King suddenly stopped, violently slamming the greedy lord to the ground. Frost Rift Vulture King, what are you doing? Before the greedy lord could finish speaking, a sharp claw pierced straight through his crystal core. He turned around, trembling. You are jealous. The Lord of Jealousy pulled out his crystal core heart and held it in his hand. If you hadn't been so badly injured, your domain would have been a real headache. It seems you need to upgrade it. Your power is mine now. Why, did you find this place? No sooner had he finished speaking than the Frost Rift Vulture King prostrated himself beside the Lord of Jealousy, pledging allegiance to him. Frost Rift Vulture King, you betrayed me. The Frost Rift Vulture King has always been a half-hearted worker and has long since betrayed the cause. You bastard, do you think you can kill me like this? Another shadow emerged from the darkness. What if I join you? Gluttony? How did you recover? How did you acquire a human body? If Lei Li and the others were there, they would surely discover that the gluttonous lord had possessed Kong Lingqing's body. The gluttonous lord smirked. A grand offensive? Your approach is too weak. Let me handle it. The crisis in Wuyun's main city, the crisis in Longxia, and the crisis in the world are only just beginning. The scene returns to the direction of Wuyun's main city. Although the greedy lord and the Frost Rift Vulture King escaped with serious injuries, there's still more than 200,000 monsters here. The 5 celestial Star War maidens in the air were already exhausted and could no longer hold on, so they all deactivated their transformations. Leave the rest to us. Men, cover their retreat immediately and get them to the medical area for treatment. The Sea God War Maiden, the Sky Wind War Maiden, and and a strong sky war maiden can still fight. Li Mulan was breathing heavily as the sky knight war maiden slowly landed on the ground. Linkage terminated. Li Mulan deactivated her transformation, but she was the only one who fell. The moment she landed on the ground, she felt completely powerless, and her consciousness began to blur. She stretched out her hand toward the sky, as if she saw Muchen's figure. "Thank you, Muchen." The rescue team's helicopter girl arrived. "Quickly, take Lady Li Mulan to get treatment. Hurry." Muchun floated in the air and watched as the 3 medical team members from the Dragon Tiger Legion took Li Mulan away for treatment. Only then did he feel relieved. Her body is 79% damaged, but once her body is remodeled, it can be slowly repaired and restored. Floating in the air, the horn of counterattack from Wuyun's main city has been sounded. "Warriors, the time to counterattack has come. Annihilate all the demons. Don't let a single one escape." Deputy Commander Long's voice resounded throughout Wuyun territory. Muchun stood with one hand on his hip, gazing at everything in the air. "My strength is not enough yet. I need to become stronger quickly. The host needs to contract more mecha girls, all for the sake of justice. Don't you have any real reward?" The justice system suggests that the host contract more mecha girls. "I'm a soul now. What's the point of making any pacts?" The justice system suggests to the host that they can form a contract with a soul-type mecha girl. "Huh, you can even make contracts with the dead." "Everything for justice. Please do your best." Host, contracted mecha girl. Sensing the host's strong desire to become stronger, the probability of triggering the contract with the mecha girl has greatly increased. Muchun covered his face. This evil system is beyond saving. Volume 2, Beyond the World. Chapter 88, Muchun arranges his own funeral. Muchun's soul is protected by the soul of justice, and his power is limitless, so he can travel at high speed to any place. The counterattack in Wuyun's main city lasted for 30 minutes before coming to an end. At the Wuyun Hub Center, Muchun also floated here. He landed next to the Eastern Mandu. At the same time, I listened to the data analyst's report. "Sir, the data is in." "Read it." Dongfang Man's voice was somewhat heavy. "This defensive battle is the largest monster tide in 300 years. The southern area of Wuyun main city is almost 100% destroyed. The western and eastern areas are 55% and 42% destroyed respectively, and only the northern area is affected by 9%. It is estimated that the number of casualties in Wuyun's main city exceeds 4.5 million, including more than 90,000 hub warriors who died, and more than 25 million people who were injured, accounting for more than 10%. More than 300,000 people died in Sisui City, including more than 10,000 key soldiers. Shuanglin City has a population of 280,000, with over 7,000 key personnel. Sanjiang City has a population of 430,000, with over 20,000 hub warriors. Sanjiang City also has several more war general-level monsters. In total, more than 5.45 million people died within the main city of Wuyun. Burying the fallen, comforting their families, clearing the remains to prevent the spread of disease, and post-disaster reconstruction are all heavy and painful topics. The next day, a topic became a trending topic. A key moment in the defense of Wuyun main city in Starry Sky Calendar 3025. The Battle of the Tower of Insatiability. Video. They accomplished the impossible task with more than a dozen students and several teachers. The invincible goddess teacher Raina and the driver who burned himself out. A salute to him. The number of comments has exceeded 9.99 million. From today onwards, the Fire Phoenix Warrior Princess is the strongest goddess in my heart. The impossible has been accomplished. I cried when I watched it. When the Fire Phoenix War Maiden took off and unleashed a 7-color light array, I got goosebumps all over my body. I saw that the condensate was spilled all over the ground, and when I looked down, the mecha girl next to me was the same. Please be more civilized upstairs. I almost couldn't hold back either. He's so cool. I cried my eyes out, and the sun rose over the earth. Who was that driver who sacrificed himself? He burned himself. Great, thank you. I heard that after the official asked Goddess Raina, she requested that the matter not be made public. Selflessness and greatness. Although I have heard some things about it, I will not say anything about it. I've also heard some things about it, and I admire them. With countless comments from people both at home and abroad, Raina's popularity is estimated to have reached a global level. A close friend sent a message to comfort Raina, saying that her driver had been killed. After learning about the situation in Wuyun main city, Muchun naturally went to find Raina and Qin Shui. I'm worried that the two of them will be upset and saddened by their own deaths. Muchun couldn't find Raina in the regular medical room, but he found her in the intensive care unit. Raina leaned on her second sister, Layli, who was in a very bad state. She was already seriously injured and had suffered a double blow. Lai Ying. Muchun floated closer and saw that Lai Ying was in the intensive care unit inside the glass enclosure. She had a hole in her abdomen the size of a small bowl. The system is checking Lai Ying's condition. Contract Mecha girl Lai Ying has suffered 81% damage. She was hit in the abdomen by 2 pulse pistol bullets and 1 pulse hand cannon bullet. Her injuries are serious, but she is temporarily out of danger. Hearing that he was out of danger, Muchun breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he was all right now, he could slowly help Lai Ying recover once his body was remodeled. I heard that a raiding squad attacked the Lamplighters' headquarters, and Lai Ying was seriously injured while trying to stop them. Hearing Lai Ying talking to the people who came to visit, Muchun understood the reason. He was now filled with murderous intent, and once he had reconstructed his body, he was determined to find out who these people were and wipe them out completely. Lei Tingyun said, the other side was clearly prepared. They took advantage of this terrifying monster tide. Their goal is the rare energy treasures in Wuyun main city. The core of the lighthouse was held by Lai Ying. The magnesium-titanium particle life core guarded by the Meng family was stolen. They failed to break through the defensive line of the Star Sea Heart. In addition, the warehouses of several other forces were attacked by them. Upon hearing his uncle's description, Muchun immediately thought of someone. Suddenly, many lines connected in his mind. Mr. Owl, the greedy lord, Su Luo, the mysterious and unfamiliar signal source, and the security system of Star Moon Academy. One thing leads to another. Su Luo. Muchun seemed to have grasped the key point. Muchun had a premonition that if they failed to seize the core of the lighthouse, they would definitely come back. Because Wuyun's main city is currently in the reconstruction phase, and various forces will join in, it is still in a weak period. In the afternoon, on a high hillside, Muchun floated here, looking at a stone tablet in front of him. Hiss! The tomb of Muchun. He attended his own funeral. This suddenly reminded Muchun of a line. Though I have no intention of vying for power, I know the suffering of the common people. Everyone around us has arrived. Raina, Qin Shui, Murong Feifei, and Itbaiha, the class monitor, and Zhao Junkai, all with bandages wrapped around their necks, as well as the mecha girls that Elizabeth and Muchun had treated, all came. This steel was definitely made by Murong Feifei. Muchun covered his face and floated there. He once joked that he wanted his wife's name to be engraved on his tombstone. But not only did you carve so many densely, Murong Feifei was still the first one. She definitely had her family do it. This is the Mountain of Heroes, where only warriors who have made significant contributions and achievements to Longxia can be buried. It's a beautiful place with clear waters and lush mountains. Muchun leaned against his own tombstone, presiding over his own ceremony. The group walked up to the tombstone one by one and whispered their heartfelt words to it. Raina bit her red lips, fighting back a sob. This period of time has felt like a dream. I will carry on with your will. Qin Shui had tears still wet in the corners of her eyes. You perverted bastard, you shameless scoundrel. We haven't settled our score yet. How could you? I will fully support and help teacher Raina. After all, I have acknowledged my identity, so don't worry. O Yangqing. Muchun, you have become light. The class monitor will carry on with your will. Your passion must never be extinguished. Light will never go out. Muchun, I believe in you. When the world needs light, you will appear. The class monitor is still as immature as ever. Zhou Xiaochun. Wow, Muchun, you died so tragically. Muchun almost laughed out of anger. Zhou Xiaochun, you silly sister. Purple Lily said softly, it's a pity. You're a very interesting person. I hope we'll have more opportunities in our next life. Zhao Junkai clenched his fists. Muchun, get up. Aren't you supposed to be a great fighter? You just watch. Zhao Junkai, will become the strongest. Li Zongfeng by Xiantian, Jiangqin. Many familiar classmates came. Elizabeth stepped forward and said, we're leaving now. Although we didn't have much contact, Your story will deeply influence us. I will work hard to improve. Thank you. Li Mulan and Muchun went to see her yesterday. Although she is out of danger, she needs to rest for a long time and is still in a semi-comatose state. Finally, Deputy Commander Long came up, touched the tombstone, and said nothing. Place Longxia's savior medal on the tombstone. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Muchun sat on the tombstone, wondering how he would spend the next 35 days. When the time comes, we'll rebuild it and give them a big surprise. Just then, Muchun shuddered as a voice came from behind him. Kid, who are you? How did you get the Savior's medal at such a young age? Muchun turned around and was startled. Ghosts. So many ghosts. Chapter 89, The Strongest Man on the Mountain, 7 Teachers. Ghosts? No, I'm a ghost now, and a ghost protected by the system. So why should I be afraid of them? Muchun put his hands on his hips and looked at the middle-aged man. Uncle, who are you? And what's behind you? 100, 200, maybe 300 or more ghosts floated out, more and more coming to watch the spectacle. Muchun felt like he had stumbled into a den of ghosts. He saw the tombstones behind him. This was the Mountain of Heroes. Could it be that you are all predecessors buried here? Haha, this young man is quick-witted. Everyone, come and see. The new guy is so young. Let me see, he's quite handsome. Look at him, he died so young, what a pity. Let me see, is this handsome young man still a virgin? Muchun was speechless. What a pity, I'm drooling. Get out of here, he's been dead for decades, and you still like this stuff. What's your name, kid? Idiots, don't you know how to read tombstones? These people chattered and almost besieged Muchun, especially several older sisters who hugged and pressed themselves against him. Regardless of the size of his body, there were a lot of them. Muchun, young brother, don't mind them. These women haven't seen a young and handsome man in a long time. They're like wolves that haven't eaten meat. They're craving it. The uncle who greeted us at the beginning, who was holding a twig in his mouth, made a gesture that clearly indicated he had no soul to smoke and could only smoke twigs. That's right. Most of the guys here are like Wang, Chundong with stubble. How old is Muchun, the handsome young man? How old was he when he died? 18 years old. Slurp. The most proactive woman slurped her saliva. So tender, and the body feels especially firm to the touch. On the contrary, the other souls quieted down. You, Ruchu and Xia, stopped speaking. Yes, 18 years old is too young. To receive the Savior medal at such a young age, what a great contribution they must have made. Muchun saw that they were basically sitting on his own tombstone. Here stands Wang Qindong, the former commander of the Wuyun Hub, who sacrificed his life 45 years ago. Ruchu and Xia, the former Minister of Foreign Affairs of Yunnan Province, was killed 35 years ago. The most popular mecha girl in the security hub, Sister Na, Tu Fangna, sacrificed herself 80 years ago. Jinghe, the second seed of the former star mecha girl, sacrificed himself 35 years ago. Once a genius mecha girl of the Dongfang family, now the cousin of the Dongfang man governor, she sacrificed herself 47 years ago. The youngest captain of the judges' corps, the strongest judge. This is the burial ground for those who contributed to Longxia. Muchun immediately stood up straight. Greetings, everyone, seniors. I am Muchun, who has not yet graduated from Star Moon Academy. Damn, Lao Wang, come and see. Look at this guy, such a romantic. He's carved more than 20 mecha girls on the monument. If there wasn't no more room, there probably would be more. Ah, don't hurt me. The soul of old Wang wanted to kill himself by banging his head against the tombstone, but the message was transmitted through the tombstone. Young man, don't mind him. Old Wang was an A-level driver, and he was still single before he died. Old Wang was so envious he cried. No way, little brother, you have so many mecha girls. You older sisters shouldn't be clinging to him. He's definitely not a virgin. You're very handsome, Jinghe. You look a bit like your younger brother. I see, he's mine, he's mine. Jinghe hugged Muchun from behind, clearly smitten. Tu Fangna said, Muchun, don't mind. Jinghe isn't that kind of person. She's a brother-obsessed woman, and you look a lot like her deceased brother. Besides, most of the people here are men. I don't mind, Muchun said 4 words, then paused for a moment. Jinghe? Could it be the former second seed of the Heavenly Star Mecha Girl, the flower of Dragon Summer Splendor? Yes, it's me. He hugged Muchun from behind. If Muchun is 18, he should be the youngest. The youngest before was Ivy. You've talked to Ivy? We talked, it was nothing. Some of you don't know about the old organization. Everyone lowered their voices subconsciously. Muchun asked curiously, "Who is Ivy? I don't think I've heard her name mentioned among deceased celebrities." Jinghe pointed to the tombstone in the farthest corner, where a young woman with short black hair and a black uniform sat, with a rather large red birthmark on her face. "Anyway, you're a dead man, so I can tell you. Ivy came 37 years ago. She was a member of the Blade of the Judges. Do you know Blade?" Muchun shook his head. "I have a judge friend, but I've never heard her mention it." "I told you, the Blade was discontinued 20 years ago." Wang Qindong said. "Didn't you hear what Xiao Li, who just arrived, said? Now the judges only have shadows, not blades. In the past, many criminals were difficult to deal with openly. The members of the judges' shadows were responsible for tracking and investigating, while the blades were responsible for direct execution." One of the older girls whispered, "There are very few members in Blade, and each of them is very cold-blooded. If they're going to take action, they won't say a word more. They're not easy to mess with, and they're not easy to get along with. Many people in the hub speak ill of them behind their backs, saying they're madmen who like to kill." Muchun looked at Ivy, and Ivy glanced at him sideways. Looking at people askance, that's the version of God. Muchun nodded in goodwill, but also said somewhat embarrassedly, "Senior, I won't die if I know these secrets, will I? Aren't you already dead?" Muchun scratched his face awkwardly. "Actually, I can still live." "What did you say?" "This is my special talent." In an instant, a group of souls surrounded Muchun again. "Sit down and have a proper discussion about the situation." Muchun was surrounded by 5 circles of souls, most of whom were once famous figures. Muchun began by recounting everything he knew about the entire battle of Wuyun Main City and why he received the Savior Medal. "Why are you so excited, Zhang Meizi?" The middle-aged woman in the teacher's uniform said proudly, "Raina is my student. She and Li Moyu are both my students. You and Raina slayed a level 130 monster, destroyed the Tower of Insatiability. That's fantastic. Half of the people here are from the hub, and their excited expressions are the same as those at the Wuyun Hub Center." Muchun then briefly explained his talent. "You mean you can be reborn in 35 days? Muchun nodded. "That seems so, but this talent will only grow stronger over time." At the same time, Muchun asked them curiously why they hadn't dissipated. They couldn't explain this either. Some people disappeared after being buried and were reincarnated, while their souls remained here, able to leave the Heroes Mountain for a short time. However, they have long since formed a small community similar to a village here, and have adapted over the years. Jing has stepped forward. 35 days? We can't let that time go to waste. Muchun blinked. "How about we bring 6 more people, each of us taking charge for 5 days, and teaching Muchun everything we've ever learned? Muchun, are you willing to accept comprehensive guidance from 7 teachers?" Chapter 90, they almost got into a fight over Muchun. "This is an interesting suggestion. I'm going to teach him my thunder swiftness driving technique. Then I'll teach him my super invincible spinning slash, my super Z-shaped flash, my hub management theory, my undercover experience, my tailing techniques. Old John, what's your technique? My lightning whirlwind slash. Then I won't hide my thunder crescent slash either. My old man pushes. Old Wang, get out of here. My brother won't follow your example." Jing, he kicked Old Wang away. Old Li grinned mischievously and said, "This is a treasure I absolutely must bring out. The secret location of 2 terabytes of Sakura study materials on my computer. Someone has to pass it on." Jing had kicked Old Man Li away again. "You get out of here too." Muchun raised his hand. "Actually, this is a possibility." Ha ha. The people around, the souls around them can no longer laugh. Wang Qindong sat on his own tombstone. "It's been a long time since we've had such a lively atmosphere here. Muchun, do you want to learn how?" Muchun immediately bowed to the seniors present. "Of course I want to. I want to become stronger." Wang Qindong was the former commander of the Wuyun Hub, and the souls present actually trusted him quite a bit. "How about this? You demonstrate your abilities, and we'll provide 7 more to be your teachers." Wang Qindong's method was immediately approved by the vast majority of people. Only Jing has said, "No, there are 6 of them. All my life's knowledge must be given to Muchun." "All right, those who are interested can take a look. Muchun, show us your abilities. Don't be shy, we've all been students once. We know what abilities students have." Wang Qindong said, with almost 90% of the souls watching. Since everyone was bored anyway, Jing has sat at the front. Muchun wasn't shy at all. Let's begin. Everyone nodded. First of all, my first talent is an SSR level top-tier repair technique, but I'm not very proficient at using it yet. What did you say? Everyone blinked. SSR level top-tier healing technique? No wonder you have so many mecha girls. Muchun immediately explained. That's not true. I was just joking before I died, saying that if I died, I should have several more engraved on my tombstone. This talent is just too amazing. Oh, really? Was your era good? I think it was alright. We have repair fluid in our era. What are you, a mid-level manager in the hub, no? Repair skills below S rank are not very useful. They can only be used to open a repair shop. As for SS rank repair skills, ask Commander Wang. That's a god-level talent that can pull mecha girls back from the brink of death. Wang Qindong nodded. Top-notch. Interesting. A man with flowing long hair seemed quite intrigued. Muchun continued. My second talent is SS level solid as a rock. That's outrageous. Talent level 2, SS rank. I have that talent too. Jinga said excitedly. Huh. We have the same SS talent. We're a match made in heaven. Muchun continued. My third talent is SS level destruction pulse. Many people express confusion about the situation. No, Muchun, you're so young. You've only been awakened for a short time, and you're already at talent level 3? Still, SS rank. I remember, Ivy has this talent, right? Jinghe looked over. Even Ivy, who was at the very back, could hear it. My talent level is 4. Wait a minute. Old Manly interrupted Muchun. Muchun, are you reciting a book? And you're saying your talent is 4? Muchun said awkwardly. Actually, I already have 6 innate talents. This leaves everyone, especially black people, wondering what's going on. Talent 4 is SS level Gamma Blink. Talent 5 is A-level Firepower Suppression. And Talent 6 is Illusory Quantum Bombardment. This once bustling mound of heroes is now eerily quiet. Everyone was stunned. They have more talent than me. I'm level 112, Jinga said. There's a cheat. There's a cheat. Gamma Blink, godlike talent. Finally, someone who isn't S rank. Damn it, I only have 1 S rank. And he's even called the Dongfang family super genius. I've already added fuel to the fire. Wang Qindong couldn't hold back any longer. Muchun, you have a hidden talent, right? Burning your body to become stronger. Muchun nodded. Actually, I also have a hidden talent. I can collaborate with any mecha girl. Huh? I don't need to teach my sensory robot girl skills anymore. Mine is useless too. Brother Muchun, don't tell me you have something else going on. I can't take it anymore, Li Fengchun said. Muchun said, I also have the skills passed down from Senior Li Fengchun. I am now quite proficient in swift wind cutting, vertical cloud traversal, wind spirit sensing, and wind movement. Puff! Ha! Li Fengchun, you've been dead for over 30 years. How did this get out? Muchun didn't expect that Senior Li Fengchun was also here. Li Fengchun floated over. Brother Muchun, then tell me what the key to these 4 moves is, and let's see if you know it. To cut through the wind quickly, you need to perceive within 0.2 seconds and divide your thoughts into 3 parts. Vertical movement through clouds mainly relies on the right foot, and a single leg can achieve a more vertical effect than 2 legs. Wind perception and moving with the wind mainly involve sensing the concavity and convexity of the wind from all directions. Li Fengchun gave a thumbs up. Perfect. How did you learn that, kid? Muchun said awkwardly. Actually, Senior Li, your techniques aren't that difficult. I quickly grasped the core of them. I also have Senior Li Tongwang's techniques. Moonlight Lightning Strike, Mirror Flower Water Moon, Y-Axis Shuttle, and Moonlit Heavenly Wheel Slash. I'm only quite proficient at Y-Axis Shuttle. The others are rather crude when used in front of experts. Li Tongwang. Who is that? The god of war of the back mountain. The founding father, please? What kind of history lessons are you teaching? You don't even know Li Tongwang? Are you out of your mind? There's a lot of basic knowledge about him in textbooks. Being able to traverse along the Y-axis is quite impressive. Jinghe stood up. Then you should definitely learn from me. I know all of these moves. Finally, Muchun also mentioned that he has a very strong physique and possesses top-notch fighting skills. Wang Qindong then asked Xiao Wang, a martial arts expert who had sacrificed 37 years of experience, to spar with Muchun. With just 20 simple moves, Muchun was at a disadvantage, causing the senior soul masters present to exclaim that he was monstrous. Originally, only 1/3 of the soul wanted to teach Muchun. But now, after seeing Muchun demonstrate his talents, the vast majority of people want to teach Muchun. A genius, an invincible genius. Those who are buried here are all outstanding individuals in one aspect of humankind. And naturally, most of them are not stupid. Muchun is a genius chosen by this era. I must teach Muchun. I'll fight anyone who tries to take it from me. I'd rather turn my back than do it. I have to do it myself. I must be one of the 6 people. Hey, old man Lee, what else can you bring out besides CDs? You don't know anything. My social experience and skills are the key. Someone like Muchun, who can control all kinds of things, needs to find 10 wives. My skills are more useful. What a dirty logic. Luckily, I wasn't in the investigation department of your era, or I would be spitting blood. The many souls here almost came to blows in their struggle for Muchun. Chapter 91 Before the Contract, the Star Machine Girl Jingha. It has to be me, Teacher Hachiman. We are all souls, regardless of our ages in life. Jingha stepped forward with an imposing and domineering air, standing there with his hands on his hips. Raina and Jingha have similarities. They shine like the sun. Jingha is the sun shining brightly in the sky like a blazing firework. She is beautiful, outgoing, sunny, and full of vitality. Raina is like the sun on the earth, steadfast and powerful. She is domineering, noble, aloof, and possesses the aura of a queen. The two are different in terms of personality. Jingha was 35 years old when he died. In 1937, he was the second best Dragon Sky Star Mecha girl. He could beat the first one, but that was when he was playing solo. She has no rider. In the case of fusion transformation, her transformation time is far less than that of her opponent. She had long silver hair tied in a ponytail, golden eyes and earrings, and wore a gray-white cropped sweater, a shawl jacket over it, and a leather skirt and black stockings. The clothes a person wore before they died are the clothes their soul wore. Jing, he said happily, Muchun, your boxing and fighting skills are good, and you also have a lot of theoretical knowledge. But combat knowledge needs to be transformed. I am your all-around combat teacher. In 5 days, I will make you proficient in using Mirror Flower Water Moon and teach you my ultimate techniques, Silver Radiance Fireworks and Silver Yang Fluid. I will refine your combat skills in all aspects. I'll be the second teacher. It was Wang Chendong who spoke. I will give you all the knowledge, the logic of building a hub, the deployment of troops, and the decisiveness of on-the-spot command, all of which are not in textbooks. I'm third. The long-haired man floated over. I have the same repair talent as you. Zhang Shubua, the 56-year-old director of the Longsha Hub Medical Center, died 109 years ago. How about I be the fourth one? Ru Chunsha stepped forward. I will teach you disguise, and diplomatic etiquette. I will teach you the languages and code words of various countries. I'm the fifth one. The man in the black leather jacket and sunglasses, Zhan Shuka, the strongest captain of the judge who sacrificed himself 35 years ago. I'll teach you all kinds of tracking and counter-tracking techniques. I must be the sixth one. Old man Li made many people laugh. Old Li, are you here to pass on your learning materials? Muchun definitely doesn't lack mecha girl partners. He doesn't need your materials. Old Li's name was Li Zhanming. He was 89 years old before his sacrifice and died 75 years ago. He was the former director of the investigation department. Most of the outstanding people here died young, and old man Li, at 89, was considered one of the older ones. You guys don't know anything. I was the ace of the reconnaissance department back in the day. My methods are different from those of the judges, but they are more everyday. Jinghe nodded. Then who will be the last one to teach us something different? After all, time is precious, and Muchun only has 35 days. While everyone was still pondering, a cold, icy soul drifted over. I'll teach you how to kill. The one who spoke was Ivy, who was originally at the very back. Many people were looking at Ivy, wondering if Muchun really wanted to learn something from her. The people here know that when it comes to the art of killing, Ivy, the judge of blades, is absolutely professional. These techniques are also very useful when integrated into mech operation. The key is to be able to apply what you've learned to your own practice. Okay, teacher, Ivy Chi. Call me Ivy. I was only 22 when I died. I've killed 4,921 people. Are you still interested? Muchun smiled. I'm very interested in learning. Ivy didn't continue speaking, but drifted to the side. Now that all 7 had agreed, they immediately began discussing the order of teaching, with alternating between theory and practice being the best approach. Another reason is that Ivy's addition made Jinghe and Wang Chendong think that her course was not suitable to be placed last. After some discussion, the first one is still the great teacher, Kihaku. Jinghe still prefers Muchun to call her elder sister. Muchun, come with me. Let's go to a less crowded place to train.